The result was shocking. J. So, a genius born into the Jusin clan, one of Korea's top 5 families, lost to a nobody in the selection for Valhalla, one of Korea's top 3 hunter training facilities, known for its staggering 500-to-1 competition rate. Every year, countless hunters aspire to bear the title of Valhalla, but no more than 150 graduate with the honor. The competition begins from day 1. Though Son had mana equivalent to a high schooler at age 10, she could imbue mana into her sword to enhance her weapon at 13. And at 16 she challenged and defeated all the Jusin clan members. But that's just what's written in the records. Some say Soon can even communicate with the family's guardian constellation, and that's why the Jusin family has such high hopes. The reason Korea has 5 families is because each is linked to a guardian constellation. Normally, hunters receive blessings or contracts from a constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the 5 families are different. The Jusin clan Sword God, the Jongshan clan Spear Saint, the Choin clan Blade Emperor, the Aon clan Fist King, and the Dozin clan Arrow God. Members of the 5 families receive blessings from their respective constellations, granting them talents and abilities far beyond others. There's a vast difference between receiving a blessing and direct contact. To be connected to a guardian deity is to have a direct contract with them. If that's the case, then Dusion is a genius, but even so, he's nothing compared to Kim Yoo-hyuk. I thought it would be an intense match and Dusion would win with 1 blow, but instead, Dusion was defeated with 1 blow. To the shock of the reporters, head coach Van Halali Sangon and Jusin Yu, Kim Do-hyuk wearily eyed his fallen opponent. What's going on? Is everyone this weak? Is this really 3 years into the future? And why did I say that? 300 years ago, at the Tower of Destruction, the Tower's god, the god of destruction, fought the martial god Kim Han-yu in an epic battle. The martial god defeated the Tower's god, preventing the world's destruction. But of course, the Tower is now shaking violently after the death of that god. Clutching his stomach in pain, Kim Hano wondered if the tower was collapsing because he killed the boss. And it seemed that it was. In his final moments, he remembered his students, glad he hadn't brought them along to share his fate. Though unwilling, he could only give a silly laugh before being reduced to mincemeat. But death was not the end. Kim Han has been reborn in a 17-year-old body 300 years after the Tower of Destruction fell, and he's more than happy to be alive again. A weaker, younger body than his days as a martial god is no problem. If he trains again, he believes he'll live in luxury, at least before that transparent window appears. And of course, as expected, that window is always stuck to hunters. A notification that the Tower of Destruction will appear in 5 years. Time to rub it in Kim Do-hyuk's face and make him seethe with rage, cursing that damned North Star to hell. I should have thrown that bastard into the lava back then. Now, there's nothing I can do. I'll destroy this tower once and for all, then live a life of luxury. But to live in luxury, I still have a long way to go. The system reminds Kim Do-hyun that he can recover his weapon and memories on the 3rd floor, 5th room on the right in Valhalla, and this is why he entered this competition. Day 4 of the 10-class tournament begins, and Kim Yoo-hyun's opponent is the eldest son of the Osuni family. This guy isn't good at literature, scheming, or martial arts. However, he does have one outstanding talent: brute strength. His innate strength allows him to do what others can't without mana, and with a little training, he can become exponentially stronger. His superhuman muscular strength is innate, and that alone makes him a genius. Seeing his opponent as weak, he's confident he can defeat Kim Do-hyuk in an instant and use it to boost his own reputation. But that's just wishful thinking. What a simpleton. He lost his cool and charged in without thinking after just a few taunts from Kim Do-hyuk. Kim Do-hyuk knew he couldn't win a battle of brute strength in this body, as Sei's power was undeniable. But size isn't everything. Martial arts enhance physical strength and the ability to observe opponents. Without harmonizing the two, you'll end up like this. He narrowly dodges the blow, causing his opponent to lose balance, then immediately turns and delivers a finishing blow to the chest, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Having won this meaningless match, Kim Do-hyuk coldly turned and walked away as reporters and gang members buzzed, assessing his abilities. Among them was the patriarch of the Kwanwang-chuin family, who realized Kim Do-hyun's strike was no simple attack. Even though his son only focuses on brute strength, he can dodge punches from anyone his age, but he couldn't dodge that one. Initially, Hugh blindly charged, using magic he almost never used to quickly end the fight, but Kim Do-hoo tilted his head to dodge, and Hugh, assuming he'd land the blow, lost his balance. Chwin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, that kid moved even faster than Iggy's top speed when he charged at Kim Do-hoo, all according to plan. That alone is an extraordinary talent. He seems very excited, glancing around at the people from the other associations before turning back to the main character of today and reaffirming to himself, "I will recruit him into our family at all costs." The break is over. The next match begins. Kim Do-hyuk's opponent is Choi Arin, the second daughter of the Choin family, and her appearance sends the men in the audience into a frenzy. Kim Do-hyuk's eye twitched. He cursed them under his breath, thinking they were all insane. Why were those damn military veterans calling a 17-year-old girl older sister? He expected her to attack first, but they both stood frozen, waiting for the other to make a move. Fine. Kim Do-hyuk would strike first. With a rather villainous look, he smirked and stepped forward. But Arin realized this was her chance. She drew her sword and slashed decisively, but it was the same old story as when fighting others. In an instant, Kim Do-hyuk vanished without a trace, only to reappear right beside her, leaving Arin utterly bewildered. He tells her that focusing on her target is like telegraphing her moves, then launches a counterattack. Arin was immediately pushed back, barely managing to stay on her feet by blocking with her sword. But before she could react, Kim Do-hyuk was already in front of her like a wandering ghost, landing another blow. Now try blocking that. Blindsided, Arin couldn't defend herself, taking the full force of the blow and collapsing instantly. Seeing his opponent flattened, Kim Do-hyuk felt like something was off about his attack. But whatever, he won anyway. And so, the top 10 competition has officially come to an end, with Kim Do-hyuk taking the top spot. Exhausted from the arena, he massaged his thin shoulders, only to be met by recruiters from various guilds. How annoying. Kim Do-hyuk's glaring daggers at them tells them to shut their traps. The next day, news spreads that the top-ranked rookie cursed and rejected all guild offers. Comments arose asking, is Kim Do-hyuk crazy? Is he a bad guy? Despite the constant chatter, he remained the center of attention and entered Vanla with his own strength. The first order of business. Listening to Flake drone on about the school and speeches from those who contributed to the revolution. Or rather, the heads of the academy who noticed Kim Do-hyuk yawning, making those around him nervous. He wondered if he stood out too much today, but figured it was for the best, saving him the trouble of making friends. After what felt like an eternity, the entrance ceremony finally came to an end, and the students were randomly assigned to classes. In the virtual combat simulation room, the Choin Guild leader, Instructor 24, looks over the students, wondering if his end is near. Why would the school divide the classes like this? Wasn't it supposed to be random? There's Soyeon from the Jusin family, and next to him is Choi Jin from the Arin family. The big guy in the middle is Sai from the Yosun family. How did 3 geniuses from the 5 families end up in the same class? And to make matters worse, why is Kim Do-hyuk here? Despite the confusion, he quickly regains his composure, introducing himself as the director and Kim Lee-gon's guide. No sooner had he spoken than he pressed a button on the keyboard, and everything around them began to shake. They were transported to another space, appearing before a horde of goblins and orcs, around 100 of them. The monsters, seeing their prey, rushed forward, but Suki assured them they were protected by a magical shield, impervious to any physical attack. Kim Lee-gon called Kim Do-hyuk closer and asked if he could handle these monsters alone. This guy is not what he seems. He wants to humiliate Kim Do-hyuk and crush his pride. For the students, monsters were something they only read about, never encountered in real life. No wonder he was scared. Don't pretend to consider it, just refuse. I'll start when he backs down. That's what he wants. Kim Do-hyuk thought for a long time, then gave a cryptic smile. Seeing this, the instructor was furious, bitterly telling Kim Do-hyuk to just do it. But he wasn't stupid. Why would he do this on the first day? He looked him in the eye and asked about the reward for this test. Kim Loon was taken aback for a moment, but then agreed to offer a deal. So, as a reward, if you take care of all the monsters, I'll do anything you want within reason. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. A little lacking, but acceptable. Kim Do-hyuk agreed to the terms, and without letting the instructor explain further, he reached out for the sword. After all, how could he fight these things unarmed? And so, before the eyes of the crowd, Kim Do-hyuk relentlessly swung his sword, striking decisively at their weak points and slitting the monsters' throats with a single blow. As he fought, he reflected on the past. It had been 3 years since he last held a sword. I wasn't far off, I guess. The world was turned upside down by monsters and people used whatever they could as weapons, but swords were still the most familiar. Just as I thought, these monsters are simple. Mere NPC monsters, cleverly crafted imitations. While he was busy slaying monsters outside, Kim Lee-gon was sweating bullets inside, utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that the sword he gave Kim Do-hyuk was just a normal sword. It had no magic or special power, yet he stored it away so simply, cutting through monsters like butter. Of course, Kim Ligon wasn't the only one surprised. Even the three young men from prestigious families were stunned. The final monster had been defeated. Kim Do-Hai-Huk slowly sheathed his sword, turning to the instructor to make his request. I want to go down to the training room. You'll keep your word, right? A few hours later, the first class finally ended. Kim Do-Hai-Huk listlessly listened to the lecture, feeling like his soul was leaving his body, utterly tortured. His original goal was to get what he needed and leave as soon as possible. And now he's stuck listening to this nonsense? He never imagined going to school, let alone attending one. But it wasn't all useless. Despite the boring class, he did get some information, especially regarding constellations. In Kim Do-Hyu's past life, constellations didn't exist. They're a term for those destined to become gods. Most constellations are tied to hunters as their relics and grant them special powers. Valhalla in Korea is the third largest academy in the world with many successful constellations, and it seems everything about swordsmanship and monster thinking is useless to them. So, Kim Do-Hyun decides to head to the dorm and seriously train in martial arts. This body is really weak. His train of thought was interrupted by the appearance of Cho-Jin Choi-Arin, the second daughter of the Cho family, who asked Kim Do-Hyuk to teach her swordsmanship. But as he said, he wasn't interested, so the answer was no. Still, she stood there and repeated the request. Having lost his patience, Kim Do-Hai-Huk snapped, "Are you deaf or something? Stop following me. I have no intention of teaching you, so get lost." With that, the young man turned and left the young lady standing there dumbfounded. While back in the faculty lounge, the head instructor was trying to console Kim Ligon after his humiliating defeat. He still couldn't believe Kim Do-Hai-Huk was a high school student, flawlessly eliminating 120 monsters in the virtual combat room without ever seeing one in real life. Despite being an orphan from a small orphanage in a troubled area, he possessed extraordinary power. Kim Lai-hun believed he was a fake, but the head instructor disagreed, saying no imposter would be crazy enough to enter Van and cause trouble at the entrance ceremony. That makes sense, and Kim Lun continues to lament what will happen next year. If he doesn't deal with Kim Do-Hai-Huk properly, it will be difficult to control those three young men from prestigious families. Coach Lee Sang-cheon sympathizes, but then points out that at least Kim Loon is better off than the other class, which has a student from the powerful Vench family. Kim Loon feels a little relieved that his problem isn't as bad as his neighbors. Word had it that Jordy Venchik knew of a Venchik family member who was expelled for causing trouble at a British academy. The next day, hoping for a normal student life, Kim Do-Hyuk found that destiny had other plans, drawing attention wherever he went. As he daydreamed of a wealthy future, Jordy Venchik of the infamous Venchik family and his follower, Uriah Z. Felix, appeared before him. Jo stares at him, thinking what an ignorant, uneducated fool he is, having never even heard of the Vench family. Without missing a beat, Jo cuts to the chase, eyes full of ambition as he asks if he wants to become stronger. In most families, the collateral line has less power and wealth than the direct line. However, the Vench family has a constellation guardian, setting them apart from other families. Typically, a high-ranking or S-class constellation would protect a family, directly choosing a member and granting them power and protection. But the Vench family decided to form a contract with a family member who wasn't a constellation. This is how the chosen one can form a contract without facing opposition from the constellations, and thanks to this unique choice, the Vench family wields great power throughout Europe. So, within the Vench family, anyone can become a contractor regardless of their lineage. Even the branch family could rival the main family in power. The arrogance of those supported by his family's power had grown too great, and he was expelled from the British Academy following the recent chaos. And to compensate, he intends to recruit Kim Do-Hui, the center of attention at the entrance ceremony, to his side. But before he can finish, he's immediately cut off. "So what, you idiot? Do I look stupid to you? You're not interested in me. All I've heard is boasting. And now you're saying such stupid things? You're definitely an idiot. Am I wrong?" Having never been insulted like this before, he was furious and wanted to attack this uneducated bastard. But before he could do anything, what will Sukana do? A stern voice from behind orders Rockin' Vench to return to his seat. Humiliated once again, he furiously turns around and slaps the teacher. "Did you just say my full name?" But the teacher isn't backing down either, firing back. "This isn't the British Academy, it's Van. I don't care how powerful the Vench family is. Since you're studying here, you'll listen to me. Your advisor." Rockin, unable to do anything after being rebuffed, reluctantly turned and left in frustration. After class, Kim Do-Hai-Huk felt rather bored. He hadn't gained any information about the constellation today and instead got mixed up with an idiot. As he cursed the fool who bothered him, Choi-Arin appeared behind him like a ghost, repeating her request to teach her swordsmanship, leaving Kim Do-Hyuk utterly bewildered. He turns to her, threatening her, as if she hasn't been humiliated enough. At the Manhwa Academy dorms in a high-end room after being disgraced in front of everyone by that orphaned nobody. Du loses it, smashing everything in the room before grabbing Du by the hair and slamming her head into the ground. Du, answer me. Do you still think you're some royal princess? Should I throw you out? Contact Jira. There are some people who need special attention. Also, tell Lorik that I want to meet the son of the upstart family in class 2. Meanwhile, back in Kim Do-hae-hook's room, despite the late hour, he was diligently exercising, but he faltered halfway through, panting like a dog. This body is truly trash. I can't even use magic anymore. Suddenly, Kim Do-hyuk remembered his deal with Choi Ah-rin. He only asked for 10 million won per lesson to get rid of her, thinking she'd back down. But Choi Ah-rin has no shortage of money. Choi Ah-rin immediately asked for Kim Do-hyuk's number and transferred 100 million instantly. But Kim Do-hyuk still weaseled out of it, saying, "Never. I won't teach her." Actually, I was really surprised that a student like her could immediately transfer 100 million won. Kim Do-hyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I teach her, I won't have to reveal all my secrets, and that's a huge sum of money. Oh well, whatever. It's just money after all. I can earn it myself, even if my mana is pitifully low. With that, he packed his bags, ready to embark on a billion-dollar mission. Let's go find that secret vault. Before entering the academy, he surveyed the area, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, at least 4 records remain, and he's certain they're on Valhalla's mountain. As he knows, the location of the records can be determined by the reaction of the magic stone he carries. And so, Kim Do-hyuk strained every last bit of magic he had to find them. Ta-da! And with that effort, he found them. A light appeared on the ground. Kim Do-hyuk frantically dug, cursing his weak body all the while, regretting not burying it in a shallower place. And if it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 3 years ago, he wouldn't be suffering like this. A world on the verge of destruction had no place for his material possessions. So, Kim Do-hyuk created records and buried them all. He dug and dug until morning, finally reaching the outer layer of the basement. But these locks are special. Ordinary keys won't work. He tries to squeeze out some mana, creating a magic chain and turning it into a key. Perfect. A match. At this rate, I might as well quit being a hunter and become a dog thief. Kim Do-hyuk immediately jumped down, gazing at the glittering pile of gold, silver, and jewels before him, ecstatic, even though it was all his. Are my children doing well? That's all Kim Do-hyuk could muster. Now I don't have to worry about money anymore. I might even be richer than those noble families if I sell all this. To maintain the mark, he had poured a little magic into them beforehand, but the day to use them has come. Kim Do-hyuk picked up the gems and absorbed all the magic from them. As expected, energy surged through his body, a tingling, euphoric sensation. Now, to deal with this place. Kim Do-hyuk wondered if he should ditch the heavy gold bars and take the valuable, lightweight gems instead. Carrying all this is a real pain. But it really was a burden. Kim Do-hyuk went to class, but he couldn't focus on his studies. His limbs felt like they were about to fall off, and he collapsed onto his desk, oblivious to Choi Ah-rin sitting right next to him. Still, she asks him to teach her swordsmanship, and Kim Do-hyuk can't understand why she's so persistent. According to the information he obtained upon his rebirth, among the top 5 families, the Choins use and practice swordsmanship. So the question is, why is she seeking me out? To that, Choi Ah-rin says she wants to learn from him because she's never seen anyone wield a sword better. Kim Do-hyuk wondered, what about your father? Isn't he the Choyan clan lord? Isn't he better at swordsmanship than I am? Just then, before Ah-rin could answer, the teacher suddenly called Kim Do-hyuk to the faculty room. Hearing it involved the Star Chamber, he immediately rushed after him. Sensing Ah-rin's sincerity, he throws a few words her way before leaving. Training grounds, 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the faculty room, Kim Loon gets straight to the point. The request to enter the Star Chamber has been approved, but only the basement is permitted. No access to any floor below the first. That sounded good, and though he paused for a moment, Kim Do-hyuk immediately agreed, asking when he could go in. After some consideration, Kim Legan said that if possible, he'd like to go tonight. Kim Lun thought his student would make a fuss about not being allowed on the second floor, but to his surprise, the boy happily accepted. That night, as promised, the professor put on his handsome face and led the boy to Valhalla's treasure, the Hall of Round Stars. A place so important it helped make Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Do-hyuk surveyed the area, impressed by the security and the outer walls. They're covered in all kinds of magic except for the entrance, and Kim Do-hyuk suddenly turns to the professor, asking if it's okay to go down to the second floor. Kim Loon, now apprehensive, quickly replies that he won't become a criminal, but he will be expelled and have his memories erased before leaving the school. On the second floor, the magic of the stars is extremely violent. If he touches it, Chihawk will shatter and go mad. Now that all his questions have been answered, Kim Do-hyu has 30 minutes inside. The quest to retrieve his weapon in Vanha's third-floor right room flickered to life, and Kim Yoo-hyuk cared nothing for expulsion or anything else. He came to Vanla for this, heading straight to the third basement level, but he'd barely taken a few steps when he bumped into something. Suddenly, a system prompt appears, pulling Kim Yoo-hyuk into a strange room. "Long time no see, Kim Hong." That's what he heard after being pulled away, and standing right before him was the Tower King of the Tower of Destruction, the very bastard he'd been looking for. 3,000 years? And this is the reunion? Before he could explain, Kim Do-hyuk punched him square in the face. Kim Do-hyuk, furious, yells at him, "I'm so happy to see your face again." The old man struggled to his feet, waving his hands, telling Kim Do-hyuk to calm down and listen to his explanation. But there was no calming down here. For every word the man spoke, Kim Do-hyuk landed a punch. The old man cried for help as Kim Do-hyuk continued to curse, a cacophony of screams filling the air. "Stop hitting me! Help! Wait, die! Don't hit me! I'll hit you more! I'm not one to use my fists, but for someone like you who'd ruin my comfortable future. You bastard! My wealth, my fame, and the time I spent training those bratty disciples." Bacheo took it all and could do nothing but take it. While Kim Do-hyuk rested, the old man struggled to his feet, managing to get a few words out. "Aren't you even curious about where we are?" Kim Do-hyuk panicked, wondering where he was and who he was, surrounded by nothing. Gathering his strength, he explains that this is a fabricated world, more precisely, a relic space, and that his current form is merely an avatar of this world. His real body disappeared 3 years ago. A huge question mark. Kim Do-hyuk responded with a hint of doubt. "Wait a minute. Are you saying you've been in this ruin the whole time?" "That's right. Kim Do-hyuk has become a constellation." "So you think being a constellation makes you cool?" Kim Yushin turns and punches him, unable to stand his attitude. 30 minutes are up, and whether he's learned anything or not, Kim Do-hyuk has to leave. The instructor approaches him with a stern look, ready to interrogate. To avoid trouble, Kim Do-hyuk brushes him off and quickly leaves. There are many strange things he needs to understand. At that moment, after beating the caretaker to a pulp, he calmed down and spoke civilly. He forced the truth from the man with his fists, leaving the poor guy bruised and battered. "After being killed by my master, I was trapped in this thing for 300 years without any power, regaining my memories only after receiving a message to contact the reincarnated Kim Yoo-hyuk. Thanks to that, a suspicious figure appeared. I wonder if this is the work of the one who made me master of the Tower of Destruction." Kim Do-hyuk pressed on, asking who made him the tower's master, but even Baek Chor didn't seem to know. His entire memory of that time is gone. Then, the caretaker asks Kim Yoo-hyuk about the contents of his notification. The young man recalls that blue screen, demanding a weapon and memories, but the rest was obscured by squares. Kim Yoo-hyuk doesn't remember losing any memories, though. He still has memories from the tower. Back points forward, searching for the key to explain. "Perhaps those memories haven't returned to you yet, but since you found the weapon, they should surface on their own." The more he listened to his disciple, the more unbelievable it sounded. "What weapon?" "I found the weapon somewhere." Seeing that the master still didn't understand, the doctor continued. "That's right. This space is inside the world of the 4 weapons that became the Sword Saint Village's sacred ground. I became a star only because I used the sacred ground." Kim Do-hyuk, enraged by what he heard, lunged forward and punched the kid again, this time for Haya. At this point, Kim Do-kja understood the situation. His former student, Baek Chung, had been turned into the master of the tower by some force, and to save the world, he had to kill him. And now, he's been resurrected as a spirit within the sword for the last 300 years. A sword that belongs to him. The Sword Village has become a sacred site, and there's even a constellation inside. A truly bizarre situation. Kim Do-hyuk wanted to destroy it and be done with it, but even weakened, it withstood the North's destroyer king, so he decided to keep it. For now. Only the wielder of the Sword Devourer would know about the system window. My head was already spinning from the flood of information when I was interrupted by these thugs. The blonde tough guy cracked his knuckles, trying to intimidate him. "Hey, you're Kim Do-hyuk, the top ranker from the entrance ceremony, right? I'm your senior. Aren't you going to greet me? This is Sunrise Lorik Sunrise, the eldest son of the Sunrise family and a second-year student at Valhalla Academy." He thought seeing a senior would scare him, but not Kim Do-hyuk, who immediately fires back. "So you bullies have underlings now?" Insulted by a junior, one of them, blood boiling, steps forward, spear in hand, ready to take care of him. Hey, newbie, let me show you the difference between a freshman and a sophomore. Before he could finish, he was kicked in the gut. Kim Do-hyuk eyed them with amusement, preferring action over empty words. Stop the trash talk and attack, you thug bastards. And before they could react, Kim Do-hyuk charged forward, ready to show them what's what. One by one, they were punched and kicked, collapsing onto the ground. Some were still standing, frozen like statues. Kim Do-hyuk couldn't let them leave empty-handed. He twirled his wooden sword, feeling great. Come on, hurry up, it'll be fun. If you just stand there, I'll crush your head. 3 hours earlier, Lork Sunrise, the eldest son of the Sunrise family and a second-year student at Valhalla Academy, was summoned by Reconnecting and asked to take care of a first-year student in exchange for a reward that would benefit the Sunrise family. He agreed to let him use weapons, and he would clean up the mess. Such a simple offer for such a great reward. Lork agreed immediately, thinking that even being ranked first among the freshmen didn't matter. A first year is just a first year. They can't stand against a second year, especially since Valhalla students don't contract with constellations until the second semester of their first year. Students who complete the contract are called contractors, and they can use the energy of their constellation based on their understanding. Lork was confident that Kim Do-hyuk was born into an ordinary family without a constellation to protect him, making this game easy. Or so he thought before coming here, but now he understands what he's up against. Lork is terrified, but he won't admit it, watching Kim Do-hyuk approach with trepidation. What is that strange swordsmanship? He doesn't seem to use much force, yet his opponents are struck with incredible power. Countless questions raced through his mind, but pride kept him posturing while his underlings remained frozen, weighing whether to attack. He couldn't afford to lose so badly. Ignoring the consequences, Lork screamed at his underlings to attack. What are you scared of? He's just a freshman, you cowards. He may talk big, but inside he's scared out of his mind, while Kim Do-hyuk waits with his sword for the show to begin. He watches them bluster and posture, unimpressed, but the leader seems bold. Anyone who stands still will be struck first. And as he finished speaking, he was already looming over his opponent, pressing his sword into his stomach and pushing. As a result, Lick was immediately knocked unconscious. How sad. All that boasting only to get beaten. Growing impatient, Kim Do-hyuk resorts to some physical persuasion to rouse the unconscious man. Wake up. Who are you, kid, and why did you bring a whole gang to jump me? Despite the beating, Lork remained tight-lipped. Kim Do-hyuk, not wanting to waste any more time, left them with a command to clean up before departing. How infuriating, Lork managed to say, trying to salvage some dignity. Do you think you can just go back to school after this? Even if you're top of your class, you'll be expelled if anyone finds out. It seems this guy has no brain. Is he trying to steal and then cry about it? Kim Do-hyuk wasn't going to bother, but he had to stick around to knock some sense into him. Whatever, you know what people will say if you blab about what happened today. A bunch of sophomores tried to take down a freshman, and they got wrecked. If you tell this story, won't you be ashamed to show your face at school? Think carefully. If you want to keep coming to school and join a club, keep your mouth shut. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, Rockin eagerly awaited news of his enemy's beating. Lork called, and he expected good news, but what he heard was quite the opposite. I won't get involved in this. Rockin persists, trying to get his senior to report the beating to the academy's administration so Kim Do-hyuk will get demerits. He promised to pay him well, even compensate his family, but for these gang leaders, money isn't everything. They still have their honor, so the answer is no. Enraged, Rockin smashes his new smartphone on the ground. His eyes burning, he turned to Juji, who was standing behind him. You contacted Jacera, didn't you? So, where is he? Seems like he's used to situations like this. She calmly replied, Yes, I informed him that you wanted to meet, but since he's far away, it will probably take him some time to get here. In Mexico, at the Arabia Academy, Jacera Vench, a bully, receives word from Rogan about going to Korea to take care of Kim Do-hyuk, with a reward already prepared. Upon receiving the news, he was overjoyed, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The next day, at 6 a.m. in Valhalla's training room, Kim Do-hyuk, carrying his gear for the first time, was excitedly preparing for some basic exercises when a sudden call startled him. How are you here? Kim Do-hyuk asked, breaking into a cold sweat. What? Who's there? Who told you to wait for me? Oh, it seems it was the disciple hiding in the sealed sword. Kim Do-hyuk angrily fans him, surprised he managed to escape. I might just beat you and shove you back in there. The old man, terrified, promised not to cause any trouble, revealing he'd left a copy of the sword behind. Kim Do-hyuk is curious about the ability to create copies. The old man says that since he woke up, he's lost all his power, but in return he has this special ability. Though he doesn't know why he has it, Aaron suddenly appears, interrupting his thoughts. She arrives to teach Kim Do-hyuk swordsmanship as promised, but he says they won't be learning that yet, and that the first priority is to improve his physical strength. Starting with exercise number 1. Warm-ups. Improving physical strength will allow the body to absorb more mana, making it easier to control. Kim Do-hyuk found the youngsters' training methods odd, focusing on mana control before improving their physical strength and other fundamentals. Even Aaron, with her vast mana, is only as strong as a swordsmanship student. And so, like a true drill sergeant, Kim Do-hyuk begins his days of training more than teaching. That same morning, Kim Do-hyuk's class has a pop quiz on otherworldly monsters proctored by Valhalla's senior instructor, Lilia. Before this, she asked the class to study and read about the monster subject, so now it's time to test their knowledge of how to deal with each type of monster. Everyone quickly wrote their answers and finished the exam, and though it won't affect their final grade, it will determine their eligibility for the next class, so everyone is quite tense. But something was definitely off with Kim Do-hyuk, so much so that the teacher was astonished. Is he sure he can write answers like that? In the first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher reviews the exams with satisfaction. Lilia confidently tells Mr. Kim Ligon that, as expected, the students from the 5 famous families are all doing very well. But that was the moment before disaster struck. The teacher hadn't even finished his coffee before spitting it out. Kim Do-hyuk? He dared call this garbage an answer? The furious teacher crumpled the paper and turned to Kim Ligon, berating him. Not only was he lazy, but he was mocking the class. This cannot be ignored. Next class, I'll show him this test and give him a proper lesson. That guy's not easy to deal with, and yeah, she's really something. And so it was. A week later, in the combat simulation room, Lilia called Kim Do-hyuk in for immediate questioning. She shoved the failing grade in his face, asking if he'd even tried, but with no idea what she was on about, he swore he'd taken it seriously. The old woman was furious, but maintained her composure. The first question, what's the best way to deal with a stone goblin? How did he answer that question? Kim Yu-shin, with a blank expression, simply said, stab it in the gut. The second problem, when you see 8 goblins charging in the forest, write down what you'll do. Kim Do-hyuk didn't hesitate to pick up the test and read it aloud. Starting with the first monster charging forward, you impale them one by one, sending them straight to hell. The teacher is furious but powerless to act. After arguing back and forth with her student, she was too angry to speak and decided to give Kim Do-hyuk a chance to prove himself. If he could defeat the monster as he'd written in his test, she'd reconsider his grade, hoping he'd be scared and beg for mercy. But instead, Kim Do-hyuk went straight to the armory, grabbed a random sword, and approached the stone monster. The beast swung its arm to attack, but then all that could be heard was its pained growl as the sword pierced its stomach, and in seconds, the stone monster vanished completely. Kim Do-hyuk turned to the stunned crowd with an obvious look on his face. Just stab it in the gut. The students below froze, wondering if he'd taken down a stone monster with a regular sword, without magic. Witnessing this, the teacher no longer dared to be arrogant and softly asked the boy how he did it. Kim Do-hyuk looked at the teacher with a questioning gaze. Didn't you see me do it? Just stabbed it in the gut. Lilia, feeling like she'd been called blind, was beyond humiliation and just felt utter disbelief. She bites her nails, piecing together the information. To defeat a stone goblin with a knife or sword, one would need at least an A-rank weapon. So, logically, it should take one strike with such a weapon. But he took it down with that ordinary sword? I thought that was it. But no, the instructor still wanted to test her second question, so Kim Do-hyuk was immediately transported to another scene. Before he could even assess the situation, a group of blue goblins, or simply berserker goblins, appeared right in front of him. These guys are not easy to deal with. If you're not careful, the ones in front will use their battle cry and the rest will swarm you. Normally, a skilled mage would wipe them out in one go or run, but not Kim Do-hyuk. He didn't care how many there were or how they fought. He just charged in, sword first. The first one took a blade to the head, and the second caught one in the throat as they fell, one by one. Kim Do-hyuk turned to the instructor and replied confidently, I got the second question right, didn't I? At this point, the instructor was too intimidated to say a word. The next day, Kim Do-hyuk brought Erin to the training room to work on her physical fitness, as usual. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't keep up, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. Kim Do-hyuk wondered if she didn't usually train. Why are you panting like a dog? How are you going to fight monsters like that? Erin wearily explains that she can use magic by borrowing power from her patron constellations. Just as Kim Do-hyuk predicted, instead of physical training, they focused on magical power since relying on the constellations. They won't need physical strength as long as they borrow enough power from the constellations. However, the risks are too great. What happens when they're trapped in a maze or a dungeon that prohibits magic? Or what if their mana runs out in a prolonged battle? What if their constellations refuse to lend them power? Too many problems arise. Kim Do-hyuk then tells Arin to rest, while he does another round of training. After the beauty left, the old man finally dared to interrupt, asking why he was helping her train. Apparently, it was because she wouldn't stop nagging, giving Kim Do-hyuk a headache, so he agreed. As he was chatting, he glanced to the side. Muscle maniac Seo was also there, and it seemed he'd been training quite a bit. As Seo Yi departed, Kim Do-hoon mused that he seemed smarter than those obsessed with magic, then wondered what those mysterious constellations were up to. The old man could only answer that he didn't know, because he truly didn't. Not wanting to get punched, the lackey gave the teacher a bonus. If he completes the new quest, will he learn more about the constellations? Speaking of which, Kim Do-hyu hurriedly opened that damn window to check, and it had a bit more information. The task requires him to go to Vanla, the Great Forest Eye, home of Maya Rona. A familiar name, but a new place, and the final destination of the first semester. If it weren't for this damn quest, Kim Do-hyuk would have rushed there after recovering, but it seems he has to endure until then. No matter how foolish he is, he realizes he can't be expelled from the academy until the mission is complete. His secret must be kept. Meanwhile, in London, England, at the Vench family manor, Adelia, the Venchik family's deputy head, sat listening to her subordinate report about Dara being summoned to South Korea by Rocken, and the names alone were giving her a headache. Jero Venchik, the family's troublemaker and the worst kind of thug, has used the Venchik name to cause scandal after scandal. At 19, he murdered 5 members of the British Academy over a petty argument, and by 20, his name was stricken from the Vench family records. He's been living in seclusion for years, and now he's meeting with Raku. Adelia, sensing something, orders him watched before it's too late. Not only that, she sends a message to Rarzin, warning that if he's up to no good, he'll be exiled from the family. Adelia had no patience for idlers, those who enjoyed the family's power without earning it. That power isn't for trash, it's all for her. The next day, even during class, Kim Do-hyuk's mind was elsewhere. Lost in thought, the girl in front of him suddenly signaled and handed him a note, which immediately changed his expression. Since students were allowed out this week, Kim Do-hyuk quickly wrote a permission slip as soon as class ended. Jien has been trailing behind him, stuttering and unable to get a word out, which is starting to irritate him, especially since she didn't respond to his polite reply earlier. She just stood there, rambling nonsense. Jien only wanted to know how Kim Do-hyuk managed to kill the stone goblin so easily. But the words felt awkward, as if insulting his own pride. Before she could finish, the teacher appeared like a ghost, cutting her off, asking how he killed the stone monster. Out of nowhere, the teacher steals her spotlight, then offers Kim Do-hyuk a position as her assistant, promising special privileges and the chance to study monster-slaying techniques. Watching them leave, Dasayon choked back tears, deciding not to ask. The next day, as planned, Kim Do-hyuk took his loot to a night market to sell. He sells at the night market to remain anonymous, where similar items are also traded. This illegal market persists because its creator is a protective constellation known as the Hidden Ruler. Created and maintained by a constellation, high-level players openly frequented it, and despite its illegality, the government showed no signs of cracking down. This is also why he easily found a way to infiltrate it. Just as the guide said, Kim Do-hyuk quickly arrived. Looking around, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. The purple sky and cloudy moonlight were exactly like the night sky he'd seen 300 years ago. Ignoring this strange sky, Kim Do-hyuk stumbles upon the employee he read about online, pays the 2 million entrance fee, and is immediately welcomed as a VIP. From this man, Kim Do-hyu received a mask and information about the most reputable dealer. Following the directions, Kim Do-hyu arrived before Morris, who was considered the best buyer. Without wasting any time, Kim Do-hyuk pulled out a bag full of valuable rings. But Morris initially seemed nonchalant, assuming they were cheap. But as soon as he picked them up to inspect, he was shocked. I've seen enough of these to know. These are relics from the era of destruction. Are the others too? They're all from the same era. Where did he get so many artifacts? Maurice curiously asked where he got them, but the rules forbade prying into personal matters, so Kim Do-hyun remained silent. He urged him to hurry up and check how much he could pay. Maurice stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said he didn't know. He can't appraise them because these artifacts are from the era of destruction, and he doesn't have enough capital to buy them. Kim Do-hyun, quite surprised, tries to ask where he can sell them. Maurice pointed towards the towering spire where the auction hall was located, but with so many reservations it would take 2 to 3 weeks, and he'd have to return to verify and receive payment. This is too complicated. Even with more money, Kim Yoo-hyun seemed unhappy and asked the old man if he could help him set a price. Morris typed the number into his computer, the zeros stretching beyond the young man's comprehension. Although he knew they were valuable from his past life, Kim Do-hyo didn't expect them to be worth this much. Morris says that even selling his entire fortune wouldn't equal 3/4 of this value. Not wanting to haggle, Kim Do-hyo agreed to the price, shocking Maurice. These relics from the era of destruction fetch a high price due to their age. There's also a major reason behind this: the constellations. Constellations began appearing after the era ended, reacting strangely to artifacts from that time. It's said that an ordinary person made a pact with the constellations using these very artifacts. Maurice examines the rings meticulously. Mana flows through the details, magic radiating from the artifact still lingers. He feels lucky to have acquired such treasures for so little. Just then, someone suddenly appeared, shocking Morris because the owner of the break-it market had come to greet him personally, as he had registered anonymously to bid on the item. Looking at the items in Morris's hands, Breakcast exclaimed in amazement, "My constellation seems to really want this ring." After the transaction, Kim Do-hyo quickly heads home, overjoyed by the amount of money in his account. Financial worries be gone. If he needs more, he can just pull it from the vault. He has tons. Just then, his phone rang, and before he could say a word, he was bombarded with information. It was Professor Lilia inviting him to lunch, and since he was hungry and it was free, why not go? But as they say, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The professor kept droning on about becoming her teaching assistant and offered many benefits. For example, scholarships, grants for writing theses with her, and recognition at the Monster Research Association. Fame and fortune would follow. Blah blah. Specifically, he'd be allowed out twice a week instead of once a month. All this talk is giving him a headache, and none of it benefits Kim Do-hyuk. What he needs now is to get to the Great Forest, and he can only do that during the first-year evaluation test. Even she, as a lecturer, can't help him. Kim Do-hyuk flatly refuses, stating he won't be her assistant or write a thesis with her, so she should drop the fantasy. If one plan fails, try another. Lilia offered information in exchange for his monster-slaying secrets, but the details about Choi Aaron failed to pique his interest. With his hunger sated, Kim Do-hyuk abruptly stood and left, but not before asking why she was so hard on her students. They're still children, yet she's so strict in teaching them. As if struck in the heart, Lilia begins to explain at length, but in short, she believes that as a professor of mystical monsters, it would be terrible not to do her best. Normally, monster attacks directly affect the survival rate of students, and they can't even remember basic attacks, which is why she's so strict with them. Kim Do-hyuk, upon hearing this, simply stated that it was her own wish, then bid farewell and left. At Xiang, in the private residence of the Choi Jin family, Choi Jon-seo, head of the History Assembly and patriarch of the Choi family, summons his eldest son, Choi Jin-gon, and second daughter, Choi Aaron, to inquire about their plans before participating in the classification test, a test that, if passed, could grant them the opportunity to form a contract through the sacred artifact, Cheoyang Wando. This ritual determines the family's heir, but failure means expulsion. He unsheathed his sword, his gaze stern. "So, will you participate?" They both seem a little intimidated. And so, because their father had spoken, they both agreed. The classification test would be held in 3 weeks, giving them plenty of time to prepare. On the way back, Choi Jin-gon, who clearly disliked Aaron, hurled insults, scorn, and challenges now that he was participating in the classification test. "Don't you see the look on father's face, like you actually want to be the head of the family? You wild beast child, look at your face. I'm so scared. Don't get your hopes up about winning the test. You can't even receive starlight blessings, can you? How can you beat me, someone who's made a pact? Have you already given up? Well, keep leeching off the family fortune, and I'll make you pay it all back, dear brother." Days passed, and as midterms approached, while the homeroom teacher droned on about regulations and penalties, Kim Do-hyo was lost in thought. All the exams at Valhalla had great significance. For both the midterm and final exams, a low score means immediate expulsion, so Kim Do-hyuk was a little worried. The practical exam is easy, but the written one is tricky. He needs to stick around until the end of the semester to get to the Great Forest. But the young man didn't yet know how to achieve that. Suddenly, Kim Do-hyuk had an idea. He instinctively called out to Jae-ho, "Hey, you've been to most of the classes, right? So, take the test for me." The assistant refused immediately, and he felt so wronged. But refusal was futile. After a few threats from Kim Do-hyuk, he had no choice but to agree. After the lesson, Aaron, who had been ready for a while, shyly asked Kim Do-hyuk about training. It just so happens he needs to practice with weapons anyway, so he'll teach her a little swordsmanship. though it's less sword play and more just how to hold a sword, a basic move every swordsman should know. According to Arin, it's been a while since she's held her sword, not since training with Kim Do-hyuk. Usually she practices all the time. Kim Do-hyuk asked her to draw her sword, but something was off. He began to teach her, bit by bit, to focus her strength into her ring and pinky fingers, gripping the hilt tightly. Arin felt a difference. Without channeling mana, the sword felt more secure and stable than wielding it with both hands. Come on. Showing everything she's got with that sword, Kim Do-hyun waits to see her display of power as Arin's movement speed increases dramatically. It was all thanks to those grueling days of training. Kim Do-hyuk constantly showed her attacking movements, how to focus her power, and so on. And as expected, Arin is now much stronger, silently thanking Kim Do-hyuk for her help. An hour later, both seemed exhausted, and Kim Do-hyuk called for her to stop there. That's enough for today. Arin collapses to the ground, exhausted. Looking at Kim Do-hyuk, an idea sparked in her mind, and she asked if they could train together again. Kim Do-hyuk considers this, knowing he could learn a lot from sparring with Choi Arin, and teaching someone with her talent would be enjoyable. He sensed her unique swordsmanship technique back at the opening ceremony. Even with the breathing technique, the feeling is different. Thanks to this special swordsmanship, he can rediscover his own senses. 3 years ago, she would have been a worthy disciple. But sadly, he no longer has that freedom. Kim Do-hyuk, finding amusement in teasing her, declared he wouldn't fight. He expected Arin to whine, but she simply said she understood, leaving him slightly disconcerted. Arin replies that because he's always right, she'll listen to him no matter what. 2 weeks later, at Manhwa Stadium, all the first-year students gather. Everyone knows the reason, except for one person. Kim Do-hyuk wonders why he has to be here. The old man sighed in frustration. The homeroom teacher talked about this 2 weeks ago. If only I could punch that old geezer a few times. To avoid any further delay, the head instructor and teacher step forward to explain the rules of Valhalla's midterm exam. A dungeon raid. You'll form teams and enter an artificial dungeon. Anyone can join any team. I think 8 is a good number for each team, but you're free to add or subtract members as you see fit. The school will evaluate everyone based on their contribution to the dungeon raid with a 5-hour time limit as the elimination criteria. Fail to clear the test within that time, and you're out. The dungeon's difficulty is F rank. Now begin the test. As the announcement ends, the students scramble to form teams, while the children of the 5 families seem to grasp the key to the test. The remaining students formed groups of 20 or 8, and if things aren't balanced, a fight is inevitable. The moment students entered the dungeon, they began accumulating points, but with everyone choosing to team up, Kim Do-hyun decided to go it alone. For him, this game is a piece of cake. But Kim Do-hyuk is surprised to see Arin still standing there, not having entered yet. Oh, so she said she'd follow my lead from now on. I went in alone, so she's doing the same. Others invited her to join them, but Arin coldly refused, saying she could do it alone. Do-hyuk also said it wasn't that hard. That's what she told them before heading in. In the Vana control room, the supervisors are strictly monitoring and scoring the trainees, but the scores seem low because combat instructor Lee Sang-chun is the head grader. In his youth, he was known as the Dungeon Master, a legend with a 99% dungeon clearing rate. Therefore, he understands the essence of dungeon raiding better than anyone, which is why Lee Sang-cheon scores the trainees as he does. After a quick look, the old man seemed quite pleased. There were quite a few talented individuals this year, especially Jun Soyo. Excellent combat abilities, textbook healer, resourceful in handling situations, assigning team members to specific roles, directing movements to earn points, and above all, forming a party mid-battle to ensure the dungeon's completion. Jun Soon is good, but unlucky to be up against Kim Do-hyuk this year, tarnishing her record. Speaking of Kim Do-hyuk, the teacher searches for him. But what the hell? Strangely, there's no name at all. Lee Sang-chun wonders if the machine is broken. Shouldn't it be able to find all the information of students who've entered the dungeon? Something felt off, so the teacher checked the list of those who had completed the task. So it was here all along, just as I suspected. Kim Do-hyuk's name was right there in front of him, leaving the instructor in stunned disbelief. Unbelievable, he soloed it in just 23 minutes and 32 seconds, something unheard of in Manhwa. The proctor couldn't believe it, but he had to review the footage to be sure. 1, 2, then a whole horde, each felled by Kim Do-hyuk's unerring blade. After the goblins came the orcs, hacking and slashing. In just a few minutes, he stood before the boss. It was a goblin specifically created for the midterm exam, but Kim Do-hyuk took it down with a single, swift strike. His stats are like 8 people combined. Seeing this, Lee Sang-cheon could only smile helplessly. It seems Kim Do-hyuk has secured the top spot in this exam. The test concludes swiftly, with some elated and others left to rely on crutches. Looking at the results, the homeroom teacher was speechless. Seeing this, the head coach explained, "I knew he'd be in first place, but I didn't think he could complete it all alone without any help. If he continues to grow and pursue this path, Korea could reclaim the title of the One, the title for the strongest contractor." Seeing this, Kim Legan stammered a question, but the head coach, realizing he might have been too hasty, simply brushed it off. "Perhaps I spoke too soon, being overexcited by the lack of prodigies lately. But this isn't entirely unexpected. But it was the name in second place, Choi Arin, that surprised them the most. Lee Sang-cheon never thought she'd go solo, but she did, albeit with some injuries and a bit of time. He wondered aloud to his teacher if Doosan wouldn't have scored higher if the test was about teamwork. But Kim Do-hyo and Choi Arin scored higher due to their contribution levels. But the results are in, so there's no point in arguing. Even though the teacher said that, Kim Legan was still a little suspicious. He met her when he was in Jin's group. Erin was like a model student who only knew how to practice swordsmanship, but now she has ideas about clearing dungeons alone. This is insane. For a moment, he thought Kim Do-hyuk was behind it, but he quickly dismissed that absurd idea. The next day, as expected, the rankings shocked everyone, and Rock Vench, seeing Kim Do-hyuk's name, was itching with anger, asking his assistant, "Jira is in Korea, right? Call him immediately." Julia knew there was a point, but as an errand runner, she had to obey. That same day at a restaurant in Jamson, Rock rushed out to meet Jera, who waved hello with his scarred face. Then, as if starved for decades, he sliced a piece of steak and shoved it into his mouth, chewing voraciously as Anjasera asked between bites about the guy he wanted her to take care of, Kim Do-hui. "What did he do?" Gisera asked, finally getting a chance to speak, and Rock Yao immediately responded, "Nothing much, I just can't stand his low birth. Please return him to where he belongs." Oh, so he's a classist. All beings are equal, except for him, apparently. Gisera, mid-bite, asks if he can kill him, and Rock Yao nonchalantly agrees. Then Jera pointed at Julia, revealing he'd just killed an old woman from her family for being too talkative, making her tremble like a leaf. With that done, he grinned savagely and told Rock Yao to get his payment ready. A week later, as the head of the exam, Kim Do-hyuk was allowed to go out for a bit, prompting complaints from the old doctor who said, "Didn't you already go out?" Not wanting to waste words on this busybody, Kim Do-hyuk states he needs to retrieve the records from Suwon. Packing his bags and turning on Google Maps, he wanders to a hill, ready to enjoy the scenery with Zhao Zhao, when someone interrupts him. Kim Do-hyuk stopped, demanding to know the man's background, hometown, and purpose. Gisera, of course, remained silent, ignoring the questions and launching into a monologue. "Do you wonder why it was me, of all people, who found you on this mountain?" Of course Kim Do-hyuk knew. He was once a sword king, not a fool. "So, you're saying you'll just leave like nothing happened once you're done?" Perfect, what a great match. They immediately get into defensive positions and charge into battle. Kim Do-hyuk drops his bag with a thud as Gisera throws a fierce punch, but he dodges it, the fist instead shattering a tree. Gisera, now excited, turns to her opponent and threatens, "Oh, you're quite lucky. You dodged that blow. If you hadn't, you know what would have happened, right?" Kim Do-hyuk scoffs, "Lucky? No, you're just too slow." He glances at the destruction Gisera caused, knowing he's facing a formidable foe. This guy might even be as strong as, or stronger than, Oh Se-hyuk. Kim Do-hyuk realizes he's too dangerous and his weak body can't take a hit. And so retreat is the best strategy. But he can't let his prey escape. Gisera gleefully gives chase, thinking it'll be easy, but Kim Do-hyuk suddenly turns back and punches him in the face, sending him sprawling. Crippling the enemy is key. Kim Do-hyuk smirks, raising his foot and bringing it down hard towards his face. In the nick of time, Gisera twists his body to avoid the blow, a near miss that could have required surgery. He angrily gets up, wipes the blood from his nose, and grits his teeth, cursing, "You bastard. What you just did caught me off guard." Kim Do-hoo retorted, without missing a beat, "You should know that I'm the leader of Vaughn." Gisera fell silent upon hearing that. He knew, but he didn't understand what drug made him so strong. The Vench family members enhanced their combat state using their family's talent. Even slightly, that family's talent was an innate ability to create pharmaceuticals. Gisera could easily use any drug given to him. His parents had him drink hundreds of thousands of enhancement potions, making him stronger than an adult by the age of 16. His parents wanted to use him to gain recognition from the family. But once he was strong enough, Gisera didn't want to live his life under their control. And he sent his parents on their way before being exiled from the family by the self-proclaimed head. But Gisera didn't care. In this dark world, most problems could be solved with money, and he became even bolder after his ties to the family were severed. When Rock offered him money for the job, he asked for Kim Do-hyuk's life instead, wondering how fun it would be to play with the top scorer of the entrance exam, the madman who insulted and eliminated all the association's spies. But facing Kim Do-hyuk, he had a different question. Who was this guy? Jisera paused, then asked, "Hey, what kind of drugs are you on to be so strong? I don't think it's any cheap drug an orphan like you could afford." Kim Do-hyuk burst out laughing, holding his stomach for a long moment before replying. "Drugs? What are you babbling about, you idiot? So you're just a juiced-up musclehead?" Jisera, feeling insulted, stubbornly asks again, "You really didn't use drugs to get stronger?" He stretched his shoulders and neck as he replied, "Of course not. You're an imbecile. I got strong through hard work and training. In a way, I can compare you to that. But it's rude to compare someone with naturally built muscles to a guy like you. What an unprovoked insult." Jisera's face burned with humiliation as he drew his weapon, silently vowing to make the bastard pay. Did he eat too much grass and start hallucinating? He barely manages to pull out his dagger and surround himself with magical power, ready to say something profound, but before he can even open his mouth, he gets a painful blow to the head. "Did you really think I'd let you off that easy? What a moron. What kind of idiot waits for their opponent to power up?" He beat the guy senseless while trash-talking him. Jisera cries out for help, unimpressed by his trash talk. He begs for mercy, but it's not enough. Kim Do-hee pulls him close, grabs his hair, and grins menacingly. "You can't pass out yet, you drug-addled idiot. I was going to let you go, but all you've done is try to provoke me into a fight. But you said you'd take care of me, so I can't let you go. I have some questions for you anyway, so bite down hard." Jisera, terrified by the fist before him, screamed in despair, a stark reminder that pride comes before a fall. "Dream on, darling." Meanwhile, back at the van, Rock eagerly awaits good news from his senior. He was so sure Kim Do-hyuk was done for, but little did he know that it was Jisera who would need the coffin. Rock happily called Julia to get the car ready to clean up the mess. Just then, Jisera called, and Rock eagerly answered, "Yes, brother. Did you take care of him?" The line went silent, then filled with pained moans, followed by a familiar voice. "I bet you have no idea what's going on, do you? I wonder what kind of expression you'll make. Let me translate for your brother. If I die, light 2 incense sticks for me. Wait for me." Rock Vench paled upon hearing this and hung up immediately, not even giving Kim Do-hyuk a chance to say another word. Now he's afraid his deeds will be exposed, afraid he'll face retribution. It's only a matter of time before news reaches the Venchik family. Rock clutched his head, silently plotting Kim Do-hyuk's demise, believing him a mere commoner, easily silenced with time. Meanwhile, after dealing with the simpleton, Kim Yu-shin and his master continued their search for relics. The elder grew more confused and asked, "Did that guy forget his brain? Why didn't you just kill him?" Tired of his students' endless questions, he finally answers, "If it were him in the past, he would have crushed that guy's head, but now he's just a high school student." That makes sense. Bayek Cheon strokes his chin, pondering. "By the way, there are a few things I'm starting to worry about. I'm talking about the magic that guy emitted earlier. It feels strangely familiar. If he could unleash more, I could confirm it. But I've encountered this before." "You don't sense anything? Oh, so it was magic." Kim Do-hyuk didn't see anything special, since he'd never been a demon, so he ignored him. Back to Jisera's confession after having his fingers broken, Kim Do-hyuk looked at him and gently asked, "Who sent you to find me?" "Oh, that's right, isn't it? Didn't I already fix your jaw?" He then reached into the man's mouth, snapping it back into place. "Now you can talk." Jisera remained stubborn, but after seeing his fingers broken one by one, he finally spoke. "Rock Bench sent me. I am Jisera of the first kind, a mercenary by trade. According to him, constellations were the first race to worship the Jade Blade, and he made a pact with one. Jisera boasted that if he'd had 30 more seconds to power up, the outcome would have been different. This guy's talking nonsense, and it's giving me a headache. I was going to let him off if he showed remorse, but maybe I should just shut my mouth." He resets the man's dislocated jaw, mentioning a name he seems to recognize. Kim Yu-shin searches the web for answers. A series of trending news articles appear, most of which paint a grim picture. Kim Do-hyuk is furious, so he decides to skip the search and settle the score with that bastard Rock Dieu. To teach this bastard a lesson, he came up with a bold idea. In this day and age, you need to use technology, not just brute force. Luckily, he recorded Jisera's confession, so now he just needs to find a place to post it. Easy game. Think you can mess with me? Kim Do-hyuk immediately calls his aunt Lilia for a favor. She thought I was calling to beg for an assistant position, and eagerly answered, "But that's not why I called." Do you know any reporters? Kim Do-hyuk asked, cutting her off. The very next day, news of the Venchik family's plot to murder a student at Valhalla quickly became a trending topic. Embellished, of course, but still focusing on the Vench and Rock families. The online community buzzed with drama, endlessly speculating. Kim Do-hyuk smiled with satisfaction at the result of his efforts. This is modern warfare. Even Baek couldn't help but praise my ability to adapt to modern culture at lightning speed, despite living 3 years in the past. When he was first reincarnated, Kim Yoo-hyun struggled, but he focused on familiarizing himself with everything by browsing forums and reading the news, which is why he's so savvy now. After reading all the newly published articles, Kim Yoo-hyun wearily lamented. Unfortunately, I was only aiming for Rockzil, but all the reporters published this and attacked the Venchik family. Little did he know this would force the family head to hold a press conference and issue an apology. Before the cameras, she feigned sincerity, denied any wrongdoing, and refused to take responsibility. He only expressed guilt, promising to personally visit and apologize to the victims, offering no further explanation. Rock watched the news, his face turning green with dismay. Just then, his father called, ordering him back to England at once on the family's orders. The next day, for personal gain and a reduced sentence of only 5 years, Jisera falsely confessed to being behind the incident, taking the fall for that wretch. He was transported like cargo on a prison ship across the Pacific Ocean to the prison tower, a prison created by an S-class constellation that could turn even false contractors into ordinary humans. Jisera happily thought to himself that all he needed to do was keep his mouth shut so Rock Jill could stay in the family. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. 5 years is nothing. The thought was cut short by a chilling voice from beside him. What an ugly face. Jisera barely looked up before his head was severed, leaving him no time for a final word. At the Venchik estate, Rocky Eden's father and son bow before their host, Rock Dio, who asks, "What do you intend to do now?" she asks. The father and son quickly apologize, but it's not enough to quell the family head's rage. If you could just apologize after killing someone, the world would be in chaos. After hearing Rock's pathetic explanation, the other party grew even angrier. An immense aura of mana emanated, terrifying them as she approached Rock and whispered, "What should we do?" Rock Vench, now consumed by fear, cowered like a dog about to be butchered, and immediately knelt down. "I'll do anything to restore our family's honor." Hearing him say that is just laughable. The only way to restore our family's honor is to cut ties with him. Hearing this, the old man from the E family finally intervened. "Patriarch, isn't this punishment a bit harsh?" She turned sharply to him, asking if he wanted the same fate as his son. The old man fell silent, not daring to utter another word. She wanted to kill or disown them both, right then and there, but doing so would be an admission of guilt. So the head of the household reluctantly intervened. "I won't expel you now. Return to Van La and keep your mouth shut. After I meet with Kim Do-hyun, I'll reconsider. Now, leave." Though spared for now, Rock Yao isn't foolish enough to think he won't be disowned eventually. But with the media involved, she can't do anything yet. So we'll have to act before she can, because nothing's stopping him now. Rock Yao turned to his father and said, "You have to help me too, Dad." Of course, the old man had always spoiled his precious son, so he simply warned him to be discreet, no matter what. What a pair. Rotten to the core. Days later, at Valhalla Academy, Kim Do-hyuk was annoyed to hear that the head of the Venchik family would personally apologize, and he wanted nothing to do with it. But after being persuaded by his homeroom teacher, and because they were the family that poured the most money into the academy, he reluctantly agreed. She entered with an air of utmost nobility, but Kim Do-hyuk paid her no mind. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kim Do-hyuk. I am Adelia Venchik, head of the Venchik family." Kim Do-hyuk offered only a few obligatory words in return. Yes, it was nice to meet her. After an awkward silence, she spoke first. "We released an official statement immediately after the attack, but unfortunately, neither the media nor the public believe it. So, I wanted to tell you this, and offer a chance to clear up this misunderstanding. Can you help us, Kim Do-hyuk and Chua? Unbelievable. She speaks as if her words are true. What a despicable person." "No," Kim Do-hyuk replied without a second thought, not wanting to overcomplicate things. To persuade him, Adelia offered full support until graduation, guaranteed employment, and a path to becoming a top hunter in Korea. "That sounds tempting, but I'm not interested." Kim Do-hyuk pointed at her and rejected the offer outright. "I don't need any rewards. I just want to see how you live with the shame Rock Yao left on the Venchik name." Her anger flares, shedding her superior facade for a terrifying visage, spewing vulgar insults. "Who do you think you're talking to? I came to this wretched academy to make things easier for you, and you dare to be arrogant? Should I just kill you right here, right now? I was trying to be generous and give you a chance, and you just threw it away like that? What a waste. That sounds impressive, but Kim Do-hoon is no pushover either. A perfect 10 for savagery, but he's not wrong. Didn't she say the Vench family had nothing to do with the assassination attempt on him? To embellish that lie, she wanted to invest a fortune and time in me, but now she wants to kill me? Well, even if you really attacked me, you wouldn't be able to kill me anyway. Adelia was fuming, but helpless. She grabbed her coat and left, reminding Kim Do-hywook to remember her face. Once things calmed down, Boosh lamented, "Did you really have to make such a big deal out of it?" Though he's a star, he doesn't want to meddle in this nonsense. And Kim Do-hyuk just found someone to vent his anger on. Who told you to speak up when the teacher was angry? He dragged the poor guy out and scolded him so badly he couldn't even lift his head. Tired of all these rich people, Kim Do-hyuk decides to drag his weary body to the practice room a bit early. But as the drama king, trouble seems to follow him everywhere. He's barely at the training center's gate when he overhears the Choi-jin siblings arguing. Overhearing Choi Jin-gon's dismissive and forceful words to Aaron, Kim Do-hee's anger boils over, and he steps in, ready for a verbal fight, pointing directly at his opponent for emphasis. "You're the jerk who's trying to stop someone from achieving their dreams after all their hard work?" Suddenly, some idiot barges in, spouting nonsense. Choi Jin-gun calmly asks him who he is. "Do you know who I am to dare speak to me like that? Kim Do-hyuk doesn't care who your daddy is. He hates it, so he curses everyone. If you want more, he'll return the favor. Why is it that today all I see are bastards flaunting their fake power? I don't care if you're a king, a chairman, or whatever. Don't you dare trespass on academy grounds and demand something from a student. If you're done barking, then get lost." With the scolding done, he turns to Aaron for approval, and the previously invisible girl wholeheartedly agrees. Suddenly interrupted, Choi Jin-gun wants nothing more to do with this. He stormed off in a huff, but not before leaving a few words of consolation for his little sister. May will understand the problem when she checks. Choi Aaron is like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. She immediately turned to thank Kim Do-hyuk for his unlikely assistance. But Aaron was even crazier than he thought. She emphasized that if it were her, she wouldn't just say, "Go away," after cursing. "But your mom." Before she could finish, he interrupted and dragged them both into the training room. He's wasting too much time on that jerk. A few days later, Kim Do-hyuk packs his bags and heads to the hill near Si-hung to begin his treasure hunt. The old man asked curiously, "Didn't you already find a lot of artifacts and inscribed stones in your old records?" He doesn't understand that human greed is bottomless. Of course, Kim Do-hyuk had some already, but he still wanted to know what else was in the remaining records, and he thought there might be something miraculous hidden inside. If he finds them, he can overcome the major physical weaknesses of his frail body. Meanwhile, at the Choi-jin family, countless reporters and journalists are gathering. They've come because today is the day of the Choi family's selection test. Inside, Patriarch Choi Jon-seo asks his two children one last time to be sure. As their father declared, the selection test is about to begin. Success means recognition as the family heir. Failure means expulsion. "Are you both ready?" Their affirmative answer pleased him. He continues to explain the rules of the test. The task is to find the twin swords hidden on the mountain. Whoever finds the twin swords and brings them to me will be declared the winner of this test. Any means are acceptable, but killing is strictly forbidden. Now let the test begin. The signal is given. Choi Aaron immediately sprinted into the forest to search, while her brother took his time. He already had a plan: wait for her to find the dagger, then snatch it and claim his place as clan leader. That lazy glutton wants something for nothing. He'll get nothing. True to his word, he quickly puts his dirty plan into action. While his sister sniffed around, exhausted from searching for the hidden swords, her brother emerged asking pointless questions. Was she using magic to find them? Who taught you that? Choi Aaron is a good girl and she'll answer if you ask. And so it was, again. She curtly replied and drew her sword, ready for a solo battle. Before, her friend taught her to relax her entire body, use her fingertips and toes to release magic weakly, then slowly spread that magic throughout her body until she could feel it in every strand of her hair, sensing magic slowly and gradually, and even feeling the magic emanating from those around her. This makes it easy to sense the magic lingering on the ground and in the air. So it really is an illusion. But is it any different from reality? But thanks to what Kim Do-hyuk taught her, she's getting closer to her goal, only to be interrupted by her bastard of a brother. Hearing the name of the one who insulted him before, Choi Jang-un sneers, approaching his sister and throwing shade. "Kim Do-hyuk, huh? I know him. Is that the shameless guy you were with before? That idiot actually has talent? You can insult me, but insulting Kim Do-hai-huk is a death wish. Choi Arin bit her lip and retorted, "He's stronger than the likes of you, so why are you even here?" Choi Jong-un seemed to have hit a nerve. He smugly draws his sword and strikes forward. "Why do you think?" "This is why I'm here." He thought his little sister was still weak, so he acted like he was all that. But his arrogance was short-lived as reality hit him hard. Choi Jong-un blocked the attack, wondering, "Wait, not only is she resisting, but she's pushing me back. What the hell? Since when did she get so strong?" Choi Arin attacks relentlessly, swinging her sword without tiring. Choi Jong-un, panting heavily, complains, "Did they teach you how to be a wild boar at school? I see you're charging harder now." But Choi Arin didn't care. Empty words couldn't faze her pure heart. She retorted, "Just give up and save yourself the pain." Now he's really mad. Beaten by a girl who told him to give up. No one could take that. Enraged, Choi Jong-un kicks off the ground, launching himself at her, but Arin anticipates the move, spins her sword, and strikes upward, sending him crashing to the ground. As he dropped his weapon, she spun her sword and thrusted it into his gut, leaving Choi Jong-un on the ground, defeated. She finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She was initially confident she would land at least one blow, but she didn't expect it to be so fatal. With no time to spare, Choi Arin picked up her weapon and prepared to retrieve the sword. "You didn't really think you'd won, did you?" The question from behind froze her for a few seconds. As she turned, her opponent was already out of control, engulfed in a dark mana. "You're evil. Have you been possessed?" "Why?" Choi Arin asked, looking at him. Choi Jong-un remained silent, charging forward with his sword aimed at a fatal spot. Arin couldn't dodge in time, and was struck across the abdomen. It turned out he'd joined the Cult of the Grave, the world's third most dangerous villainous group, which is where his power came from. Clutching her wound, she looked up at her brother with curiosity. "Joining them is better? And what about your life?" A question so naive, it's almost laughable. Choi Jong-un, with his blade on his shoulder, responds frankly, "Listen, I want ultimate power and authority. I want to rise above the mundane, to have it all." And so he begins to lament his life as the eldest son of the Choin clan. He had to be the perfect example. The only reason he remained in the Jin Union was because of his father's supervision and his desire for the clan's leadership. And above all, the requirement to join the Faith Association is the family's twin swords relic. If his sister, Choi Arin, hadn't participated in the selection 10 years ago, he would have had that relic in his hands. He was only 12 then and couldn't control his desires, so he killed her on the mountain before finding the swords. But luck was still on his side. He couldn't find the artifact, was severely injured, and failed the test. But now that he's older, he won't let that mistake happen again. Choi Jong-un raises his sword with excitement, saying, "Say hello to your sister for me." Arin could only sit there helplessly, awaiting her death, as she no longer had the strength to resist. But it ain't over till it's over. Just as death was about to claim her, Kim Do-hyuk appeared like a god, stopping the blade in the nick of time. He stared at him and exclaimed, "What in the world are you doing? What kind of crazy brother holds a sword to his sister's neck?" Turns out, Do-hyuk came to find her, and since she was right here, he managed to stop the attack in time. Arin only gets to come home twice a month otherwise. Suddenly interrupted, Choi Jong-un angrily charged forward, yelling, "This is a family matter, so get out." He talked a big game, but his strikes missed. Then he was hit with Kim Do-hyuk's combo attack and immediately collapsed. But it wasn't over yet. He was far from finished. Choi Jong-un rose, an immense surge of dark energy erupting from his sword. Now completely out of control, consumed by thoughts of death, he attacks his opponent. This fool, did a mere freshman at Vanilla really think he could defeat the leader of a crime syndicate? He charged forward with all his might, yelling at the top of his lungs. But Kim Do-hyuk wasn't an easy target. Even with the magic-infused sword attacks, he dodged them all and returned the favor to the self-proclaimed crime boss. Realizing he has no other choice, he pulls out a stone and consumes it. A man-made holy artifact containing the power of a constellation he's contracted with. Choi Rihan has fully powered up, and a surge of magic, as if showing off his power, covers the entire sky, shocking the reporters and the head of the Choi Jin family. Traditionally, they don't interfere with the selection test, but this case is too dangerous, so he has to come and see for himself. The father worries, unaware his son is the cause of it all, as Choi Rang-un excitedly speaks. "That's a special effect, part of the power I gained from contracting with the constellation. This will be your burial ground." Following his words, a series of notifications about the appearance of constellations arose as the Dragon of Destruction recognized the relic and descended. The Destruction Dragon grinned as if it hadn't been this happy in ages and began to boast. The dragon activates the gluttonous eye skill but hesitates when facing Kim Dokja, retracting the eye, then activating it again as if it were having a seizure. Ultimately, the more it looked at Kim Yoo-hyuk, the more terrified it became, refusing the call of the relic, breaking the contract, and fleeing. If it wasn't fast enough, even a constellation would be pushing up daisies. Kim Do-hook, seeing the man's dazed expression, delivers a bonus strike with the hilt of his sword. While at the lair of the Dragon King Han Nebo, the association president, the dragon is getting a serious dressing down for causing so much trouble. Suddenly scolded for no reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure, vowing to find out what made the constellations so afraid. Having found what he was looking for, Kim Do-hook returned to his dorm, clutching the Divine Martial Arts book with glee, inhaling its scent. It contained a breathing technique that could elevate one's magic to incredible heights. B asks, curious, "Is it different from the technique you used in your past life?" Kim Do-hyuk excitedly declares that his previous breathing technique was just trash, a cheap skill he bought and mastered out of desperation. B is shocked to hear that he just bought a random technique that he then used to climb to the top server, and wonders what he'd do if he found something truly amazing. Before finding the divine martial art, Kim Do-hyuk couldn't change his breathing technique because the old one was ingrained in his very being, which is why B defeated him. But not anymore. He'll start over in this life with a new cultivation method. Kim Do-hyuk smiles slyly, stroking the book mysteriously, already planning his next move. He'll put physical training on hold to master divine martial arts first, but his thoughts are interrupted by B. He asked curiously if the previous events on the mountain had a happy ending. Kim Do-hyuk was confident, saying he'd heard someone coming and left and had told Aaron not to reveal him, so nothing would happen. Only the Choin family is in trouble. The press caught wind of their successor selection ceremony, and the event was immediately plastered all over the news. The Choin family's shameful alliance with the infamous Muram Association was plastered all over the news, and to make matters worse, Choi Jang-un was handed over to the police and the association sent them a stern warning. But every cloud has a silver lining. Erin's injuries weren't severe, and she's receiving treatment. Some articles even hail her as a hero for defeating a cult member. The situation is complex, but it seems the press is on their side, a subordinate says, sensing the clan leader's lingering unease. Wouldn't that be a relief, sir? This selection test ended in chaos, but the next clan leader has been decided, and these articles will help solidify her position as successor. Bo felt it was right, but still doubted Aaron had defeated Jiang-un on her own. A few days later, Aaron seemed to have recovered from the accident. However, she couldn't continue training with Kim Do-hyuk due to her current health, and he's been preoccupied with his breathing techniques, leaving him with no time for strenuous activity. While recalling the key points, Bo remembered a few clues about the demonic energy used by Rockdeal and Jang-un, but he still felt like something was obscured, and he needed to find a way to satisfy the second condition to remove this mental barrier. The second condition, the Eye of the Great Forest, is something Kim Do-hyuk can't access, except during the final exam. Just as he was about to seek out the vision of the Great Forest, the teacher called him to the office about an inter-school competition next month, and the school has decided to select participants based on the highest scores from the recent midterm exam. Of course, Kim Do-hyuk couldn't escape his fate of being sent as tribute. Before the teacher could even ask, Kim Do-hyuk gave a nonchalant reply. "I refuse." Kim Do-hyun is speechless, but he doesn't say anything. He looked at him and replied, "I haven't even gotten to the important part yet." With so much to do at home, he was stuck listening to this nonsense, so Kim Do-hyuk urged him to get to the point. The three largest hunter training academies in the world, Korea's Vanla, China's White Lotus, and America's Grand Theater, each select first-year students to represent them in a competition consisting of one-on-one battles, maze escapes, and other tests. Kim Do-hyuk was getting a headache, yawning, waiting for the good part that never came. Just as he was about to refuse again, the teacher became mysterious and said, "But don't you need to get to the eyes of the Great Forest as soon as possible?" A question that instantly changed Kim Do-hyuk's attitude, as he waited curiously for the man to continue. That's where the final exam and the inter-school competition will be held. Basically, it's the same as the final exam. And of course, whoever passes that test will be exempt from the final exam. Sounds tempting. With such a condition, Kim Do-hyuk, of course, immediately agreed to participate. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, Vench Adelia's master is questioning a servant about their plans and the whereabouts of the Rockin family. While family matters are of no concern, the servant shares a shocking piece of news. Rumor has it they're building a building out of paper bills in the market. In other words, they're using cash. And according to him, Brackett is directly responsible for this, though even he has no idea what his star is planning. His lackey only said it was a gift for someone, and he demanded Brackett find the one who sold the ring as soon as possible. The next day, while Kim Lee-gon was hard at work, head coach Lee Sang-chan approached him, asking if the members for the upcoming competition had been chosen. Kim Lun nodded, confirming that they had, and handed him the list of participants. Lee Sang-chan was surprised to see Kim Do-yu's name on the list. He couldn't believe that cheeky kid had agreed to participate. Seeing his curiosity, Kim Lun explained that he initially didn't want to participate, but upon learning it would be held in the eyes of the Great Forest, he suddenly changed his mind, flipping faster than a pancake. Lee Sang-chan said nothing, but deep down, he knew that he was here for some mysterious purpose. As head instructor, he asked the teachers to clear their schedules so he could meet with the youths and give them some instructions. All 5 participating students were present. Oh, and there's Yu Hui, Jo Choi, Ah Rin, Do Jung Jin, and Kim Do Hui. All the participants are here. The instructor wasted no time and cut straight to the chase, explaining that there would be 3 tests to complete. First, a one-on-one duel between students, like the entrance exam. The second part is a team battle. 5 academy members form a team and face off against other students, but all 3 teams will fight at once. And the final part involves the Great Forest's vision. Hearing what he needs, Kim Do-hyuk listens intently, not wanting to miss a word. Lee Sang-cheon briefly described the terrain of that forest. The Great Forest's vision is a maze, true to its name, a forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, the gate is heavily guarded, designed so that not even a fly can enter. The only way in is through the main gate, and specific tasks will be assigned each day. With time running short, the instructor continued to explain the specifics and format of the team battle, then immediately began training. At this point, Kim Do-hyun raised his hand with a question. Could he train alone, sir? The instructor surprisingly agreed. She even asks if anyone else wants to join, but Aaron, remembering her words about following Kim Do-hoo's lead, also wants to train in peace. And even joining the competition was because he was participating, so she agreed to join the team. With work finished, everyone quickly left. Suddenly, Aaron turned to Kim Do-hyuk and asked if she should join the training. Kim Do-hyuk was surprised, but, understanding her current condition, offered some advice. Aaron has a peculiar idea. She wants to grow stronger with him and help him achieve his goals, just as he has helped her. A month later, on the first day of the inter-school competition, the students of Valhalla came to cheer, excited. Among them, Robin Venchik also came to watch the drama unfold. He had previously used his father's money to hire a group of assassins to eliminate Kim Chu-hyuk, the Samson group of a ninja, a veteran assassination squad of 3 who had never failed. But that was before. Now, facing Kim Chu-hyuk, their success is far from guaranteed. They've plotted to eliminate him on the 3rd day of the competition, infiltrating the Great Forest's vision by tailing another contestant. Because they had intel on that part of the exam, no one but the judges would enter the forest. To begin the competition, Chairman Van Halasim Dayun gave a speech and introduced each school's representative. Looking at the kids below, head coach Lee Sang-gon felt a little troubled. His thoughts were interrupted by veteran guide Jack Rover. Upon seeing his teammates, the teacher scoffed, calling them all third-rate, while Jack Rovert confidently stated that this year would be different because this time they have the son of the head of the contractors, Logan J. And he made a pact with the destroyer, not as skilled as his father, but able to defeat a fully grown contractor in an instant. Lee Sang-chan simply grunted, coldly telling his friend that he would understand his reaction soon enough after watching this match. The first match is Kim Do-hyuk of Valhalla versus Logan of Heroes. The rules are simple. Defeat your opponent to win. Even if a weak point is struck with a weapon, the arena's system will automatically minimize the damage. Instead, it will send a painful electric shock to the target, so feel free to attack without interference. Kim Do-hyuk, who slept through school, wondered why they needed a protection system, while Batch Star patiently explained that they needed to conserve their strength for days 1 and 2 to even participate in day 3. The starting signal sounds and Kim Do-hyuk launches the first attack, but his punch is blocked. His opponent eyed him disdainfully, asking a perfunctory question. "You think you're so strong?" Kim Do-hyuk responds politely, but his expression shifts as he unleashes a barrage of taunts. "How long can you withstand my blows?" With that, he spun his fist and delivered a blow to the man's stomach, sending him reeling backward before retaliating with the destroyer's technique. Kim Do-hyuk, having lost a few strands of hair, quickly dodges and mercilessly kicks his opponent. "What do you think you're doing?" Logan clutched his stomach, struggling to stand, feeling like he was about to pass out from just 2 hits. But Logan still had an ace up his sleeve, shattering the arena floor and launching debris into the air to create a smokescreen. But Kim Do-hyuk has the eyes of an owl. There's nothing he can't see. He quickly spotted Logan in the debris and delivered a devastating blow to his face, ending the round to Jack Rover's astonishment. He had to admit the kid was a monster, and the match continued. Kim Do-hai relentlessly dominated, winning again and again without breaking a sweat. Until the finals, where he was surprised to face Choi Arin. The winner gets a scholarship and a house full of money, so she considers backing out. I don't care who wins, just don't quit. Everyone's gathered here, so we have to show them what we can do. Kim Do-hyuk tells Arin to reconsider, and, of course, what the teacher says goes. Kim Do-hyuk stretches and promises to go easy, careful not to hurt her, but his version of easy is questionable. The match ends with Choi Arin kissing the ground, a perfect faceplant that even B criticizes as overly brutal, but Kim Do-hyuk insists he went easy on her. I didn't aim for her stomach, it was merely an accident. Her blade suddenly veered towards his stomach, so he swatted it away, resulting in this. Seeing her lying there, he felt much stronger, and this girl was no slouch either. He was still a day away from acquiring the Great Forest Vision, and Kim Yu-shin, growing impatient, sought out his instructor for guidance. He approached and asked Yeast, "Sir, about tomorrow's match, if I finish early, can I advance to the next round?" The teacher, unsure, took out the regulations to check. It states some exceptions, but basically if the mission is completed before the afternoon, students can receive the next mission based on the teacher's decision. Hearing this, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he continued, "It says it's up to you, sir. What do you think? Can I move on to the next mission?" The head instructor, out of options, had to confirm once more. "If you finish early and come to the faculty office, you can start your new task this afternoon. Now good night, and don't hang around here." The next day, inside the Yasan Sanctuary in Valhalla, the chairman announces the second mission of the inter-school competition, a team battle where 5 representatives from each school will face off in these mountains. Since it's being held on rough terrain, the audience will watch live through 3-dimensional screens. The competition will begin in just a few minutes, but Kim Do-hyuk was still nowhere to be found, causing concern among the team, and Do-sion silently cursed his whereabouts. As soon as she spotted him in the distance, she scowled and snapped, "Do you know what time it is? You were supposed to be here 30 minutes early. Didn't you listen to the coach?" Sometimes he just wants to punch her little mouth, but for the sake of the team, Kim Do-hyuk endures. He scratched his head, apologized, and offered to handle everything, but Do-sion immediately protested, saying this was a team game, not an individual competition. Then she starts lecturing him. But Kim Do-hyuk, knowing her temper, doesn't argue and asks if anyone else has any objections. Choi Arin suddenly raised her hand and asked to go with him, dashing Do-sion's hopes of an objection. And so Do-sion could only stand there and scream in frustration, furious that Kim Do-hyuk was going to solo. Before the competition began, he even turned around and told her to shut her mouth, as he was busy preparing to go to Lamnan in the afternoon. The announcement blared, and it wasn't long before Kim Do-hyuk found the White Lotus team and showed them some tough love. In mere minutes, he sent the entire team packing for an early break, and news of the White Lotus's elimination spread quickly to all players. He barely finished reading, and he was already sweating bullets, and it had only been 10 minutes. Lost in thought, he snapped back to reality when a teammate senses magic nearby. But it's not a group, it's just one person. Logan reacted swiftly, immediately ordering everyone into defensive positions as the 2 leaders erected a magical shield. The mages prepared enhancement spells, the others reinforced the shields, and Logan waited to attack, ready for an all-out war. A team member, confused, asked, "It's just one person. Do we really need to do all this?" Those who had fought Kim Do-hyuk before quickly explained that his power was more than just an ordinary high school student. While they were waiting, a team member announced that the magic was fading. Thinking they were gone, Logan breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that Do-hyuk had been watching from the trees. And as they let their guard down, he came crashing down, landing a blow to the enemy captain's face. Before they knew it, he'd taken them all down, leaving them groaning on the ground without landing a single hit. Truly, equality for all. 1 hit each, and it's game over. Seeing the notice of the hero's elimination, Kim Do-hyuk excitedly picks up his sword and says, "Now I can move on to the mission with Rimna, right?" In Vanna's monitoring room, the instructor struggled to accept the reality. The match concluded in just 23 minutes, with Kim Do-hyuk handling everything solo. One of them couldn't help but speak up. Actually, it took him 20 minutes just to walk there. The fight only lasted 3 minutes. It's a disgrace that Kim Do-hyuk dominated a national competition like this. The academy president stroked his chin, looking worried. The day's schedule is ruined. This is a problem. Hearing this, the head coach took out the rules and talked about starting the next game on the same day if there was enough time. With no other option, the chairman and teachers agreed to the plan. While in the waiting room, the Manhwa Academy team waited in sullen silence. Du glares resentfully at Kim Do-hyo, wanting to step up as team leader only to have the role snatched away, and her anger is fueled by her defeat at the hands of Choi Arin yesterday. Do Sunjan had heard that Kim Joo-hyo taught Choi Arin and was planning to humble himself and beg Kim to teach him as well when the next mission was announced a day earlier than expected. Before they left, Kim Joo-hyuk told them, "I'll go to Eamon myself. You all must survive on your own. Well, if you run into trouble, you can call me." Even after he said that, Do-sun was still staring. Kim Do-hyuk had to speak up sarcastically. Did she want to say something? Suddenly, she's given a strange nickname, and she angrily lashes out at him. At 1 p.m., all participating teams are gathered at the maze entrance, and as with previous missions, the audience can watch via screen. Before they enter, the chairman elaborates on the game's objectives and evaluation criteria. The blind forest is a maze-like forest filled with colossal trees. Within this labyrinth is a unique environment where rain never ceases, and low-level monsters pose little threat. The most significant threats are the rain and the dense thickets, as the game is designed to test each participant's survival skills. The better your condition after 5 hours, the more points you'll get, and the chairman has strictly forbidden any combat between teams. "Let's begin," the instructor announced. Meanwhile, at an abandoned warehouse in Valhalla, 3 assassins gathered and prepared to enter the maze. The match had only been going on for a few minutes when all of the surveillance cameras in the maze suddenly malfunctioned, and contact with the main gate was lost. The head coach realized the gravity of the situation, a life-threatening crisis for all the students in the maze, and suggested they enter the Forest of Eyes to rescue them, only to be met with a horrific scene. The guards were down, the gate was destroyed, and rubble was everywhere. It would take an hour to clear a path. Before Logan could react, Anne pierced him through the stomach. He was stunned, wondering when he got behind him, and smirked. "You still don't get it, do you? Look ahead." WTF, how are there 2 of them that look exactly the same? Logan was shocked, his face paling as An smirked and stabbed him in the chest again. This is called cloning. Logan had absolutely no chance to defend himself. Lai asks Anne if he finished Logan off for good, but Anne says he intentionally left him on the verge of death for fun. Just then, a red-haired girl suddenly appears. Sam San's group, seeing another witness, decide to eliminate everyone, but Anne tells Elle to just use their concealment skill. Lai ordered him to finish it quickly, but Anne just grinned maniacally and charged toward the redhead. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hui flew like a bird through the forest, seeking the great forest eye Valhalla at Meg Arona's house, provided it had a sword village. Was this so-called Meg Arona's house, the one right at the entrance? But there were only trees, not a single dilapidated house. Just then, he caught sight of a blonde girl standing there dazedly before screaming and running away. Of course, An wouldn't stop just because of a scream. 3 students from the Brave Warriors team have fallen, and the Samsan assassin squad is also struggling. Lai was tired of witnesses popping up every time he took someone down, and even An was starting to find it annoying. Just then, he spotted someone. Their target. "Kim Do-hywook, the target has come to us. It seems he heard me stabbing them and came running. I didn't kill him because of this very amusement." Yoo Ji-hyuk noticed the word target, and seeing the fallen men, told the blonde, "I'll take care of them so you stop the bleeding. They're still alive." It's clear he avoided vital spots, preventing immediate deaths. Or perhaps he intentionally made sure they'd suffer from blood loss. What a twisted hobby. "I'm in a bad mood, so just answer my question. Did you people sneak in here?" So, I'll just end things quietly, and can't believe what he's hearing from some student. He's sure the kid doesn't realize the situation he's in, running his mouth like that. Do-hywook is now trapped in this maze. We've destroyed the only entrance to this maze, and even the surveillance drones are gone. Will the instructors even notice? Let's see. They can't get in here right away anyway. It'll take them an hour just to clear the rubble blocking the entrance. Anne seems confident in their plan, but for Do-hywook, that hour is more than enough time to scour this vast forest and find them. Anne doesn't understand what Do-hywook is up to, but he's ready to send Jianying to hell. It's the clone technique again, but this time his path is grounded, not piercing like before. Wherever Do-hywook teleported to, Anne didn't know, but they were truly doomed. And just like that, Do-hywook's sword plunges straight into Anne's nose, sending him flying and skidding across the ground. As the 2 girls were distracted, he swiftly struck them both on the head from behind. And so all 3 members of the Samsan group have been knocked down by Kim Do-hyuk. Blondie, hurry and use your magic to stop the bleeding of those who have fainted. If you can't handle it alone, run west. Vana students are that way. And so, Blondie is doing everything he can. Just then, An wakes up, horrified to see his 2 teammates lying flat on the ground. Kim Do-hyuk immediately taunts him, saying his teammates are weak as hell, and immediately raises his knife, demanding an answer before he beats him. You say I'm the target. Who hired you? Though villainous, Anne has principles as an assassin and would never reveal a client's identity. Kim Do-hyuk has never met someone so tight-lipped, putting him in a bind. Anne was taken aback by this fool, but this time, he'll fight with all his might. However, this clone technique couldn't hit Do-hyuk, who was bewildered because the clone's attack had no presence, so he didn't understand how this kid dodged it. Why do you keep attacking from behind like a coward? Why can't you fight fair and square instead of aiming for my nose? Are you trying to make sure I can never get a nose job again? Kim Do-hyuk persists, demanding to know who hired him, but Anne refuses, upholding a killer's honor. Oh, really? Then I'll beat you to my heart's content. This guy's the real villain. By the time Coach Lee arrived with reinforcements, the students were already tending to each other's wounds. The sight stunned the teachers, and Jack was the first to react, rushing to Logan's side with concern. He was treated, so other than some difficulty moving, he was mostly okay, bringing tears of joy to Jack Rover's eyes. Lai Sang looked around, then asked the students what had happened, and Logan recounted their ambush by the villains. A trio of 1 male and 2 females. Lee Sang suspects it's the Sam San Society and urgently asks where they are now. Logan pointed to a nearby tree where Leah and Anne lay unconscious. Kim Do-hyuk took care of them all. Lee Sang was stunned. Has he really reached this level? The ground around the Sam Sans is cratered, meaning they took quite a beating. While unconscious, I vaguely saw Kim Do-hyuk fighting. It was incredible. Logan couldn't hide his admiration. He completely overwhelmed those villains, and I couldn't even touch them. That kid wasn't even using half his strength when he fought us. Logan spoke with a hint of bitterness, realizing he'd overestimated his strength as a high schooler. But it seems I've become too arrogant lately. Seeing him like that, Jack encouraged me to cheer up because Kim Do-hyuk is just an outlier. But Logan said there were 3 of them. Where did the other one go? The blonde girl then said that Kim Do-hyuk had dragged him away. Before she could finish, he tossed the glasses-wearing girl like a sack of potatoes back to Mother Earth. She'd already spilled who was behind everything and their objective. Do-hyuk, hands in his pockets, recounts the situation, and Lee Sang-treo asks if he's all right. Lee Sang-treo laughs, relieved, and says they can discuss the details back at the academy. The instructors escorted the injured students to the hospital, while the Vanla students were told to find the White Lotus Society and announce the end of the joint competition. After being soaked in the rain, Kim Yoo-yeon couldn't help but sigh in relief as he finally got to take a shower. What a tiring day. He collapses onto his bed. Did the teacher use magic to attack the villains for that reason? B starts to pry again, asking why Hywook used magic to attack, even though he'd increased his power. Moreover, after a long day's struggle, he obtained a decent reward. The Great Forest Eye Valhalla, the jewel of Megarona's home. He stuffed the spoils in his pocket like some kind of trinket. Regardless, obtaining this item was a close call. Thankfully, it's done. Back in the forest, the bespectacled woman finally awoke, only to be immediately roused by Kim Yoo-hyun. What are your abilities? He asked her a question, but she stared blankly, as if she'd heard an alien language. Yet, Do-hyuk continued to speak. Though he doesn't know where she's from, they're likely a group of assassins, with 1 fighter, 1 support, and 1 in the rear, right? Glasses freezes, stiff as a board. In a group of 3, the one in the back is likely support, not direct assassination. What's your ability? The glasses wearer groaned, telling him to get lost, but she wouldn't reveal anything. Just as she was about to leave, Do-hyuk charged straight at her, shocking Glasses, who couldn't believe he'd interrupted her space severance. It's clear her ability creates pocket dimensions and allows her to move through larger spaces, right? Kim Do-hyuk immediately grabs her. Use this ability to help me find something. If it goes smoothly, there'll be no problem. As he said this, a sinister smile crept across his face, and we all know how that turned out. Guess we have that space warping ability to thank for it. B waited to expose Kim Do-hyuk, who didn't let the girl with glasses go unharmed as he'd said. Do-hyuk did it because she stubbornly refused to reveal which organization her team belonged to, or who the client was. Even so, Kim Do-hyuk knew full well that the 3 assassins were the Samsan group, affiliated with the villain auction house, and that the client was none other than Roblin. He had planned to leak the attack to the media like before, but thinking of the trouble of blindly barging into a roadside house again, he wasn't sure how many stitches he'd need. Anyway, he got what he needed, so the next thing to do is face his lost memories through a deep sleep. Not only Do Yu-hui, but B also anticipates regaining his memories, as a notification window appears before him. With that, it's time to turn off the lights and go to sleep. No more hesitation. Before falling asleep, Daehyuk was still convinced that he had no missing memories. But no matter, let's see what he can see in his dreams. In his dream, he returns to his time in the Tower of Destruction. As Kim Hyuno bid farewell to the world, the crushing boulder froze, or rather, all of space itself was frozen. A shadowy figure with pupilless eyes vowed to remember his name and the names of those in the world he protected, then vanished with a final goodbye. With that, Yu Hyun awoke from his dream, still unable to believe what he saw had actually happened. B, are you saying he has no memories at all? Let's check in with my subordinate and see how things are on their end. Nothing. I used to be a tiger. What the hell is going on? Of course, Bicheo isn't some tiger like Yu Weiyuk thought. After all, he used to be the boss of the Destruction Tower. There's no way he'd be so easily defeated. And he didn't find anything special in his memories either. So did B not see the strange thing that Do Yu Hui saw? But still, he's the one who cut you down like this, so you really don't remember anything about the name. Does he know anything more about the name? B isn't sure, and Jams only sees this trip as a joke, gaining only a few trivial, useless memories. And even the description with his subordinate's name is vague. Just then, a notification window pops up. This time, he's headed to Ali Johnny's secret room in the Ahala Imperial Palace office. Seek the truth within. Do Hyuk decides to ask Lily about the palace, remembering that the VA gym always has 3 regulars before class. Kim Do Hyuk, Choi Arin, and Oh Ho. But today, even Do Soon is here. Seeing Seo Hyuk, she's startled and asks him what he's doing here. Can't you see I'm lifting weights? So Hu also wonders why she's here. Sun is embarrassed, saying that he must be here for the same reason as her. Though it was a blow to my pride, I wanted Kim Do Hyuk to mentor me. I'm different from you. I still come here to train. Kim Do Hyuk has nothing to do with this. Leo Seo even knows that the reason Soyeon wants Do Hyuk's guidance is probably because she lost to Ari. So admits, with a bow, that it's true. She recalls the duel at the inter-school competition, where Duan attacked relentlessly but couldn't defeat Choi Arin. She was so cold, she cleaved Duan's sword aura in 2 with a single strike. And stung by her pride, Duojan unleashed 3 streams of sword aura at once. Yet Choi Arin dashed forward, her sword aimed straight at the vehicle's grille, winning that battle. He's become much stronger since the entrance ceremony. Jose admits it frankly, but attributes it to Du Haiyu's help. Even though I've diligently honed my magical power and swordsmanship aside from my family, I've never had anyone guide me in swordsmanship or weight training. Is that why Choi Arin is stronger than me? After a moment of contemplation, Oh Se-hyun concludes that Do Soon should ask Kim Do-hyun, as asking him is pointless. Not wanting another fruitless conversation, Do Soon resolves to overcome her embarrassment and pursue him relentlessly. Do Seon approached him, and Kim Do-hyu, wiping away sweat, responded with a less than friendly demeanor. What do you want, you rude thing? Though taken aback by the insult, Soo-jung pressed on, asking if he was Choi Arin's mentor, then boldly declared, I want you to mentor me like Choi Arin too. Meanwhile, instructor Lee Sang-yu approached Kim Do-hyuk, asking, Are you free? Kim Do-hyuk ignored Do Soon and answered the instructor, saying he had a few more strength exercises to do and asked what he needed. Lai Sang-tai told him to finish up quickly and meet him after showering. Someone was desperate to see him, saying they might not get another chance. Kim Do-hoo, also curious, agreed with Coach Lee, leaving Do Soon dumbfounded once again. Always interrupted and abandoned. She could cry. Hey, you rude thing, huh? If you want my guidance, ask Choi Arin for the exercises I gave her and follow them. If you do well, I might sympathize and consider teaching you something. Why are you acting like you're being ignored? Choi Arin agrees to pass on the information, but also picks up Do-hui's habit of calling Do Soon rude, which infuriates her. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hyuk followed his instructor to meet this mysterious person, his curiosity leading him to ask Master Lai who it was that he cared so deeply for. The master tells him to think carefully, as there's only one person waiting at the dojo, and that person is none other than Raken. He looked gaunt and haggard compared to just a few days ago, desperately begging for help as he knelt at Do-hyuk's feet. Please, save me. I beg you, I'm sorry. Please, save me, Raken pleaded desperately. Kim Do-hyuk pointed at him and asked Mr. Lai what was wrong with him. Lee Sang-tai thought he was pretending not to know, but explained that he had discovered Raken made a deal with the assassins. Including the latest suspicions about the Level 1 assassination team, he's the mastermind behind both murders. And the media has found out. Now they have all the information about Rakden and the mastermind behind the attack in Valhalla. Kim Do-hyuk is definitely playing possum, because he leaked this information to the press himself, despite being protected by the Vench family. What kind of family head would come and take him away? Why would he ask for my help? Kim Do-hyuk was puzzled. Lisang Creo had mentioned earlier that the Venchik family had officially announced their break with Roblin. And not only him, but also those related to him, like his father, would not escape being ostracized. His family has made absolutely no moves this time, because without their protection, he's about to be thrown in jail. So that's why you need my help, Rockton roared. Give him a chance. This whole thing blew up because of your testimony. Right. Are you begging or ordering? What's with that ridiculous tone? Rockton, oblivious to how absurd his pleas sounded, begged and pleaded. Naturally, Kim Do-hyuk wouldn't hear it, so he resolutely refused, but Rockton clung to him like a leech, crying and apologizing. He swore never to appear before Do-hyuk again, but Do-hyuk didn't need that. Rockton then offered money as a trade, which made Mr. Lai itch to intervene, but he bit his tongue and remained silent. But Yoo-hyuk didn't need the money anyway. Rockton, enraged, looked at Yuria and roughly pulled her over. What about this woman? I'll give her to you. She's a descendant of the British royal family. Having her will surely elevate your status. Rockton is aggressively trying to sell her for a reasonable price to redeem his non-existent reputation. You're giving her to me, like she's an object. Kim Do-hyuk was about to lose it, but Rockton, oblivious, was consumed with salvaging his mistake. He insists Y is his property, even showing the glowing spell as proof. I can transfer the spell if you want her. Master Lai frowned. It was a restriction spell with a mark created by magic. It's a taming spell that prevents the target from disobeying their master, a spell that a normal contractor couldn't undo. And this lunatic used it on a human being. There were others like you before. Those who lived too comfortably cast restriction spells on the innocent. Do-hyuk reached out to Yuria, emitting an energy that seized the spell and pulled it out without hesitation. So, the limit spell has been broken. Coach, can I punch this guy? Just one punch, Do-hyuk asked, his face darkening. Do you think a Vanla instructor like myself would let students fight each other? But if that person is a criminal, that's another story. Besides, Valhalla doesn't care much about the Venchik family members, so go ahead. I'll take care of it. Rockton was stunned. He never expected this, but he couldn't stop Do-hyuk's hand from reaching his shoulder. Do-hyuk Woo kindly warns him not to bite down too hard, before delivering a merciless punch straight to the guy's face. Rockton is out cold. Ba waited outside, thinking his master would kill the guy. It wasn't the first time Ryu Hee-wook had been this angry since his reincarnation. And 3 years ago, Ryu Ho-do would have done the same. He once had a disciple sold into slavery because of that very limitation spell. Remembering this is what drove him mad. Moreover, Yu-hyu had experienced something similar before, leading Ba to wonder if his master had once been a slave. Wait, Yuria chased after Yu-hyu, wanting to collapse her legs. I was too surprised to properly thank you then. Thank you so much. Yu-hyu tells her there's no need for thanks. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything and can just live freely. Yuria was so moved that she cried. The next day after school at a cafe in Valhalla, China, Lee spoke cryptically, confusing Do-hyuk. If you're talking about the Ahala Imperial Palace in China, just say so. More specifically, it's a maze owned by the Chinese White Lotus Society, one of the groups that came to Valhalla for the inter-school competition. The problem is that, unlike before, they've recently forbidden others from entering their maze. But Do-hyuk couldn't understand why a maze would be owned by someone, when even dogs and cows could enter without issue before. But for Yu-hui, if he wanted to, he could easily destroy it. It's just inconvenient since it belongs to the academy. Is there any way to get in? This is going to be difficult. The White Lotus Society is open to students, but outsiders aren't so lucky, and time is running out. Saying this, the teacher suddenly covered her mouth, as if she had misspoke, which she had. Normally, she's always haggling for information with this kid, so she has to be careful not to let anything slip. By the way, are you just going to sit there and listen? Give me the information, Lily whined, accusing the freeloading listener sitting across from her. Not understanding, Lily held up 3 fingers, demanding 3 pieces of information in exchange for his freedom, and thanked him for the coffee. I'm leaving. Kim Do-hyuk immediately stood up. Lily quickly crossed her legs, saying, This is the only thing I'm telling you. Having heard enough, Kim Do-hyuk sits back down at the table. With a look of reluctance, Lily Lai whispered, cupping her hand, This is a secret. The Ahala Royal Palace has been chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the 2nd semester. Kim Do-yu didn't think what she said was a secret, since it sounded like all the coaches knew about it, but Lily insisted that even the coaches didn't have this information. She has her sources. This World Tournament is similar to an inter-school competition. If the competition in Korea is only for Korean, Chinese, and American students, the World Tournament is like an Olympics where academies from all over the world gather and compete. An expanded and more unpredictable inter-school competition. It's in the 2nd semester, so there's plenty of time. Is there any way to get in sooner? Kim Do-hyuk wants to speed up the mission, which confuses Lily as she has no connection to the White Lotus Society. After a moment's thought, she says it's difficult to guarantee, but likely possible. But I need your help with something. Kim Do-hyuk scowls, asking what's up. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, so why the greedy look? Come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization. It's just for a day, so don't worry about it. They quickly arrived in Tottenham, North London, where the Global Monster Research Organization was located. But Do-hyuk realized he'd been tricked. Lily Lai smiled brighter than a flower, having finally tricked Do-hyuk. Even so, I'm allowed to stay until the end of the week, and they even gave me Monday off, so let's have some fun. She's certainly abusing her authority. So what do you want to do? Whatever you do, just don't look at me like that. He was on guard. At this moment, Do-hyuk stood before a wild boar, sword in hand. Outside, 3 middle-aged individuals watched him intently. Kim Do-hyuk glanced at the boar, recalling Lily's words, that she didn't ask for much, just help her get a good headline. It's something like the infamous monster hunter Do-hyuk, facing a challenge at the Global Monster Research Organization. Kim Do-hyuk coldly pierces the boar's head. Before it could even squeal, the system logged it out. Outside, a voice confirmed the kill. The pig stops nimbly, completing the verification, preparing the stone. Kim Do-hyuk clicks his tongue. There's more? An hour later, he finally collapsed on the sofa, complaining about how annoying Lily was. She's certainly good at changing her tune. I thought the original plan was just to defeat 3 monsters. Why 10 monsters? Lily looked away, stammering, unsure of the reason herself. Setting that aside, Yu Xiao couldn't understand the strange atmosphere there. The stares, the snickers, and the rude behavior the moment they walked in. Do you have some kind of conflict with this place? Lily took a sip of water, pausing silently before speaking. It's because they're annoyed. A news article suddenly appeared, directly contradicting the monster-fighting strategies that have been in place for decades. But aren't those verification methods outdated anyway? Swinging a sword at the target is game over, but Lily says it's the safest method, the organization's tradition. It would be better if someone else in the organization did it. I don't want them to. Lily suddenly turned serious, saying, they're just a bunch of old conservatives. Articles about monster fighting tactics are a reasonable strategy for enhancing status and power. Today, the Knowledge Society is where people band together and play games to seize their own positions. Yu Hyo couldn't help but sigh. What despicable people. But even so, did Lily really need to keep writing articles? The press is just unrecognized paper. No matter how corrupt society is, what matters more to me is a sound strategy for dealing with the monsters. And for that purpose, I can endure their cold stares. In this regard, Lai has always been loyal and steadfast in her beliefs, and now that her business is concluded, it's her turn to repay Kim Do-hyuk. She says it's good they're here because she is too. The head of the White Lotus Society heard she frequented the organization, so I guess she came to observe the verification process beforehand. Great then. Kim Do-hyuk quickly gets up to find her before it's too late. Just then, a woman approached him, the very leader of the White Lotus Society. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Seon Zeon, head of the White Lotus Society. Kim Do-hai respectfully greeted her, asking what she needed. Seon asked for his help with someone. Actually, Seol-woon wants Do-hyuk to take care of that person, and Lee, sensing trouble, makes a quick exit. With her gone, Kim Do-hyuk asked Chue-yoon for the details of the story. She explains that while she is the leader of the White Lotus Society, she is essentially a member of the Zhou family, the first family to settle in China after the extinction. This allowed them to elevate their status, establish the White Lotus Academy, and train generations of outstanding contractors. And coincidentally, a prodigious talent was born into their family, a veritable reincarnation. At 13, she could defeat average contractors, even elders and family members. And even the head of our Snow clan fell before her. Perhaps she felt she had nothing left to learn from the outside world, and locked herself away in the Snow clan's White Lotus Palace training room, never to emerge again. So I have to knock some sense into that arrogant brat? Kim Do-hyuk grasps the situation quickly. This was Xue-yoon's intention, a trivial matter for you. But I'm still wondering, if all you want is to teach that little girl a lesson, wouldn't there be others stronger than me? The leader of the White Lotus Society is no pushover when it comes to magical power. Xue-won couldn't help but admire Yu Hyuk's keen eye. He could see through her hidden strength. There are 2 reasons, Xue-yoon decided to state directly. First, they require everyone to fight using only their physical strength. Second, that person is also 17, the same age as Kim Do-hyuk. Mazu-ryun has been watching Do-hyuk's performance in recent battles and knows he's incredibly strong. If a student like him defeats this arrogant girl who thinks she's better than any other 17-year-old, her pride will be shattered. So, I've come to ask you for a favor. If Kim Do-hyuk doesn't come, I'll seek you out myself. Wow, a blessing from the heavens. No one would be foolish enough to refuse. But of course, favors always come at a price. This was no problem for Joyun, who asked him to name his price, but Do-hyuk was too rich to care. There's a place I want to go. Can you open the door for me? In exchange, I have another offer. In a flash, they went from England to the White Lotus Society headquarters in China. Kim Yoo-hyun never expected to arrive here in a day. What's more, he got to travel by private jet because he said he only had time until Monday, so Joyun sped up the work as much as possible. And Do-hyuk's reward is, of course, a ticket to the Era Royal Palace. For Joyun, this was no problem at all, so she readily agreed. And so, Do-hyuk followed Joyun into the White Lotus Society, heading straight for the training room. Do-hyuk wonders if the person he's about to meet is responsible for the lack of determination the White Lotus showed at the recent inter-school competition. This could explain things. After facing that child, many realized their limits and left the White Lotus Society, students and professors alike. Joyun confesses, hoping Kim Yoo-hyuk can beat some sense into the girl, ending the tension in the Jue family and the White Lotus Society. Yoo-hyuk hopes the girl puts up a good fight, or it'll all be for nothing. Stepping through that magic circle leads to the Yoo family's secret training room, and the child is there. Before leaving, Do Yoo-hyuk suddenly remembered to ask her name. It was Yan Lang. So, this is the tiger-striped brat with the wolf fangs. Who are you? Did the J family send you to get rid of me? I'm not going anywhere. Get lost. Hey lady, I haven't even set foot in the house yet. Where am I supposed to go? Unhappy with her attitude, Kim Yoo-hai pounced, trying to correct her, but she caught his punch with one hand. Well, this is getting interesting. Yan Lang even manages to counterattack the foolish Do-hyo, who's quite the sharp tongue. You can't even recognize your opponent's ability right in front of you? Unbelievable that you'd throw such a predictable punch. Kim Do-hyuk smirks. Is he talking about himself? Before Yan Lang's astonished eyes, he seized her wrist and threw another punch. She dodged, but Kim Yoo-hyuk struck her wrist instead. She gritted her teeth. Does this guy not know what cherishing jade and protecting fragrance means? After being punched away, Yan Lang clutched her arm and urgently asked who he was and what that move was. Kim Do-hyu smirks, as Yan Lang couldn't possibly fathom the true abilities of a 17-year-old trainee. Missing every strike, Yan Lang grits her teeth, analyzing her opponent's every move. Yan Lang anticipated Do Yoo-hyuk's attack and retreated, but Yoo-hyuk pursued relentlessly, asking where she thought she was going before delivering a palm strike to her stomach. Hey, she's still a girl, go easy. She might even get a boyfriend. But to her credit, Yan Lang knew she couldn't dodge the blow, so she retreated to lessen the impact. But it was enough. And Do-yu realized it the moment he took that first punch. Even among Do-hui's disciples from 3 years ago, almost no one at that age could move like that. Meanwhile, Yan Lang is secretly assessing the man her age in front of her, confident that she's far superior to those much older. Yan Lang vows to hit harder with her next attacks, while Kim Do-hyuk realizes his last strike wasn't enough to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Joyun watches the fight through security cameras as her assistant hesitantly calls out to her. Assistant Ha hesitantly asks if the current situation is acceptable. While inviting a student from another school to the White Lotus Palace was unavoidable, Do-hyuk's current advantage doesn't guarantee he can defeat Yan Rang. Furthermore, he thinks Joyun wasn't defeated when facing Yan Lang. But the truth is, Joyun once lost to Yan Lang, and even if magic energy was used in that battle, Joyun couldn't guarantee she could win. This surprised Assistant Ha, but the truth was, back then, the difference in mana levels between the two was already negligible. That was years ago, and Yan Lang may now be stronger, both physically and magically. In that case, Assistant Ha has even less faith in Do-hyuk defeating Yan Lang, as he doesn't believe he could be stronger than Tuyet Van is now. Even Tuyet Van isn't sure, but Do-hyuk has defeated many notorious criminals, and even won important victories in tournaments. So, Yan Lang will have to struggle to win, and it won't matter if she loses. Back to the fight, Yan Lang unleashes her ultimate move, the 9-yin white bone claw. With a double claw attack, she aimed to rearrange his hairstyle, but he dodged, so she tried to knee him in the face. A violent collision. Yan Lang, initially amused at striking his head, recoils in pain, clutching her knee. Hey, is your head made of stone or something? Frustrated, she protested, but Kim Do-hyuk nonchalantly claimed ignorance. She was the one throwing the knee, yet Do-hyuk's chest was harder than her knee. Yan Lang was furious but helpless. She unleashed every attack she had, but he remained as solid as a rock. Yanlang's pride is wounded, but she has to admit that Du Hyuk's physical abilities are on another level. You haven't used any magic power until now, have you? Yanlang asks, and Du Shu confirms, stating he did it to indulge her. But now I feel like playing a different game. She's about to turn the tables. Against you, I must use my full power if I want any hope of winning. Yanlang flaunts his mana, and Kim Yoo-eun knows he's finally broken her pride. So, you're focusing on magical power? If that's what you want, I should show off a little too, right? The mana Du Hyuk emits is even more terrifying, leaving Yun Lang in awe. But now she doesn't need to show off her physical skills. She'll go all in on a magic-infused punch to end the fight. Yanlang throws a decisive punch straight for Du Hyuk's face, but seeing her eagerness to end things, Du Hyuk stalls, letting the blow come right up to her nose. Yanlang was thrilled, thinking she'd landed a hit, but alas. Kim Do-hyuk dodged the blow with incredible flexibility. Enough playing around, I'll end this now, and with that, he lands a fatal blow to her stomach. Yanlang curses the monster before losing consciousness on the floor. Game over, baby. Game over. Just as you asked, I defeated her and dragged her out. Kim Do-hyuk drags Yanlang by the scruff of her neck like a chicken and presents her to Tiet Van. Seriously, who carries a girl like that? Seol Hwa is stunned that Yoo-hyuk defeated Yeon Rang and worriedly asks if he's hurt. Do-hee calmly says he's fine, but he doesn't know about Yanlang. Shui-yun then asks if the fight was difficult. She was strong, but I'm a little disappointed it ended like this. Yanlang was thrown to the ground by Yu. Yanlang awakens in pain and glares at Shui-yun, who sets her aside to discuss Du Shu's reward. You said you wanted to enter the Anla Royal Palace, didn't you? I've been waiting. Soo-yun says she can get him in now, it's just up to him. Of course, Yu Heo-wook wants to do it right away. Yanlang watched them leave, thinking that food is best served hot and crispy. Assistant Ha reminded her to get her injuries treated, finally snapping Yanlang back to reality. What was the name of the one who defeated me? Assistant Ha replied. His name is Kim Do-hyuk. Kim Do-hyuk, let me tell you, he's one of the strongest in the world. Yanlang spoke with admiration, and deep down, she truly wished to fight him again. In a dimly lit space, an unidentifiable creature with massive horns questions the notion of the strongest. What is this place? Is this really a labyrinth? Kim Do-hyuk gazed at Ahan La's royal palace, unable to hide his disdain. Remembering Sui-yun's words, this place was a special maze resembling a castle, and as long as he was wary of the monsters called living armor, he could explore freely. Soo-won had given him specific instructions, and Kim Yoo-hyuk asked how long he could stay. Soo-won said about 5 hours, but if he wanted to stay longer, he'd have to come back tomorrow. Still, 5 hours should be plenty of time for Du-yu to explore. But first, he has to take care of this living armor. Once the joints are warmed up, it's time to dive into battle. With a few textbook-perfect strikes, Kim Do-hyuk utterly destroys the armor. And Swang Swang has been through 20 rooms now. But where is Ali Johnny's secret room hidden? Look to your right, teacher, she says, reminding her hot-tempered master. The door looks high-end, but it's just a normal room. Kim Do-hyuk doubted this logic, but opened the door anyway, revealing a portrait of a scowling man who looked like someone owed him money. Overall, the room looked like a normal office. But is this really a Leaf's room? Yes, I think it is. Look under the painting. It says Elif Johnny right there, B said confidently. Kim Do-hyuk wonders how he can read it. B doesn't know either, but he can read it thanks to a portion of his recovered memories. So this is definitely the room, but we still need to find the secret chamber within. Searching piece by piece would take too long, so smashing everything is much faster. He could have just said he wanted to destroy things. Either way, the room was going to be demolished by Do Yu-hui. Luckily for him, after the destruction, he found a door under the floor, but it was pitch black underneath. Kim Do-hyuk was still annoyed when a notification popped up saying the conditions were met. Before Do-hyuk was a red-haired witch. The young man greets the witch in a way that seems to provoke her, but the red-haired witch simply smiles gently. Pleased to meet you. I'll answer your questions, so why don't you have a seat? Kim Do-hyuk silently obliged. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a guide. Kim Yoo-hyuk seemed surprised, and she explained, sorry, that's not my real name, just what people call me. My name was taken. Kim Yoo-hyuk was also a victim of the shadow that steals names, and he didn't expect this girl to have lost her name as well. I thought it was nonsense, but when you said your name was taken, I knew it was real. But what does it mean? Furthermore, how can one reclaim a stolen name? Kim Do-hyuk is eager to resolve this. A name holds power, the red-haired witch said. Every being is granted a name at birth, and it carries all their actions, efforts, and achievements. For better or worse, they represent the truest meaning in life. A name adorned with glorious achievements holds immense power. The being stole names, absorbing the power within. And what happens when a person's name is stolen? I'm sure you already know. Do they become constellations? However, the red-haired witch spoke of an exception, Kim Doja, who was reincarnated. It was then that Kim Doksha realized she knew about his reincarnation, just like Bi-hyung. You still doubt me? Reincarnated human with the notification window, the guide said. We're as fond of Kim Do-hyuk as slippers are of feet. I'm not so sure about that. Actually, even I don't know when the message window will appear. The guide witch smiled, hoping to ease Doksha's tension. Who knew he'd get such an attitude? All right, cut the crap and explain it to me. Who sent the Tower of Destruction here? His name is the Labyrinth Lord. As I said, he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal people's names and consolidate his power. Ah, so it was that bastard. But Kim Do-hyun still found it strange. How could a mere maze lord send something like the Tower of Destruction to Earth? Such a large-scale thing should be impossible. Kim Do-hyuk paused, realizing something, as the red-haired witch smirked. So, you finally realized it? The place you live, this Earth, is a labyrinth. You think I'd believe that? It's your choice, but I have no reason to come all the way here just to deceive you. Okay, let's just say that's true. Let's say that guy brought the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal people's names. The red-haired witch also said that a large-scale crisis on Earth would make it easier to steal people's names. Everyone is either eliminating monsters and saving people, or exploiting large-scale crises for evil. So not just anyone can steal another's name and turn it into their own power. Only the final victors will remain. And if she's right, then all of Yu Hui-wook's disciples have become constellations. Of course, he hoped they could all reclaim their names in the end. Filled with rage, Yu Hui-wook nonchalantly said, "In the end, no matter what I do, I'm still in the hands of that Labyrinth Lord." The red-haired witch countered, "Not so. Your rebirth and arrival here is already a variable to him." Do-hyuk wondered if the Maze Lord knew about his rebirth, and if he was the one who contacted them through the notification window. He was wrong about that. According to the witch, the one who gave Do-hyuk the chance to be reborn and brought the message window to them was not the Lord of the Maze. Do-hyuk wants to know who it is, but even the witch doesn't know. But she does know that whoever gave Do-hyuk the chance to be reborn must have some connection to him. For now, the witch can't pass up this opportunity and conjures a ring for Do-hyuk. I don't have time to explain everything to you now, but this ring will be key to our counterattack against the Labyrinth Lord. Do-hyuk wondered why she couldn't just explain everything, but the witch revealed she was being hunted by the Maze Lord. But no matter. The conditions have been met, and you'll easily see me again in the future. Thinking back on the truths he'd uncovered today, Kim Yoo-hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. Good deeds are never rewarded, and it's hard to live a good life. Speaking of the ring in his hand, Yoo-hyuk could feel it pinpointing his location. If so, he would scour every last piece of Donglu thatch left over from absorbing magic before the Great War, to increase his power as quickly as possible. So, while he may still be lacking in power, his potential allows him to reach the top faster than that bastard. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific, a man is reading the news of the Samsan assassin group's complete defeat at the hands of a Vanla student named Kim Do-hyuk. Enraged, he crushes his iPad and throws it away, cursing. This John Henney, the head of the Kingdom Association, has taken notice of Kim Chu-hyu after hearing the words of the constellations. The same constellations that Choi Jing-gun made a pact with before being defeated by that very kid. And that's why the Vench brat asked him to take care of Kim Do-hyun, even summoning Samsun to be sure. How come you're nowhere to be found when things get serious? And to top it off, they bring up the fact that I'm still single. I thought you might be in a bit of trouble, Mr. Hennybo. The speaker is First Class Commander George. I thought I told you to call before coming here. Hanib may have lost face, but not his authority, while George is deliberately taunting him. I only came because you seem to be in distress, and Kim Do-hyuk is a thorn in Hanib's side right now. I see. We've already lost someone to him. George seems quite upset. Are you talking about that guy who was all over the news? He's the one who overdosed on blue pills and flirted with death. George gave him a private mission without informing the organization. And of course, he failed miserably, even revealing his identity to Kim Do-hyuk. But he became a pawn for George to obtain information about the Venchik family. He feared the man would leak information, so he eliminated the useless pawn himself before he could reach the prison tower. Can you take care of the others who are still out there? Hanib is referring to the 3 members of the Samsun group. Of course, George doesn't mind doing it as long as Hanib wants it done. But Hennyball is still dealing with Kim Do-hyuk with the utmost respect, so I advise you not to touch him right now. Yu-Gi-Oh has their eyes on him right now. It seems we've already gained some useful intel. This information surprises Henny. Are you saying Yu-Gi-Oh is full of runaways? That's right. George confirmed it himself. We may be evil, but they're on a whole other level. No one knows their motives or goals. Logan. The once's forces have been dealt with, and Hannibal is relieved. George warned him about Wai's pursuit of Kim Do-hui, because anyone who interferes with those madmen's goals is likely to become their mortal enemy, so they're happy to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is brewing as Kim Do-hyuk finds himself surrounded by a black ops team, but not because he's searching for a singular answer. With a cold face, Kim Do-hyuk asked them who they were and if they knew this was Valhalla territory. And who are these brave or foolish souls who dare to show up at this ungodly hour? Their leader claims to be acting on the orders of Adelia Vench herself. Still harboring a grudge from when Kim Do-hyuk humiliated her, she hired people to exact revenge, taking time to prepare, needing a contractor capable of creating hidden spaces within the vanguard and ensuring their target was within Valhalla. Adelia wondered why they needed someone who could bend space, simply because those on this mission worked directly for the Vench family and couldn't be exposed. Adelia appreciates their awareness and is eager to know what preparations they've made based on her instructions. To prepare for the Sanctum's transition, I've arranged for a fluxstone with abundant energy. Adelia was pleased with this plan and prepared to move. Meanwhile, the head butler will join the intelligence team, and once the hidden space is complete, he will lead the assassin group. The head butler understands his mission but still wonders if the sanctuary is a preparation to summon a constellation. That is exactly right, and the purpose of Adelia's actions this time. The head butler's anxious attitude displeases her. Are you really terrified of facing a high school kid? And why are you releasing your energy like that? The head butler hastily recomposed himself, and Adelia retracted her energy with a smile. It's just a precaution, nothing to worry about. Sounds trustworthy, right? Moreover, after a recent incident, the constellation who had been silent suddenly reacted. Adelia saw the Birdmask's notification window asking for details and flew into a rage, wanting to summon a constellation to get to the bottom of things. Back to the siege, the head butler ordered the intelligence team to prepare a space disruption, and a group of people immediately formed a formation around Kim Do-hyuk. The guy just stood there, looking bewildered. What's going on? A hidden space? Honestly, who comes up with the idea to gang up on a student? Incredibly perceptive. The butler's face is like, how is this kid so mouthy? Whose idea was this? Could it be the Venetian family head? The butler was stunned, almost cursing as he asked how he knew. But for Kim Do-hyuk, not knowing would be an insult to his intelligence. So, let's explain to these so-called smart people that among his enemies, only 2 groups use dark magic, so it can only be the Ven family. Sensing something was wrong, the butler quickly issued a different order. We're all trapped here now, so there's no point in hiding it any longer. Summon the assassins. And just like that, a massive force was deployed in the blink of an eye. Have they no shame? What if the academy students come in droves? Kim Do-hyuk sneered. The butler says it doesn't matter. They're just following the master's orders. Kim Do-hyuk rotated his shoulders and sighed. Really? I guess your master has no shame. Kill him, the butler commanded sternly. But who was the target? Take a look at your merchandise. Kim Do-hyuk faced them all, a smirk on his face. The assassins are forced to kiss the ground, while the butler's fierce attack on Do-hyuk is met with mockery. Is swinging a sword all you can do, old man? No sooner were the words out than 2 hawks appeared. While I'm at it, let me show you how to really swing a sword. The blade slams into the ground, freezing the assassin in place. While they're distracted, Kim Do-hyuk delivers a final, fatal kick. They barely give me time to breathe. The butler, seeing him preoccupied, tried to stab him from behind, but unfortunately for him, his opponent had eyes in the back of his head and dodged the attack. As he wondered how a mere high schooler could possess such power, Kim Do-hyuk complained and delivered a piercing blow. Of course, no one could remain unscathed by such an attack. The butler was no different. He'd underestimated what a mere high schooler could do. Now he understands why Adelia went to such lengths, seeing it firsthand. And as he falls, the head of the Vench family appears. Adelia surveyed the scene, noting that most of those present were stronger than other contractors, making it unbelievable that they'd been taken down by this kid. And she doesn't want things to continue like this. Be proud, for you are about to witness the sacred relic of the Vench family. Normal people would never have this chance, Adelia said, unleashing a torrent of golden mana. Kim Do-hyuk retorted, Am I supposed to be proud of that little knife? What did the head of the family just say about gathering people to bully a high school student? Simping is a disease, but you're just an ass. Adelia cursed, charging at Kim Do-hyuk with her dagger. Just then, the meteorite suddenly glowed, the knife in her hand lengthened, a blinding light appeared, and a yellow notification window popped up with 3 dots, ending with a stunned exclamation. Master! The meteorites emitted a glittering golden light, but also caused everyone to be affected by time stop. Not even Adelia could escape. Everyone stood frozen like statues except for Kim Do-yomak. Though paralyzed, Adelia remained conscious, realizing everyone else was frozen stiff. As Kim Yu-shin examines his gold-plated knife, a yellow notification window appears. Kim Do-hui is puzzled by the arrival of his master when golden light forms a figure wearing a crow mask and glasses, looking rather bizarre. But when the mask comes off, it reveals a beauty with a unique style, and their eyes lock. She's so different now from when they first met, back when she was chained in a prison, seeing the world through hateful eyes. Back then, Kim Yu-shin was still Kim Hyun. Just look at the hatred in her eyes. It seems she despises all humans. The blonde gritted her teeth, telling him not to act like he understood her. What did he know about her life? Though I don't know everything, I know enough, for I too was once a slave. This time it was her turn to be shocked. As a child, I was kidnapped by slavers and lived a life in chains, just like you. Do you want to be free? Is this guy serious? Didn't he just say he was a slave? Why ask such an obvious question? Because of this damn thing, I can't even dream of freedom anymore. The girl nearly screamed, agitatedly grabbing the enchanted collar around her neck. So, don't provoke me anymore, just go. I don't know how you snuck in, but the slave trader will be here soon. She had truly despaired of escaping slavery. The cruelty of that chain was that it could only be removed by its master, or upon their death. Unfortunately, even if the owner dies, the collar may not come off, and it seems that's the case for her. It was then that the slave girl realized her wretched master was dead, and she fell into utter despair. But Kim Hyuno said, "What if he had a way?" Before she could react, Huno grabbed the collar and began to analyze it. By deciphering the magic within the chain, I can reverse the spell and undo it. It's not exactly my specialty, but removing this chain isn't a big deal for me. Only then could she end her life of servitude. And with that, Kim Huno crushed the cursed collar around the blonde girl's neck. In that moment, she was moved to tears, finally free from the chains that had tormented her for so long. With his task complete, Hyuno bid her farewell, leaving her to forge her own path. Hyuno asked what she wanted to do next. Find her family or go home? I have no home or family, she replied. The slavers killed them and burned my house when they took me. The girl had a sad story. Kim Hyuno hesitated, then said he would travel and explore, and crush the skulls of those slave traders. Slave traders are like what you did today. Do you want to come along? Of course she'll go. Why would she pass that up? Hyuno was pleased with her answer, telling her to treat him as a master, and to use honorifics, not speak like a savage. Newly promoted, Kim Hyuno sternly lectured her, and she obediently agreed. The blonde then asked him his name. Kim Do-hyuk could say his name, but when she tried to introduce herself, the memory was cut short. Now the savage in his words had become this beautiful, sharp, and unique girl. To be forgotten is to become a star. Kim Do-hyuk is confident he knows her better than anyone, yet he can't recall her name. Now he understands what the fortune teller meant when they said the Demon King would steal the star's name. But there's nothing he can do about it now. Luckily, I still remember Gang's nickname. Savage has been a while, hasn't it? Adelia was shocked. Did he just call a constellation a savage? Meanwhile, the constellation she revered called him Master, raised the sacred golden dagger, restored everyone's consciousness, and asked Kim Yu-hyun, "How should I deal with these bastards? Should I kill them? No, I have a better idea." Kim Do-hyun strokes his chin with a sinister smile. The next day, the homeroom teacher nearly has a stroke when he sees a donation with 9 zeros and a note specifically for Kim Do-hyun on the school's donation list. Kim Lun knew something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. 5 billion G, an absurd amount of money. I guess you see it too. What do you mean, old man? I'm watching, Professor. But it's not just you. Even Professor Lee finds it strange. Kim Ligon even thought the Vench family was suddenly feeling merciful, perhaps feeling guilty for almost destroying the academy. But even with that explanation, Lai Sang-kreo still found it illogical. When Kim Chu-hyuk was attacked by Daiser Venchik before, they definitely sent support to silence him. At the time, the donation was to protect Rocken and the family's image, but the Venchik family set a limit by disowning Rocken and kicking him out. Otherwise, they would have already sprung Rocken from the detention center, not be sponsoring Kim Do-hyuk like this. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. Besides, they don't even know if Kim Do-hyuk will accept the money, since knowing his rebellious nature, he's probably cursing them out and confronting the Venchiks right now. Well, asking him directly would get us an answer right away, Lee Sang-ryang said, sipping his coffee. Why guess when we can just ask? Kim Soo-yoon has a surprising answer. Yes, I accept. Lun was stunned, thinking he'd misheard, but he hadn't. I mean, who would turn down 5 billion gun? Kim Lun agreed, but something still felt off. Kim Do-Hyuk was eager to leave, so the teacher quickly explained his new benefits. Not only would he receive funding, but the Vanha Law Academy would also receive a donation. According to Vanha's regulations, you can move into a high-end dorm. What do you think? He's gone, but Mr. Kim is still sitting there, dumbfounded, not understanding what just happened. When did he change so much? Whatever, it's not my problem. The source of this all began when Kim Do-Hyuk had a brilliant idea to deal with Adelia and her assassins. He had his minion wake her up to talk. Adelia trembled on her knees, and Kim Do-Hyuk leaned down to speak to her, saying, "Hey, I think your summoner constellation will overlook anything I do to you guys. So, what do you think I should do now?" Kim Do-Hyuk sneered, adding that Adelia's constellation even said she made the Vench family serve her, so his master could do whatever he wanted. Adelia, still trying to process the situation, asks, "Could that be the all-for-one phrase that has been passed down through generations in my family? Are you now using that phrase to command me?" The little rascal, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. "Of course, that phrase now means you serve my master. Are you just realizing that now? So this this person, is really your master, Protector Star?" "Yes, his appearance may have changed, but his magic is definitely that of my master." Kim Do-Hyuk thinks she's asked enough and should worry about herself. To be honest, being bothered by these assassins just makes Kim Do-Hyuk want to kill them all. However, their rank and power are the real deal. So, to live comfortably, he needs to exploit these guys to the fullest and make them work for him. But managing them directly would be a pain. So why not take advantage of someone with experience in the field? According to Adelia, although she's only the vice leader, it's been 4 years since she took over the family's leadership. In those 4 years, she managed to restore her family's declining power and become the strongest family in England, so she can just manage the family. Without hesitation, Kim Do-Hyun orders her around, saying, "Support my operations at the family level. Don't ask me why the moment you mess things up again." She knows what's coming, doesn't she? The moment the master signaled, the crow diviner confirmed that he would personally ensure such a thing never happens again. Suddenly, she transformed into golden light and faded away, saying it was time. To manifest directly, constellations require vast amounts of magic, meaning they need loads of magic stones. That's why these people brought so many mana stones here. Because that magic is fading, and because I used my skill, I'll need to rest for a bit. Kim Do-Hyuk didn't realize constellations face such limitations. Still, witnessing her master's rebirth firsthand was enough for her. Kim Do-Hyuk was worried about her and told her to rest. Before leaving, she put on her mask and said, "Besides Mina, it seems there's another disciple who has become a constellation. You'll meet him soon enough, so please excuse me, I must be going." With that, she vanished completely, as if she'd never been there, leaving Kim Do-Hyun to ponder her words. He had a hunch about this, but which one is coming? Besides, all his disciples could become constellations, and what does soon even mean? Kim Do-Hyuk has already met 2 of them, B and Moron, Burr through the notification window and Moron by chance. There are already so many constellations, what's the point of meeting them one by one? And why has B been so quiet since I met the guide? "Did you call for me? I'm here." Kim Do-Hyuk immediately asks why he hasn't been as talkative as usual, and B says he's sorting out his thoughts. His memories are cut short as Do-Hyuk enters the secret room. In his mind, it's as if he left as soon as he entered. And another memory returns. Does he remember how fragile he was? Sensing the tension, Do-Hyuk teases him, but B stammers, "How could I remember something so trivial?" But he learned the concept of a name, something Do-Hyuk should already know. And more importantly, the Lord of the Labyrinth is the one who gave him the name B. Lost in thought, he arrives at class, but Kim Do-Hyuk's mind is elsewhere. So, the Maze Lord is the one who stole his real name and gave him back the name B. B confirms once again that this is exactly the case. He gave him power and killed him, but with the power of the Tower Master of Destruction, that was to be expected. But that power affected his personality. When I was the master of the tower, I was a bit stiff. Perhaps it was the influence of the identity and power I received. But my current personality is quite similar to my original one. Kim Do-Hyuk couldn't understand how that pervert could grant or take away someone's identity like that. Bo doesn't know exactly how he does it. But Kim Do-Hyun speculates that the world is a large enough maze for him to exploit identities, allowing him to grant and take them away at will. Bo doesn't understand what Do-Hyuk just said. "This world is a maze? How could you not know such important information, you fool?" And so the two sat and talked for the entire lesson, until Buck finally understood everything. Kim Do-Hyuk was annoyed, but for now they were fish in his pond, unable to act. But with the guide, a chance to strike back existed. They just needed to wait for the right moment. The next day, just as promised, the guide witch arrived, finding Kim Yoo-hyuk still holding his food tray in a daze. The guide gave her hair a quick spray and asked, "What's that shiny silver thing?" Kim Do-hyuk immediately bristled. "It's a food tray." "A food tray? You said we'd meet again in 2 days, but why call me in the middle of lunch? My mouth is burning. Even lightning avoids a hungry man, so why is she doing this to me right before lunch?" The guide promised to be more considerate next time. Putting that aside for now, the guide asked if I brought the ring. "Well, here it is, old woman. Hurry it up, what's with all the vague talk? This doesn't seem like an item that'll boost my stats. How will you use this to fight back?" Kim Do-hyuk is still taking the initiative. "Simple. Just put on the ring and clear the labyrinth." She makes it sound so easy. But which labyrinth is she talking about? Any labyrinth? Originally, only a few labyrinths were natural, and the rest were monitored, right? The guide said he could clear any labyrinth. Soon, the Maze Lord will create mazes on his own. What was it called in your world again? Monster outbreaks, disasters. This means when a labyrinth begins to form, monsters will swarm out and devastate the surrounding areas. Before Kim Yoo-hyun was reborn, those things were everywhere, making nowhere safe. After his rebirth, things finally calmed down and he could enjoy life a little. But of course, trouble finds him. So where and when will it appear, and to what extent? In about 3 months, and the scale is still being determined. They say it will happen in a country called Korea. Unbelievable. Even though I live in Korea, how can I stop it if you don't tell me the exact location? The guide is afraid the Labyrinth Lord will find her, so she can only provide limited information. Honestly, nothing is ever easy. What's strange is that this world is already a labyrinth to begin with, so why would another one appear inside it? The Labyrinth Lord deliberately created it. Is he preparing to create another persona? That makes sense. He's already decided, and you could say he's getting everyone acclimated before the Tower of Destruction appears. So I have to wear this ring and destroy the maze that appears during the disaster? Classic. The guide asks how Kim Do-hyuk usually destroys the dungeons. The monsters inside are tricky, so I usually ignore them and destroy the maze stones. If you do that, the maze will automatically disappear. Kim Do-hyuk always liked to get things done quickly and efficiently. That's usually the fastest way, but you can't do that this time. So what am I supposed to do, old woman? Put on that ring and defeat the boss. Why do I have to do that? Of course, there's a reason. Even though your world is just a labyrinth, the Lord of the Labyrinth can't randomly create a disaster or a tower of destruction. He must use the power of the identities he acquires. Simply put, labyrinths are made of identity. Among the components of the labyrinth created in this way, the power of identity is most concentrated in that boss. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the Lord of the Labyrinth. That will be the starting point of our counterattack plan. Kim Do-hyuk wonders. Has he absorbed countless identities? How can we possibly win with just one? That's a good question. Of course, the Labyrinth Lord wouldn't care if only one identity disappeared. His goal is to help everyone adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So instead of stealing one identity, the key to this plan is to quickly destroy the labyrinth. Then, the Labyrinth Lord will realize that the labyrinths have disappeared before people can adapt and change tactics. He'll create an event by sending countless identities into the world, giving them the chance to absorb as many as possible. Because the identities they absorb will also add power to the user, absorbing identities and turning them into power? Let me ask you this. How are we any different from the Lord of Labyrinths? Kim Do-hyuk's serious reaction surprises the guide, who thought he wouldn't care about such things. Who do you think I am? I only feel comfortable doing what's right. First, we will never harm innocent people to obtain identities. And if your identity is taken by the Dungeon Lord, that identity will be shackled, preventing you from being reborn or becoming a constellation. So you'll be imprisoned, and if you use the power of the identities you absorb, they'll be freed once their identities are no longer shackled. That's what the guide says. But if Kim Do-hyuk still feels uneasy, he can do whatever he wants. Plus, he'll know what kind of person the owner of those identities was before absorbing them. Kim Do-hyuk had no objections. Now he simply had to wait for the disaster to occur, the guide promising to provide the exact location and time later. Until then, Kim Do-hyuk should form a team to prevent the disaster. But didn't she just say to defeat the boss and destroy the dungeon? The guide explains that while the monsters inside the dungeon will die when it's destroyed, those that escaped will remain, and they need to be stopped. See you later. With a snap of the guide's fingers, Kim Do-hyuk is instantly transported to the front of the guild counter. Damn it, she was supposed to warn him before teleporting him. However, she said that a disaster prevention team was needed. Before his reincarnation, Min had also dealt with disasters alongside his disciples. Working alone would take too long, and he has to prevent damage, so should he take on disciples this time around? Just then, Kim Do-hyuk runs into a familiar face. Yeon Rang. What's she doing here? Apparently, after losing to him, she's been reflecting and wondering why he spared her. And she had a shocking revelation. She lost because he was stronger. How could it take her so long to figure out something so obvious? You know what? I thought I was a lot like you. Spare me, please. Someone who can dominate everyone with talent alone and has never tasted defeat. This is quite rare in adults, a discovery Yanlang is very confident about. But Kim Yoo-hyuk thinks she's completely wrong. He's a very hardworking and striving individual. But what she said was just his old way of thinking. Not anymore. Those moves that struck us weren't just simple attacks. They were the body's movements born from countless experiences. I was furious when I lost, but after calming down, the reason for my defeat became clear. I lacked real combat experience. And then I realized that fighting you has made me stronger, so I want to keep fighting you until I win. So what? Fight me. He doesn't have time for this, telling her not to bother him with her strange theories. Hey, it's Yanlang, still trying to get Kim Yoo-hyuk to fight her after coming all the way from China for a brawl. But Kim Do-hyuk doesn't care, suggesting she focus on mastering her family's martial arts instead. Yanlang says she doesn't know because she was only properly trained until she was 6, and after that she was self-taught and then defeated by Kim Do-hyuk. The family's contractors aren't happy with her either, but Yanlang isn't afraid of them. They wouldn't let me join the clan's daily training, so I told them to send people for me to train with, so my skills wouldn't get rusty. But then they suddenly threw fully fledged contractors at me, so I just kept winning. Luckily, there aren't many of them. Kim Do-hoo felt that what Tiet Van said resembled her, but the hidden meaning was completely different. So, Yanlang is talented and enjoys fighting, but the White Lotus leader implies she's ruthless, making him curious about her family. So, was she forced to confine herself in the White Lotus palace? Yanlang said she was partly there by choice. She stayed because she was tired of being seen as her family's troublemaker. And besides, it didn't matter since she was stronger than the elders anyway. And now that she's found someone far stronger than herself, Kim Yoo-hyuk, what's so great about that? If I fight you, I can grow stronger without the family's guidance, right? Who's fighting who? Kim Do-hyuk respond calmly, but Yanlang, as if struck by a nerve, excessively begs and acts spoiled. However, the unreactive youth makes him feel that something is a bit strange. Clearly, Yanlang was isolated by her own family and imprisoned in the White Lotus Palace, so why does Jae-yoon want to bring her back? Kim Do-hyuk doesn't know the full story, but from the family's perspective, wouldn't it be better to leave Yanlang at the White Lotus Palace? Annoyed by her constant pestering, Kim Do-hyuk finally speaks up. All right, you can let go of me now. Oh, you want to fight me? She's overjoyed, her heart filled with glee. Since we're at school, I don't want to make a scene, so just follow me to the gym. Yanlang happily agrees. At the gym, Choi-arin and Do-soon stare in confusion. Even Oh Se-hyo looked over with curiosity. I'll change and be right back. Wait a moment. Kim Do-hai turned to Yanlang and said, she acts like it's no big deal. He grabs his bag to leave, but Choi-arin follows him. Kim Do-hyuk, thinking Yanlang was still obsessed with him, impatiently told her to wait, while Choi-arin, without batting an eye, asked who he brought with him. Do-hyuk explains that the woman is a crazy person he met at Bak Lien, who insisted on fighting him, so he brought her here. Hearing this, Choi-arin went from White Rabbit to a blazing inferno, full of hostility towards Yanlang, who immediately sensed Aaron's unusual gaze and glared back. What's with that look? You want to fight too? Of course, Choi-arin didn't. Do-soon observes from the sidelines, deducing that Yanlang might be a member of the Yu family based on her hair color, while Jae-so is surprised that she came all the way from China just to spar with Kim Do-hui. Sounds interesting. Soon the whole group gathered at the Valhalla Stadium. I'm sure Yanlang and I are the only ones who agreed to this duel. Why are you all here? Kim Do-hoo is indeed quick to anger. I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything strange. Choi-arin's answer was immediate and reasonable, and I'm following her. Dion also had a pretty good reason, so he didn't need to worry about me. Oh, Se-hyuk just threw his reason out the window. I can't believe he came up with something so ridiculous. Meanwhile, Yanlang warms up, eager for the battle, boasting of his newfound strength. Is that so? Then I'll fight you with everything I've got. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hyuk recalls the guide's reminder to form a team to prevent disaster. Didn't she say she wanted to get stronger? Kim Do-hyuk asked Yeon-rang, and she enthusiastically confirmed it. So, if I win today, you can become my disciple. Yanlang was dumbfounded. Her goal was clearly to get stronger and defeat him. So how did things suddenly turn to apprenticeship? Kim Do-hyuk replied as if it were obvious. That's right, after becoming my disciple, you can fulfill your wish. Let's begin. Yanlang hates having a master, so she's determined to win. She's already in position. Yanlang leads with an elbow strike right from the start. Kim Do-hoo couldn't help but admire how much stronger she'd become, as Yanlang unleashed a burst of fiery mana. She asserts that he blocked her attack before, but this time he won't be so lucky. Yanlang's mana forces Aaron and Jusun to brace themselves. Duan can only exclaim, "Is there a monster like this in the White Lotus?" That's an immense amount of mana, even more concentrated than Kim Do-hook's during the competition. Even X-Hook is impressed as Yanlang charges forward with all of his talent and magic. She was certain that landing just one hit would be fatal. And even if Kim Do-hyuk blocked it, the magical force would still cause a powerful shock. But what's this? Kim Do-hyuk mirrored her stance, leaving her utterly astonished. I also like facing things head-on, Kim Do-hyuk said triumphantly. His fist and Yanlang's collided with immense force. After a brief exchange, Yanlang felt himself being pushed back, despite focusing his mana to the utmost. Meanwhile, she senses that Kim Do-hyuk doesn't have that much mana. This proves that he is stronger than before, but he is still the same person. I'll only face you head-on once. What the hell? The second time, I'll block and counter. As Kim Do-hyuk spoke, his knee slammed into Yanlang's stomach. Despite her best efforts to defend, Yanlang is kicked to the ground, unable to land a single decent blow. Now I have another disciple. Kim Do-hyuk was overjoyed. Upon waking, Yellen bemoaned her defeat, while Kim Do-hyuk marveled at her resilience. He thought he'd be out until morning, but she's already up. Yanlang wonders if that's a compliment or an insult. Whatever, she's going to be his disciple anyway. So I'm officially your first disciple, right? Yanlang proudly declares. But that's not the reality, and Yanlang doesn't believe it. Was he recruiting disciples back in middle school? No way. But Choi-arin is the first person he's ever taught in this life, and she also considers herself Kim Chu-hyu's first disciple. She wasn't his first, but some troubles are best avoided. Specifically explaining things to those who always have 100,000 questions why. But being called Miyu by Arin drives Yanlang crazy, thinking she's teasing him. Choi-arin wasn't intimidated, and even doubled down, so why was he so angry? My name is Yanlang, not Miyu, so don't give me weird nicknames. What's wrong with you? Miyu sounds cute, though, and so began the endless bickering between a hothead and someone obsessed with cuteness. Watching this, Kim Do-hyuk suddenly felt a strange sensation, like when he used to observe his disciples. But this was starting to go a bit too far. Miyu joins Kim Do-yu, fueling Yanlang's frustration. Isn't Choi-arin her senior since she became a disciple first? Don't be rude to your senior disciple. You have a junior now, so show some respect. Hearing this, Choi-arin blushed as Do-hyuk had acknowledged her as his first disciple. Choi-arin smiles sweetly and says, "Then this senior sister will be patient." Yanlang fumes with anger. "That's all for today's training," Kim Do-hyuk said, sending everyone home. But where was Yanlang supposed to go? She just wanted to fight, not become someone's disciple. "I heard from Jae-yoon that you wanted to come to Manhwa, so I came straight away. The school gave me a dorm room, so you can stay there for now." Yanlang happily agreed, but Choi-arin, for some unknown reason, started calling her Kitty. And so the war of words began again, with Kim Do-yu unable to stop it, and he didn't get home until late. All this bickering between the two girls has kept their master busy all day, accomplishing nothing of value, but at least he's secured 2 permanent members for the disaster prevention squad. While Dune is focused on physical training, she still has a long way to go before mastering swordsmanship. And Seo-yu is only interested in building muscles, so he doesn't count. Just then, Adelia called to say she'd resolved the donation fund and other tasks he'd assigned, wanting to report in before they met. Kim Do-hyuk mentioned he was advertising for fake contractors. He told her the disaster would occur in 3 months. Adelia wanted to know where he got the information, but Kim Do-hyuk couldn't reveal it. Furthermore, he doesn't know the scale of the disaster, but something is definitely coming. Adelia asks if he's announcing this in Hanzhou. Kim Do-hyuk confirmed this, and she immediately said she would contact the capable contractors in Vench and the guilds in Korea. But Kim Do-hyuk told her to keep it a secret. "Kim Dokja, when the patron star awakens, could you please put in a good word for me? Is she still pretending not to see me?" Adelia was completely unable to contact Moron, who had mentioned needing rest after exerting himself to meet her, but she didn't expect even a day wouldn't be enough. And so, Kim Do-hyuk agreed to Adelia's request. The next day, in Van Hala's training room, Kim Do-hyuk and Choi-arin were back to running hard. Yanlang, not yet accustomed to this environment, looked horrified. After the run, she collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, complaining that she was about to go to heaven, and loudly accusing Kim Do-hyuk of almost killing her. Unexpectedly, he said with utter nonchalance, "You're still alive. You caught up faster than I thought. I figured you'd be done by midday. Of course, I'm not here to play around. Surprisingly, her basic stamina is pretty good. Should I slow down a bit? Hey, is Yanlang here?" The woman appeared out of nowhere and asked a question. Her appearance was similar to Jia Yun's, but her purpose here was unclear. You came all this way without telling your mother? Yanlang. Yanlang grimaces, grinding her teeth. Shu Lianhua's reaction is more like seeing a ghost than her own mother. You're Yanlang's mother? I thought it was that mage. Snow Lotus is her mother, not her. Kim Yu-hyun wonders. Su Lianhua paused for a moment before answering. So, you're Kim Du-hyo, the one who brought our Yanlang here? Hold on, who answers a question with a question? Let me properly introduce myself. Are you tired of beating around the bush? Let's get straight to the point. My name is Xu Ranhua. I am the head of the Xu family, and now the new mother of Yanlang. So, Shui Yun, leader of the White Lotus Society, is my younger sister. However, Zhu Nianhua wondered why Zhui Yun hadn't contacted her when Yanlang left the White Lotus Palace, as promised, and instead sent Yanlang here. But she quickly dismissed her doubts and focused on the main issue, getting her daughter back home. I won't return to that damned place. You abandoned and alienated me before, and now you say I have to go back? Trembling with anger, she says, "Leave and stop treating me like your daughter. It's sickening." Of course, Hua didn't care about Yanlang's discomfort, acting as if it were natural. She said that rejecting her back then was an order from the stars. Besides, she already knew about this, so what if she did? I heard this from a servant, not from your own lips, and just recently. Yanlang reacts intensely, but Xu Nianhua says it's fine. That's the truth of it. She's here because the constellation instructed her to summon Yanlang. Yanlang. What the hell? This was my chance to be recognized by the stars. Don't embarrass your mother any further, Yanlang. You want me to go back right now? So that's why you've been trying to pull me out all this time? Jirenhua didn't hesitate to admit it. Being a mother must be hard for her. So Yanlang kicked her out, scowling, "Students are training here, so leave and don't disturb them." Yanlang also warned her, "This is Van La, not the Yu family or the White Lotus Society, so don't even think about causing trouble." Do you know why I came here alone without any guards? Jirenhua scowled. It's to take you away without drawing attention. With that, she strikes Yanlang. She braces herself, but is still forced back, her arm reddening. What are you doing? Didn't I make it clear? I won't hold back. Ah, I see. In that case, I, Yanlang, also declare that I won't hold back anymore. With that, she shot forward with incredible speed. You remember, right? Even when you challenged me before, I defeated you. Yanlang leaps, putting all her strength into a punch aimed at Sue Renhua. She remained unmoved, her expression blank, as she effortlessly blocked Yanlang's powerful blow. Of course, Hua had to admit that Yanlang had grown stronger. She certainly hadn't been idle at the White Lotus Palace. Yanlang shouts that she's been training hard, not wanting to be left behind by Zhuijia in a place with nothing, but Shui Renhua tells her to return to the Zhu family and study properly. With a twist of her wrist, she sent Yanlang reeling. Yanlang's eyes widened in surprise. When had her mother become so skilled? She landed heavily, quickly pulling her hand away from Seol Yeonhwa and kicking her. Seol Yeonhwa stumbled backward, acknowledging that it was indeed a powerful attack. But Yanlang found the praise irritating, snapping at her to shut her trap and let her concentrate on winning. Meanwhile, Choi Aaron asked Kim Yu-hyun if they should call the coach to stop them. But what happens when they tell the coach that the Jew family head is causing trouble at Van La without guards, demanding to take her daughter away? It's bound to cause chaos. Even so, Kim Do-hoo clearly couldn't stand that woman, and neither could Choi Areen, abandoning her daughter only to suddenly take her back because she needed to steal the spotlight. Yanlang must be disappointed, judging by the way she's throwing punches like she wants to crush her opponent. Meanwhile, Xu Ranhua maintained her sanctimonious facade, urging her to stop the pointless commotion and return with her before getting hurt, though that was more applicable to herself. Yanlang said this and ferociously kicked Xu Ranhua, who clutched her stomach and stumbled backward as Yanlang smirked. She put so much force into that kick that even blocking it would cause injury. But just 2 seconds later, Yanlang realized in horror that one of her legs had been completely frozen. Well, this must be the first time you've seen it, right? Xie Lianhua conjured a block of ice in her palm and solemnly introduced, "This is the power of our family's constellation, the king of the Snow Realm. Though not immediately, once you return to the Snow Clan, you'll have the chance to train this ability through a Star Spirit contract." Yanlang also realizes his dear mother is stronger than before. So she recklessly borrowed power from a constellation? But for the head of the Zhu family, it's nothing reckless at all. This is the way of the world now. If you belong to a family with a patron star, this is what you do. You weren't really imagining that I was fighting you with just my physical abilities to satisfy your earlier request, were you? You've probably changed your mind, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back? Of course not. Sui Renhua sighed at her child's naivete, then teleported in front of her, telling her not to expect a safe return. Yanlang could only curse under her breath. unable to react as her right leg was frozen, and now Zhuan Yanhua was aiming for her right arm. She intended to freeze and shatter that right arm, so Yen Lang would forever regret her defiance of the family. But of course, that wasn't going to happen. Kim Do-hyuk, unfazed, intervenes, stopping Na Yanhua in her tracks, his long leg planted firmly between mother and daughter. Annoyed, he asks if she really intends to cut off her daughter's arm. Zhuan Yanhua sneers, saying she's just teaching her daughter as a mother and doesn't think it's something Yu-hyuk needs to be involved in. Kim Do-hyuk is getting more annoyed. Is this kind of education popular these days? He's heard something similar before, but never the name Seol Yanhua. Now she's wondering how he avoided being frozen by that attack. And furthermore, how Kim Do-hyuk's blow injured her. There's only one possibility. Kim Yu-hyan's counterattack magic is stronger than hers. Choi Aran, take Yan Lang outside. Kim Do-hyuk gives the order, and Choi Aran immediately complies. Yan Lang insisted she could fight and that it was her business. Okay, your business. But look at your leg. Can you even feel it? Before I can teach you anything, if my disciple gets hurt, should I just stand by and watch? Yan Lang was moved to tears by her master and obediently stepped back. Xuan Yi is surprised. Can high schoolers even take on disciples these days? How interesting. But that's where it should end. Sui Ranhua insists she only came to take Yan Lang away. But how could this affect him? And he act like he's her teacher. Kim Do-hu assures her that he's unaffected. They simply share the same thoughts. But Tuyet Nianhoa doesn't understand a master-disciple relationship that's so clingy. She charges again, eager to test the master's skill. Kim Yu-hui silently observes her, noting that despite her cold exterior, her temperament is as fierce as Yan Lang's. Although he kicked her earlier, facing her head-on like this still consumes a lot of magic, so it's best to focus on dodging for now, while aiming for her joints. Though old, Tiet Nianhoa is still quick. Her strike grazes his shoulder as she attempts a fatal blow. Luckily, Kim Do-hyuk wasn't slow and dodged it easily. But this old woman is destroying public property. Why unleash a blizzard and wreck the gym? Kim Yu-hyuk cursed inwardly. The attack hadn't even landed, yet the damage was immense. Moreover, Granny Zhui can also unleash freezing ice. Impressive, but a word of caution is needed. These are school property, so before you return to China, remember to pay for the damages. Su Lianhua says she might consider it if he wins. Wait, you can just destroy school property and run away with it? We'll settle that dispute later. Right now, a hand is aimed straight at Kim Do-hyuk's neck. Dodging is pointless. It'll only make her release more ice. But even blocking these minor attacks drains mana, so I'll just break the technique altogether. Kim Do-hyuk kicks Zhu Ranhua's wrist, sending her attack to the ceiling. As she recoils, he strikes a devastating blow. So, an overwhelming victory without much effort. Yan Lang didn't expect Yu-hyuk to so easily defeat someone wielding the power of a constellation. Of course, Hua had to praise his fighting skills. That was a given. Could borrowed power ever compare to the martial god, Hangdi-ru? Besides, that's exactly why Yan Lang came all this way to learn from him. But even if I acknowledge you, I'm still taking her with me. Are you kidding me? This is the will of our guardian constellation, and even if I fail, thousands more will come to take her. What utter nonsense. Yan Lang is indignant that her opinion is disregarded, carrying no more weight than a grain of sand. Seol Yeonhua reaffirms that the will of the constellation is absolute, the very purpose of the Seol family's existence, leaving Yeon Lang pale with fear. Does she have to fight her own family again, even if it's against her will? Enough! Seeing his new student in such a predicament, Kim Do-hyuk frowned and asked, "How do I meet your constellation?" Sun Yanhua was caught off guard, unable to react to his question, so Kim Do-hyuk repeated it, annoyed. "Didn't you say it was by order of the constellation?" So they'll keep coming to get Yan Lang? Then I'll just defeat them, right? Zhuan Yanhua was truly taken aback this time. Does this kid even know what he's saying? The only way a human can face a star is when it appears in the sanctuary. But this requires a great deal of magical power, so it doesn't happen often, and we wouldn't dare deceive our star about someone who could harm the family and cause sanctification. Sue Ranhua explained, but Du Haiwook believed there was another way, to touch the sacred object and enter the world of the mind, a notion that shocked Sue Ranhua. She didn't expect him to know this. If Kim Do-hyuk touches the sacred artifact of the Seol family, he will meet the deep-eyed king. But unlike this world, where original power is suppressed, the world of the mind is the domain of the constellations. When ordinary people enter, they will be crushed by the pressure from the constellations. Sun Yanhua asks if he'll still resist, even knowing this, to which he replies, "Resist? What's there to fear?" So it's settled, but not yet. Letting an outsider touch the sacred object isn't Tuyet Nianhoa's decision alone. The plan to bring Yan Lang back will be postponed for a week, during which time neither he nor Kim Yu-hyuk will be attacked. Nice. That works out even better, but the head of the Zhuo family still has conditions. If you're defeated in the mental world and return here, what will you do? After all, giving you the chance to meet the constellation unconditionally is a loss for us. Yanra is disgusted, wondering who this ridiculous woman thinks she is. Kim Do-yu readily accepted the responsibility, regardless of the outcome. If I win, you'll never lay a hand on Yan Lang again. I'll take care of her as my disciple. Kim Do-hyuk then stated his terms, which Seol Yeonhwa agreed to, returning to her family to prepare, all the while inwardly cursing his arrogance. A week later, Kim Do-hyuk met with the Seol family's deep-eyed star guardian king. A few days prior, in the Vanla dormitory, Kim Do-hyuk had arranged for Yeon Lang to stay in his unused VIP room. This VIP dorm is as big as a 10 billion VND apartment. Yin Lang is shocked by this dorm room that looks like a wealthy family's home. What's even more shocking is that she gets to stay here alone. Kim Do-hyuk says this was originally his luxury dorm room, but he requested a different room, so this one was vacant. Blushing, Yan Lang hesitantly asks, Kim Do-hyuk, why are you being so nice to me? Whether it's Sharonhua or the others, it's a family matter. You could just turn a blind eye. Are you doing this because I'm your disciple? Well, that's part of it. But truthfully, Do-hyuk doesn't like things like that. He hates oppressive statements like, I'm of a higher status than you. You acted nosy because you had to listen to me. Does that bother Yan Lang? Of course not. It's just the first time someone has cared about me so much, and I wanted to thank you. Kim Yoo-hyun laughs, wondering if her gratitude will vanish once she experiences the pain and hardship of training with him. The topic of favors is closed for now. Kim Yoo-hyuk has another question. Is your family's constellation Deep Mountain King? Or Snow Deep King? Kim Do-hyuk wants to know what this guardian star's personality is like. But Yan Lang hasn't been close to her family in a long time, so she doesn't know. But even when family members use his power, it's said he doesn't interfere much with the Zhu family, so some family members don't even know which star he is. So why did the Snow Deep King order Yan Lang to be brought back? Yan Lang doesn't understand why, since she and he have no connection at all. She doesn't even have a guardian star like the rest of her family, so she has no idea what's going on. Kim Do-hyuk had a plan of his own. He told her to rest up because she'd be his guide when they arrived at the Zhu estate. With that, Kim Do-hui left, leaving Yan Lang blushing. Back in his room, Do-hyuk calls Adelia for a favor, telling her about his intense fight with the Zhu family head. Adelia was shocked and worried, asking why. Do-hyuk said they came to take their daughter back, but he refused, so they fought. As a result, he wrecked some of the school's gym equipment and had to ask Adelia to take care of it, which she could easily do by simply replacing the damaged items. Do-hyuk then asks Adelia if she knows anything about the Snow family's constellation, but the Vench family head only knows it's the deep snow and doesn't interfere in family matters. The Zhu family is acting discreetly, so she doesn't know anything more. Do-hee recalls Moron and asks if she has woken up yet. No, there's still no response from her, Adelia said, sounding disappointed. Kim Do-hyuk said he understood, then fell silent in thought as Adelia hesitantly continued. Could you ask about your disciple's condition and put in a good word for me? Kim Do-hyuk scoffed. You're awfully comfortable with me now. I'm hanging up. Adelia frantically apologized, but Kim Do-hyuk had already hung up. Just what was this Snow Abyss King that no one seemed to know about? Baekjo also found it strange, but not the Snow Deep King. Kim Do-hyuk was the strange one. Kim Do-hyuk had no idea what was strange about him. Normally he'd fight anyone, but Kim Do-hyuk admits that even if he gets stronger, he knows his power can't compare to what it was before his resurrection. To face an enemy without knowing their strength, it sounds foolish. Besides, the Celestials' territory is the mind space. They can unleash their full power there. But why is B weaker in the mindscape? Furthermore, with Bear's normal power, his abilities should be as strong as the constellations. But if Do-hyuk wants to fight in the mindscape, Bear can reveal a few secrets. Power in the mindscape has nothing to do with physical strength. What is he even saying? If I can use my power through my body, then it's physical strength, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Kim Do-hyuk is getting annoyed. That's how it would appear to ordinary people, both inside and outside the mindscape. But you are no ordinary person. Remember this demeanor. Do-hyuk begins to understand the Count's intentions. Now, all that's left is to go to the temple and defeat the constellation. A week later, Yoo-hyuk brings Yan Lang to the Zhu family. The Zhu family lined up to greet them like they were welcoming a prime minister, with Su Ranhwa at the head. She sneers at the sight of them. I thought you'd run away. I'm not that irresponsible. Now am I allowed to touch the sacred object? But Kim Do-hyuk wasn't the type to be affected by such words, since his sharp tongue usually drove others crazy. Seol Ranhwa grimaced and told him to follow her, as Do-hyuk patted Yunlang's shoulder, promising to return. Shu Ranhwa leads Kim Do-hyuk to a snow-filled room, where Yan Lang's stepmother reaches under the snow and pulls out a jar. As she opened the hole, she wondered what would happen if Cheomseung lost to him. And if Yuuk lost, how would it be to have him as a servant of the Snow Clan? What she thinks is her business. Kim Do-hyuk just wants to finish this match quickly and go to sleep. Let me see that gauntlet. The moment he touched it, Kim Yu-hui was transported before the Snow Abyss King. He sat on an ice throne, one leg propped up, looking arrogant, and asked Do-hyuk who he was. Kim Do-hyuk raised his fist and said, "You're famous, so I'll say it." Kim Do-hyuk knew he wasn't his disciple, but he looked familiar. He just couldn't remember where he'd seen him. The Snow Depth King never imagined some nobody would come out of nowhere, threatening to kill him. As for titles, they can discuss that after Kim Yu-hyuk is still alive. But now, the Snow Abyss King has prepared a fist accompanied by countless sharp ice arrows. Kim Do-yu scoffs. "A ranged attack? Did you think you could dodge that?" "I didn't expect that," the Snow Deep King remarked. Kim Do-hyuk couldn't have dodged that attack with a simple jump. He must have used magic to leap that far. And he knows the one before him is no mere pawn. "I was going to tell you my name, but being stuck here so long has made me forget it. So I'll tell you my title instead," he said, stepping down and approaching the men. "Out here they call me the Deep Snow King." Kim Do-hyuk couldn't help but frown as a blizzard suddenly kicked up. "But my worshippers call me Chaos, while those who fear me call me the Snow Devil. Combine those two titles and I am known as the Chaotic Snow God. So many names. It's giving me the creeps. Is that even a name? Really? As for me, I'm Kim Yu-hyuk. The Frost God says he'll remember the name, then raises his hand. Large pillars of ice erupt around Do-yu-hyuk, cutting off his escape, as the glacial god of havoc sends a flurry of icy columns hurtling toward him. Well, blocking that mouthful with bare hands must hurt, so Do-hyuk pulls out his precious sword. The Ice King seemed to recognize the weapon, as Kim Do-hyuk forcefully shattered the approaching ice with his sword. The two powers clash violently, and soon the Snow Abyss King is being chased by his own ice pillars. He finds it laughable that Kim Do-hyuk would use this tactic, when all the ice and snow here are under his control. Is that so? Kim Do-hyo appeared out of nowhere, a sinister smile on his face, and slashed upwards with his sword. The Snow King casually blocked it with his bare hand, realizing it was a diversion using the ice pillars to get close. "Good idea, but still too weak. Really? Are you sure I'm weak when your hands are shaking so much? Then try this and see if I'm still weak." Kim Do-hyuk rotated his wrist, conjuring a blazing red flame as his fist hurtled toward the center of the snow god's chest. Kim Do-hyuk gleefully watched as he sent the Grand Star Monarch flying like it was nothing, Hon Tu-yet-than crashing into his throne. "It's probably been a while since you took a punch like that, huh? How's that for manly? Where do you think you're aiming, you bastard? An attack filled with magic. And that sword, I see. So you're a martial god, huh? Well, it's just a title those disciples gave you." But that's right, the name of a martial god was still fresh in Hun Jue-shen's memory, Kim Hyun. Although he didn't know much about him, Hun Jue-shen had witnessed Kim Han's power 300 years ago. It was also in an icy mountain range when the god of mixed snow was attacked by a horde of monsters. Though he did his best, it was an army he couldn't handle alone. Just as the god of frost and snow was about to perish with them, the god of war suddenly appeared. He wondered why Kim Hyuno was there, standing in front of the monsters. And as that jet-black sword swung, Kim Hyuno annihilated an entire monster army in an instant, leaving the snow god's questions to vanish with the beasts, replaced only by astonishment. The magic that struck him was the same, though his appearance was different. It was the god of war. "Aren't you going to attack?" Kim Do-hyuk asks, "Shall I make my move and then we can settle this ourselves?" "Why do you ask, old man?" "Very well, god of war. I've long wanted a real fight with you. I will fight you, with all my power." Meanwhile, in the drawing room, Yanlang receives a warm welcome from the Yu family, though she can sense dark shadows lurking outside the door and unfriendly eyes watching her. This is exactly why she didn't want to return to the Zhui family. Remembering Yu telling her to rest while at the Zhui family, Yanlang blushed. If not for her promise to be his guide, Yanlang would have wrecked the place. Just then, the Zhu family's eldest daughter, Zhui Shilin, and second daughter, Zhui Peini, entered the room. Yanlang emotionlessly spat out a word, then asked if they came to fight. Wei Beini stammered, "No, they came to see her. Just because they're here doesn't mean they're ganging up on me, but how can they say they're not fighting when all they do is argue? Seriously, if you two are just here to watch me, you can stand outside like those shady people by the door." "Hey, I have feelings too, you know." Su Shilin scratched his head, explaining that Gu felt there was a misunderstanding, and came to apologize. She thought a direct apology was better, leaving Yanlang stunned. "An apology? That doesn't sound realistic at all." Su Boren nodded. "You see, Since you had to go to the White Lotus Hall after our match, we didn't really have time to talk, so I want to talk to you now. I know it's late, but about us isolating you from everyone, I'm sorry." Yanlang was even more surprised, wondering if these two devils were possessed. After all this time, they come just to apologize? Just spit it out. Are you afraid of me being here? Sui Bei was scolded by Yanlang until she was about to cry, and Sue Shalin jumped in to mediate, saying, "I know we seem to be apologizing insincerely, but we have no other choice. We tried to see you, but Mother always stopped us, so there's this too. And that's not all. Removing you from training was also her command. Weren't they isolating you out of jealousy?" That's what Yanlang always thought. Suipire admitted it was true, but they felt pride, not envy, knowing it was good for the Zhu family to have someone so strong. But while they thought this, Shui Ranhua summoned them and forbade Yanlang from training, saying he would be a threat in the fight for succession. However, their esteemed mother miscalculated one thing. Neither of her daughters had any interest in the position of family head, nor should they. As Yanlang wondered why, Xiyun entered the room. "I'll tell you about that." While the sisters talked, the chaotic snow god unleashed his full power, raining down a barrage of sharp ice pillars on Kim Yu-hyuk. He dodges the attack and leaps toward the ice god, who retaliates with a frozen fist. From that ice orb, sharp spikes emerged, surrounding Do-hyuk. Annoyed, he waved his hand, shattering them, and charged forward again. "You think you can distract me with such weak attacks? So you want a big attack? Okay, I get it." A massive ice formation appears before Kim Yu-hyuk, then explodes like a bubble. Kim Do-hyuk didn't expect the frost god to have such surprising skills. He even tried to freeze him completely, but Kim Do-hyuk managed to escape with only a bit of snow on him. As expected of the god of war, don't spout such unbelievable praise. You're making me ashamed, but I have to admit, this guy is a bit different. If he was this strong in his past life, Do-hyuk wouldn't have forgotten him. He must have trained here, making great strides in his understanding and mastery of Ice Ki. This must be why he's stronger than he was in my past life. How intriguing. Wouldn't it have been better if I had met you sooner? Kim Yu-hyuk sighed, but Hun Sul-shin didn't understand what he meant. Du-hyuk says it's a compliment to his strength, since he made him draw his sword. Hun Sui-shen gives a rare smile, instead of just feeling pleased with your praise. He trailed off, conjuring a massive ice fist with his magic, before continuing, "I will surpass you." Hung Shu-shen launched his punch, and Kim Yu-hyuk grinned devilishly as he swung his sword. They passed each other like the wind, and Hun Sui-chen smiled wryly. "Forget surpassing you. I'm not even close to your level." He then knelt on the ground, as Kim Yu-hyuk stood triumphantly, laughing. Outside, the white glove emitted a mysterious blue light, as Zhui Lianhua stood guard. This battle took longer than she expected, and Zhui Ranhua thought Kim Yu-hyuk was using some strange magic, so the Zhui family's Star Lord was toying with him. Just then, she saw the blue light flickering, a sign of damage to one's consciousness within the mindscape, yet Kim Yu-hyuk appeared completely unscathed. Stuttering, Zhu Lianhua called out, and Kim Yu-hyuk immediately replied, "I've defeated your constellation." Of course, Xiao Yonhua didn't believe him, but soon a system message appeared. Snowdeep King expressed respect for Kim Do-hyuk, shocking Xiao Yonhua. To think a high schooler could defeat a constellation? She couldn't accept this reality. "If you don't believe me, ask that constellation yourself." Xuan Yanhua was so shocked that she collapsed to the ground. Kim Do-hyuk then patted her shoulder, saying, "Oh, you said that if I won, you wouldn't bother Yanlang anymore, right?" He smirked darkly. "I think we need to adjust that condition a bit." Soon, Du Hui-wook arrived at the drawing room to pick up Yunlang, telling her to leave without regard for anyone else. He spoke, then noticed the crowd. "What are you all doing here?" Su Yun is overjoyed to see Kim Do-hyuk again, never expecting him to come. Kim Do-hyuk thought Zhu Won wouldn't be here, as she's the leader of the White Lotus Society. Yunlang asks if he's finished. Du-hyuk says he'll tell her on the way, as there are too many eyes here. Not just Yanlang, but Kim Do-hu is also sick of the prying eyes waiting for someone to fall. As Kim Do-hyuk and Yanlang leave the Zhu estate, is this young woman running off with a man? He's back so soon he must have lost, right? Du-hyuk almost fell over at the question. Yanlang continues to overthink things, and it must be hard on him. Without the protection of holy power, he faces the star constellation alone. Well, that's right. Yunlang is eager to know what conditions his dear stepmother set if he lost. Du-hyuk reveals that she wants him to become a slave of the Zhu family, leaving Yanlang stunned, meaning he'll have to serve them from now on. Kim Do-ho even teases the little girl, finding it amusing and wondering if he should tell her the truth. "I should have stopped you. I've heard everything from my sister and aunt." Yanlang looked incredibly remorseful. Manhwa was a madwoman. She was willing to bet her life to become the head of the family. She had her eyes on that position since she was young. That's why Tuyet Van advised her to give up her greed. But after becoming head of the family, her greed became insatiable. She wanted to keep the position for life, wary of the elders, and seeing her own children as threats to her status. That's why she watched us so closely to prevent anything from happening. She feared my talent, so she used the clan members and my own siblings to isolate me. What's more, for some reason, even the family's guardian constellation shared that sentiment. How ironic. I never intended to become the head of this family anyway. Well, she truly is insane. Kim Yoo-yeon admits he wanted to see how far Yeonlang's imagination would go, but it was getting out of hand, so he had to tell her the truth. He'd already won against her constellation. Yeonlang thought he was joking, but he wasn't. This was no laughing matter, and this troublesome dream began when the divination brought her back after she left the White Lotus Palace. Right? But that's not quite right either. According to her, that constellation has no interest in ruling the family. So I asked him myself. In that moment, after winning in the mindscape, Yoo Hee-wook didn't rush off, but instead woke Hoon-seol up from his dream, telling him to get up so he could ask him something. Han Juishan asked what business I had and why I had called Yeonlang back to the family. The current head of the Zhu family asked me to do it. She said her youngest daughter needed my divine power for protection, and she thought the girl would listen to me. A constellation holds power within the family, so I ordered her to bring the girl back. I thought he was the one who abandoned her. Han Tuyet-nan has never heard of this before. And he's only now learning that the family head's youngest daughter is named Yeonlang. So that's how it is. So you were used by the family head as well. This also means that Chui Ranhua has deceived everyone around her, spouting nonsense to confuse them and manipulated the constellations to achieve her goals. Yeonlang trembled with rage, never imagining her stepmother would deceive the entire Zhua family, and even the constellation for her own gain, ruining her life in the process to remain the head of the family forever. It was disgusting, so I had the familiar break the contract between him and the family head. Meanwhile, Shui Nian-hoa received word that the Deep Snow King had reclaimed all the power he had granted her, and that her pact with him had been broken, leaving her utterly dismayed. Not only would she lose her position as head of the family, but everything else as well, so you don't need to dirty your hands. Yeonlang blushed and thanked him. Kim Do-hai-huk says family matters are settled, now it's back to physical training. Little do they know, a skull-masked figure has been watching them for a while. He asks if they should continue to monitor them, but the horned leader orders him to find out who their target's enemy is. In a secret hideout, the members are summoned back only to sit and stare at each other. A collection of oddballs. The purple-haired man with the toothy mask asks why they've gathered, and the blindfolded white-haired man says it's by order of the Constellation Lord. Everyone knows that, but didn't the Constellation order Kim Do-hai-huk to be killed? Why are they suddenly asking them to find this person's enemy? It's simply because that constellation changed its mind. Purple Hair then asks who received and carried out the initial order. Skull Mask then speaks up, asking what kind of person Kim Do-hyu was and who the target was. Skull Mask says he's a strange one, having followed Kim Do-hyuk and investigated him. Surprisingly, he couldn't find any useful information. The only clear fact was that Kim Do-hai grew up in an orphanage, and no one knew who his parents were, and that was it. He then tracked Kim Do-hyuk, awaiting orders from the constellation, only to witness the boy defeat both the members and the mastermind of the Seol family. Then, the constellation of the order commanded a halt and shifted to finding Kim Do-hyuk's enemies upon learning that he had taken down the Seol family's guardian constellation. The Skull Mask was about to continue when he received a message from the constellation, asking if the Holy Stone was ready. Everything was prepared. The constellation then asked if Kim Do-hyuk's enemies had been found, and Skull Mask revealed 3 names: the Vench family, Yinja, and the IU faction. The blind man knows Yinja and Iruong are evil organizations, while Vench is a prestigious family from England. But Vench has suddenly become friendly with Do-hyuk. For now, they're unsure if those 2 houses are friends or foes. Also, the purple-haired one overheard that an assassin group called Bing is targeting Kim Do-hyuk, though they haven't made any official moves yet. The blind man believes this group is trying to make a name for themselves by doing this, with new orders to kill all of his enemies. The next morning, Kim Do-hoo received 3 messages from Choi Arun, all repeating his name. She said she was taking the day off to go home and get something. Sounds important. What could it be? It would be great if she brought back a relic, since Choi Jinga's constellation is likely one of his disciples. After battling the Zhu family constellation, he examined their artifacts, finding nothing special. With the impending disaster and the Tower of Destruction, each disciple is crucial, yet everything is delayed. They say the White Lotus Society has quite a few relics, making him seriously consider paying them a visit. when a man wearing a Black Panther mask approaches. Kim Do-hyun vaguely recognized that this man was from the black market, and he suggested they talk outside to avoid drawing attention. Kim Do-hyuk tells Yeon Lang and Do-soon to wait for him, and Yeon Lang agrees, finding it an easy task. Meanwhile, Do-soon wondered why they had to do this, but Kim Do-hyuk simply left without a word, leaving the two girls to argue. But it was a war of words, and the black mask introduced himself as being from the market, something Kim Do-hyuk had already guessed from his mask and attire. But isn't that market supposed to protect the identities of its traders? Coming to the school and calling someone out like this is a huge blow to their reputation. Black Mask tells him to calm down, as he's only delivering a message, a letter from the true owner of the market. The constellation is known as the ruler behind the scenes. Read the letter and go to the market if you can answer them. What does answer mean? Black Mask said the letter was sent to others besides him. The constellation seeks one who can decipher it. Black Mask claims ignorance of the letter's contents, so if you understand and wish to respond, head to the market. The Constellation Master is waiting for you there. With that, the young man left. Bu-wal immediately appears, eager to know what the letter says, as he can't see it. I should head to the market district. Why the sudden decision? The characters used to write this letter are of my own creation. Kim Do-hyuk smirks with amusement. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hyuk was walking down the street like a common thief, and Bak-cho was bringing up all sorts of things. It seems you've been going out a lot lately without having to report each time. Bae is right. Do-hyuk explains that it's because he negotiated with that white-haired teacher. Seriously, her name is Lily, such a pretty name to ignore. Lily said that because the last results were good, he only needs to report information about monsters and how to defeat them. But Cheo is still wondering. But didn't you say you created the letters written in the newly delivered letter? That's right. Why do you want to go there? Those characters are from 3,000 years ago and many letters still exist today. Do-hyuk considers telling B that it's part of his training and that he might find something he doesn't know yet, but decides against it, figuring it's better left unsaid, and suggests they change the subject. Before I enter your mind and beat you to a pulp, B sighed, agreeing to the absurd change of subject. Pitch black, Kim Do-hyuk pushes open the gate, an iron door of sorts. He thought he'd never return to this black market, but here he is. Do-hyuk figures the reason the sky is purple here is because of the constellation he's about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky here was a similar color. As soon as he arrived, Kim Do-hyuk was greeted at the door. Did he come because of the star letter? A young man wearing a black cat mask. So, where should I go now? Please follow me, I'll lead the way. Do I need to wear a mask like you? No need. I'll take you the back way instead of through the main market. In the 7th District Market, inside a towering building, Yoo Hee-wook gazes at the scene outside, wondering if the black cat is here. But whispers, "Look outside, master." Huh? All that yellow on the building is paper money. Was there a building like that the last time you were here? Was there? I don't really remember. Just as I was wondering, the market leader arrived. There he was. Kim Do-hyuk, do you have an answer to the letter? He cut right to the chase, no time wasted. I do, but that letter isn't the kind you can just answer normally. What do you mean? So, what do you want? For me to see what it says? Lend me your paper and pen. Thank you. The black cat senses the youth is mocking him. All three who claimed to answer the letter were frauds. What they brought only fueled the saint's anger. But the young man scribbled for a while and said, "Black cat, this looks like the description your stars told me about." But what does that even mean? It means nothing at all. Immediately, the black cat's star reacted to the answer. A violent reaction. You've been confirmed, Yoo Hee-wook. You should see him as soon as possible. And with that, Yoo Hee-wook readily agreed. The black cat immediately retrieves a holy relic to guide him, saying that touching it will transport him to the mindscape. All right. In the blink of an eye, Yoo Hee-wook found himself facing a girl with long, purple hair. Ah, this magical power. Though the appearance has changed, I can still sense your magic. It's been a while, Luminous. The red-eyed girl held her cheeks and happily cried out, "Aha, Master, your disciple is so happy to see you again." Master Luminous kneels before Yoo-hyun in greeting. Why are you kneeling? Stand up. Do-you nods and winks at her. Yes, Master, but you still remember these letters? You haven't forgotten them, have you? I created them. However, the two recall when Luminous was first rescued by Do-you and Moron. After taking you as my disciple, I realized you didn't know any language or letters. You could only express yourself with nods, refusing to learn any other language. I taught you by creating a new language together, hoping it would spark your interest in learning. That's why I did it, so I could teach you many things, like martial arts. Heh, thank you, Master. Thanks to you, I can speak and write. It's all thanks to you, so you understand the hidden meaning, right? Yes, I miss you so much. Master, if we meet again, will you marry me? That's why my answer is no. Why?
Why? Why would you ask why?
I don't have time for such things. We'll discuss it later. But for now, this world is in great danger, just like it was 300 years ago. Yes, I understand. Luminous bowed his head, looking sad and hesitant. But Master, do you see that building outside? The one plastered with money? I see it. Why? That building is all for you, Master. Can you live there from now on? I don't want to. Do-hyuk flatly refuses, and Luminous immediately goes berserk, bombarding him with questions, driving Kim Do-hyuk crazy. Looking at her, Do-hyuk recalls why he named her Luminous, because he couldn't do anything about it. Luminous continued her frantic questioning, but Do-hyuk simply flicked her forehead, telling her to calm down. He reminds her not to get too excited as Luminous clutches her forehead in dismay. Master, don't you like my gift? It's exactly what you needed. Master, did I say I wanted you to build a house out of money? Yes, Luminous affirmed confidently, recalling someone saying, I want to live in a building covered in money. She then asked, a building made of money? Yes, as big as a mountain. So that was Master's dream? Should I even call it a dream? Well, isn't it true? When peace comes, I want to live in a building plastered with money. A distant dream indeed. Then study hard and become powerful, ending this disaster as if it never happened. Then I can finally do what I want. Now if you understand, continue your training. Yes, from that moment on, Luminous vowed to become stronger at any cost, to fulfill his master's dream. Though you couldn't complete it in your lifetime now, 300 years later, with peace restored, I've built a building covered in money. Is that so? Wait a minute. So you knew I would be reborn and had that building constructed? Yes, I did. Even though I didn't know who Master would become, I received a notification that Master would be reborn if it weren't for that notification window. Do-hyuk was stunned. I'm going to go mad, and Luminous gives a sinister smile. Damn it, I couldn't stop it. But you're already pretty crazy yourself. Luminous, isn't it too soon? Peace is still a long way off. After some deliberation, Luminous reluctantly agrees with Yu Jitai's point of view. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, and disaster will follow. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, and disaster will strike. Shouldn't you be resting after your reincarnation, Master? Then came a barrage of curses 1,000 times over. By the way, I'm currently living in the Vanla Academy dormitory. I refuse to stay here. Ah, okay, Master. Luminous seemed so lost, and I couldn't do anything. Master, could I borrow your hand for a moment? Huh? Though confused, Do-hyuk extends his hand. Luminous then produced a ring, saying, This is the ownership ring I got from the market. With it, you can move freely without being disturbed. It allows you to trade and withdraw funds from financial institutions within the market, and it will ease your travels here. It will always be effective. Please, Master, accept it. All right, thanks. Hi, Huck, you've been getting rings lately. If you wear them all, people will think you're crazy. Then I shall depart today. Yes, Master. A brilliant purple light shone outside as the black cat stood in the moonlight, receiving a question from the stars. The underworld's ruler asked, Has he left yet? The black cat felt uneasy about the way he referred to that person, but obediently replied, Yes, he has returned to Vanha Academy. After a moment of silence, the other side said, Ruler of the underworld, we should buy Vanha Academy, before collapsing. Vanha Academy? He wondered why it had to be Vanha. Is Kim Do-hyuk involved? Why would he so easily hand over ownership of the market? What is Kim Do-hyuk planning? What connection could a 17-year-old have with my husband? What's your connection to Kim Do-hyuk? The black cat couldn't help but ask. On the other side, the word sky appears. Don't misunderstand. Luminous says, He is my sky. On some mountain peak, white hair takes a hit, blonde hair takes a blow, both straight to the face. No one is spared. After taking down the 2 men, he cautiously approached the remaining 5 gang members. Who's there? Ah, you bastard, how dare you lay a hand on my son? This is Rogan the Destroyer, and he's furious. Raising a fist brimming with magical power, he says, There you are. Die. His fist slams into the 5 men, obliterating them in an instant. Rogan strikes a pose as the skeletal gang members watch, wondering why he's here. Looks like he wants revenge for his son. Let him deal with these guys. Let's go find the leader. Tch! Rogan turned coldly, sensing another presence, but saw no one. Meanwhile, Dragon King Henny stood amidst a dark void, wondering where he was. He heard of an intruder, then an explosion, and suddenly he was here. Could this be his office, transported somewhere else? How annoying. A pair of red eyes glinted. The sound of your heartbeat, and just like that, a hole is ripped through Jin's chest. His chest already pierced, Shin finally screams in terror as the shapeless monster clutches his heart in its left hand. Don't worry, in this space, you can't die unless I allow it. But it still hurts like hell. Shin is in terrible pain, but still manages to assess the strange space and its absurdly overwhelming power. He realizes this is the star's mindscape, along with that repulsive, terrifying magic and that goat mask. Are you the constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh family, Tuji? You realize that sooner than I expected. Yes, I am Tuj, the Yugi clan's guardian star, also known as the armored guy with the goat mask who loves to scare people. I hear fighting outside. Is your clan attacking us? But why us? It must be the unrivaled arrogance causing that commotion outside. Because he knows you attacked his son. Yu shudders, remembering Logan's menacing face. Now surrounded by enemies, he doesn't know how to escape this calamity. Even if you weren't responsible from the start, he'll eliminate you all. Wu is taken aback by Tu Dui's words. Why? You and they were also targeting Kim Du-hui, right? Don't we share the same goal? That was true at first. He was our target from the very beginning. But do you know our criteria for choosing a target? I don't. The strongest. I only eliminate those who boast about being the strongest, regardless of whether they actually are. What? Then why did you take out the former unrivaled one? Because he bragged that he was the strongest, and trash like him doesn't deserve that title, so I know nothing. I never claimed to be the strongest, true, but you've made a mistake. You tried to bring down the one worthy of the title of strongest, and with that, the red flames behind Tu blazed as if ready to incinerate anyone who dared defy him. The demon never expected things to escalate like this, nor did he understand the claim about harming someone worthy of being the strongest. He just knew that if he didn't act, he'd surely die at the hands of this crazed constellation. If that's the case, no matter how strong the star's mental state is, he should be able to use his sacred artifact and star magic to fight back. Thinking this, Yushin bit his lip, preparing to attack. He figured he could find a way out of this crazy place after taking down the constellation, so he attacked without holding back. Tu sits back unhurried and sighs, a sacred relic. You must always carry it with you, as the concepts have been passed down to your mind. With a bang, purple smoke filled the air, and when it cleared, the attack had gone straight into the wall. He cursed inwardly as he saw Tu had dodged the blow. Sensing an opening behind him, he whirls around, only to find nothing there, leaving him bewildered. What's going on? Where did that constellation go? Not only can I not sense his magic, but I can't even feel his presence. Is this possible within that star's mind? Hiding that surging magic power? Damn it, where did he go? He's right behind you. My strongest, my master. How dare you lay a hand on him? You bent your arm to pierce Yin, so I won't let you off easy. The next morning, Du Hyuk of Van Hala Dormitory was shocked by the news, and Bo peeked in to see what was going on. The Yin and Yu-Gi-Oh guilds had been wiped out? So sudden. Come to think of it, you did fight both families before, didn't you? That's right, I was going to wipe them out someday when I left Valhalla, but it seems I don't have to worry about it anymore. I see. Wait a minute. You're planning to leave Valhalla? Aren't you going to graduate? Yes, it's because the notification window told me to enter this school in the first place. Now that I've met all the notification window's requirements, there's no reason for me to stay at this school. Not that I'm leaving right away, though. He'll leave after the calamity ends. Fine. Even the boss couldn't stop him, Vanha's director's office. Vanha Academy Director Sim Deo-gun looks at the person before him in surprise. Who is he? Pleased to meet you. I'm Black Cat, owner of the Black Market. Black Cat, true to form, gets straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush, I'll get right to it. Sell me this school. Is your heart doing okay, Director? What? The director was shocked, but quickly regained his composure. Wait, did you just say you're the head of the Black Market? That's right. So you know about it too? I know of it, but I've never been there. That's what they all say at first. Either way, I can't sell Vanla Academy to such a shady place. Is that so? Black Cat said, snapping his fingers, and a suitcase full of money appeared before Simdeo Cole. How about this? I don't need money. If you think I'll just sell this school, you're wrong. Do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? When I was a hunter, Korea was far too weak against the dungeons and monsters. When humans commit crimes, they can easily be caught by the police. But what about the monsters? When invasions occurred, the government would send letters to the guilds, requesting their hunters to deal with them. The government also created an army of contractors to retaliate against the monsters, but their haphazard selection process led to its disbandment, proving less effective than guild members. So, I decided to build my own academy, training hunters and contractors to be as strong as those in other powerful nations. And now, here I am, managing it. The exceptional pact users who graduated from Vanla are now hunters in various guilds and fields, and thanks to them, the monsters in Korea have been pushed back at a record-breaking pace, the fastest in the world. So, do you understand now why I won't sell it? Yes, a truly wonderful story, sir. I'm not saying I'll change the headmaster's educational methods. The school's policies will remain, but I will be the one truly in charge. How can I trust you? Well, Black Cat snaps his fingers again. The suitcases of money doubled, so more money is the answer? No, I already said money isn't the issue. Black Cat, seemingly uncomprehending, continued to snap his fingers, conjuring more money, so much that Simdeo was left speechless. Suitcases full of money covered his desk, and with that much cash, who could refuse? Take good care of the school. This old man is retiring. Hamu swiftly changed the sign, signaling a change in ownership. As ordered, I've acquired the Valhalla Academy. Immediately, Luminous issued a new directive. The underworld ruler said, create a gate between the building and Valhalla Academy. The building, do you mean the market's central building? The underworld ruler then ordered cameras to be installed everywhere. Cameras? I thought they were already installed at the academy. The underworld ruler says to install more. Understood. Then we're allowed to monitor those guys tailing Master. Luminous smiles ominously as Tan, from Class B, suddenly speaks up. The school seems a bit chaotic today, doesn't it, sir? Really? I didn't really notice, but it seems the teachers are busy with something. Actually, study hall is longer than usual today. You noticed that? I'm starting to get a little scared of you. Just then, someone called Du-Huk, Choi Areen. What's this? Did you go home for a visit? Yeah, I've been stuck in class all day. Can't you see? I don't know anymore. I was just sleeping. Are you heading to the gym now? Yeah, that's right, I'll come along too. I have something to show you. What could be so mysterious? The top 5 trainees gather in the gym to see what Choi Areen wants to show them, and she slowly assembles a sword. What's this? That's not the sword I saw before, is it? That's right. The real reason I went back to my family was to retrieve this sword. Yu Huan is quite surprised. That sword is emitting a powerful aura of magic. That's right, this is my family's heirloom. Hearing that, Du Soon cries out, what? Is that the Azure Moon Sword? Choi Jinga's relic, isn't it? How did you get it? After successfully passing the family selection test, I became the rightful heir to this sword. Even so, isn't it a bit much for a high school student to carry something so precious? The head of the family permitted it, so it's fine. Do you mind if I practice with the Azure Moon Sword, Du-Huk? If you want to, go ahead. There's nothing Du-Huk can't do. Once he gets his hands on something, he'll grind it to dust. Could I hold that sword for a moment? Du Soon jumps up. That heirloom holds the power of an entire constellation, and you just want to hold it? Du-Huk cursed, his face darkening. Annoyed, she hands the sword to Du-Huk, prompting Soon to scold her for being so careless. But as Du-Huk holds the sword, he feels a strange sensation. The magical energy radiating from this thing feels strangely familiar. And just then, everything around me began to change. Before Kim Du-Huk is an ancient arena, and standing there is a tall, shirtless man he hasn't seen in a long time. Hyuno Hyung. That person is Choi Jinga. To meet an acquaintance even within the Guardian Star's light? Kim Du-Hyuk was initially doubtful, but then it dawned on him. Oh, it's you? How long are you going to keep calling me kid? As you can see, I'm all grown up now. Hold on, let me think. Have I ever told you my name before? All they do is charge at me with swords, no names or anything. Well, I'd love to, but I forgot my name as soon as I became a constellation. Jinga seems disappointed. Even if you told me your name, I'd still call you kid. Seriously, man. Du-Huk never imagined Jinga would become a constellation. While he grimaces, forcing himself to accept that, in Du-Huk's eyes, he'll always be a kid. As Du-Hyuk pondered this, he mused that it was interesting how even a kid could become a constellation. Going back to their meeting 3 years prior, Jinga was indeed just a kid, half Hun's height. From then on, the Sword King demanded to fight him. Fight me. What are you talking about? Aren't you the strongest one around here among all the adults? Then fight me. Moron is furious. He's barely older than a child, and this brat's already calling him uncle. Should I take care of him, master? Calm down. Hyun stops Moron and turns to Jinga. But why are you trying so hard to fight? Do you love fighting that much? I want to create the ultimate swordsmanship, one that can make anyone, young or old, big or small, male or female, stronger. When monsters attacked my family, they all died because no one knew how to use a sword. That's why I want to create the strongest swordsmanship so no one else has to go through what I did. So fight me, because the swordsmanship that defeats you will soon be the strongest. Hyuno cracked his neck and laughed. Huh, what a brave kid, but you can't even hold a sword properly, let alone talk about swordsmanship. Call me brother, and I'll be your opponent. Moron senses his master is luring the kid and grimaces. Unaware of the trap, Jinga, eager to fight, shouts, Okay, let's do this. Du-Hyuk grins shamelessly and immediately lunges at the boy with a fist. You were a bit of a nuisance back then, wanting to fight me every week. If I had lost even once, none of this would have happened, right? Hyuk-Yu's face contorted in anger. Is that what the man who wants to be the strongest swordsman says? Well, I guess I should thank you for guiding me after every loss.
Thanks to that, I was able to create my own swordsmanship. Are you talking about invincible swords or something?
That's right. If you had become my disciple then, I could have guided you more closely. Do you think so? I was thinking the same thing back then. But if I had become your disciple, even if I had mastered swordsmanship, it would have been your swordsmanship, not mine. Right? That's what I thought, so I had to decline. You're quite bold, kid, he praised with a smile. I was wondering why Choi Aaron's swordsmanship looked so familiar. Now you understand, Jinga boasted proudly. You see, after becoming a constellation, I tried my best to teach my contractors my swordsmanship, but it's very different from the swordsmanship you know.
Ah, I'm aware of that as well. These days, people prioritize training their magic power over their bodies.
If they learned my swordsmanship in its true form, their bodies would be strained, and so I made some improvements to make it easier for them to learn. But it's still far from being the strongest swordsmanship. Is that so? But I never expected you to be reborn into the body of a high school student. Dahaihe suddenly remembered something and asked Jinga if he had received a notification window or anything like that before he met him. No, I didn't. Why do you ask? That's weird. Luminous said she knew I was reincarnated through a notification window. I can't ask Moron, but Beer knew I would reincarnate. So the notification is only sent to people directly connected to me? That makes sense. Hyun, perhaps this is destiny. Why don't we fight each other? Fine, let's see how much stronger you've become. All right. It's been a while since I've been this excited. Huno, with his familiar killer look, charges forward with his sword, and Jinga is not far behind. Back in reality, a smile crept across Huno's face. I had a lot of fun. Do Hyo-wook returned the sword to Aaron, adding, Your star spirit is a good person, so practice and talk to him often. Aaron was very obedient to Do Hyo-wook. Meanwhile, her star spirit was beaten to a pulp and lay groaning in a pit, complaining about how unfair it all was. Back in China, at the Zhu estate, the old guard had gathered for a round-table conference. Shuun speaks first. Esteemed elders, why have you summoned me? We've called you here because it seems we need to choose a female clan leader as soon as possible. Do you have any other candidates in mind? The long-bearded elder added. No matter who it is, we must choose a candidate better than the previous chieftain Tuyet Lin, a devious woman who used the family's guardian star as a tool to protect her position. Sue-won thought for a moment and said, I understand. I don't know who I want to nominate yet, but Yan Leng is preparing for a showdown with Aaron, and they're both ready to fight. Kim Do-hyu crossed his arms, reminding them. I said before, minimize the use of magic during combat and only use physical strength. Also, that sword is a sacred object, so keep it sheathed during the fight. I know, and Aaron agreed. She can draw her sword if she wants. I don't mind. Yinlang is very confident in herself. Yu Hee-wook scolds her, saying she's fighting barehanded. What if she gets hit by a sword? Accidents during training are troublesome. By the way, what are you doing here? Du-hoo turns to Soon. You didn't say anything when I watched you spar with Yan Lang last time. And why are you asking now? Actually, she's curious about Yang Ran, who overwhelmingly defeated her in the previous sparring match, and now she's fighting Aaron. Although Choi Arin has become stronger with Kim Yoo-hyuk's guidance and the sacred object, Susun is still unsure if she can defeat Yang Ran. Listen to Do-hoo, little cat. If I draw my sword, you're sure to get hurt. Aaron doesn't want to accidentally injure her comrade. Enraged, Yan Lang retorts, Don't call me kitten, and charges forward. Aaron remained calm, maintaining her stance and rotating the sword hilt outward. Yan Lang's fist collided with the sword hilt, a clash of brute force that even Soon couldn't bear, while Du-hyuk remained indifferent. Yan Lang gritted her teeth. Striking a sword with her hand wasn't ideal, but Aaron was still being pushed back. Yan Lang retaliates with a fierce knee strike aimed at Aaron's face. Aaron wasn't about to let a knee hit her face, so she dodged and slashed at Yan Lang's exposed abdomen. Yan Lang blocked, but took the blow head-on. Seeing Yan Lang falter, Aaron switches to attack mode, unleashing a horizontal slash that Yan Lang narrowly avoids, the raw force of the blade cracking the wall behind her. Yan Lang thought to himself that this pointy-headed girl was strong, but so was he. She tiptoed and jumped, wondering when she had become so strong. No sooner had she thought that than her arm collided with Aaron's sword. Yan Lang didn't know what skills Aaron possessed, but now she was about to receive a direct punch from her. Aaron took a hit, but the sword saint softened the blow. Yan Lang had seen Aaron spar with Jae-hyu, but she wasn't this strong then. Her movements are completely different than before. While Yan Lang was lost in thought, Aaron closed in and swung her sword at his abdomen. Good thing he dodged in time, or that would have been it. Still, he wasn't able to avoid a deep cut. You're good at dodging, Aaron taunts, calling Yan Lang by the name he hates most. How could you ever hope to hit me with that? But even Yan Lang knows that Aaron has seen through all of Go's direct attacks. My strength is limited. If I keep attacking, I'll exhaust myself and this battle will become one-sided. I need to brace myself for one of her attacks, then counter. Yanlang and Aaron return to their stances. This time, Aaron strikes first, delivering a downward slash. Yanlang gritted his teeth, blocking the blow, then seized the chance to close in on Aaron, delivering an uppercut that sent her crashing to the ground. Yanlang gasped for breath, and despite the pain, Aaron quickly rose to her feet. Sword in hand, as Du-hyuk called out, "That's enough. The sparring session is over. You're both injured, so go and get treated. I'll give you my assessment later." Okay. Aaron obeyed Du-hyuk without question, and he thought she wasn't bad at all. After making a pact with the constellation of the Blue Sword, she seems to talk to that kid often, and her skills have improved in such a short time. Du-hyuk then looked at Yanlang, who was panting heavily over there. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Yanlang looked at the hand that had blocked the sword, marveling that taking a risk really paid off. Luckily, he had intentionally moved deeper into her sword's path. If it were the tip of the blade, I wouldn't have been able to block it. I would have fallen. After all, the point farthest from the hilt generates the most force when someone swings a sword. I was only able to block it because I got close, and the area around the sheath generated less force. Could her sudden surge in power be connected to that sacred artifact? Yanlang suddenly thought of his family's gauntlets. "I think my family has a sacred relic too. Anyway, that's enough for today." All right. A few days later, Du-hyuk and the witch had another chance to meet. I've pinpointed the exact location of the impending disaster. Seeing the witch's smug expression, Du-hyuk simply asked, "Where is it?" "It's in District D, Dongthan. That's the name of the place." "Do you know the exact date?" 3 weeks from now. Last time it was about 3 months, so that sounds right. "So this time you're saying we need to clear the maze as fast as possible?" "That's right." "What should I do about the monsters that escape while inside the labyrinth? Last time I told you to form a team. Have you found anyone useful yet?" Du-hyuk thought of his reunited disciples, Seo-hee and the Hwaran. Reluctantly, he said, "I think there are people who can help." "Really? Why not hire some contractors in that area?" "Sounds good, but remember, you're the only one who needs to take down the maze's boss." "All right, so the strategy is set." Du-hyuk summarizes the mission as follows. "I'll place the ring inside and quickly finish this. The labyrinth. So instead of smashing through, we're going straight in to deal with the boss?" "Exactly." "Do that, then what should I do?" The sorcerer smiled, conjuring a purple stone. "Use this." "What's this?" It's a one-time teleportation stone. If you pour magic into it, it will teleport you here." "Here?" Du-hyuk is surprised. Isn't she usually the one to just snap her fingers and bring him over? Couldn't she just call me herself? Of course. But there are limits to how much outsiders can know about what's happening inside. I plan to carefully observe the bug's actions when disaster strikes, so you better leave as soon as the dungeon is cleared. All right, then prepare to leave. We'll meet again in 3 weeks. With that, the red-haired witch snapped her fingers and Du-hyuk walked down the street, contemplating his plan of action. "First, I'll contact Adelia and tell her that some Venchu family contractors have been marked. The kids I'm training shouldn't be a hindrance yet, so I can bring them along easily. Since 3 weeks from now falls on a weekend, I should ask them to meet me. First, I'll ask Lily. She called because she wanted to meet me. Du-hyuk, you're in trouble." A piercing cry came from the other end, forcing Du-hyuk to hold the phone away. "What's wrong?" Auntie got fired by Van Law." Lily was in floods of tears, while Du-ju seemed unsurprised by the news of her dismissal. "Is that so? Is that what you mean?" "What do you mean? Isn't that a little harsh?" "You were fired because you deserve to be." Typical Du-hyuk. She may seem foolish in front of Du-hyuk, but she's still a good trainer, even if she's not at the top of the rankings and writes articles about monsters outside of class. Du-hyuk was silent as he listened. It was a bit strange, actually. "Is it normal to fire a trainer mid-semester, not during a break?" Lily lamented, tears welling up. "Even if the chairman changed, this is too sudden. What's going on?" "The chairman's been replaced, and it's a secret from the students. She doesn't know why, but she's been told to keep quiet, so there won't be any articles." Du-hyuk finds this suspicious. Why would they secretly replace the chairman? If Lily gets fired, I won't be able to use my power to come and go as I please. Is it time for a break from school? I think I'll head to the president's office and see if I can find out what's going on. Du-yu doesn't even get a word in, as he hangs up immediately. Just then, Du-yu received a message from Yanlang. "Hey, I heard I've been kicked out of Valhalla." "What's going on?" Du-yu was taken aback. "What's going on? Why was she suddenly kicked out too? Why is all of this happening so suddenly? And it's so strange. So many things are happening around me. Whatever the case, I need to see the chairman right away, only to find out it's Black Cat. I had my suspicions and they were true. So, Black Cat, you've become the Academy's chairman?"
Not exactly, I'm just the external chairman. The real chairman is the star I serve. So, you chased away Yanlang and Lily because of Luminous? That's right. Why? I've decided to free Master from those fox-like challengers. He said not to hesitate and to get rid of them immediately. I also want to expel the disciple named Choi Arin. Is that okay? He says no. Control yourself and rescind the expulsion order. I don't care about anyone. I'm just teaching and using them, but I'm not happy knowing they were expelled because of me. Before Black Cat, a notification appeared, and the Underworld Master responded with extreme disappointment. All right, he said yes, but why did you buy Vanla? Was that an order from the sacred constellation? Black Cat asks. I heard you refused to live in the market building because I'm still in the dorms. Therefore, if I bought Vanha, Master could live in that building. That's what he said when I bought it. That's why I connected a room in Vanhala to the building in the market. Only those permitted can enter, so feel free to use it. All right, is there anything else you need? So, you can do whatever you want with the academy? I don't intend to interfere with the training, but I might. Then can you do me a favor? In 3 weeks, Zong City. The white-haired youth stares in disbelief at the horrific scene unfolding before him. What is this? Monsters of all kinds invaded from the sky to the ground. Smoke and fire filled the air, and the crazed beast destroyed everything and slaughtered people as the white-haired man looked on in shock. He only came because his family was involved. But what were these monsters? Just then, a piercing scream echoed as a girl was chased by a monster, who grabbed her purse with one hand and swung a cleaver with the other. The white-haired man quickly shielded the girl with his mana, while his other hand unleashed a thunderous punch straight into the monster's face. After taking it down, he told the girl, "More goblins are coming, so run." "Thank you," she replied. After his heroic rescue, he gulped, realizing these monsters were different from the simulations, each blow heavy, raising goosebumps. He managed to take down one goblin, but could he handle them all? The white-haired man cursed under his breath, resolving to at least take down half of them. He was still thinking when Yeon Lang and Choi Arin swept past like a whirlwind, leaving him dumbfounded as Yeon Lang punched a goblin square in the face. With a single strike, Choi Arin sends several goblins to their doom, and the rest fall with them. Cyan arrives just then, complaining, "What is this? They've already taken care of things?" The white-haired man recognizes her. The two girls turn around, and the white-haired man recognizes them as well. "What are you doing here?" "I think you should be asking the person behind you." "What?" He looked back to see Kim Do-hui casually walking towards them, hands in his pockets. But let's rewind 2 weeks when Do-hui and Black Cat called for Yun-woo. Aaron and Soon arrive at Van Hala's conference room, and Yen Lang quickly asks, "Why did you call me here?" "Didn't we already finish physical training? I called you here because I have something personal to discuss." "Before that, you could see that cat over there, right? Black Cat's heart aches." "That's the current chairman of Valhalla." "What?" Cyan was shocked and questioned, "What about Chairman Rame from before?" Black Cat replied, "The headmaster has retired and handed the position of council president to me. However, we personally haven't heard any news about a change in the academy's president. Please understand that there's a reason this is being kept secret. This will be announced to the other students eventually. You're just hearing about it a little early. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hakmu, and I look forward to working with you." "So, confused? Hakmu, you say?" Du Hayuk continued. "The reason the new chairman is here is because I proposed a new department, and he approved it, a special class where students can autonomously participate in extracurricular activities without traditional classes." "Do you want to join the class?" Yen Lang wondered, pointing at herself. "So, I guess not much is changing for me?" "Not exactly. I called you here to participate. You'll still train, but now you'll also have the chance to go out and hunt monsters, which will make you stronger. What do you think?" Yun Lang is eager to join. "Is that so? Then I'm in." "Of course. If Duju wants it, I'm in." Choi Arin immediately agreed as well, leaving only Sun feeling awkward. "Wait, I'm a little lost. First, this new chairman, is he the owner of the Black Cat Night Market?" "Yes, you know about the black market? I thought it was just internet nonsense." "I didn't know it was real. How could the owner of an underground market be publicly known and even become the academy's chairman?" "So, that's the story. It's not unusual. I'm multi-talented. So how did Kim Yoo-hyun's proposal to open a special class get approved?" "Could it be he knows the new chairman?" Sion admits she can't keep up, but in truth, she's the most rational one here. Duyu doesn't even hide his connection to Black Cat, and leaving Sion to wonder, I know he's absurdly strong, but he's also close to the master of the black market? This is beyond the level of an ordinary student. Yoo-hoo, unfazed by her gaze, simply asks if she'll join. Of course, who would refuse to attend class without having to do so? Black Cat then turned to remind them. Of course, there are conditions attached to being exempt from basic classes and written exams. Huh? You'll have to participate in public events like debates or practical exams. Is that what they're saying? At first, I thought so too.
But after further consideration, I realized that I was also in a position to be considered. In a way, the student is receiving the highest privileges, aren't they? There needs to be something to convince the other students and instructors. First, the first students of this special class must be strong enough to be recognized by the other students and instructors. So there won't be any problems in that regard. But from the school's perspective, it would be a shortcoming to have Valhalla's strongest student enter the special class without demonstrating anything. So I hope you'll actively participate in extracurricular activities to raise Valhalla's standing. We can't just go around catching monsters, can we? That would be ideal, but showing your strength to the other students would also work. This isn't a request from Black Cat, but rather from the chairman of Valhalla. Du couldn't help but wonder what nerve he'd struck to suddenly make the chairman so responsible. He'd thought he'd just bought the academy for fun. Having fun, my foot. He'd lose a fortune if this place went under. Yuhyun couldn't argue with Black Cat, so he reluctantly agreed. Those are the conditions. Anyone changing their mind? As for me, nothing really changes, so I'm still in. But it seems they share my sentiment? Yes, that's right. Aaron and Soon are both determined to seize this opportunity, and Du Hyuk is overjoyed. Well then, what better first extracurricular activity for this class than to lure people into the maze? I didn't expect to run into you here, Du Hyuk. What are you doing here? I should be the one asking that question. My parents' house is here, so I came down for the weekend. And this mess happened. Why are you guys here? Why? Du Hyuk lowers his sword and gives the order. Choi Aaron and Yon Lang are ready to go. Yes, understood. The monster trio charges forward, facing a horde of winged, rock-armored goblins of all shapes and sizes. With a smirk, Yuhyuk drew his sword, declaring, "We're here to do this!" And with one swing, he decimated a whole group of goblins. With unwavering confidence, Du-hyuk wades into the goblin horde, felling them all with a single strike, from the largest to the smallest. Du-hyuk rotated his shoulders, saying it wasn't too bad, while those behind him, especially Ji-hyuk, were left speechless at his incredible power. Seo Hoi-wook wondered if this guy was always surrounded by monsters, some of which were even high-level demons they hadn't faced in mock battles. And he really took them all down in one hit? Just then, a shadowy figure appeared beside Do-hyuk. I've located a labyrinth 5 kilometers away that appears to be the source of the disaster, and it's swarming with monsters. What about the Vench family agents? They're evacuating citizens and minimizing the damage caused by the monsters. Moron, is your star still asleep? He hasn't responded yet. Du-hyuk is silent. It's been 3 months since that girl went on vacation, and still no word. Well, monster hunting isn't that hard anyway. She's only capable of fighting small fry. Understood. Tell those Vench House guys to stop playing dress-up with the cloaks and help with the evacuation by healing the citizens. What's this? The new brother seemed stunned by the harsh criticism. That would do more to restore your family's tarnished image, wouldn't it? Very well. Though a bit rough, the logic is sound, so be it. Shall we head to the epicenter of the disaster? Before that, Aaron and Yenlang, you two go eliminate the monsters attacking the people and evacuate them along with the other citizens. The two girls accept the order without hesitation. Du-soon will clear a path to her family's estate with Du-hyuk, a pairing So isn't happy about. Why pair me with this muscle-bound idiot? Whatever. Seo-hyuk glares, his face burning. This team is already off to a great start. But that wasn't what Du-hyuk cared about. So, can we go now? Let's head to the center of the disaster. A formidable monster squad guards a tiny gate. The Vench brother gazed into the distance, pointing out to Do-hyuk that the protruding area looked like the entrance to the labyrinth. The two survey the scene from a rooftop, strategizing their next move. Though fewer in number, high-level monsters still swarm below. Vench suggests concentrating their family's agents and breaking through with Du-hyuk following behind. But Du-hyuk isn't convinced. That tactic is ordinary and time-consuming, but it seems to be the best option available. But do you have a better idea? Du-hyuk's smile is anything but friendly. Yes, there is, Mr. Du-hyuk. His brother was terrified when he saw Du-hyuk climb onto the railing. And of course, Du-hyuk jumps down before the brother can stop him. The goblins below may be slow, but they can sure sniff out an enemy. Before Du-hyuk even lands, they've already sensed him, but their reactions are too slow, leaving them wide open to his blade. His brother on the rooftop can only watch in stunned silence. What? He took out all those monsters in one hit? So the rumors of a powerful Covenantee being a high schooler make sense now. Is this power on par with a full constellation? Kim Do-hoo, unaware of his thoughts, simply gazed at the monster corpses at her feet, thinking it was a good haul. Do-hoo had previously made a pact with Luminous to use her abilities, which were proving quite useful. Then let's quickly enter the dungeon. Oh right, didn't she tell me to wear this ring to defeat the dungeon boss? Remembering the witch's instructions, Do-hyuk puts on the ring, and his preparations are complete. He was eager to conquer the labyrinth, while in Venchik, England, the Vench family estate was still ablaze with light. Adelia is still awake, as news of the disaster has just surfaced, and it seems the South Korean government is only now grasping the situation. According to her latest update, about 50% of the residents have been moved to safety, and Kim Do-hyuk is said to be guiding the group to the center of the disaster with ease. Is he planning to go to the center alone? Is Do-hyuk really planning to destroy the labyrinth, the source of the disaster, single-handedly? As Adelia pondered, a yellow window appeared beside her, and Star asked how much time had passed. Adelia was overjoyed. "Star Orb, you're awake?" It's been almost 3 months, and Tromsø is deep in thought. Star asks where his master is. Do-hyuk is busy slaughtering monsters, of course. Bak Cheon rises up again, spraying. It looks like he's just swinging his sword normally, but in reality, he's mercilessly cutting them down. Is it a martial arts clan? What's this? After a long silence, he suddenly spouts nonsense. Where did he hear that? It seems your disciples, the ones who climbed the Tower of Destruction when you ruled it, called it that. My disciples? It's just a name they gave to their monster-hunting swordsmanship? A rather dull name for a martial arts sect. Is that so? Yu Hoyuk thinks this labyrinth is bigger than he imagined. If I fight each monster one by one, I'll be late. Guess I'll have to use my special move. Mana emanates from his body, spreading across the ground as B watches in confusion. What did you do? Quiet. I'm finding the core of this dungeon by sensing the mana. Normally, a dungeon boss spawns at a location similar to the core, so a place with a large amount of mana will have a boss. Found it at the bottom of the maze. As I know, the inside of a maze isn't easily destroyed. So I'll borrow my disciple's power as well. A sword of dark purple energy slashes down, immediately showing signs of cracking. Quickly, the ground cracked and collapsed, sending Do Yu Hui plummeting downward. You're the boss, aren't you? Before Do Hui Wook stood a young man resembling an ant knight. An ant knight wielding a spear, clad in medieval armor, quickly assuming a defensive stance. Do-hyuk watches him with interest. A boss who wields a spear? The weapon's range is a slight disadvantage, but sword skills or abilities should even the odds. The most important thing is destroying the labyrinth's core, which is probably behind this guy. The best way to deal with him is to counterattack, rather than foolishly swinging a sword. The boss takes a deep stance, using great force to thrust the spear at Do-hyuk, but he won't just stand there and be stabbed. Dodging like the wind, Yu Huayuk exposes the boss's scheme. Get close to maximize the attack's power? The general retaliates with a sweeping, sharp spear strike. Oh man, Do-hyuk leans back, dodging and groaning. This glaive's attack range is no joke. It's like attaching a magic sword to a stick to increase its reach. The boss takes a step back to gain momentum, then lunges forward again. This time, he unleashes a flurry of stabs, trying to turn Do-hyuk Wook into a beehive. Do-hyuk Wook, stone-faced, blocks every strike, inwardly cursing the boss for maintaining enough distance to prevent a counterattack. The general poured his strength into another strike, plowing the earth beneath Do-hyuk's feet. He barely managed to jump away. The boss uses his strength to kick up rocks and launch them at him, then leaps into the air while Do-hyuk deals with the stones. With a smug grin, the boss confidently swung his spear, but with a cold expression, Do-hyuk blocked the blow. The clash of power was immense, affecting the boss, but he still managed to knock Do-hyuk back. B began to question why he was being pushed back. Do-hyuk inwardly wonders if this guy is stupid, not realizing he's doing this on purpose, as his real target is the blue stone behind the light construct. The real goal was to lure him away from the labyrinth's core stone. Now, in situations like this, instead of using constellation powers, should I deal with you my way? Provoked by Do-hyuk, the boss charges to prove who's in charge. This time, the distance is just right, so Do Yu-hui shows off some swordplay before stylishly landing behind his opponent. The boss seethes with rage, but only for 5 seconds before being torn to shreds. The ring on Do-hyuk's hand, usually still and silent, is reacting, emitting a blue light and absorbing a thick plume of black smoke. The old man said it felt like the ring absorbed something. See what it is? Do-hyuk thought it seemed to have absorbed something like the thing the guide mentioned. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. But wait, what did you just say? What? I was pushed back? Has it been so long since you were last beaten that you want another round? Yu-hyuk's creepy smile made B quickly correct himself. I'm sorry. Never mind, let's just get out of here before this place collapses. But just then, his attention is drawn to the spear lying on the ground, dropped by the boss. Is this item a drop? Why wasn't it absorbed into the ring earlier? Should I pick it up and take it with me? The spear in his hand silently emits a crimson mana. Meanwhile, within a great ancient tree, in a hall-like space, a dark figure sits veiled in shadow, as if ruling from behind the curtain. A hooded figure bowed respectfully. Master of the labyrinth, the cataclysm has ended. I see. How many days did this disaster last this time? Only 2 hours. How long did the previous calamity last? For 5 days, the labyrinth master was speechless, then exclaimed, "Has the time really been shortened so much?" I believe the overall difficulty of the disaster has increased by creating beings that bear the names of constellations and copy their abilities. Indeed. Was there anyone who played a particularly important role in clearing this labyrinth disaster? Actually, the labyrinth disappeared too quickly for me to even react. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. We need to accelerate the plan a bit now. We'll scatter the names far and wide. That will make the next disasters even greater by gathering the names of the strongest constellations, and I'll spread them in a way the awakened association can't handle. So prepare yourselves, yes. The labyrinth's master eagerly awaits the day he can savor the taste of the strongest. Du Hyusi's swift resolution of the dungeon break quickly made headlines, drawing attention from many, including this platinum-haired youth with the strange, marked eyes. He stared intently at the news on the screen and muttered, "So, after dealing with the assassination squad, he also ended this dungeon disaster. Excellent." The white-haired youth grinned, a sinister smile. Indeed, the perfect target to raise the guild's reputation. This guy is Ruby, leader of the Alchemist Joe Guild. He turns to his companion, excited. "I think we'll make a killing if we take him out. What do you think?" The person sitting with Ruby is a cloaked figure, masked and hooded, with only one hole visible. He replies, "You're right, but it will be quite risky if we aren't well prepared." Of course, this guy was wary the moment we took notice of him. If Kim Do-hyuk reached grade A during the festival and school competition, he must be close to grade S now. I guess I'll have to take action myself this time. Ruby's words stunned the masked man, but she continued to direct with enthusiasm. "Gather the guild members. We're initiating the Kim Do-hyuk elimination plan." Meanwhile, back at Valhalla Dorm, Kim Do-hyuk finally drags himself home, breathing a sigh of relief. He immediately collapsed onto his bed, groaning about how exhausted he was. After complaining, Do-hyuk realized he'd absorbed all the power from that stone, and his strength had increased quite a bit since he'd first entered the school, but it was still far from his prime. Low magical storage and a limit on energy output when casting spells. That's why I'm so exhausted after dealing with just one dungeon disaster. I still have a long way to go. Dealing with this labyrinthine swarm disaster was easier than expected. I wonder if he was named by the Labyrinth Lord, because he seemed pretty weak. But thanks to the abilities of my disciples, there haven't been any major problems. I think I understand why people of this era pay a high price to make a contract with a constellation. When a name is bestowed, one can wield power like a constellation. And you look troubled. Just then, Bei appeared to ask about constellations and names. "I'm guessing you went straight to the guide after taking down the boss." What did she say? Kim Do-hyuk silently recalled the moment he dealt with the disaster, immediately teleporting to the guide, who greeted him cheerfully. "There you are. You handled the disaster?" "Yes, I defeated the bug quite easily and completed it properly." Do-hyuk looked at the dissolving stone and exclaimed. The witch chuckled, explaining, "It's all right. That stone was only a one-time use item anyway, but what about that spear?" "This spear?" It dropped from the dungeon boss. For some reason, the ring didn't absorb it, so I brought it with me. Really? That's strange. Even the witch found it hard to believe, but she quickly changed the subject. "Can I see the ring?" Do-hyuk removed the ring and handed it to the guide, who examined the purple magic emanating from it before saying, "Excellent. It seems to have absorbed the correct name." "Here," she said, handing it back. "This is just the beginning. As I said before, the names may be passed on to different individuals, and it's highly likely that the Labyrinth's master will use the high-ranking names from now on. That will bring forth many powerful opponents. I'll try to find out exactly who they are, but they're likely from the Tower of Destruction you passed through, those bastards." Do-hyuk already feels uneasy. He just tricked them, and now he has to face them quite a bit. He holds his head, thinking about those guys, which is driving me crazy. "Do your best. You can do it. We'll meet again soon. Before their names spread too far, I hope you can eliminate some of their forces." Now he's just lying here, complaining. "Well, she says the stronger higher-ups might be passed on again," Burr replied. "I understand. People from the Tower of Destruction, then? I was once in that tower, but I don't know why I can't remember anyone there. Well, the first floor only has basic monsters." "That's right, those people may have no names to lose. It's highly likely they're from the second floor or higher." "Right, from now on, the number of annoying bastards will increase as they're given names. Wait, if those guys from the Tower of Destruction come down, won't you turn back into a maze insect like them? It's buffering so much it's messing up the interface." "What was that?" No, I told you I was forced to become a member of that tower, remember? Damn it, that stuttering only makes me more suspicious. Try saying Maze Lord, you damn fool." Ba barely survived cursing that phrase twice. And Yu Hyo grinned, saying there was no need to repeat it. But whatever, he passed the test. Ba breathed a sigh of relief, not even trying to hide it. Still, Yu Huk sensed something was amiss. If it was forced, why didn't Bar have that power? Looking at his disciples and the other constellations, even if they can't directly affect this world, they can still grant some power to their contractors, right? But this disciple is the only constellation with no power at all. Come to think of it, I heard my name wasn't stolen by the Maze Lord. That's why I was reincarnated instead of starting as a constellation. And those who knew me before still call me by my old name. Whatever. This isn't something I can solve just by thinking about it. For now, training takes priority. Until my power returns to its former glory, I'll find the answers to this mess. The next day after class, Jim Van Hala went to Hayu's training room with his gear. He thought about Kim Du-Hyesh cutting down monsters like grass, and the more he thought about it, the stronger he seemed. But even so, he didn't want to admit it. However, after witnessing what he did in the disaster dungeon, even though I couldn't help him, I had to admit he was too good. And it wasn't just Kim Du-Hyeok, even the 3 people he trained could easily defeat the monsters. If only he could be trained by Kim Du-Hyuk. With that thought, he burst into the training room, calling out Kim Du-Hyuk's name, only to find a flustered Yen Lang wiping sweat from his brow. The 2 young people stared at each other in awkward silence. Just half an hour ago, Yen Lang was running ragged. Du-Hyuk says, "That's enough for today." Yen Lang immediately stops, relieved. Yu-Hyuk considerately handed her towel. "Ah, thank you. Now you've stopped complaining about not keeping up, right? Of course, I'm ready for the next level of training." She complained quite a bit when she first started training, but that's because she didn't know how great the results would be. Aaron chimes in. "I don't like to admit it, but it seems our little complainer has finally caught up." But soon the newest member doesn't seem to be doing so well, lying on the floor, panting. "This training is insane, but it's exhilarating. Didn't you know what to expect when you watched our training? I didn't think it would be this exhausting. If it's too much, maybe I should just quit and go back." Upon hearing that, Sunjian's face darkened. Then she smirked and said, "Even if it's hard, this place is much better. I'll try to keep up with everyone." Aaron, seeing her like that, could only click her tongue discreetly. "Someone with sharp ears must have heard you. Why ask if you just clicked your tongue?" "Oh, you heard that?" Sun screeches under Du-Hyuk's mocking gaze. "Just you wait, I'll leave you in the dust." Yu Hyuk quickly interjected. "I was going to help you review your fighting style after the mock battle, but the fatigue from breaking out of that state is still lingering, so it's best to stick to your current training regimen and rest." Sun didn't object, and Yu turned to Aaron, saying, "I'm going back to the dorm to practice magic." "Then I will too." Yan Lang watched them talk intently. "Don't just copy me. Do what you want. I'm going to start training my upper body now. So, I think you should all take the initiative to train first. Is that okay? Since we're the only ones using the gym, train whenever you're free, and I'll point out any areas for improvement." "All right, I think I should head out too." Sun is waving the white flag. Seeing Yen Lang's silence, Cyan asked, "Yen Lang, are you going to stay and train some more?" "Yes, I'm not too tired yet, so I'll probably keep training." "Great, but don't push yourself too hard. See you later." Everyone quickly left, leaving Yen Lang alone with her thoughts. "I know for sure I've gotten stronger since Kim Du-Hyok's training, especially when focused. Monsters I struggled with before are now too weak for me, but Kim Du-Hyok is still on a completely different level. I've never seen anyone dispatch monsters so efficiently. He's become so much stronger since our fight. His progress is truly astonishing. Wait, why did I become his disciple instead of trying to surpass him? I admit he's strong. Frankly, I could feel his pressure when fighting him. It's too hard to get stronger than him on my own. So, the reason I became his disciple is because I want his guidance." Thinking back to when he shielded me from my mother's attack, Yan Lang blushed. She continues, thinking that he did help her resolve the family's succession issue. He even helped her find a place to hide, keeping her safe from the family's control. And thanks to this special training, I've achieved results in just a few days. That's why I continue to be Kim Yu-Huk's disciple. Thinking this, Yan Lang trembled so much that she dropped her towel. Oh, she thought she was done for. Her heart races at the thought of him, and with every beat, she longs to see Kim Du-Hyuk. "It's not that I don't practice hard enough alone, but I just want to practice with Kim Do-Hyuk's." "Calm down, we'll keep practicing together, right?" "I'm not a pervert, so stop thinking nonsense." Easier said than done when I keep picturing his handsome face. I need a new brain. Trembling, Yan Lang scolded herself, wondering why she couldn't stop thinking such nonsense, even after telling herself to stop. She punched herself in the head, but her face remained flushed. Seeing the towel Du-Hyuk left behind, her face flushed even more intensely, as Yan Lang told herself she was just going to wash it for him. Acting on impulse, she snatches the handkerchief. thinking no one else would bother to wash it for him. She's just helping Kim Do-hyuk. The more she thinks about it, the more embarrassed she gets, and she runs off panting. But even walking couldn't stop her from thinking about Crash. No one's here, right? So she'll just wipe her face a little. But as she sniffs Crash's scent, Do-hyuk suddenly appears and catches her in the act. Of course, he had no idea what Yen-lang was thinking, and was just surprised to see her there alone. But Yen-lang thought he'd seen her sniffing, and became murderous. "You saw my shameful act, didn't you? The shameful act." "You saw it?" Haiwook asked, confused. With a face as red as blood and tears welling up, Yen-lang punched him in the gut. Despite his tough appearance, Haiwook nearly blacked out from the blow, vomiting everything he had eaten onto the floor. Yen-lang was still sobbing. "Oh dear," she screamed and ran away. That evening at the Vanla dorm, Kim Do-hyuk was hard at practice when he suddenly opened his eyes, wondering who could be calling at this ungodly hour. "Why are you calling at this hour? Adalia, my mistake. It must be late in Korea, but I have something I need to discuss." "So, your disciple has awakened? That's good news. Are you free today?" "I am. I can make time if you need me, Master Yuyo." "Then take the relic and wait for me. Forgive me. It's been so long since I've met my disciples and not in such stirring circumstances." The constant warnings flashing across the screen startled Black Cat. "Your Grace." So the CCTV footage really angered him? The answer was still a flood of spam-like notifications. Black Cat couldn't help but curse inwardly. It shouldn't have been shown on the screen. 10 minutes earlier, at the chairman's office of Manhwa, having finished his work, Black Cat realized it was already night. Being the chairman of an academy was exhausting. Well, time to check the school facilities one last time before heading home. That's what the master said right after acquiring the school. Luminous requested regular CCTV checks, so Hak Myo knew he meant for him to monitor the woman tailing Kim Chu-hai-huk. Perhaps the master is overreacting. Just then, he noticed someone in the gym and clicked to view the footage, thinking Do-hyuk was still there. But no, he sees Oh Se-hee still unconscious there. Black Cat is immediately alarmed. A dead body? No, just unconscious. Zooming in, he's even more alarmed. Isn't that Oh Se-hyuk? Just then, Luminous appears, and the underworld ruler orders the CCTV footage replayed. Very well. Black Cat is eager to please his master. He immediately played back the recording, relieved to see the HIU car still there. "Let's see what happened," Luminous said again. The underworld king said he understood, as the footage showed Yen-lang facing Oh-hyuk with a grim expression. Immediately following this, Hyuk's car was attacked until he was unconscious for a whole day, and Yen-lang fled. Black Cat is confused. Why did Yen-lang suddenly attack Hyuksa? There's no sound, so I don't know what happened, but Luminous does. The underworld overlord asks for a replay of Yen-lang's actions, and the more Luminous watches, the angrier she gets. So that woman dared to steal Master's sweat-soaked towel and secretly sniff it when no one was looking? I see. Apparently she was caught by the Hyuk car and felt violated, hence the spam board. The underworld overlord angrily says, "I'll tear you to pieces." Black Cat is bored. Here we go again. Her anger is becoming more frequent. In the past, she would often get angry for no reason at all. Lately, she's been quick to anger whenever Kim Yoo-hyuk is involved. But wait, didn't she say she knew all about him? And she even calls him Master. Is Kim Do-hyuk really her master? But wasn't he around before Kim Do-hui was even born? No, more importantly, I have to stop her rage no matter what. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Is Mr. Breakit still here?" A surge of survival instinct kicked in, and he immediately replied, "The one who's come is none other than Kim Do-hyuk." He asked, "Sorry to bother you at this hour, but could we go for a walk?" Do-hyuk was a little surprised to see the state of things inside and then asked, "What's wrong? Who are you talking to?" "Yeah, never mind. Okay, use your skills and get me out of here." "Where are you going?" "England." Elsewhere, Ruby's group has gathered a number of people to discuss their plan to take down Kim Joo-hyuk. How's the plan coming along? This man, also known as Bing in Korean, is the leader of the fake Kim Zone group. The masked man with square holes replies. Around 200 magic circles protect Valhalla from intruders, with about 100 of them surrounding Kim Chu-hyu's dorm. Really? Betch was a little surprised, but he didn't give up on his original plan. It doesn't matter. They'll be useless against the constellation's power anyway. Yes, the immutable alchemist leader's constellation is essential for magic and defense. Once the leader nullifies all the magic circles, the four of us will head straight for Kim Do-hyun. Then, we'll cast a spell to conceal our attack, and the remaining members will deal with Kim Do-hyun's friends. You mean the students who helped stop the dungeon outbreak? So we're taking out those guys too, along with Kim Joo-hyuk. We'll be famous around the world, though probably known as cowards for targeting high schoolers. But for villains like us, that's a compliment. So let's begin. This guy's ruthless. No one is safe, young or old. The assassination of Kim Do-hyuk and his allies is now underway. Just then, someone interrupted, and I knew it. Beach Teeth and his lackeys were stunned. I was going to wait for the right moment, but now you're saying we're going to assassinate him? We should have dealt with you a long time ago. Forget about surveillance and all that. Well, we were going to kill you anyway, as the prophecy foretold. Let's just move the plan up to today. These words shock the buck-toothed man into silence, and he stammers, unable to speak. Can't you people see what's happening? The purple-haired woman brushed her hair aside, revealing a mark on her neck resembling a horizontal line, horrifying the buck-toothed man. There's no way the unicorn god is with them, Purple Hair scoffed. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really an idiot? There's no other way then. As Matt Kong. To finish his speaking, Skull Mask dives down from above. Die. A red light descends, and a golden light flashes. Skull Mask's blade was stopped by Bichjiang's golden shield, and he stood there, grim as an iceberg. Skull Mask couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't his attack have easily pierced this ordinary defense? I don't know why you want to kill me. Bichjiang unleashes his power, sending Skull Mask flying. He barely manages to stop himself with his blade. I'll show you the true power of an S-class constellation. Bichjiang is furious after the ambush. Baekgang, seething with rage, unleashes a torrent of magical power, catching even the purple-haired one off guard. This must be an SO-class constellation. The blind man affirmed, still covering his face, that the constellation he made a pact with was the immutable alchemist. Baekran is surprised they know so much. Is he surprised we know about the constellations? But whether we know or not, you're still quite the celebrity, you see. What? The relic you're currently equipped with? It's a relic from the Age of Decline? Does that mean my search for an S-class constellation and everything I've done has been for nothing? Purple Hair is displeased. The masked one agrees. That's right. After all, relics from the era of downfall are known to house powerful constellations. Furthermore, that alchemist named Z became famous for obtaining a relic and becoming an S-class constellation. So the demand for relics from the decline has skyrocketed. But despite receiving such a powerful constellation, all he does is create an evil cult? How could he not be annoyed? Baekran raised his hand, brimming with magical power. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from the likes of you. He unleashes a flurry of 5 magic circles above the heads of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and chains rain down. What is that, a magic circle? He set something like this up in his base? As Bicia raised her hand, a circle flew right behind Purple Hair's head, but didn't shatter it. Damn it, dodge it. This attack is dangerous. How many magic circles did this bastard set up in his own lair? This is troublesome. Purple Hair cursed incessantly, but Bing knew that monsters like these could sense incoming attacks. He doesn't know what skills or powers they possess, but he's confident he has the upper hand. Beck Rang has nearly 1,200 magic circles set up in this mansion, and he believes they can't dodge them all, not to mention the alchemist's absolute defense skill. With this, Beichrang is certain he won't lose to their magic, nor will he die at their hands. He wouldn't have used this if he weren't in such dire straits. But none of that matters now, as Beckran throws another punch, yelling, "Die!" But this time, the whole group is frozen in place. You intend to kill us with those magic circles? But why don't I feel any pressure? This purple-haired girl is quite the talker. No wonder he's hiding it. Otherwise, she'd be scolding him non-stop. Even I'm starting to question my existence. I clearly activated the magic circle. I detected one you placed the moment I walked in. The blind man explained that there were around 1,200 small magic circles containing a simple blood curse. And I've blocked and neutralized all 1,200 magic circles. What are you talking about? If all the magic circles were neutralized, shouldn't I know about it? It's not neutralized, but blocked from exploding. Well then, shall we warm up a little? No sooner were the words out than Purple Hair acted, giving no time to think. She brings her axe down, forcing Baekran back as sharp lights threaten to pierce him. This level of shockwave could be blocked with absolute defense, but even though Okwao was hit, Baekran was still injured. She laments that it wasn't quite enough. I guess I need a little more power. Big Tooth wonders what just happened. Absolute defense doesn't work, and while he's distracted, a blade lunges for his nose. He dodges, but not before taking a cut to the cheek, courtesy of the masked swordsman. He's better at fighting with pure strength than I thought, the masked man said, blocking the punch with his sword. I thought he was only relying on the power of the constellation, Beichrang cursed inwardly. These bastards are strong. I almost had them, but they fell back just in time. Besides, if my absolute defense doesn't work, I'll have nothing to counter them with. Didn't you think I'd persevere this far? What? I don't know exactly why you're targeting us, but isn't this enough already? You've slaughtered too many, and the entire white troop, all 100 members, are dead. If you resent me becoming a villain, I'll stop. I have nothing left. What do you think? Perhaps you misunderstand, but whether you become a villain or not is irrelevant. We're here because you targeted someone you shouldn't have. Visibly enraged, he thinks. The most recent assassination plot was against Kim Do-hyuk today, so they're here because I dared to target him? The worst crime syndicate came all this way for some nobody? It's no use. They're not the type to be swayed by words. This is the only way to survive. What ungodly amount of magic power is this? Perhaps it was a desperate plea. An immutable alchemist has answered your call. Using a vast amount of magical power to create a sanctuary and summon constellations is the only idea I can think of right now. There's no other way. The immutable alchemist will permanently take your magic and life force to be summoned. Even if it means sacrificing my life and magical power, I must summon the constellation here if I want any chance of winning, the skull mask calmly responds. I apologize for disturbing you while you're busy, alchemist. There's a message from our constellation, the holy body. That alchemist tried to harm him. Upon hearing this, the alchemist nearly lost it and immediately turned around, the immutable alchemist questioning if it was true. No, holy constellation. I only planned to assassinate a Valhalla Academy student named Kim Do-hyuk. This is so unfair, you fool. Alchemy then vanished, canceling his contract with Azure Fang and taking back the ability he had granted him. Congratulations, Alchemic Zone. Just now, that constellation declared that he himself, too, would be the one to deal with you. What? Kim Do-hyuk seems incredulous. As I said before, there's no way to meet the constellations in their territory. Do-hyuk clutches his head. So, the only way to meet the constellations at once is through sanctification? That's the widely known method, but sanctification alone won't solve everything. That's because each constellation's contractors require them to achieve sanctification on their own, which consumes a great deal of magical power. Of course, a true saint contractor can summon constellations by sacrificing their own spirit, but that method is unorthodox and rarely used. Is that so? Then what if I held 2 relics at once? Wouldn't that allow me to meet both constellations at once? Adelia wondered. That would be difficult. Holding an artifact and meeting a constellation means your mind is transported to the constellation's realm of thought. That realm of thought refers to a sacred space within the relic, a unique sanctuary belonging solely to that constellation. So, the spaces of 2 relics cannot overlap. Furthermore, while constellations possess great power and can bestow it upon their disciples, however, their origins are somehow still limited to the artifact that contains them and its power. So as long as the constellation inside the artifact doesn't disappear, it can't transfer to another artifact. Finally, even if he held 2 relics at once, Kim Do-hyuk only has 1 soul, so it can only go to 1 realm of thought in the constellation's territory. Do-hyuk hears this for the first time and becomes more confused. Baek also chimed in, saying he thought I already knew this as it was part of the curriculum. Do-hyuk is furious, saying they should have told him before he came. He should prepare to be pummeled in the spirit world. B's complaints were to no avail. Yoo-hoo turned and asked, "Either way, if meeting them both is impossible, I can still have a conversation with them both, right?" Adelia and Black Cat said in unison. Truth be told, notifications have been popping up since he arrived, with long lists beside both of them. Speaking for Luminous, Black Cat says, "Long time no see, kid," and Adelia relays for Moron, "I haven't seen you in ages, you crazy woman." Then, Black Cat and Adelia began relaying insults to their constellations, giving Do-hyuk a headache as he remembered they didn't like each other. He thought he'd taught them better than this. Stop fighting and listen to me for a moment. All right. You both know a little about Mojiri and Ban Kwang, but the one who made you all like this is planning to manipulate this world. I've discussed this with you all before. Those recent disasters were also caused by that bastard. Now something even worse than before is coming. This has all just been a prelude. He hasn't truly begun his rampage. So, until I regain my original power, I'll be borrowing yours. Is that all right? Adelia immediately agreed, saying, "Our holy star, of course, master." My holy star also said, "Of course, master, this humble disciple will always be ready to help." That's what they said. Well, it's only at times like these that these two get along. Now Do-hyuk is still missing 3 more disciples. Before the Dungeon Lord strikes again, I need to find the rest of my disciples. So, you've linked the academy to this place with a spatial pathway? I might be visiting quite often then. Okay. The passage we came through is still there, right? Yes, it's still connected to the entrance. Well, I'll head back to Vanla first. You two get acquainted in the meantime. You two are contracted to my disciples, so you'll be seeing each other often. I understand. Adelia speaks first, asking if Black Cat is the market's owner, and he is. But in my current situation, I'm the director of the Vanha Academy Center. I heard about it from my secretary, but why the director of Van? I suppose it's the same reason a Vench family member is serving Kim Do-hyuk. I understand. A convincing reason, mostly because of the constellations I serve. Thank you for understanding. The four disasters gather in a house, staring at a pile of magic stones on the table. I guess most of our enemies have been dealt with. Yes, sir, and Bichion has completely disappeared. So this is the next order. You must protect him. This is the order. We must protect the target while remaining close to him. It'll be difficult to reveal ourselves without arousing suspicion, but I guess we only need to act when he's in danger. So we just continue to conceal our presence and follow him? That's all we have to do, right? You may reveal your identities if he says the word. Are you sure that's the word, sir? Because no one here understands it, but Tuji is adamant that it's the one. The next day, in the gym van... What the heck? Hey, don't worry about that, just please take me on as your disciple. What's this? Si-hyuk, all bruised, is asking Do-hyo to take him as a disciple. I don't want to. You don't want to? Just as I thought, the rumors are true. What rumors? There's a rumor going around that you're trying to build a harem by taking on only female disciples. What? Furious, Yu Hee-wook explained. These two came to me in the first place asking me to teach them. Who's been spreading these ridiculous rumors? Yanlang is my only disciple, so if you don't want to die, don't say I'm building a harem. I'm just repeating what I heard. Besides, I'm busy enough taking care of these three. You think I have time for you too? Is that so? But Du Yu Hui is heartbroken. He refused because he has to prioritize these three. It would be good to have another person to fight the monsters because our side would become stronger. Suddenly, Do Hoyak has an idea. Yanlang should teach him. Me? Using the whole body and combined combat power is good, but you need more practical experience. Yes, I know. I'll start training now. You two should say what needs to be said. Good Zei Hai Yus get to know each other, and the training will be more effective. Hyuk and Yanlang face off in a tense standoff. What's this? What do you want to say? You stepped on my face while I was unconscious. Did she do that because she was embarrassed? Was she embarrassed to wipe my sweat? If that's the case, I'll be more careful from now on. Yanlang realizes she wrongly accused him, but is relieved that her dark past hasn't been exposed, so she covers it up. Yes, please be careful from now on, just say it, don't hit me. With that settled, Yanlang happily took Hyuk to practice, and Yu felt relieved as well. But just when he thought he could breathe easy, Aaron asked if he had any plans for the holiday next week. It's already the holidays. Haven't we had our finals yet? Didn't we just do a multiple choice test or something? That was the final? Usually, final exams focus on practical skills, so a written test is too simple, especially when we're not in a real combat situation. Du-yu didn't expect that to be the final exam, and they didn't have to do a practical exam since they cleared the dungeon. But that doesn't change anything. I'll still come here and train. I want to train a little more, and Aaron insists on following along. Du-hook told her to stop bothering him and do something else, but Aaron said this is what she wanted to do. I want to train and become strong like you, that's all. Besides, she still has to go home for her air classes. So John also wanted to stay and train, and a week later at the American Hero Academy, Academy President Bayek stares pensively at the crimson sword on the table. Not long ago, the destroyer Logan came here. Beck thought he came to see his daughter, but no. He came to announce that he'd taken care of the ones who bothered her. Bach had heard that story. Logan thought the assessment was spot on, nothing special. The leader was torn to shreds before he even arrived. Ba speculated it was infighting, but Logan didn't know the real reason. He regrets not being able to deal with him personally, but there's also something else. I attacked to see if I could find any clues about Blood and Voy, but there was nothing. Blood and Voy, the mysterious evil organization that ended Logan's father? And what about that sword? I brought it because it caught my eye. It's called the Mad Sword, the sword that made its user slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild? I thought it had disappeared, but somehow it resurfaced with those bastards. It seems this sword has been psychically linked to me lately. Don't tell me you've been charmed by it. If so, the school will be destroyed. Of course I'm still sane. It's just that it keeps talking, and it's annoying. Tuh, that's why I'm here to ask if I can store it in the Academy's relic vault. Of course, but I have a question. What did the sword say to you? Logan then speaks up. Go find my master. Bach now stares at it, realizing the sword can't be contained due to the relic's violent reaction. Now B thinks about the message to find its master, meaning the constellations inside the sword have an owner? Just then, an explosion occurs in the classroom by the garden. He wonders if it's an accident, but it's vacation, and there shouldn't be any students there. A white-haired, red-skinned youth leaps onto Bach's desk, or rather, a demon does. Looking at the blood-red, ferocious demon before him, Bach panicked. Who are you? Are you the leader of the group that attacked this academy? The demon asked, sticking out his tongue in confusion. Group I came alone. Bach takes it that this demon attacked the Hero Academy alone, surpassing the defenses and magical barriers, and his appearance is far from human. What are you? You're asking for my name? Normally I'd kill you just for asking. But since I'm in a good mood today, having just reclaimed my name, should I tell it to you? Bach wonders, regained his name? The demon continues. This body is Lester's reincarnation. Bot is stunned. Rebirth? I've heard of that demon clan before. My real name is Crimson Demon. You mentioned Crimson Demon? That's not a common name around here, so allow me to introduce myself as well. Adjusting his clothes, B says to the puzzled red demon, I am B, the headmaster of the Hero Academy, and at the height of his power, he felt like he was losing his mind. B teleported next to the red devil and punched him straight through the chest with his alien green fist. How surprising, you've made a pact with a constellation that grants explosive power. Bach is shocked to hear that from the red demon, that you know of my ability. Scarlet Devil sneered at Beck, as if he were nothing more than a fly. Beck was still shocked that he was unharmed, even though that last blow was a fiery one. Indeed, he's no ordinary foe, but as he pondered, the red devil had already warmed up his arm, ready to strike back. The red demon's touch sears his skin, followed by an explosion that shatters the academy walls. Having been beaten to a standstill, he truly savors the feeling of losing his mind like in his younger days. Red Demon chases Bach outside, delivering a final kick that sends him crashing into the ground. Damn, he just wants to crawl into a hole and die. Bach Lung Kam gets up thinking, this guy is seriously strong. What kind of crazy power is that? Oh, you're not dead yet? You're pretty resilient. You're different from the trash lying over there. Bach glanced around, wondering if the reason no one had come despite the magnitude of the event was because they had all been slaughtered by this man. Bach gritted his teeth in anger, his body radiating green magic. That bastard. Beck clenches his fists, gathers his energy, and slams them into the ground. Seeing the green spikes pointed at him, the red devil sneered. A massive explosion erupted. B knew he was unharmed, but the goal was to obstruct his vision. B then quickly unleashed another attack, the real one. The punch unleashed a shockwave, leaving Beck panting for breath. Not bad, but if you want to satisfy me, you'll need a much bigger explosion. The Crimson Fiend tries to swat Bach, but Bach blocks, his arm blistering and exploding on contact. This arm wants to retire, and Beck wants to go home and quit being the headmaster. But luckily, he only fell down. Zhang Gong, you're still alive? Even when I was a constellation of rebirth, I never encountered a contractor this powerful. How intriguing. What? You're a constellation? Yes, I am a constellation known as the Demon King of Tyranny. Beck sees a notification. The art-loving, fiery demon is shocked. The connoisseur of violent art is in shock, a crucial detail repeated for emphasis. Bach wonders if this is how constellations react. Could he really be one? Crimson Fiend laughs. Since I have nothing to play with, just die. He reached out to grab Beck, but just then, Yusu appeared, saying, Hey, horned guy, stop bullying him and play with me. Unbeknownst to them, Yu is here, sword in hand, the other casually in his pocket, a provoking smile on his face. His sudden appearance leaves both the red demon and Beck stunned. Bach struggles to his feet, squinting at the figure before him. Who is that young man? He looks familiar. Suddenly a name surfaces in his mind. Wait, don't tell me. As he clearly saw Yu Hyo's face, Bach couldn't hide his surprise, silently uttering the name Yu of the Valhalla Academy. Contrary to Bayek's surprise, the red demon smirked, his eyes filled with disdain as he asked, Who are you? Did you come here to die as well? Hyuk nonchalantly retorted with a provocative tone, Nonsense, I'm here to defeat you. He confidently stared at the red demon, then exclaimed, Oh, and I think I know who you are. The red demon suddenly felt itchy and furrowed his brow in confusion. Yu Hyuk glanced at his horns and said, Those oversized horns. He continued to observe, his eyes scanning every detail, then smiled faintly and said, Those jagged teeth and that red skin. You're Crimson Demon, the failure of the second floor of the Tower of Destruction, aren't you? Hearing the words failure, the red demon roared, Failure! Just who the hell are you? He chuckled, his eyes full of provocation. Fool, a blue aura surrounds Du Yu Hui's body. He said proudly, Take my blow, and you'll soon remember who I am. Seeing the blue mana, the red demon frowned involuntarily, saying, That mana seems strangely familiar. But anger quickly drove the red demon to attack him. He shouts, I don't care, just die! Facing his attack, Du Yu Hui calmly raises his sword to strike back. The red demon couldn't believe his powerful punch was blocked by a flimsy sword. He gasped in shock, but then Yu Hyo Wook suddenly surged forward, attacking with fervor. Yu Hyo wields his sword, striking the man's arm. The man clutches his arm in pain, finally realizing, I remember this feeling now. The oppressive aura emanating from him dawns on the man. He exclaimed, "You're the god of war." He looked at him in astonishment, saying, "I never imagined you'd be reborn in a new body." Do-hyuk coldly retorts, "Is that so? I never imagined the wretches who fell by my hand would run amok, pretending to be gods." But the red demon retorted, refusing to accept this. "You're the one calling it a charade. After we lost our names and bodies, people started calling us that and worshipping us." With a confident smirk, Crimson Demon said, "Now that I have both, things are different." He pointed at Do-Hoi-wook and said, "I realized it after taking your blow." "You're weaker now than you were back then," Red Demon sneered. Facing his words, Yoo-Hee-wook calmly replied, "You state the obvious." "I'm still a high school student, you know?" Red Demon smirked, realizing something. In a flash, he channeled magic into his hand, declaring, "This is my chance to take your life." Yoo-Hyuk swiftly blocked the blow with his sword. After observing the punch, he noticed something unusual. Countless fire bubbles were appearing in his hand. A deafening explosion erupts, its force sending smoke billowing as Do-Hyuk swiftly retreats. Taking advantage of the moment, Red Demon lunges forward, but he's met with a calm expression. Red Demon attacks, the force of his blow cracking the earth. After the attack, the Red Demon, thinking he'd hit his mark, cackled, approaching Do-Hyuk and asking, "Are you just going to keep running?" Provoked, Do-Hyuk frowned, thinking, "I'm far from as strong as I used to be." He recalled the past, muttering, "When I fought the Snow Clan's constellation in the Mind Realm, I could fight because I had almost all of my former power. But fighting a constellation that has manifested in reality is a bit difficult." He pondered, watching the Crimson Demon's frenzied attacks. Aside from everything else, if a loser on the second floor can give me this much trouble, dealing with the rest will be even more annoying. He laughs maniacally, shouting, "Running won't do you any good." The distance between the attack and Do-Hyuk closes as the Red Demon snarls, "I'm going all out." No sooner were the words spoken than a massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke, its destructive power shocking Beck into silent awe. Just how big was that explosion? Was he holding back against me before? He worried for Do-Yu-Hui, who had been dodging, but this attack would be impossible to avoid. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. "Perhaps it's time I stopped being stubborn and relied on my disciple a little." A powerful strike lands, and in a flash, Red Demon's arm is severed. In an instant, his arm was severed and fell to the ground, causing the Red Demon to cry out in agony and collapse. A series of agonizing sounds followed as Yoo-Hyuk casually raised his bloodied sword. Clutching his arm in agony, the Red Demon asked, "How did you survive that explosion? There's no way you could have dodged it." With a smile, Yoo-Hyo-ul replied, "I didn't dodge it." He continued, "I just slashed it away." His calm voice sends chills down Red Demon's spine as he grits his teeth, realizing he can sense another kind of magic. Whose power is he borrowing? The Red Demon eyed Do-Hoi-uk warily. Realizing he couldn't win, he immediately turned and ran. Red Demon secretly resolving, "I'm getting out of here. It took too long to get this name. I can't die before I've even done anything." His face darkened as he steeled himself, deciding that a shameful life was better than honorable death, and as long as there was a chance, he'd take it. Seeing the Red Demon's fearful escape, Yoo-Hyuk scoffed. "How pathetic. What a strange bastard. So, after destroying the school and killing almost everyone, you run away just because you feel like you're about to die?" Yoo-Hyuk infused his sword with magic and continued, "That's why you're a loser." His crimson eyes glared at him as he cursed, "Oh, you damn Red Demon." Yoo-Hyuk excitedly swung his sword at him. Before the Red Demon could escape, he was struck, the blow splitting his face in two. Enraged, the Red Demon cursed, but in an instant his body was cleaved in two as Yoo-Hyo calmly turned and walked away. With one fatal strike, the Red Demon was completely defeated, and Yoo-Hyo-wook approached with his ring in hand. In an instant, the Red Demon was absorbed into his ring, and moments later, its massive form vanished completely. Looking curiously at the ring, Yoo-Hyuk wondered, "It can absorb even him?" Suddenly, a pained groan echoed. Startled, Do-Hee-wook remembered Beck and rushed to his side, saying, "I was so focused on him I couldn't protect you." "Are you all right?" B groans in pain. "I'm still alive." Do-Hyuk pulls out his phone, saying, "My healing abilities are still weak, so let me call an ambulance." "Thank you," B responded gratefully, before curiously asking, "Are you Do-Hook from Valhalla Academy?" Hearing that, he held the phone away from his face and replied, "Yes, even the teachers here know my name." Bach then struggled to sit up and said, "You're quite famous." Do-Hyuk worriedly suggests he lie down, as it will take a while for the paramedics to arrive. He glances at him, then quietly introduces himself. It's all right, though my introduction was delayed by the commotion. My name is Beck, the student council president of this hero academy. He bowed slightly, offering his sincere thanks. And I should have said this sooner. Thank you for taking care of him. Yu Huiyak shook his head. No, rather, I was a little late. Suddenly, Yu Huiyak stood up, looked at his phone, and told him that the rescue team would be there soon, so he could rest assured. Bok smiles, replying, "Thank you." Seeing that he seems okay, Do Hyuk quickly bids farewell. "Then I'll take my leave." Is Beck just standing there dumbfounded? Do Hyuk quickly opened a gate, and before leaving, he declared that he was no longer needed here. With that, he turned and stepped into the gate, disappearing from sight. Leaving Bok lost in thought, a voice calls out to him, "It's Rogan." He rushed over, asking what on earth had happened, and seeing B on the ground, he hurried to check on him. "I rushed here as soon as I heard the Hero Academy was attacked. Are you all right?" B barely managed to call out, "Rogan." B watched the arriving ambulance, then hesitantly said he'd explain everything later now that help had arrived. That afternoon at the hospital, the Hero Academy members were severely injured and required extensive treatment, making B feel fortunate in comparison. Everyone was severely injured, but thankfully most survived. It was all thanks to Gong Yu Huan for quickly dealing with the enemy and calling for help in time. Rogan approached his hospital bed and crossed his arms, giving an order. "Now tell me exactly what happened." Bok quickly recounted the entire incident. After a long pause, Rogan exclaimed in astonishment, "Dahyuk from Valhalla Academy had appeared and defeated a true constellation?" Bok nodded. "Yes, I don't know if he's a true constellation, but he possesses great intelligence and abundant mana." Rogan hesitated, then said, "It's true that powerful contractors can handle low-level constellations, but isn't he only 17? She replied, "Yes, do you know him?" Rogan recalled Yu Hyuk's face and answered, "Isn't he the one who defeated my boy in the duel? What else? He's also captured a lot of villains. Probably all the top contractors know his name." Suddenly remembering something, Rogan asked, "Also, aren't villains and constellations worlds apart? What exactly happened?" B nonchalantly addressed the matter, then after a few seconds spoke again with uncertainty. "I could sense a strange magical energy from him right before he finished off that constellation. I think it might belong to the constellation he made a pact with." Rogan questioned, "A 17-year-old student made a constellation contract, isn't that too young?" But Bok replied with certainty, "That's right." And that powerful magic felt quite familiar. Rogan wondered aloud, but then Bok suddenly sighed and spoke slowly. "If I'm not mistaken," he recalled that scene, and said it was exactly like the magic I felt in the market. Upon hearing about the market, Rogan said, "I heard the constellation who created that place is called the Nameless One. Does that mean he made a contract with her?" B shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it's the same magic I felt." Rogan paused, then asked, "Where is he now?" With some uncertainty, B replied, "He must have returned to Valhalla Academy." Rogan's eyes widened in astonishment. "He's back?" he asked in disbelief. "Isn't the Valhalla Academy in Korea? How could he come and go so quickly?" After a moment, he said, "I think he used instant teleportation." Rogan was even more shocked to hear that. "Teleportation?" B silently nodded. "Yes, that's right." As Do-hyuk returned, a linear space opened, and he stepped into it. Looking up, he wondered, perhaps he can teleport thanks to the power of his constellation. Suddenly, the aura emanating from Rogan astonished B, who called out to him. Rogan, startled, suppressed his energy and said, "Very few contractors can use teleportation." B replied, "I know, because few constellations possess this ability." Rogan's grip tightens, his voice dark and foreboding. "Don't tell me he's about to lose it." "Do-hyuk is involved with the organization I'm looking for. I have to investigate." That night at the Vanha Academy, in a certain room, Black Ket stood solemnly as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened. Do-hyuk sighed as he stepped out of the gate, surprised to see Black Ket. "What the hell? Were you waiting for me?" Black Ket replied solemnly, "That is correct, sir." He stared at Do-hyuk and declared, "The Star Ruler has ordered me to assist you in any way possible, so I watched your battle just in case." Breaket's words surprised Do-hyuk. He approached and asked, "You watched my battle?" Breaket replied, "Yes, I created a linked space and watched you fight through it." Hearing this, Do-hyuk clicked his tongue and said, "Damn, the thought of you being able to do that is terrifying." He immediately panicked and spoke up in his defense. "Thanks to that ability, we can quickly detect attacks from other constellations on this 2 Academy market." Do-hyuk nodded in agreement, recalling the guide's words. "Well, that's right." He suddenly recalled the guide saying that someone with a title would appear there next week. Hearing this, Dahyuk asked, "A titled one?" He assumed she meant those from the Tower of Destruction, but the guide vaguely replied, "Yes, possibly." "Also possible?" he asked, puzzled by her answer. Her answer is more vague than before. The guide smiles apologetically. "I apologize, the Labyrinth Lord's surveillance has become stricter." She continued, "Although he hasn't detected my existence, he seems very cautious about information leaks lately." The gravity of the situation startled Do-hyuk. "Really?" Next, the guide hesitantly offered another suggestion. "He will appear at the Hero Academy in America." Do you know the place?" He replied, "I've heard of it, but I can't look up its location once I leave here." The guide reminds him to keep an eye on that place, and if a constellation appears, to take it down quickly like before, to which Do-hyuk gleefully agrees. The guide then hesitated. "After today, it may be difficult for us to meet." He asked, "Is it because of the surveillance you mentioned?" She chuckled softly, saying, "We must remain hidden to scheme again when needed." She continued, "I'll teach you how to use the ring I gave you before." "Can you take it off?" Do-hyuk quickly removed the ring and handed it to her. The guide sternly explained that the ring had two uses. First, convert the constellation title into energy and make it your own power. The second is to utilize the skills converted from that title. After explaining the ring's uses, the guide added, "Each method has its limitations. The first method doesn't allow you to fully claim the title's power, as we aren't Labyrinth Lords capable of complete absorption. We can only obtain residual power from those titles when we defeat evil constellation villains." She raised her second finger, saying that the limitation of the second method is that you cannot improve the skills you already have. Hearing this, Yu-hyo asked curiously, "Not even you can?" She replied, "That's right. For example, if you absorb the title of a constellation with water jet abilities, when you use that constellation's power, no matter how strong you are, the power and pressure of the shot will only be equivalent to when the constellation used it." The guide solemnly stated, "It all depends on how effectively you wield this ring. Perhaps you'll break those limits someday." Back in reality, Do-hyuk stared intently at the ring on his hand, his eyes sharpening. "My goal is to quickly achieve ultimate power. That's why I'll absorb all the constellation's title power into my own," he thought. Just then, the ring on Do-hyuk's hand suddenly emitted a surge of energy, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Frowning, Do-hyuk examined the ring, wondering, "Is that it?" He quietly senses his power, a thought flashing through his mind. "Am I really stronger? Nothing's changed." Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. "Excuse me, Mr. Do-hyuk." It was then he remembered Black Cat was still in the room, saying, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Black Cat politely said it was fine. After a moment of silence, Yu-hee-woo broke the awkwardness. "So why did you call me?" He quickly gets to the point. "You defeated the Red Demon at the Hero Academy, didn't you?" Remembering each of his attacks, Black Cat speaks up. "The technique you used to defeat the Red Demon, was that a spatial slash?" Without hesitation, Do-yu-hui admitted it was true. Break-It secretly smirks, just as he predicted, before suddenly making a request. "Could you show it to me?" The sudden request made Do-hyuk pause for a moment. He asked, finding it strange, since he also made a contract with the same constellation. "You can't?" Black K replied hesitantly. "That's right." But Black K shyly admitted the embarrassing truth. "I'm not as skilled with spatial slashes as you are. Would you mind teaching me that technique?" Bewildered, Do-hoi-wook scratches his head, saying he should have asked the constellation instead. But never mind that, the constellation has accepted the offer. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you." That night, Yu-hee-hook and Break-It were traversing the mountain to find a suitable place to unleash a spatial slash, when he suddenly stopped in a deserted spot and said, "This place will do." Deep within the forest, a secluded area was found, and Yu-hee-hook drew his sword, declaring, "Space slash!" His silence left Break-It in stunned bewilderment. Do-hyuk channels mana into his sword and solemnly instructs, first focusing mana into the blade. Once enough mana is gathered, swing the sword and release the energy as you strike. A massive blow that tears through the silent space. Where the strike passed, the wind howled. The ancient tree in its path was instantly cleaved in two. After the strike, Do-yu-hee lowered his sword and casually said, "Well, that's roughly it." Yu-ho turned around, a faint smile on his face, and asked, "Easy, right?" Behind him, trees lay flattened, the ground scarred by the devastating force. Black Cat stood stunned for a moment, vaguely recalling the star's mechanical voice. "When my constellation taught me spatial cleaving, it was vague and disjointed with no specific guidance. Like the underworld ruler saying, 'Twist your hips a little.' The underworld ruler had said, 'Why can't you do it?' That's why he asked Yu Heian, his constellation's master, for guidance. But his incredibly simple and concise teaching method made Break doubtful. But perhaps like master, like student? His silence prompts Yu Hyuk to raise an inquisitive brow. What is it? Do you need me to demonstrate again? Draket quickly shook his head. No, it's okay. Suddenly, a strange noise caught Du Hyuk's attention. Huh? In the distance, the mountains suddenly began to shake violently. His slash had cleaved right through them. In the next instant, the split mountain peak collapsed with a deafening roar, leaving Do Hyuk speechless at the sight. Draket turned in shock, asking, Did you just cleave the space behind the mountain? He nodded dumbly, an unbelievable thought dawning on him. He'd only meant to cut through the forest and had even adjusted his magic. Could the ring be the reason the mountain was split in two? Did he absorb a title from it? This thought excites Du Hyuk. To be this strong from absorbing mere remnants of power? He turns and says, That's enough for today. Next time I'll definitely teach you the stance. Black K nods in agreement. All right, let's head back. Clearing branches, he grumbled, Next time I'm definitely clearing these bushes. But at this moment, Du Hyuk was lost in thought. Though initially doubtful, he was now certain he was stronger than Kaka. Right? Excellent. His eyes sharpened. Those bastards from the Tower of Destruction. I'll absorb you all if you dare to come down here. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest beneath an ancient tree, an old house stood amidst the mist, where a white-haired man stared intently at a strange object known as the reincarnation gear. This minion of the Labyrinth Lord stared intently at the reincarnation gear, its tiny lights flickering as his face grew colder. Just then, a deep voice broke the silence. Sparrow. From the shadows, a hooded man approaches, seemingly a signal for them. The Labyrinth Lord's subordinate replies, Bladelot. The red-haired man dropped his cloak and asked, Have you finalized the title arrangements? The white-haired man replied indifferently, and then the red-haired man approached the reincarnation gear, saying, You've divided the second-rate guys pretty evenly. Suddenly, he noticed the spear in the white-haired man's hand, asking, Is that why you're so attached to that spear? Receiving no response, he angrily demands, No answer? The white-haired man finally replies, You don't need to know why. You have your own weapon. The red-haired man touched his sword, retorting that carrying another weapon while clinging to that spear was pointless, but the white-haired man coldly replied, They're the same to me. His answer infuriated the red-haired man. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, his mind consumed by rage. Was he really speaking to him as an equal just because they shared a title, even though he was chosen by the Labyrinth Lord 300 years ago? This insolent bastard. The redhead's eyes blazed with fury. If not for the Labyrinth Lord's favor, I would have killed you long ago. But just then, a light suddenly appeared from the reincarnation gear, drawing the red-haired man's attention. The red-haired man exclaimed in disbelief, Huh? A title suddenly vanished? The white-haired man slowly nodded. Yes, it seems to have originated from the American side. The redhead angrily shouts, Are you sure you assigned the titles correctly? But the white-haired man calmly replied, I followed the Labyrinth Lord's instructions precisely. The redhead frowned, asking in confusion if it wasn't too early for so many to disappear. The red-haired man tugged his cloak up, turned, and left, his voice laced with irritation. I have to report this to the Maze Lord. I'll deal with you later. The white-haired man nodded calmly. Go ahead. The red-haired man left without another word, leaving the white-haired man to ponder the gears of transmigration. In the shadows, the hand gripping the weapon tightened. That night, after returning from the forest, Black Cat slumped wearily into the chairman's seat. He turned to Rogan and asked, How can I help you? A tense atmosphere filled the president's office. Rogan stood there staring intently at Black Cat, who, sensing the weight in his gaze, decided to break the silence. He took the initiative. What brings you here? The one and only Rogan. A few seconds later, Rogan, still stern, spoke. I'm here because I have a question for a student at this school. With that, Black Cat had a hunch who Rogan was looking for. Could his reason for being here be because Yuhui defeated that star at the Hero Academy? I thought I had that information under control, but it seems it reached Rogan's ears. Black Cat stood and said politely, This could be a long conversation, so why don't we sit down first? Rogan readily agreed. Very well. And so the two sat down, facing each other in earnest. No beating around the bush, Rogan said in a deep voice. Let me get straight to the point. Did a student named Du Hui Huck, who used to attend this school, go to the Hero Academy? With a resolute tone, he stated that the student had defeated the star that attacked the place, to which Black KCH hesitantly responded, Yes. Hearing the answer, Rogan's face grew even colder. He said, I have many questions, but two things I want to know above all else. It seemed Brackett had his approval. Rogan asked how Dooku knew about and countered the star attack. Black Cat seemed unable to answer, so Rogan pressed on, asking how he was able to travel directly from here to America. But fearing Black Cat would evade the question, Rogan preemptively struck, "Don't even think about dodging the question. I heard Bach mention sensing the black market's magic back then. Answer me, Black Cat, master of the black market." Finally, Black Cat had no choice but to respond. "I understand. Since Master B sensed the magic beforehand and told you, I'm sure you had an inkling. Indeed, the Star-Lord used her power then." Hearing this, Rogan narrowed his eyes, his tone suspicious. "It was the stage master, wasn't it?" Black K nodded in confirmation. "That's right," Rogan pressed on. "So, the conductor and the disciple Yu-Hyuk had a contract between them?" He calmly replied, "Not exactly, because that contract was only temporary." Black tactfully added, "I can't go into detail due to personal circumstances, but I know what you're most curious about." Rogan paused, his gaze piercing, and asked if Do-Hyuk was a member of the Blood Messengers. Bracet's words seemed to hit their mark, as Rogan paused for a moment before quietly agreeing, "If you understand that much, this conversation will be easier." Drekket continued, "I also investigated the Blood Messengers in the past, as it was related to the market's business. At first I thought they were just another group of villains, but it turns out they're indirectly related to you." Hearing this, Rogan exclaimed, "That's right. Those bastards killed my father." Rogan recounted, "After receiving some power, I tried to eliminate all the villains to find them, but I couldn't find any ringleaders, as if they vanished overnight." He said helplessly, "The only thing I found was—" But then, Rogan's eyes suddenly sharpened. With a cold tone, he said, "All members of the Blood Messengers are contractors who can use teleportation." Black Cat agreed. "That's what I found out too. I'm in the same boat as you. I can't find their whereabouts either." Then he stated firmly, "But Yu is not a member of the Blood Messengers. He could move to America and back so quickly because of the power of the Constellation Lord I serve." Rogan, surprised, asked, "The power of a Constellation Master?" Drek nodded. "That's right." He calmly explained that it was part of her ability. One of her abilities is detecting the attacks of a constellation faster than anyone else. Rogan relaxed, relieved. "I see," Black Cat replied obediently. "Yes." Suddenly, his tone hardened as he said, "You think I'll let you off the hook if you say that?" Rogan pointed at Blackett and questioned him. "It's also possible that your market is part of the Blood Messengers, isn't it?" Blackett retorted, his tone much firmer. "That's quite an assumption. Even though we run a black market, we're different from those villains who kill for a living." Rogan raised an eyebrow, unyielding. "It's a reasonable suspicion, wouldn't you say?" Then, picking up his glass, he continued, "I'm sure you understand that there are very few contractors in this world who can teleport." Black K agreed, and Rogan calmly took a sip of water, saying, "So it's only natural that I'd be suspicious." Suddenly, he slammed his glass on the table, pointing directly at him, and sternly declared, "Besides, it seems you, the master of the black market, are backing one of your students. I can't think of any reason other than you're both members of the Blood Messengers." Black Cat calmly retorted, "If that's what you suspect, you can hire a private investigator to look into it. Our relationship is special, yes, but as I've said before, we are not messengers of blood." His eyes sharpened, his tone a warning. "Besides, I think you're crossing the line." Rogan frowned. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "What was that?" Blackett said coldly, each word laced with gravity. "I'm trying to answer your questions politely, Mr. Rogan. I even went into great detail about the Star-Lord's abilities, but if you corner us based on mere suspicion, things will get complicated." With a slight bow and a calm voice laced with dismissal, Black said, "I would appreciate it if we ended things here today. Let's talk again when all your doubts have vanished, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention the information I've disclosed here today, especially anything related to the Star-Lord's abilities." Rogan gritted his teeth, seething. "Damn suspicious bastard, I went through hell to get here. And he's just going to leave like that?" He stubbornly retorted, his voice full of defiance. "What if I don't want to? Then, of course, we have no choice but to kill you," a response that ignited Rogan's rage. He laughed as he stood up, his eyes full of defiance. "You want to kill me? I admire your courage. But if you can, then try it." Black Cat calmly replied, "Of course I can't kill you, because you are the supreme soul, the strongest contractor among all contractors." He paused, then continued, "However, if you continue to cross the line, the Star-Lord himself will kill you." Rogan Yang asks suspiciously what's going on, when suddenly a cold voice echoes through the space. "If you have your answer, then leave." The atmosphere grows heavy. Luminous angrily threatens that if he causes any more trouble, she won't let him get away with it. You better manage your contractor, you damn bastard. Black calmly repeated what she had said, prompting an irritated Rogan to call it nonsense. But before he could finish, the system chimed in, telling the destroyer of worlds to go home and not cause trouble. He glared, realizing he couldn't continue recklessly. Rogan reluctantly waved his hand and said unhappily, "Fine, I'll go home today." He vowed, "Next time, I won't return empty-handed like this." After Rogan left, Black Sea breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. He'd have to control information better next time. Just in case, I should tell Adelia Venchik about what happened today. As evening approached, a cool breeze swept through the city. In a quiet apartment, Do-hyuk sits cross-legged, focusing on refining his mana. After his training, he lets out a sigh. Do-hyuk, intrigued, observed the flow of energy in his hand, realizing how much stronger he'd become after using the cultivation technique to regulate his mana. Just by properly training my mana, I've instantly gained 30 more days of experience than before. He stretched his shoulders, but his physical strength was only slightly stronger than his mana. That's why it's hard to feel the changes in my body. My will to train ignites once more. He resolved to focus on training his physical strength again, to best balance his magic and physical power. If only one aspect grows stronger, his battles will be more difficult. If he encounters difficult opponents, Do-hyuk suddenly speaks up. "Oh, by the way, Bache, did you feel anything special when you met that red demon last time?" Bache replies helplessly, "No, are you still suspicious?" Do-hyuk explained with his eyes closed, "I'm just asking in case the Labyrinth Lord's mind control magic suddenly returns, and you become the Tower Master again." Bache immediately retorted, "I don't have any power now, so I don't feel anything." Suddenly remembering something, he asks, "Did you sense anything at the Hero Academy, by the way? Besides the red demon, was there anything else?" Bache nods. "Yes, I sensed a very familiar magical energy within that school." Do-hyuk's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp as he asked, "Familiar?" Bache affirmed, "I share some senses with you, so I'm quite certain of it." Suddenly Do-hyuk grinned, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Well, in that case, relax and continue. I'm sure we'll be returning to those hero academies soon enough." On a full moon night, atop a mountain amidst raging currents, an eerie silence descends. Inside a dilapidated building, darkness reigns, pierced only by moonlight filtering through shattered windows. The constellations have gathered. Catfish scanned the room, asking in a low voice, "Is everyone here?" "Those who have a name are here." Hook quietly replied, "It seems everyone's here except for a few." Catfish frowned, asking, "How many are missing?" The vampire chuckled softly, replying, "Red Demon, who recently caused a stir, is absent." Speaking of Red Devil, Catfish's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, angrily cursing. Why did that foolish bastard suddenly cause trouble after 300 years of silence? Catfish's eyes filled with fury as he asked, "And just died?" The vampire elder sneered, saying disdainfully, "He must have underestimated his opponent and lost his guard. How pathetic." Hook crosses his arms, coldly points upwards, and says with a meaningful tone, "If I die here, I'll return up there and wander for another 300 years like a ghost." The vampire retorts, unconvinced, "Of course we were sent to wreak havoc. We can do it easily, but that idiot went too far." Catfish narrowed his eyes, asking, "Besides him, is there anyone else with special circumstances that we can't contact?" The atmosphere suddenly froze as Harak slowly uttered a name. "Watcha." The catfish raised an eyebrow. "Watcha, that corpse lover?" Harak nods in confirmation. "Yes." Catfish scoffed, mockingly hoping he wouldn't die showing off like Red Demon. But then, Hugo suddenly turned serious and said, "We just got word." Catfish immediately turned, anxiously asking, "What did he say?" Watcha's voice echoed, confidently declaring, "I'll cause a stir at the global competition." The next morning, the atmosphere in Van's gym was electric. Do-hyuk relentlessly lifts weights, striving to increase his physical strength, sweat pouring down his forehead as he steals glances at the others in the gym. Choyarin, Hugh, and June were all present. Looking around, Do-hyuk thought, everyone's here except for Yan Lang. Earlier, Yan Lang had told him, "I'm going to visit my family and stay there for a few days." He happily agreed, but couldn't help but wonder. Didn't she have a strained relationship with her family? Well, if she wants to go back, she will. After a while of training, Do-hyuk announced, "Everyone, take a break." The three of them stopped and replied in unison. Do-hyuk quickly grabbed a towel to wipe away the sweat. As they were about to rest, someone approached Do-hyuk. He turned to see Choi Aaron, who asked where Yan Lang had gone. He simply replied, "She went home for a few days to take care of some personal business." Hearing this, Choi Aaron sadly said, We promised to practice together, but she just disappeared. Shouldn't she have told me? Du Hyuk-wook chuckled, speaking up for Yun-lan. Haven't you done the same thing before? He simply replied, she went home for a few days to take care of some personal matters. She immediately agreed. Okay. Choi Arin quickly went to inform the other two when Ba Che suddenly asked, why do you suddenly look so proud of yourself? He smiled, amused, thinking, isn't this hilarious? Du Hyuk looked at the three of them with delight. Even after reincarnation, I continued to teach my disciples. Ba Che nodded slightly in response. Indeed. But then, Du Hyuk's smile faded, a hint of regret in his eyes as he said, however, I'm still a little disappointed. Ba Che asked, puzzled, what do you mean? He replied somberly, I wish my former disciples could gather and chat like this, but alas, the constellations cannot meet. After a few seconds of thought, Ba Che suddenly spoke. In the past, the constellations were actually able to gather together. Yu Hui-uk gasped in surprise. In a low voice, Ba Che recounted, it happened long ago. A door suddenly opened in the illusory realm, his eyes distant, as if recalling a long-buried memory. Back then, when I was trapped in despair, I wondered what that door was. Bal's voice was somber as he explained that curiosity led him to open it, prompting Yu Ijin to listen intently and then ask. The constellations were all there, Ba Che replied. Yes, he continued. I quickly left, fearing someone would recognize me as the tower's previous owner. It seems the constellations there had all passed through the gate that appeared in their illusory domain. Everyone there was shocked, not just me. Du Hyuk pondered, his eyes growing distant. But what happened to that door? Ba Che shook his head, saying, it disappeared after about 2 days, and perhaps the space disappeared with it. Suddenly, Du Hyuk spoke up. That's useful information, thank you. Ba Che blinked in confusion, asking, huh? Du Hyuk chuckled, thinking that he would have to investigate this door further. That evening, at the Chinese White Lotus Society, the atmosphere in the main hall was relaxed and refined. Seeing Yan Lang, Xue Lian, the White Lotus Society leader, couldn't hide her joy. What a surprise. She looked at Yan Lang and said, Yan Lang, I didn't expect you to contact me first. Yan Lang greeted her hesitantly. Aunt, without further ado, I want to see the Zhu family's sacred relic. Xue Lian gently replied, simple. Let's return to the Zhu family. And so the two quickly set off for the Zhui family, but a while later, Yan Lang suddenly darkened and asked, what happened to Zhui Ranhua? Xu Lian calmly replied, you probably know she was forced out as family head because her contract with the constellation was broken. She paused, then continued, and she was banished from the Yu family. Yan Lang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, she was exiled? Xue Lian nodded gently, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Xue Nianhua became the head of the family by deceiving the star constellation and suppressing others with force, and everyone in the Snow family found out. She chuckled softly and continued. Thanks to Yu Yuk, a student who met the constellation directly, it was revealed that Xue Lianhua had manipulated the constellation. Thanks to him, the Snow family elders agreed to expel Xue Nianhua upon hearing his name, causing Yan Lang to blush. I understand. Xiaodu, the Snow Lotus, continued in a low voice. Since that incident, the position of Snow Clan head, once held by Nian Hoa, remains vacant. Yan Lang asked, still open? She tilted her head and asked, why hasn't Xue Lian taken the position? Xue Lian chuckled and shook her head. Oh, in the Shui family, if you're the head of the White Lotus Society, you can't be the head of the family. She continued slowly, her voice growing serious. In any case, we need to find a new family head quickly. If we delay any longer, an earthquake will strike, shaking the very earth. Yan Lang pointed ahead, startled, and exclaimed, what? That's the Zhu family manor. A massive fire engulfs the Zhu family estate, and without hesitation, Xue Lian rushes towards it, a tense expression on her face. It seems my aunt's worries have come true. Let's go. Yan Lang obeyed and followed. As they ran, Yan Lang asked, what happened? You seem to know something. Xu Lian paused, then replied, you know our family is the largest in China, right? She explained. However, because Xue Nianhua suppressed other families during his reign, some families have begun to vie for the #1 position in China since Shui Yun's exile. I thought they'd attack our family members like Shui Ranhua used to. So that's what this is about? Damn it! When they arrived at the building, the gates were locked. Without hesitation, they burst through the doors, but upon entering, Yan Lang's eyes widened in horror. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood staining the ground. Masked figures stood scattered among the corpses, blood still fresh on their swords. At the sound, they turned as one, their cold eyes fixed on Sui Lian and Yan Lang, who seemed frozen by the horror before them. Masked figures, weapons still dripping, fixed their gaze upon the two. Countless bodies lay strewn across the blood-soaked ground. The masked men quickly raised their weapons, aiming at the two of them. Yan Lang was speechless, and Sui Lian cried out in fear, "You monsters." Seeing them, the masked man sneered, "So, there were a few left." He paused, studying them intently, and said, "Wait, that hairstyle—" The man behind him suddenly spoke up. "They're from the Zhu family's main bloodline," the leader asked in a deep voice. "The main family? Does that mean they're connected to Tet Nien Hoa, the one who ruined us?" Receiving confirmation from his comrade, the masked man excitedly says, "Good, let's kill them like the rest." Just then, Yan Lang spoke softly. "Tell me, is the Yu family forcing other clans to submit by killing their people?" Yu Lian shook her head, replying firmly, "No. She attacked and subdued several members of the family single-handedly, but no one died." Hearing this, Yan Lang clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he suppressed his rage. "I really thought I wouldn't care about these people since I don't like them, but this is going too far." With that, Yan Lang charged forward like a whirlwind. Zhu Lian frantically called out to Yan Lang, and the masked man panicked at her approach. But he quickly regained his composure, coldly swung his sword at her, and angrily shouted, "You wretch!" As the sword fell, Yan Lang blocked the sharp blade with her bare fist. The masked man was utterly terrified. She blocked a blade with her bare hand. Enraged, Yan Lang's eyes burned with fury as she launched a frenzied attack. Before the masked man could recover, Yan Lang struck him, the force of the blow sending him flying and knocking others to the ground. The long-haired man and the bald man nearby exclaimed in terror, "What? She took down two of our men in one hit?" But before he could recover, a chilling gust of wind swept past, and Yan Lang appeared behind him. She leaps into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the two men, sending them flying. They writhe in agony before collapsing. Snow Lotus was stunned by the scene before her. She had become so much stronger than when she was last here. Su Lian couldn't help but wonder what kind of training Yan Lang had been putting her through. Su Lian was lost in thought, unaware of why the girl had suddenly returned to see her progress, and completely oblivious to the man beside her swinging his sword. Just when it seemed Zhu Lian couldn't dodge, she effortlessly flicked her hand, sending him flying in agony. Once this is over, she vowed to appoint him as the next family head, as originally planned. Meanwhile, inside the building, the battle raged on, and Sui Tianlin, the Zue family's eldest daughter, was beginning to tire against the masked assailants. Sui Paini, the Zhu family's daughter, was in a similar state, clutching her shoulder wound and panting heavily. Judging by appearances, they're from different families. Did they know we were without a leader and come to attack? Her eyes darted worriedly to Hui Bayer. Though the elders might escape to safety while they stalled, Bayer looked exhausted. Sui Shilin bit her lip in frustration, her eyes reflecting helplessness and anger. Damn it, she didn't want to die like this. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught her attention. It was Yan Lang, ferociously pummeling the masked men. Alongside Yan Lang, Sui Lian was equally formidable, her ice magic strikes sharp and precise. The masked men's screams echoed, stunning Thiet Thi Lam and Tiet Boi Ni. Seeing Yan Lang and Tuyet Lien, Tiet Boi Ni burst into tears. She called out in anguish, "What?" Yan Lang surveyed the battlefield and said sternly, "I'm sure you have a lot to say, but save it until we've crushed these bastards." Sui Paini quickly nodded in agreement, wiping away the tears streaming down her face, as Sui Shilin playfully chimed in. Who would have thought the two strongest members of the Yue family would come to our rescue? What a relief. Seeing them arrive, Sui Shilin, reinvigorated, excitedly charged forward, saying, "Let's give it our all." Her sudden burst of power caught one of the masked men off guard, taking the full force of her punch. Sui Paini agreed. Yes. She coldly raised her sword to attack, and the masked men screamed in agony as her blade struck them. Sui Boni relentlessly attacked, her tang sword swift and merciless, giving them no chance to retaliate. But just then, another figure appeared behind her. He raised his sword menacingly, but before he could swing, a foot slammed into his face. Yan Lang soared through the air, delivering the blow. Landing swiftly behind Weibo Bei, he stood firm as a protective shield, too embarrassed to meet her gaze. "Are you all right?" he stammered. "Bowie, are you hurt?" Bowie was so touched that she burst into tears. Wiping away her tears, she replied, "I'm okay. Thank you." The remaining masked men began to panic at the Shu family's power. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "What are you doing? Scared now?" A rough hand appeared, gripping the masked man's head. With sharp eyes, Tok Duong asked, "Instead of fighting, you were just going to stand there?" The masked man, pale with fear, trembled and cried out, I'm sorry." The spiky-haired leader spoke gravely, each word a warning to those around him. "Those bitches are running wild because you're all acting like you have no power." He brutally clenched his fist, yanking it up as if holding a useless object, and cursed the miserable bastard. He crushed the masked man's head with his bare hands, blood splattering everywhere. The 4 members of the Zhuo family couldn't hide their shock at the brutal scene. Just then, Shuilian spoke up, saying that even though he was masked, judging by his size and strength, he knew who he was. Shuilian looked at the bald man and said, "He is the head of the Qian family, Chen Huanghao." After being exposed, Chen Huanghao removed his mask, laughing, "Damn it, I guess there's no point in wearing this now, is there?" "But the Qian family?" Chen Huanghao, the head of the Qian family, frankly admits, "That's right, I am the head of the Qian family." He confidently declares, "You may have noticed these people were abandoned by the money family, and we've gathered here today to reclaim our position as the supreme family in China." Immediately, Yanlang retorts, "We're not just gathered here, we're causing chaos and killing people everywhere." Chen Huanghao smirked, saying calmly, "We're just doing what your family heads did to us." "Don't like that?" he asked casually, raising his blood-soaked hands. "But because I admire your fighting spirit, I'll give you 4 a proposition." He spoke, his eyes filled with disdain. "If you become slaves of our family, we'll stop and retreat." This offer infuriated Yanlang, who immediately retorted, "After our master scared you out of your wits. You couldn't lift a finger back then, but now you're back for more. Don't you feel ashamed? Get lost, Baldy." Chen Huanghao laughed, retorting, "You arrogant wench, you're right. Your master certainly gave me a lot of grief." His eyes narrowed at Yanlang, his voice dripping with contempt. Now, without their leader, his eyes filled with brutality as he roared, "The Zhu family is nothing." No sooner had he spoken than he ferociously swung his fist at Yanlang, but she didn't back down, quickly retaliating with a strike of her own. From behind, Tuyet Lien smirked. "How foolish," she whispered. "That girl is far stronger than the previous head of the Tuyet family." Chen Huanghao unleashed a fiery punch towards Yanlang, who met the attack head-on. Just as they were about to collide, Yanlang suddenly gasped, for in her eyes Chen Huanghao's body had frozen. She wondered, "What? Is he frozen in place?" But then, Yanlang realized something. It wasn't just that the opponent was moving super slowly in her eyes. She could see through his movements to some extent, but not this slow. She suddenly thought of Yu He-wook and smiled strangely, wondering if this was the result of training with him. Incredible. Yanlang immediately used her advantage to dodge the attack and retaliate with a punch. After her attack, Yanlang coldly turned away, her eyes disdainful. Chen Huanghao struck hard, staggered, and spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. In a single second, Chen Huanghao fell to the ground, and his men looked on in disbelief, asking, "She defeated the clan leader?" And so they scattered in every direction, fleeing as fast as they could. Enraged, Yanlang trembled, snapping, "You wretches, you only run because you can't win against me." With the others gone, Yanlang turned back and said, "Sisters, let's go help those who have fallen." Xie Lin replied absent-mindedly. She smiled at Xie Lian, saying she now understood why she had appointed Yanlang as the clan's leader. Xue Jilin looked at Xue Lian and spoke approvingly, gesturing towards Xue Boni. "You think so too, right?" Without hesitation, Zhuo Bear agreed. After a moment of silence, Xue Lian smiled and said, "I understand." Her gaze suddenly turned serious as Yanlang diligently helps the injured. In the aftermath of the fierce battle at the Shu family, Xue Lian suddenly leads Yanlang to a frigid, icy place, prompting Yanlang to ask, "Where is this?" "Didn't we just go inside?" Xue Lian replied softly. "This must be your first time here." "Yanlang, this is the Star Chamber," Xue Lian announced, stopping in her tracks, "where our Yue family's sacred relics are kept. This ice barrier is a unique defense to protect those sacred objects." Yanlang listened intently. "I understand." Shulian glanced ahead and said, "Looks like we've arrived." Suddenly, she plunged her hand into the snow, revealing a treasure chest hidden beneath. Julien opened the box, saying, "This is the sacred relic of the Deep Snow King." Yanlang stepped forward to observe, stunned. "Is this it? It just looks like a normal glove." Looking at the glove, Yanlang couldn't help but wonder if she could become stronger and faster like Choi Aaron if she had it. Suddenly, she blushed, lost in thought. "And if I get stronger, Du Hyuk will watch me train more? We could be together in the special training class, right?" Looking at Yanlang's face, Ziel Ryan smiled faintly, then suddenly asked, Yanlang, you like this relic, don't you? Without thinking, Yanlang replied, yes. Xu Lian slowly said, I know you contacted me, not just because you wanted to see this sacred object, but because you need it. Yanlang was embarrassed and didn't respond. A few seconds later, she shook her head. No, I really just wanted to see it. Now I'll return to Korea. But before she could finish, Tu Yet Lien interrupted. Yanlang. She smiled faintly, her eyes softening as she looked at Yanlang. Your expression has already spoken for you, so you don't need to lie to me. I wasn't planning on scolding you anyway. Xu Lin asks directly, what is your purpose for coming here? Yanlang is forced to admit, you're right, Auntie. The energy radiating from the gauntlets is immense. Yelin says, this may seem sudden, but I want to form a contract with the constellation inside this sacred artifact. I don't know the details, but I know it's the only way for me to become stronger. Hearing this, Sui Lian asked, haven't you become strong enough while training with Yu Hiwook? Yanlang replied, yes, but I'm talking about a different kind of power, and that's all I can say. Sui Lian paused, then softly said, Yanlang, I have a suggestion for you. Would you like to try it? You want me to become the Snow Clan chief? Yanlang was shocked, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, what? This proposal made Yanlang rush to answer. What are you suddenly talking about? Aunt, I've never considered becoming the clan head. Sui Lian calmly asked Yanlang, do you know what kind of promises you can make with Star Orb? Yanlang replied seriously, blessing and contract, right? Yue Lian nodded in agreement. That's right. She continued softly, but there are two types of pacts, common pacts and true pacts. Well, three, actually. Yanlang responded, I heard about it in Vanilla. Unlike a normal pact that can be made with multiple people, a true pact can only be made with one person, right? Sui Lian nodded. That's right. She looked at Yanlang and continued, and you may possess unparalleled power that no ordinary contract can match. This new information makes Yanlang suspicious. Is that so? So, if a family has a guardian star, that star typically makes a contract with the family head? Sui Lian asked sternly. You said you wanted to become stronger, right? She advised. Then becoming the clan leader and making a pact with the Constellation Lord is the fastest way to become stronger. Although the offer tempted Yanlang, she tried to avoid it. But isn't it too early for that now? I'm only 17, Julian replied somberly. Perhaps she thinks so, she muses sadly. But the Snow Clan faces threats with the position of clan head vacant. Today's attack is just one of them, Shilian gently advises. As a member of the Zhu family, I can't stand by and watch this continue, which is why I want to nominate you as the clan leader. Yanlang. She suddenly mentioned Suiqilin and Suipire. Besides, your sisters are all in agreement with me, Yanlang asked, bewildered. Your sisters? Shilian assured her. If you're worried about the clan's affairs, you don't need to be. A 17-year-old should enjoy their youth, not bear the family's burdens. I'll help you with that. She said seriously, however, I hope you will attain the qualities and strength to become a clan leader. That's why I suggested you become the family head. Immediately, Yanlang fell into silent contemplation. After a moment, she quickly decides, I will become the Snow Clan chief. Pleased that she agreed, Suilian smiled. Nothing could be better. She reverently presented the sacred artifact, saying, Please take this to the Wisdom Realm, and receive the recognition of the Star Lord. Yanlang took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. She quickly approached, reaching out to touch his glove. The moment she did, a surge of power sent Yanlang to an unfamiliar place. An endless frozen space surrounds Yanlang, as the proud frost god sits on his throne, looking down. Seeing him, Yanlang stumbles back in alarm, but suddenly, the frost god smiles strangely from outside the space. Zulin watched Yanlang intently, her heart filled with worry, until finally her eyes widened and a happy smile graced her lips. At that moment, Yanlang slowly escaped that space and picked up his glove, turning back to give Zhuelian a gentle nod. Seeing this, Zhuelian breathed a sigh of relief, finally easing her worried heart. Weeks later, in the United States, Yushu and Choi Arin suddenly appeared before the Hero Academy skyscraper. Inside the Hero Academy stadium, the atmosphere was electric, with everyone cheering wildly. Everyone looked eager, awaiting the upcoming match as students from various schools gathered, creating a bustling scene. Hyuk Yu Woo silently observes everything, his eyes betraying a hint of boredom as he inwardly complains. This is troublesome. Who knew they'd organize a world championship? He thought to himself indifferently as the school year had just begun. A few days prior, Black Cat had suddenly requested a private meeting with Do Yuk in the chairman's office. Frowning, he asked, puzzled, What's going on? It's Black Cat's vacation right now. I'm busy training, so why did you call me? Black K solemnly apologized, saying he was sorry to call him while he was busy, but he needed his help with something. Upon hearing this, Yu He-wook asks in surprise, "You need my help?" He nods in agreement as Black K inquires, "Did you know school starts next week?" Confused, Yu Hoyak scratched his head and replied, "Really? I forgot to check the dates." Black K leaned back in his chair and continued, "Actually, the World Championship will also be held that week." At this, Do Hoi-wook turned serious, saying, "The World Championship? I think I've heard of it." Black Cat explained, "It's similar to the competition you participated in before I took this position." He looked at him intently and said, "But since it's the World Championship, academies from all over the world will select students to participate. It's similar to the Academy's representative selection, but why first-year students and not sophomores or juniors?" Black Cat replied helplessly, "I only learned this after becoming director, but it seems they decided against choosing second and third-year students because they often go to guilds for hunter training." Do Hui-wook suddenly realized this was, after all, an academy for training hunters. Black Cat propped his hand on the table and nodded in response. After all, the academy's purpose is for students to become hunters and graduate, so being chosen as representatives too often would be a distraction. But first-year students can participate in many competitions to attract hunter recruiters from guilds or companies, eventually leading to offers. "So, will you participate in the World Championship I mentioned as Van Hal's representative?" With a cold expression, Yu Siu asked, "Is that what you want me to do?" After a moment's thought, Su-yuk asked, "Where is this competition being held?" Black Cat happily answered his question. "At the Hero Academy in America?" Hearing this, Do Huyuk was shocked. "It's there. Wasn't that place just attacked and destroyed not long ago?" Blackett tells him that thanks to him, the damage wasn't too severe. Apparently, the academy has been rebuilt. Then, Blackett shifts the topic to the competition. "It seems they'll be holding the World Championship on a fixed date in America. A long-standing tradition." Even though it meant they were racing against the clock, Yu Ji-hyuk spoke slowly. "Is that so?" Brackett said, dejected by his cold demeanor. "Well, if you don't want to be the representative, I'll ask another student in the special class." But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I'll participate." Blackett was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Yu He-wook calmly replied, "I agreed to participate because I also wanted to visit the Hero Academy." Just then, Bache suddenly appeared, asking if it was because of the familiar magic power he had sensed before. He nodded, replying, "That's right. It may also be related to my disciple." Then Black K spoke up, asking, "I see. So would you like to bring another student along?" Yu Heo-wook pondered this. "Another student?" Black K nodded and began to explain. "At the World Championship, each academy sends 2 representatives. If you don't go, I was planning to choose a student from the special class." "Have you considered it?" Do He-wook thoughtfully said. "Then can we send Yeonrang?" "Besides me, she's probably the strongest," Black Cat interjected. "Though she's in the special class, she's not one of our Valhalla students." He suddenly realized this. Oh, that's right. After a moment of consideration, Do-yuk makes his final decision. "Then I'll go with Choi Aaron. She's been performing well in combat these past few days." Nodding, he said, "I understand." Then he recalled the guide's words and fell into thought. "Also, I'm still a little worried about a few things, so I'll probably bring M's ability with me." De-hyuk-woo remembers when the guide suddenly appeared and hastily said, "We're in trouble." As he sat pondering in his room, the guide appeared, and he asked in shock, "What? What's so urgent that you're calling me like this?" Do-hyuk approached, asking, "Didn't you say it would be difficult for us to meet for a while? Were you wrong?" The guide urgently replies, "This is an emergency. I had no choice. I apologize for the sudden intrusion." Gasping for breath, she says, "Red Demon wasn't the only name that appeared last time. All the names on the second floor of the Tower of Destruction have appeared." Hearing this, Du Yu-hoi cracked his neck with a serious expression and said, "Before my regression, those bastards wouldn't have been a problem, but now it's a bit difficult." The guide worriedly said, "Perhaps they won't cause trouble all at once. The Labyrinth Lord must have ordered them not to, since killing innocent people indiscriminately would only tarnish their reputation." The guide recoiled in fear, her voice trembling. "Now that they're all here, I can't predict what they'll do next. It'll be harder to warn you like before, so be careful," Du Yu-hyuk said with a confident smirk. "Careful? I don't think you should be saying that to me." He warned her sternly, "You're the one who should be careful. Guide, don't push yourself too hard, or the Dungeon Lord will catch you." The guide chuckled softly. "It's been a while since someone's cared about me like this." She smiles, accepting his warning. "All right, I'll be careful. See you later." Back in reality, Du Hyuk stood in the arena, his heart pounding. He'd managed to quickly form a temporary contract with Mori and gain some abilities before coming here. But was I worrying too much? Suddenly a voice calls out. Doohoo turned to Choi Aaron asking, "What is it?" Choi Aaron blushed and said, "I heard from the director that you nominated me to be the representative of Vanla Academy with you." She smiled and added, "Thank you, Doohoo. I will do my best not to be a burden to you." Doohoo replies with a soft, adding, "It's not that hard, so just relax. We're going to win anyway." Choi Aaron smiled and hummed in agreement as two figures intently watched Do Soo-hyuk. The brown-haired man is Logan Jr., a first-year hero student, and he thinks to himself, Do Soo-hyuk, just as I predicted. He's here. Watching them whisper happily, Logan Jr. thought to himself that if he was here, Vanla would be a strong contender for the championship, and they still had a score to settle. The blonde girl beside him nods in agreement. That's Melissa, a first-year hero student. She looked at Du-yu and said, "I'm just grateful he saved us in the Great Forest of Eyes. Otherwise we would have died at the hands of the villains." Hearing this, Logan Jr. awkwardly adjusted his clothes and said, "Actually, me too. I just wanted to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him." He wondered, how did he get so strong? Just then, a stern voice cut through the air. "Hello." B stood on the platform, looking at everyone as he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet all the students and spectators attending the World Championship. I am Bach, chairman of the Hero Academy Council." Seeing everyone gathered, B began. "Before this tournament, our academy was attacked, so I understand many of you are worried. Of course, my current appearance is also a result of that attack." He reassured them, saying the culprit had been dealt with and the damaged buildings rebuilt. Furthermore, security is our top priority during the tournament, so we've increased security personnel by over 200. Beck confidently assured everyone to rest assured, and after briefly discussing the Hero Academy's situation, he began to talk about the competition. "Now let me explain the details of this tournament." He began, introducing that the World Championship would take place over 2 days and 1 night, with the first day's task being to solve a labyrinth. Meanwhile, Rogan was intently watching the screen from afar, his face stern as he stared at the projection, when a gentle voice spoke. "Hey Rogan, that white-haired woman who just entered is Lenia from the Contract Association." She gently asked why he was here, but Rogan turned with a stern face to question her. "I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here?" Lenia frowned and retorted. "I'm working. What else would I be doing?" Lenia replied calmly. "I heard the Hero Academy was attacked by a suspicious individual a few days ago. Of course, they couldn't let something similar happen with so many students gathered, so they hired security companies. We won the contract. That's why we're here," Lenia said casually, prompting Rogan's suspicion. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Rogan explains his reason for being here as well. "I'm here because there's someone among the attendees who has caught my eye." Lenia asked curiously, "Is it your son?" Rogan shook his head, denying it. "No, the person I'm interested in." He slowly uttered the name, Kim. But just then, a strange sound cut through the air, interrupting everything. Rogan asked, stunned, "What was that?" Lenia rushed out. The sound came from outside the stadium. They both ran out to see what was happening. Stepping outside, she was immediately stunned by the sight before her. What was this? A horde of zombies swarms toward them, suddenly appearing and roaring as if to attack Lenia and her group. Lenia, eyes wide with shock, asks, "What the hell are they?" Just then, the radio crackled to life. "Captain, Captain." Lenia grabbed the radio, snapping, "Hey, weren't you supposed to be on watch? Shouldn't you have reported this first?" The person on the other end stammered, "It's just that the blonde guy looked at the zombies in front of him and hesitated. He suddenly saw a zombie burst from the ground and screamed in terror, causing Lenia to pale." "What?" In a flash, Lenia leaps over the railing, declaring, "Rogan, I'll handle these zombies." Rogan nodded in response. "Understood." With that, Lenia quickly jumped down to face the zombies. She unleashed her power and commanded, "Everyone, don't panic. We must stop these monsters at all costs to protect the students." A resounding "yes" echoed in response. Sensing the danger from Lenia, the undead horde roared and attacked, and she swiftly retaliated. After observing them, Lenia reassured everyone, "These monsters have extremely low endurance, so don't be afraid." The others responded clearly. Watching the undead rise relentlessly, Lenia thought with annoyance, "Their stamina may be weak, but this is endless." Has the disaster already begun? As they fought, Lenia turned to the girl with glasses and asked, "Do you see anything that looks like a maze around here?" She replied while fighting, "No, ma'am." Lenia muttered in disbelief, "No way. This many monsters can't be appearing without a disaster, can they?" She couldn't help but worry about the students inside the stadium. They came from underground, which means the situation inside the stadium must be dire. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, a wisp of smoke appears in the blood-red sky. The students in the stadium panicked and scattered at the sight of the undead, as Yuho frowned and wondered what the hell was going on. He calmly watches the rising corpses, wondering what these monsters are. Just then, the alarm bell rings out a warning. The competition is canceled. All students and spectators, please evacuate immediately. B shouts from the podium, "Hero Academy guides will lead you to the emergency exits. Please evacuate quickly." B was stunned. What was happening? Last time it was a constellation attack and now this disaster? Seeing everything unfold before him, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He'd stubbornly pushed for a competition that should have been postponed. This is my fault. Just then, a Roverjack Hero Academy instructor anxiously called out to B, "Chairman, you need to get out of here. Please come down." Suddenly, B spoke softly. "Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate." Roverjack was stunned and unconsciously gave a confused response. Sleeves rolled up, B stares intently at the zombies, declaring, "I'll eradicate these monsters until every student and spectator is evacuated." With a subtle fist clench, a surge of blue energy erupts as he rockets forward. The surprised zombie cried out as B appeared, furiously raising his fist, unleashing a devastating blow that sent 3 zombies flying. Do-hyuk silently observes, his power erupting. He understands how B could fight the red demon. He glances at the zombies behind him, lost in thought. This all feels familiar. Like we can't stop them this way. Then, a thought flashes through his mind. He remembers. Meanwhile, the zombies shrieked and charged, but Choi Aaron stood ready, weapon raised. She quickly drew her sword, cleaving through the zombies before her, their cries echoing against her immense power. Choi Aaron's strike tore the zombies to pieces, giving the audience a chance to escape. As hordes of zombies charged forward, Choi Aaron wondered how many more there could possibly be. Suddenly, Du-ao appeared, saying, "Don't waste your strength. These bastards will just keep coming." Choi Aaron calls out, "Du-hayu!" He smirks, draws his weapon, and coldly declares, "All the dead buried in this land will be returned to where they belong." Suddenly, Du-hyuk plunges his energy-filled sword into the ground, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Remembering Moron, he whispers, "That fool's ability is perfect for dealing with these things." Meanwhile, Beck was busy dealing with the undead with his powerful punches, when suddenly, the scene before him stunned him. The undead were melting away. Beck clenched his fist, staring blankly. What was going on? The monsters are melting, and sensing this immense power, he frantically looks around. No guide possesses this kind of power. Who did this? Suddenly, he sees Do-hee-wook with a weapon in his hand, and she wonders, could it be Du-yu-hoi again? After dealing with the zombies, Du-yu-hoi tells Choi Aaron that this is only a temporary measure, and they will reappear soon. So don't overuse it, and deal with them in moderation. Choi Aaron quietly agreed. She wondered aloud, "Oh, what about you? What are you going to do next?" Taking a breath, Du-hyuk excitedly touched his ring, saying, "Should we catch the bastard who caused this incident?" Meanwhile, in a dark room, a cloaked figure intently watched everything unfold. Watcha felt a sudden chill, slowly uttering, "This is strange." He anxiously placed his hand on the table and stammered, "I can't sense the demons. We have enough materials inside the stadium, so there's no way. There will be a shortage." Watcha wondered anxiously, was there a powerful contractor there? But dealing with that many is still difficult, he says slowly. "If he dies," Watcha suddenly says with an excited laugh, "before he becomes the one who is named, I'll make him beautiful and crazy cute." Just then, a powerful voice rings out. "You perverted bastard, you've been hiding here all along?" Du-hyuk said, nonchalantly breaking through the wall behind Watcha. Startled by the noise, Watcha turned to see him, his eyes wide with surprise, as Du-hee-wook grinned with sinister delight. Du-hyuk's sudden appearance leaves Watcha stunned and speechless. "What? How did you get here?" With weapon in hand, Du-hyuk raises his knee, asking, "Did you think I had a choice?" He delivered a powerful kick and retorted, "Your disgusting magic led me here." Watcha glared up at him, cursing, "You bastard!" He slammed his hand on the ground, summoning the undead as he roared, "Arrogant fool!" Facing this massive army, Du-hyuk laughs, raising his sword and muttering, "Dirty bastard." With a single strike, he obliterates countless undead, then says disdainfully, "You try to overwhelm me with numbers because you can't defeat me yourself, can you?" Watcha is stunned to see his army destroyed in an instant. Before he could recover, a sword was pointed at his face. Watcha retreated in fear, but instead of attacking him, the hero turned to strike Watcha's fortress. Du-hyuk slings his sword over his shoulder, smirking, still as good at dodging as ever. Ah, he spoke, his voice like ice. Watcha's name alone was enough to fill him with terror. Watcha asks in a panic, "A constellation's alias? How do you know my real name?" Trembling, he pointed at him, saying, "Now I remember. That way of speaking, that magic." Watcha finally realized who stood before him. The god of war. Smiling, Yu-Ho replied, "Exactly, you corpse-loving freak." He excitedly lunged forward, swinging his sword at Watcha's neck. "Took you long enough to figure it out, huh?" Luckily, Watcha managed to block the sword just in time. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. But that hand was severed by a cold blade, a flash of light, a spray of blood, and Watcha screamed in agony, staring at his bisected hand. Before he could recover from the initial shock, he was horrified by what came next. Do-hyuk advanced, sword raised to Watcha's face, close enough to feel its breath, and struck. A precise blow to Watcha's shoulder. He sacrificed it to save his life. After dodging the blow, Watcha wearily clutched his wound, gasping for breath, as Do-hyuk angrily rebuked, "Damn it, how long are you going to keep dodging?" With cold eyes, An-dung warned him, "If you keep dodging, your arm will be severed like that red demon's." Watcha gasped, finally realizing, the red demon, is that why we couldn't contact him? "So, you were the one who defeated him and sent him down here?" Yu-Hyuk cheerfully admits, "That's right, he suddenly appeared and started causing trouble, so I killed him." Hearing this, Watcha gritted his teeth in anger. "You!" He cries out in anguish, summoning another massive undead, 2 or 3 times the size of Yu-Hyuk. Hiding behind the undead, Watcha stammered, "We came down here under orders." The undead raised its fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He sneered, then arrogantly declared, "Kill us." Watcha shouted, "It's all in vain." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie threw a punch at Do-hyuk's face, but he dodged it effortlessly, and the fist slammed into the wall behind him. Yu-Heo uses his magic on the sword again and asks, "A waste of effort?" He calmly stabs the zombie straight through the heart, and it screams in agony. Suddenly the magic power turned blue, and Watcha muttered in disbelief, "What?" A power completely different from the God of Wars is pouring out and being drawn back in. Watcha scoffs, staring blankly at the melting zombie before him. As the undead melted away, he collapsed in fear, his heart aching. "What? My precious ghouls are dead." Did the others meet the same fate? Still in shock, Watcha doesn't realize Do-hyuk is raising his sword, and with one swift strike, Watcha's head is severed. He cried out in anguish, "Just as I thought, you're strong, but not strong enough." Do-hyuk then sat down in front of Watcha's head, amused, and said, "Come on, you always made a fuss when I cut you down in the past. Are you still the same?" Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "But there's a limit to how much I can take. This body will soon disappear." Watcha calmly spoke, "But it doesn't matter. My name will once again be known." Suddenly he cried out, "One day I will return with the red demon you first killed when you arrived." Yuhizo simply sighed and slowly stood up. "So that's why you said what I'm doing is a waste of time?" With murderous intent engulfing him, he asked, "Where do you think the red demon is now?" Despite his surprise, Watcha answered honestly, "What?" He must have ascended. He held up the ring in his hand and coldly uttered 2 words. In an instant, terror filled Watcha's eyes, and he stammered, "What do you mean?" "Don't tell me," he gasped in horror. "You absorbed the title?" Smiling at the ring, Yu-Hyuk said, "I heard this mimics the Labyrinth Lord's absorption method, but I don't really know how it works." "Who cares?" He coldly stated, "Your fate will be the same as that red devil's." Watcha screamed in terror. "What?" he frantically begged as he saw him present the ring. "No, please don't absorb me." His pleas were useless, as the ring completely absorbed Watcha. After absorbing Watcha, Do-hyuk admired the ring on his hand, unaware that Rhett and Adelia Venchik were watching his every move on a nearby screen. Rocket turns slightly, asking, "What do you think?" Adelia Venchik gasps in astonishment. "Indeed." Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Do-hyuk, said, "Unbelievable." Adelia Vench gasped, "Unbelievable." Black CCH turned to her and asked, "What part are you referring to?" "Lady Venchik." Adelia Venchik looked at him and said, "Just call me Adelia." More importantly, Brackett listened silently to her words. Adelia Venchik then voiced her question. "Did you just see Yu-Hyun use our constellation's skill?" "You mean the way the monsters melted?" Adelia Venchik continued. "Normally, star abilities aren't revealed to outsiders, but since we're allies, I'll let you know that our star's power is poison." Black Ket sounded surprised, turning to question her. "Son, you say?" Adelia Venchik replied, "Indeed." The golden sword is ablaze, and she immediately explains to Break It that it converts magic into poison, which can be applied directly or to objects. The potency of the poison varies depending on the contractor, Drake inquired, puzzled. Adelia Venchik explains what would happen if a normal contractor used that ability. Their opponents will be poisoned and collapse or experience excruciating pain, but they won't die instantly. It's usually used as a secondary attack. With a worried expression, Adelia Venchik continued, Even I, the direct contractor, have to strike them head-on to melt them from the inside. I see, B replied. Doohu is still inside the spatial circle, Adelia Venchik says. So that's why melting monsters completely with poison is on a whole other level, B says in astonishment. Is that so? Adelia Venchik recalled the image of Do-hyuk fighting the monsters alone. Her eyes saddened as she continued. Moreover, he only signed a temporary contract, yet he can melt the entire enemy without even touching them. Adelia Venchik, with a satisfied expression, continued. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Do-hyuk in action, and I'm very impressed. Drek Ket, standing nearby, replied, Me too. The screen in front of them displayed the question, What for? Still unclear? Adelia Vench's expression was a bit surprised after reading, and she said incomprehensibly, Zodiac? A mysterious masked figure says, Though poison is my specialty, it was the master who helped me improve it. In terms of application, he's definitely on another level. Adelia Venchik smiled at the screen, saying to herself, You're right, I can't see clearly. She told Break It, If Doohu returns, I want to ask him for a favor. He turned to Adelia Venchik in shock. Help? Adelia Venchik smiled at Break It. I want to ask Du Huayo to be my teacher. The desolate scene of ruin in a certain part of the city was shrouded in gloom. Lenia sat in silence, 2 soldiers supporting each other behind her as she commanded, The uninjured, tend to the wounded, and assess the damage. The man with glasses replied, Understood. Lenia wiped the wound on her face, puzzled, and thought, What just happened? She scanned the distance, frowning as she realized there hadn't been a maze nearby, yet the monsters kept coming. Then suddenly stopped. Recalling Yu Hyo's smug grin, she realized, after Yu Hyo appeared, she remembered those terrifying monsters with their gruesome teeth charging at her. She bravely charged forward, striking down the monsters one by one with her powerful punches. The creatures fell to the ground as a hand reached out to wipe the eyes of the fallen beasts. The monsters, seeing their brethren fall, grew even more frenzied, attacking with greater ferocity. She gasped for breath, muttering, Damn it! Lenia frowned, gritting her teeth as she stared at the monsters, thinking that no matter how many they took down, more just kept coming. She clenched her fist, realizing that her Godspeed fist technique wasn't suited for dealing with so many enemies, as it consumed too much mana each time she used it. Lenia frowned, realizing these creatures had to be coming from somewhere. But where? Suddenly, a student in uniform appeared before her. She thought to herself, What in the world? Where did he come from? A school uniform? No way he's a student, is he? Seeing the monsters charging toward the student, Lina shouted anxiously, Hey kid, get out of there! Contrary to her worries, Do-hyuk smirked, pulling out his sharp blade, a look of glee on his face. Yu-hyuk slams his knife into the ground, unleashing a strange blue light that freezes the surrounding ghouls in their tracks. The body of one demon begins to melt away, and the others show similar signs. The girl watched from behind, utterly astonished, her brow furrowed in silent assessment. At first I was confused about who it was, but it turns out to be Do-hyuk, who's been so popular lately. He resolved everything with a single blow. Lenia couldn't believe her eyes. She wondered if it was real. The monsters that had invaded were gone as soon as Do-hyuk acted. Rogan exclaimed, Lenia, are you all right? Startled, Lenia turned and said, Rogan? She asked him, Is everything all right inside? He replied, Yes, Rogan told her. When I arrived, the Vanhallas and Class B students had already taken care of everything. Lenia frowned and asked him, You mentioned you were interested in one of the members, right? Rogan replied, That's right. Lenia looked at Rogan and asked, Is that Duhuyo? Slightly surprised, he replies, You're right, go on. If I told you he was the one who ended this mess, would you believe me? He asks in astonishment. What? She frowned and said loudly, He charged alone into the Ande horde, plunged his sword into the ground and melted them all. Then the Andets completely stopped attacking. Rogan stroked his chin, thinking, Melted, huh? The underworld ruler, the one who supposedly made a pact with Ju Hyu, doesn't have that ability. He recalled Break It's warning not to reveal this information to anyone. Please be especially careful of our star divination abilities, Rogan asked Lania. Where did Ju Hyu go after that? Lenia replied, I don't know. There's no other way, Rogan says, arms crossed. I wanted to take this opportunity to ask him a few things, but I guess it'll have to wait. I'm going in. Tell Beck what I said and go home. Lenya was shocked and shouted, Where are you going? Aren't you looking for Do-Hee Hoop? Rogan explains, I'm curious how this incident was resolved, but I don't intend to dig any deeper. That's not what I want to know. Lenya retorted, Isn't it obvious? We need to investigate his connection to the Andits. Rogan warned her sternly. Lenya, I don't usually interfere in other people's affairs, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly uttered, Don't push it any further or you'll lose your life. Lenya was shocked by his words. She asked in shock, What? Rogan then departed. Lenya chased after him, shouting, What are you talking about? Explain yourself, Rogan. Rogan. On a certain island at night, Huck exclaims in surprise, This is what you told Catfish and the vampire. Watcha has been captured. The catfish asked in surprise. He's been captured? Isn't this too fast? Just like how the vengeful spirit failed. The vampire spoke. Perhaps he was too complacent, relying only on the Andits. The fish says, I don't care if that pervert dies, but Hongwei and Watcha fell too quickly. At this rate, our descent will be meaningless. Things have become chaotic because we keep acting separately, BW and Hookwi said. Indeed. B suggests they act together, and Huck assures her those bastards will be defeated. Do-Hee Wook walks alongside Choi Ah-rin, who tells him the tournament was cancelled due to the monster attack. It's a shame to return empty-handed after coming all the way to America. Was there anything unusual in the stadium? Choi Ah-rin replied. Monsters did appear briefly afterward, but we resolved it without any serious damage. They stopped appearing soon after. Do-Hee Wook then said, Really? That's a relief. Choi Ah-rin asked him in surprise. Do-Hee-Wook, you stopped them? He casually replies, Yeah, I guess you could say that. When I saw that monster, it looked familiar, so I thought it might be what I was looking for and I went to catch it. Choi Ah-rin asked him in surprise, Familiar? Do-Hyuk simply replied, Oh, it's nothing important. Don't worry about it. He thought to himself that he had told her everything comfortably. Ah-rin then asked Do-Hyuk where they were going, and Do-Hyuk, if they're going to the airport, the bus is waiting right out front. Do-Hyuk explained that due to the sudden cancellation of the tournament, it was difficult to find a direct flight back. So they said it would take longer to return to Korea than it did to get here, and Choi Ah-rin looked a little embarrassed. She secretly thought that this was actually better. Do-Hyuk pointed to another path, saying, I know a faster way back, so follow me. I received permission from the chairman to share this information with the special class students. Do-Hee said, looking around. I think it's around here somewhere. Finally, they arrive at a door, and he exclaims with delight, Ah, found it. Do-Hyuk reached for the doorknob, opened the door, and stepped inside. Choi Ah-rin, pulling her suitcase, looked around and asked, An old warehouse? He replied, This warehouse isn't what's important. Do-Hee recalled his conversation with Breakit. We can get to the market from any country, right? Black Cat replies, That's right. There are gates and markets all over the world. Do-Shu asks Breakit, So, we can use these gates as teleporters? He replied, Perhaps, but the distance between the gates is quite far, making it difficult to go directly to another country. Breakit then suggested a solution. My proposed method is to enter the market and go to the central tower in Area 7. From there, you can go to a gate connected to another country through the tower again. Breakset continued, If we do it that way, there won't be any problems for the special class students using it. We'll use the secret passage to enter and exit the tower, so regular market users won't feel uneasy seeing school uniforms. Du Yuhuan replied, I understand. Breakit reminds him that if he wants to return, he can do so directly from the tower, as the Black Cat president connected the tower and Anla before. Right? Okay, I understand. Inside the warehouse, Do-Hyu notices something and points it out to Choi Ah-rin, who gasps in astonishment. What? Do-Hyu slowly opens the door and light shines on Choi Ah-rin's face. Do-Hyu and Aaron step through the door and find themselves in a strange city. Meanwhile, in a building somewhere, an iron door slams shut. Do-Hyuk opens the door, followed by Aaron. He turns to her and says, You did great today. Head in first. I'm going to report to the director about the special classes activities. Choi Ah-rin replied, Understood. She smiled shyly and said, You worked hard too. See you tomorrow, Do-Hee Wook. Do-Hee Wook smiled as he watched her leave. He glanced at his pocket, pulling out a ring. Holding it, he smiled, thinking, With this, it's the third time, including the owner of the first labyrinth. Things at that level feel noticeably stronger each time I absorb them, so I'm looking forward to it. He puts the ring back in his pocket, thinking he'll check it out later. Now should I go see B? I did say I'd wait for the report without sleeping. The door to Breakit's room was tightly shut. Do-hyuk stepped forward, pushed it open, and called out to Black Cat. Black Cat greeted him happily, saying, "Ah, Mr. Do-hyuk, welcome. Thank you for your hard work." Adelia Venchik bows deeply, leaving Do-hyuk utterly astonished, and he scoffs in response. Recognizing her, he asked in surprise, "Isn't that Adelia Venchik? What are you doing here?" Adelia Venchik replied, "Just call me Adelia. I'm bowing to ask you for a favor." Do-hyuk, a little confused, spoke to Adelia Venchik. "Well, first lift your head. What is it you want?" She then replied, "Well, it's like this." Adelia Vench smiled as she made her request. "Could you guide me?" Hearing this, Du-hoy was astonished. He asked Adelia Venchik, "Out of the blue like this? What makes you want to?" Adelia Venchik explained, "We've actually been following Do-soo-hyuk's achievements." Hearing this, he replies, "You're saying you've been watching me? That's a little creepy." An enraged Do-hyuk shouts, "Is this your doing again?" Breakit, hearing his name called, quickly explained, "Oh no, last time we saw it, was it a constellation?" Breakit recalls what he saw on the computer screen. The screen displays a warning that the Lord of the Underworld will be angered and kill you without a trace if you speak of it. Do-hyuk, bewildered, asks Breakset what's going on. "What?" Adelia Venchik immediately signaled for him to be quiet. Breakset simply replied, "It's nothing." Adelia Venchik added, "Anyway, I saw Jae-hyo use a constellation's unique skill to capture a monster, and I was really impressed." She bowed her head again, pleading, "Could you teach me as well?" Jae-hyuk scratches his head, puzzled, saying, "First Breakset, now you. Can't you learn from Luminous and Ban Wang? Teaching you wouldn't be any different." Breakcat and Adelia Venchik listened intently. "You and Breakcat both learned to use your powers after contracting with constellations, so your energy exploitation is similar to mine." Do-hyu continued to explain. "The only difference is that I don't rely too heavily on borrowed mana. I enhance my abilities by adding my own mana when activating them." He continued. "But kids these days only focus on increasing their mana, so their control is very poor. So whatever method I teach you, your low mana will only make you tire more easily." "Kids these days?" she asked. "So even with my low mana, you'll still teach me?" "I'm also looking forward to your help," Breakit added. Do-hyuk scratched his head and replied, "Well, I've been busy lately and haven't been able to take care of the kids I'm teaching. Since you two have become my disciples' students, I should at least offer some help out of responsibility." He continued. "First, the most urgent thing is physical training. So if you have time, come to the training room tomorrow." Hearing this, they both said in unison, "Thank you." Do-hyuk then pointed at Breakit and said, "Oh, Breakit, let's discuss how to approach the constellation again after today." He replied, "Oh, okay." Breakit asked Do-hyuk, "Is it the familiar magic you felt from the building you mentioned?" Suddenly, Do-hyuk realized, "That's right, things got chaotic because of the fire truck, so I just caught him and left. I didn't even get to go inside the school building." He frowned and smirked, thinking, "Next time, I'll definitely find it with my bare hands." Night cloaks the world, save for the moon's guiding light. It's nighttime in America, and many floors of a large building are still lit. This is the Contractors Association, and standing near the top floor of the building is Rogan. He stands, gazing at the tablet, lost in thought. The tablet displays Du-hui's profile, and Rogan furrows his brow in thought. "Du-hu, just who is this guy?" He sits at his desk, arms crossed, speaking to someone on the tablet. "Star-Lord, do you know the master of the underworld? Because it seems the Lord of the Underworld knows you." "Lord of Games, is it?" The screen reads, "Destroyer of all, piercer of everything." The screen repeats, "Destroyer of all, piercer of everything." "Warning, beware of the lunar eclipse zealots," Rogan exclaimed with a surprised frown. "Moonless night zealots?" Rogan frowned, looking at the tablet in his hand. "Then I decided to research these moon shadow zealots just as I had with Do-hyu, but he found no information at all, standing in stunned contemplation. The more I investigate Do-hyu, the more I feel like I'm falling into a maze. Just what kind of monster is he? If he's not connected to the Blood Hunter, then there's really nothing left for me to find." He's floating in the sky. Rogan shouts, "Who are you? Why would a wretch like you be watching me?" He looked at Rogan and laughed. "Aren't you even surprised?" Clutching his mace, he said, "You truly are the top contractor." He swung the nail-studded mace at Rogan, who shouted a question. Rogan, unfazed, easily blocked the attack, but B's relentless assault sent him flying. Shards of glass flew everywhere as Rogan braced himself against the ground. He eyed BW, silently assessing that this monster possessed considerable intelligence. Was he the same type as the monster that single-handedly attacked the Hero Academy before? Rogan clenched his fist, an ethereal golden aura emanating from his hand. Rogan frowned, realizing he couldn't underestimate him, while B sneered, "Gathering your magic power?" He charged at Rogan, yelling, "Then try and take this," as he swung his mace. Rogan, not to be outdone, gritted his teeth and returned the blow. The mace, crackling with dark purple energy, collided with Rogan's fist. And with a deafening boom, Beck was sent flying, barely able to cry out in pain. B rose from the rubble, laughing. "You're stronger than you look." Rogan looks down on him, saying, "I don't want praise from a monster like you." He continues to swing his fist at Beck. A massive explosion erupts, shattering the ground, and Rogan's punch sends tremors through the building. Back at the Contractor Association, Lenia's office is violently shaken, and she cries out in shock, "What was that? What was that tremor?" She looked around, wondering if it was an earthquake. No, that tremor came from upstairs. Lenia looked up, her brow furrowed in surprise, thinking, could something be happening in Rogan's room? The dust from the tremor slowly settled. Rogan braced himself, staring at his fist in disbelief. Rogan thought to himself he was sure he'd landed a solid hit. He looked at the rubble at his feet, wondering where his opponent had disappeared to. Suddenly, the mace appears behind Rogan's head, but he manages to block the surprise attack just in time. He swings his mace again, continuing his assault, and with a mighty crash, Rogan is sent flying backward. Rogan coughed, furious. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "he's too strong." Rogan assessed Bui, realizing he was no ordinary monster. A lower-level beast wouldn't have stood a chance, even if it were a Constellation's avatar. B sneers at Rogan, his voice dripping with disdain. "What's this? Is this all the top contractor is capable of?" He frowned, angrily grinding his teeth, thinking, "Shut up! I haven't even used half my power yet." B scoffs at Rogan, thinking he needs direct contact to activate it, but he can't even touch him. Suddenly, a voice draws Rogan's attention. "Rogan, what's going on?" Lenia asked worriedly as she approached him. "Are you all right?" "I heard a loud noise and brought the guild's guards with me," Rogan exclaimed in shock. "Get upstairs!" Lenia frowned. "Perhaps because it's early, I'm the only guild member in the building, which is why I came myself." She gasped at the sight of Beck. "What in the world is that?" He seemed amused by her expression. Bai says, "I wanted to play with him slowly, but now there are insects swarming everywhere." "Oh well." Suddenly, he lunges forward, attacking Lenia's group by surprise. Bitch Hui continued, "I only need one move to take you all down." Lenia loudly commanded everyone, "You're no match for him. Fall back." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Lenia also braced herself for a counterattack. She bravely throws a punch radiating golden light towards Bechui, who, despite being surrounded by golden energy, still wears a bright smile. Lenia frowned, shocked, thinking, how did he avoid my critical hits? I struck right along his path. She clenches her fist, thinking that neither of them can back down now. Lenia grits her teeth and lunges at Bui, her fist connecting with his face. Lenia thought she'd hit him, but all that remained was a cloud of dust. Her eyes widened as she wondered, what? How is this possible? Bai suddenly ambushes her, raising his water blade to strike. But just as Lenia braces for the blow, Rogan appears out of nowhere to shield her. Lenia cried out in shock, "Rogan!" Rogan clenched his fist, reminding Lenia, "He didn't dodge your attack. He endured it while creating an illusion, only revealing himself when attacking." He smirked, thinking, had he seen through his illusionary eyes? B retreated, thinking, if so, he would fall back and use illusions to conceal himself, and then he would target them again. Suddenly, B gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock as a foot stomped down on his crotch. Rogan grinned triumphantly, surrounded by an ethereal golden light. Rogan taunts, "What's wrong? Can't escape anymore?" His feet flailed, trying to escape Rogan's grasp, as Rogan glared down at him, saying, "Try and withstand just one blow from me." Then he raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and counted. 1. Rogan punches BW and yells, "My fist!" But the punch has no effect. Rogan trembled, unable to believe his eyes, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, his body wouldn't move. Just then, Hukui appeared behind BW, saying, "Even for you, that was careless." Bai cries out in surprise, "Hook!" Hukui's body emanates a faint purple aura as he sinisterly smiles. "If you hadn't expected my stonefire eyes, your stomach would already have a hole in it." Bai laughs. "Killing me won't be that easy." Huck adds dismissively, "Just try taking one of his blows and see how you fare." Lenia approached Rogan, exclaiming in shock, "Another huge monster like him?" Rogan replied, "He was hiding nearby from the start?" Huck then spoke, "Who should I kill first?" Bai responds, "Just in case, I've immobilized the woman next to him so you can kill whoever you want. Linnea is furious, clenching her fists. Linnea cries out as B smirks, stroking his chin. Really? Then I'll make the first move. Suddenly, Du Hyuk appeared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He plunged the knife, cleaving Hyuk in two, and said with disdain, "Good idea." With a forceful thrust, Yu Hyuk plunged the blade, and black blood spurted from Hyuk head. Linnea and Rogan were both stunned by Yu Hyuk's sudden appearance. Seeing his comrade murdered by Yu Shu, he flew into a rage, shouting in disbelief. "What the hell?" Rogan, ready to attack, shouted in disbelief. "Do who?" At that moment, his hand twitched slightly. Linnea rubbed his shoulder and quietly said to Rogan, "Try to move." The old man groaned softly, but suddenly Du Hyuk interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. "Back then, you bastards always went around causing trouble together, Huck with his killer's eyes and you with your hammer." He turned to B with a smirk, continuing, "That's why I killed Huck first, remember?" B was stunned into silence by Du Hyuk's words. B glares at him, questioning, "What nonsense are you spouting? Wait. How do you know my name, and you say you killed us before?" Rogan approached him from behind, saying, "You're Juheo? I'm Rogan. I don't know how you got here, but thank you." Juheo recalled Breakit's warning. Someone was looking for him. Juhyu recalls Breakit's warning. "Rogan, the top ranker of the Contract Association, might be looking for you if you rush into the attacked building, so be careful." He frowned, looking at Rogan, and thought to himself, "So this is the person looking for me? I don't think I've made any enemies, have I?" Bai roars, swinging his hammer in anger. "Who you are is irrelevant. How dare you speak to me with such insolence?" He swung his mace at where Doohy and Rogan were standing, but luckily they both reacted quickly and dodged Big High's attack. He boomed, "Enough nonsense." Rogan turned to him and asked, "So you know these monsters? Do you have a strategy to defeat them?" Yu Hyuk thought to himself. "I spoke without thinking again." He said to Rogan, "Did I say that? Tactics, you say?" He looked at BW, thinking that he remembered having to react the moment BW attacked and eliminate him before he turned into an illusion. If he wasn't mistaken, when Huck Wu died, that B bastard looked at him angrily and cursed, "You bastard, could it be?" Suddenly he turns and leaves, and everyone is shocked, thinking he's running away. Linnea exclaims in disbelief, "What the hell?" "You're running away?" Rogan asked in disbelief. "Why run when he was overwhelming us? Shouldn't I give chase?" As Bai disappears, Yu Hyuk says, "That's just an afterimage. His real body is close by." A mystical golden light emanates from his sword as he thinks, "Releasing this light will dispel the illusion. But I can't use my disciple's powers just yet. I want to fight with the ring's absorbed power, so I won't even make a temporary contract." Du Hyuk frowned, thinking, "Well, there's no choice. It'll be a hassle, but I'll cut through this whole building." Rogan shouted in surprise. "What? What's going on?" His words have caught my attention. Rogan exclaimed in disbelief, "A martial god! Who is that?" On screen, the destroyer star is shocked to hear the words, "martial god," as Ju-hyun sighs and says, "I wondered why I sensed a familiar power coming from you." Rogan exclaimed in surprise, "Jahyu. Long time no see. Jung, you're here too?" "I'm in a hurry, so let's make a temporary contract. Does your contractor have the sacred object?" The screen displays the Star of Destruction saying, "With the Star of Destruction urging you, quickly hand over the sacred object." Linnea shouts, "Hurry!" Rogan says, "It must be in here." Linnea frowns, urging him on loudly, "Hurry, it must be in here." And then he flew out of the building. Linnea continued, "That bastard escaped through the window." Du-hyu reached out and said, "Where's the relic?" "Hurry." Rogan quickly placed the prayer beads in his hand. Du-hip put the bracelet on and smirked, saying, "All right." B hurriedly flees, thinking to himself, Damn it. Now I know why Wacha and Hui died so quickly." He frowned, thinking, "The god of war has returned. Even though he seems to have been reborn as a kid, that power is definitely the god of wars." As Bai flees, he realizes he must quickly report the martial god's resurrection, since he can't transmit messages like Wacha. Du Hyuk pursues him relentlessly, his shadow arm emitting a strange golden aura. He threw a punch, the golden light blinding B. He grunted in shock, and with a massive explosion, he was sent flying. He was covered in wounds, and B cried out in pain. Yu Hyuk watched him on the ground and smiled triumphantly, while Linnea and Rogan watched from the building in astonishment. Linnea speaks up, "Rogan, is that your stellar ability?" He replied, "You mean my constellation ability is as powerful as a cannon, obliterating everything in its path?" "Not at all." Rogan frowned and continued, "But did that attack truly possess the power of the Zodiac?" Is it even possible to use your powers to this extent right after making a contract? He said, observing Do-hyuk. Yu-hyuk, he always surprises and intrigues me. The sun began to rise in the east. Ambulances and police cars swarmed the building as Lenya was taken away for questioning. Rogan's wounds are being bandaged by paramedics as Do-hyuk says, I'll be going now. Rogan turned towards the voice, asking in surprise, You're leaving already? Yes, I've achieved my purpose here, and I'd like to avoid the media's attention. Rogan asked in surprise, Your purpose was to stop the monsters? Do-hyuk scratched his head and replied, I suppose you could say that, then sighed. What a pain. He glanced at Rogan, wondering if he'd go ask Vahan La if he ignored him, but he wanted to wrap things up quickly and leave. A cold glint flashed in Do-hyuk's eyes as he thought, Not so fast. According to Black Cat, isn't he the association's top contractor? Recruiting him would definitely be beneficial later on. Do-hyuk spoke, I'm tired today, let's talk another time. Rogan replies, Understood. Sorry, Do-hyuk said to him. When the time comes, I'll go to the Hero Academy to answer your questions. Rogan said in surprise, Does he not use honorifics? Do-hyuk smiled and continued, I'll give you a specific time since you're Shang's contractor. You should be grateful. Well, I'm off. With that, Yu-hyuk turned to leave, but Rogan reached out, shouting, Wait! Suddenly, the screen displays the words of the Star of Destruction. Let him go. He wonders. The star? The screen flickers again. Shouldn't you also use honorifics when addressing him? Asks the Star of Destruction, prompting Rogan to stammer in disbelief. Show respect? Yes. Lanya called out from behind. Rogan, you said I was going to hand this over to the police, but the monsters' bodies are gone. Do you know where they are? Rogan replied, Didn't you see? They vanished into thin air a moment later. Lanaya crossed her arms, sighing in frustration. Damn it, so many kinds of monsters. This is going to be a pain to prove to the insurance company I need to find CCTV footage. She turned to Rogan, questioning, Did Do-hyuk leave? But who is he, really? The monsters we encountered today were no ordinary creatures. They're far too strong for ordinary contractors, Rogan said thoughtfully. Who is he? We'll find out soon enough. He quietly watched Do-hyuk's figure disappear. The next evening, in a certain forest, Do-hyuk wandered alone, calling out, Bache! Do-hyuk glances at him questioningly. Do you sense magic? I sense something similar to what you feel from the heroes? He replied, No, it's different. Delighted, Do-hyuk said, Really? Thank goodness. I was worried I'd have to go see that Rogan guy, but it looks like this wasn't a waste of time after all. Bachua responds, Yes. Do-hyuk thought to himself that he was still a little disappointed. The man he met today had once been taught by him, but he wasn't his disciple. Suddenly, Yu-hyuk asked where Sosumi was, and the former guard approached to greet him. Taken aback, Yu-hyuk asked, Who the hell are you? He replied, I am of the Yeo family. I am honored to meet the clan leader. Yu-hyuk asks in surprise, Me? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The former guardian confidently replied, Absolutely not. He explained, Our esteemed star, too, has instructed that if Mr. Do-hyuk mentions the word, I must reveal myself according to the plan. Do-hyuk asked in surprise, The word? Don't tell me. A masked girl said from elsewhere, When that person says a specific word, you must reveal yourself and your identity. 4 people sat around a table, a mystical purple fire between them, when one spoke up. What's the word? The masked figure replied coldly. Sosum Do-hyuk removed his hood with a smirk, and 3 more figures appeared beside the former guardian. They bowed before him and shouted in unison, We are honored to meet the clan leader. Do-hyuk then asked, Do you have the sacred relic with you? The former guard replied, We have it. Do-hyuk said, Give it to me. He respectfully offered it with both hands, saying, Here it is. Holding the relic, Yu-hyuk smiled faintly as night began to fall. Yu-hyuk surveys the area, a desolate place filled with ruined houses. Everything here looks so barren and desolate. A sign reading Gatekeeper Clan hangs at the entrance, and Yu-hyuk laughs, saying, Gatekeeper Clan, huh? It's been a while since I've seen this sign, he says, continuing. Long time no see, Sim. Hey, Sosumi, are you here? Don't hide, come on out, Yu-hyuk called out. Sosumi shyly hides behind the door, then hesitantly steps out and kneels before him. Do-hyuk then helped her up, saying, You haven't changed a bit, have you? Please stand up. Yes, Sosumi politely replied. Do-hyuk sighed. Even your heart is like our dojo. 3 years prior. His words made Sosumi feel incredibly awkward. She said, To us, the martial god clan is more than just a dojo. It's our home. Du Yuhuan scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I didn't know you valued it so much. Compared to the present, the world 300 years ago, recalling his memories from 3 years prior, Du Hyuk stood proudly on the cliff, looking down, thinking it was a chaotic place. Below the cliff, two groups prepare to clash. Humans with sharp weapons and a horde of grotesque monsters. A man, terrified to tears, grits his teeth and charges into battle as Yu Hyuk and his group leap down to aid them. Demon corpses littered the ground as Yu Hyuk and his two disciples easily defeated the monsters. In such a chaotic world, I, who only knew how to hunt monsters, was able to survive. The villagers were overjoyed and even thanked him with gold. By protecting trade caravans in exchange for rewards or accepting quests to hunt monsters and destroy dungeons, the three entered a waiting area. The world was full of suffering, but I lived in it without complaint. He smiled, watching his two disciples happily eat skewers. Du Hyuk suddenly notices something. A poor family is trying to sell their child. In that era, people bought and sold each other into slavery, and the father happily gave away his daughter. The buyer seemed very pleased with her, reaching out to brush her hair back. At this moment, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears. Though increasingly rare, human trafficking sometimes still occurs. He seemed very pleased and handed the girl's parents a large bag of money. They were overjoyed, and the father coldly pushed his daughter away. Poor parents sometimes sell their children, hoping for a large sum of money. They happily gazed at the bag of money in their hands as Yu Hyuk lamented, "I truly hate that kind of thing. Because I was a slave as a child, I can't stand it." And he glares at them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the slave trader raised his knife to threaten him, further enraging Du Hyuk. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and lunged forward, punching him square in the face. So I don't just attack slave traders with my disciples. If I find them, I'll kill them. His actions drew a lot of attention. Yu Hyuk turned to the father who willingly sold his own daughter, his eyes filled with murderous intent, causing the man to recoil in fear. The girl's parents quickly turned and fled, causing Du Hyuk to frown in anger. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the little girl beside him, who was crying and looked utterly pitiful. She reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt, and in the process, I took in a few homeless children as disciples. Yu Huan looked down at the girl and smiled, and that's when a small problem began to arise in my pre-planned life. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and thought, originally, I planned to work hard as a hunter while I was young, save enough money to retire, and train only a few disciples to continue fighting against the slave traders. Basically, to set up an automated hunting system. However, although being a hunter was enough to support me and my 3 disciples trained diligently, I could hardly save in any money since I started raising them. And since I had enough disciples, I decided to give them a chance to prove themselves. He stroked his chin and smiled slightly. At that time, many noble families and martial arts schools competed for power, with clans like Jajin and Musamun constantly fighting. The abandoned girl exclaimed, "Gate of Martial Gods!" After discussing it with my disciples, we decided to name our dojo, and so we founded the Gate of Martial Gods. You carefully hung the sign, and your disciples rejoiced. He looked up at the sign, sighing. And so, we founded the Martial God sect. He chuckled to himself. We established the Martial God sect to systematically nurture and train disciples, including myself, and because I want to profit from my disciples. His followers were overjoyed to see the sign hung. Though I am strong, I started my journey learning skills that didn't suit me, and I have no natural talent, so I quickly reached my limit. But my disciples are different. Under my tutelage, they've learned skills suited to them, and every one of them is exceptionally talented. He looked at the young girl he had just taken in. So I decided to train my disciples to the point where they wouldn't need me anymore, so that when they grew up and spread their school, they could take in new disciples. Du Hyuk secretly rejoiced at the thought of the money he would earn, and I'll take a reasonable cut of the donations and profits generated from those donations. I thought I could finally sit back and enjoy my golden years. Yu Hyuk looks up, dejected. But no. Just as my disciples grew and were about to expand their influence, the Tower of Destruction appeared. Before him stood a massive tower with relentless lightning striking outside. The Tower of Destruction was surrounded by lightning, and as Du Hyuk glared at it, his memories faded, returning him to reality. Du Hyuk and Sosumi silently gaze at the worn-out sign when he suddenly speaks, "Ah, I apologize for hiding myself like that. It just reminded me of the old days." Sosumi replied, "It's all right, master." He asked her, "What did you do after becoming a constellation?" "And how did you find me?" Sosumi replies, "I knew you would be reincarnated, master." She continued, "Shortly after I became a constellation, a notification appeared." Hearing this, he thought to himself, just as he suspected, "Even Sosumi?" Sosumi said, "So, I chose a human who could become my henchman as the first contractor. Then I founded Yu-Gi-Oh! And continued to operate with 4 members. I named the organization Yu-Gi-Oh! To signify that I only acknowledge my master as the leader." Hearing this, Du-Yu exclaimed in shock. "What?" Sosumi continued. "So I killed all those who claimed to be the strongest except for you, master." Du-Yu asked in shock. "You killed them all?" Sosumi softly replied, "Yes." She immediately explained, "Of course, I don't kill people indiscriminately. When someone claimed the title of strongest, we'd watch them closely, and as soon as they flaunted that title, we'd kill them." Bewildered, Yu Hyuk asked Sosumi, "Then how did you find me?" She replied, "We used a similar method." Yu Hyuk rubbed his chin and chuckled to himself, realizing he could have been killed by his own disciple if he had misspoke. How fortunate, he thought, as Sosumi began to explain. "So we killed those who claimed to be the strongest swordsmen, like Jin, and a vile organization. Chin is a blood hunter, specializing in targeting powerful contractors." "You've killed quite a few people," Yu Hua remarked in astonishment. "I believe this is how I was able to meet Master again after reincarnation," Yu Hua asks in surprise. "What?" she said sheepishly, explaining her reasons. "Among us, Master was definitely the strongest, but also very humble, never boasting about their power." Hearing this, Yu Hee-wook scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "Well, it's not that I'm humble. I just don't like to talk much because the truth always prevails. Anyway, continue. Right now we have Mozu and Luminos." Sosumi was overjoyed. "You've met the others?" Yu Hui was surprised. "Didn't you know? I thought you knew already, especially after going through so much trouble to find me." She replied, "I knew all 4 sisters became constellations, but we can only see through the eyes of the contractors." Sosumi continued, "So, I knew Master had met people from the Vench family and the black market, but I didn't know they were contractors of the other sisters." He replied, "That's right." He chuckled. "But your timing is perfect. Sosumi, the time may soon come when I need your help." Overjoyed, she quietly agreed. Du-Hyuk told Sosumi, "That's all for today. I'll invite your contractor to meet with the others, so let's talk later." He waved and turned to leave. She watched him leave, blushing and shyly whispering her agreement. A few days later, at the Hero Academy, a massive building stood in the heart of the city. Inside the meeting room, Rogan was speechless with surprise as Du-Hyuk greeted him with a smile. "Oh, you've arrived?" Rogan looked at him, stammering. "Ah, no, I just got here." He thought to himself, "Who are those people?" Rogan recognized Breakit as the black market kingpin and director of Valhalla Black Cat, whom he'd met before. He then looked to Adelia Venchik, undoubtedly the head of the Venchik family. Next was the former guardian, whom Rogan quickly recognized. And that mask? Needless to say, he was shocked. "Yo." Du-Yu turned to the former guardian and said, "Aren't you going to sit down?" He replied, "No need. I'll stand in the back." Du-Heo then said, "So where should I begin?" He looked at everyone and asked, "Actually, none of you really know what I do you?" Adelia Venchik and Breakit were taken aback by his question, and Adelia Venchik asked in surprise, "Aren't you the master of the constellations we serve?" Rogan was shocked, thinking, "Master?" Du-Hyuk replied softly, "That's right." Resting his chin on his hand, he glanced at Rogan's reaction and said, "I've recently learned what happened after my death. In short, my story is, it was late, and both Adelia Venchik and Black Cat were astonished. Even Rogan was thinking the same thing as the constellations had said. Break questioned him in astonishment. "You mean Du-Huyo destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 3 years ago?" Du-Hui awkwardly replied, "Saying it like that makes me a little embarrassed." "But that's exactly what happened," Adelia Vench said, her eyes wide with surprise. "The era of destruction did exist when the tower suddenly appeared and brought ruin to the world." Breakit continued, "But the records only say that the tower collapsed after releasing monsters into the world. So we didn't know that Du-Hui was the one who destroyed it." Du-Hui was shocked to hear this, and he said, "Didn't Mozu and Luminous say anything about this?" Adelia Venchik replied, "Actually, other than being with you, Mr. Yu Hui, Master Star never communicates with anyone." Breakit said, "As for the ruler of the world," he recalled Luminous saying emotionlessly, "the Tower of Destruction, I only remember going in there with my master." Duquette continued, "That's what he said." Yu Hyuk asked in surprise, "Really?" He stroked his chin, thinking that even his disciple couldn't remember anything before becoming a constellation. "Well, now that they've met him, their memories will slowly return," Du-Hyuk continued. "Everyone who was even remotely famous back then became constellations. That's why constellations started appearing after the Age of Destruction." Adelia Venchik was shocked and asked, So, does that mean all the constellations died around that time? Do-hyuk replied, perhaps not all of them, but most are. Break-it then said, I see, so that's why the constellations react so strongly to artifacts from the time of destruction. Do-hyuk continued, and, as I mentioned before, the creator of the Tower of Destruction is causing countless disasters and sending constellations here. With a determined look, Do-hui said, so, the Tower of Destruction will definitely reappear. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, it'll reappear? He replied, that's right, but we probably still have 4.5 years. Do-hyu then revealed his plan. I'm gathering my disciples to stop it and increasing my power by dealing with the constellations invading this world. This time, I will eliminate the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage so that the name Era of Destruction will never be spoken again, Rogan declared. Actually, I find that hard to believe, Yu Soo-hyuk said, turning to comfort him. Well, I can understand that, he said. My constellation told me that 300 years ago you were known as the God of War. Rogan continued, you even rescued constellations and passed on the first authority. Do-hyuk scratched his head, replying shyly, really? I don't remember the details very well. Rogan listened, lost in thought. Suddenly he said, you, Mr. Ju-hyun-hyuk. Ju-hyun simply hummed in response. Rogan rose, his eyes filled with determination, and asked, if you truly are the God of War from 300 years ago, will you fight me? Yu Ji-hyuk smiled and casually replied, of course, it's already light outside. Rogan and Yu Jae-hyuk stood face to face as Adelia Venchik spoke. I don't quite understand the situation. Break-it responds, Rogan probably finds this absurd, suddenly discovering that a high school student is the hero from 300 years ago and his constellation's master. If there were solid evidence, it would be easier to understand, but emotionally, it's hard to accept. Rogan prepares to attack. He's now surrounded by a powerful golden aura, and Adelia Venchik asks, so he wants to face him head-on. Do-hyuk also takes a fighting stance, surrounded by a mysterious red aura, as Break wonders if he's more than just a strong high schooler, perhaps someone from that era. Rogan clenches his fist, his eyes burning with determination as he lunges toward Do-hyuk, unleashing his iron fist. Yu-hyuk retaliates with equal fervor, and their colliding attacks trigger a massive explosion. Rogan clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in anger, while Yu-hu smirked, clenching his own fist. Fists collided, sending debris flying, forcing Adelia Venchik and Black Ket to shield their eyes, while the former guardian silently observed. Back at the Hero Academy, in the president's office, President B's eyes widened in shock as he wondered if the sound from the stadium meant they were under attack. B suddenly remembered something. No, wait. He recalled what Rogan had told him. Today, I will invite guests to the Hero Academy, B asked in surprise. Inviting guests? Who are they? Rogan replied. That remains a secret. He instructed him to take cover if he heard a loud noise. It must be my fault, Bly thought, looking towards the stadium. Rogan, I trust you, but who did you bring? An incredibly terrifying aura fills the stadium. Do-hyuk smirks, fists trembling, as Rogan struggles to defend himself, thinking, damn it. Looking at Do-hyu, who seemed so relaxed, Rogan realized he was being pushed back. This couldn't be the power of a high school student. Rogan gritted his teeth, realizing that he wasn't just borrowing power from the constellations to fight monsters. He was quickly being pushed back by Do-hyuk. Rogan asks Do-hyuk if he can use magic, to which Do-hyuk scoffs and replies, may I use magic? Rogan was now engulfed in a golden light like a roaring flame. Yu-hyo suddenly realized, so he's been fighting without magic this whole time? He smirked. Go right ahead. Then he added, but I'll still fight without magic. Rogan responded with a surge of golden light, like violent lightning, and with a mighty punch he shattered the ground. He raised his elbow high, and it began to glow with light. He used his elbow to push him back, but as Do-hyuk braced himself, he smirked and said, whoa, intense. He thought to himself, did I overdo it by saying I wouldn't use magic? I'm actually feeling the pressure now. He thought if he used magic, he'd be stronger by absorbing constellations, but his physical strength was still lacking, because it grew with his body and there was nothing he could do about it. Do-hyu snickers as Rogan charges at him with all his might, thinking that fighting a top-tier schemer who uses the power of a constellation isn't so bad. Do-hyu tells Rogan, this battle of pure strength ends here. Rogan stomps his foot, shattering the ground. He raised his hand to defend and continued his attack, but Yu-hyu swiftly dodged Rogan's blow, much to his surprise. He complimented him, asking if this was something the Martial Hall had taught him. Not bad. Do-hyuk rammed into Rogan, reminding him, But you need to put more power into it, he says, because it's meant to finish off your opponent in one blow. Do-hyuk then turned his back and pushed Rogan away with great force, leaving Rogan wide-eyed in astonishment. He only managed a cry of pain, and Do-hyun smirked as he watched him fall. The next afternoon, Rogan lay in bed, showing signs of waking up. Then his eyes suddenly snapped open. He shot up, exclaiming in surprise, as Do-hyuk, sitting beside him, casually asked, "Oh, you're awake?" He continued, "I thought you'd fainted, so I brought you here, but I thought long and hard about taking you to the infirmary." Rogan rubbed his stomach and replied, "I understand. I'm fine." "Thank you," Rogan said, his voice strained as he spoke. "You're really a regressor," Yu-heo said in surprise. "What? Didn't I tell you?" Rogan said, still clutching his stomach. "Sorry, you did." But Do-hyu quickly reassured him. "Well, I understand," he continued. "I know many people have to experience it themselves to believe it." Du-hui praised, "Your support star is very kind." Rogan asked, "You said you were looking for disciples to stop the Tower of Destruction, right?" "Yes." Rogan then said, "Then I will help you achieve that goal." Master Yu-hyu, hearing this, he was overjoyed and asked, "Really? Thank you." The former guardian thought to himself that he knew he had no right to speak, but this was quite an interesting combination. He glanced at Adelia Venchik, the head of the Venatic family, then at Breakit, the black market kingpin. Then there's Rogan, a top-ranked member of the Contract Association, Ju-hyu, and everyone from Yeo. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk spoke up, remembering he had a question, to which Rogan replied, "Go ahead." He continued, "Do you see anything here that resembles my disciple?" Rogan asked in surprise. "Resemble your disciple," Du-hyuk replied. "Like a relic or something." He continued, "The reason I wanted to meet today is that I felt a familiar aura of magic last time. But when I got here, there was so much magic that I couldn't pinpoint the location." He rested his chin and continued, "Because this academy produces so many hunters, there are many relics here, making it difficult to identify." Rogan pondered, then a voice echoed, "Please find my master." Rogan's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately said, "There is one." Rogan continued, "There's a relic that wants me to find its master." B exclaims in shock, "Rogan!" He looks at Rogan and asks, "Has your guest left?" Rogan replied, "No, we're still in a meeting." B pressed, "Who exactly is that guest?" Rogan replied, "It's Ju-hyu." Bet continued, "There was a loud explosion outside." "What the hell are you guys discussing?" Rogan replied, "Sorry, but I can't go into detail." "You can ask them about it later," Rogan suggested to Bayek. "Could you return the starry light sword I entrusted to you?" "Ah, the azure sword," he continued. "To be honest, it's been giving me a headache." Rogan asked in surprise, "It gave you a headache?" B presses the control button and the display case slowly opens. Rogan and B went inside, and B said with a serious expression, "The starlight sword can't be left here." Inside, a sword radiates a terrifying red aura of malice, and the walls bear the scars of something truly horrific. A sword appears, radiating an evil energy, and he stares at it in utter shock. "What the hell? Did the light sword cause this?" Beck, equally shocked, replies, "It seems so." The two began to argue, but worry was etched on both of their faces as Rogan asked, sweat beading on his brow, "Didn't you say you were going to store it with the other relics? That place should be safe enough to block its magical power." B explains, "Of course I intended to put it there, but..." He recounts the time he went to store the sword in the dark corridor. He went to the locked room and pressed the fingerprint scanner to store the sword, but upon opening it, he was met with something unexpected. He said, "I couldn't." Rogan asked, "Why not?" B replies that the guardian of the relic has unleashed magic to block the entrance. A great amount of magic has appeared in that room, an immense power blocking his path. He emanated a terrifying magical power, continuing, and the holy sword is also exhibiting unstable magic, as if reacting to that magical power. He continued, a look of helplessness on his face. "So I had no choice but to bring it here." His eyes grew serious, a hint of fear in them as he added, "But even this place can't withstand the light sword's magical power, or rather, its dark energy." The sword, now mounted, appears even more sinister after Bayek's words, with dark energy gathering around it. The sword's aura is so intense it's collapsing the sealed storage room. He explained that he wanted to discuss how to deal with it. Just as you arrived, Rogan was deep in thought, pondering something. He suddenly turned and asked, "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'seek its master,' that I mentioned before?" Baek says, confused, "No, I haven't heard anything like that since the Sword of Light became like this." Rogan frowns, lost in thought, and says, "Is that so?" His hands reached for the sword, and Bai tried to stop him. Rogan! As if sensing someone trying to take it, the sword emanates a terrifying aura. Rogan's hand touches the sword's hilt, and immense power surrounds it. He lifts the sword, feeling its immense magical power, the blade as red as blood, the power around it dwindling. Bach watches in shock as the light sword's magic dwindles. He pondered, then asked, "Rogan, what is this?" as he held the nearly powerless sword. Rogan pondered, "I don't know either." He spoke to Bach, his sword held horizontally at his hip. "Then let me take it back," he wondered. "Now? I thought you had a meeting?" Rogan said sternly, "Yes, I'll bring it to the meeting." Bach is taken aback by those words. "What?" He asked uncertainly, "What did you learn?" With a calculating smile, he left the cluttered room, while Rogan, no longer afraid, calmly said, "Sorry, Bach. You'll understand soon enough." Behind him, Bach's face remained blank and unsettled, but he chuckled softly, saying, "Goodness, he's still a lone wolf as always, but he always keeps his promises. I trust you, Rogan." He turns and hands the sword to Du Hyuk, saying, "I brought it." He takes the sword with both hands, feeling its power, and says with a serious expression, "Something's not right." Holding the sword, he tells the room, "I can't sense any magic from this sword." He explained, "It was like this when I held it." Rogan continued, "Actually, it was the same when I brought it back to the academy." He raised an eyebrow, asking, "Really?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "That's right." But Rogan continued, "I often heard a voice calling out, searching for its master." He pondered this, looking at the sword in his hand. His eyes closed tightly as he tried to focus on the sword he held. His eyes snapped open, brow furrowed, lost in thought. Then he spoke. "I can't enter the illusionary domain." Adelia exclaimed in surprise. "What?" he asked, puzzled. "I don't really understand this." "Is that normal?" she stammered. "That's right. Entering the illusory realm requires the constellation's consent," she continued. "So if the constellation refuses, he won't be able to enter." He stared at his sword, lost in thought. "A refuse?" he asked, reaching out to his sword with his thoughts. "But Jay, can you sense the magical power she mentioned in the sword?" Ba replied, "It's faint, but I can definitely feel it." He pressed, "So there's really no other way to deal with this?" Ba stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually," he says, "Huno Kim, do you remember what I said last time?" Confused by his words, he asked, "What do you mean?" Bache crossed his arms and continued, "A door that once appeared in the illusionary domain." He suddenly remembered. That's what Ba meant. It was the image of Ba standing before a massive door with intricate patterns. He asked, "Are you saying that behind the door is where the constellations gather?" Bache recalled opening that door and replied, "That's right." Recalling his encounter, he continued, remembering that there wasn't just one door, but many different doors and different kinds of people he saw around them. He continues to describe what he saw. Beyond the constellations were many doors leading to their respective realms. He saw the glimmers of power within the people who appeared beyond those doors. Ba shared his theory. "If I'm not mistaken, when I step through the door to that place, I can also enter the dreamscapes of other constellations by using their doors," she said. "That makes sense, but suddenly something occurred to me." "But there's a problem," Bache asks. "What problem?" He stares intently at the two before him, telling him what he knows. "After learning about the door, I tried gathering information, but the two in the meeting room just stared back blankly." He continued, "They knew nothing." Bacha pondered, "That's understandable. Understandable. It happened so long ago and the term was short, so some constellations might not know about it. Besides, no one alive today has experienced this." He stared at the sword in his hand, then asked, "Is there anyone who might know about this?" Do Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. Someone stood before them all. Du Hywook smiled. "Since there's nothing to do today, let's head back." The three people in the meeting room said in unison, "Okay." Yu Hywook pointed to a figure in a skull mask and black cloak. Yugi Oya, what's your name?" The cloaked figure replied, "We are merely protectors, nameless to our master. Call me whatever you wish." He paused, stroking his chin as a thought struck him. Wait a minute. An image flashed in his mind. The four figures in black robes, each facing a different direction, spoke in unison. "Yo, greetings, master." Pointing at him, Duyu said, "From now on, you're the former guardian." He replied sternly, "Understood." Yuhu laughs. "You should go home and talk to Adelia and Black Cat today. I'm sure Sosimi wants to talk to the other sisters too." Adelia and Black Cat turn to the masked man, who replies, "Yes, it's dusk, the last sunlight glinting off the building's glass," echoing Du Xiao's words. "Then let's go home," they all said in unison. "All right." A few days later, in a simple house deep in the forest, the guide greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Under the flickering candlelight, Yu-Yuk spoke with her, saying to forget about it, but he was worried about the rising second-rate constellations. "I'm trying to absorb everything I can find." Yu Hyun-wook smiled, gazing intently at the small object in his hand, saying that he was grateful for how much stronger it had made him. Do-Hoo-wook calmly says, "We met at just the right time." She asks in surprise, "What?" His eyes locked onto the guide's, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, "Do you know about the door where the constellations converge?" A flicker of candlelight, and the guide, hands supporting her chin, smiled. "Ah, you mean the arena?" He wondered about the Starstream domination. The guide explained with a confident look. Immediately after the constellations were created, the Maze Lord created a special space. The guide continued, explaining that this space could be entered through doors that appear in the constellation's illusions, the arena. His hands rested on the table, brow furrowed, wondering why such a space was created. She explained that it was made for constellations to fight each other, even though they had lost their original names. The epithets were still given to the constellations. He asks if it's something like the Lord of Hell, and the guide confirms that it is. Her voice seemed to blend into the room as she continued to share what she knew. They eventually became part of their names, so they also wielded power depending on the constellation. And the Maze Lord opened the arena to amplify those powers within those epithets. Why? Yu-Hyuk continued to ask, but it seems the arena disappeared quickly? The guide tapped her cheek, recalling, "Yes, it seems the arena didn't go as the Maze Lord planned, but I still don't know the exact reason." Yu Jung-hyuk crossed his arms, furrowing his brow as he asked, "If the Labyrinth Lord created the arena and then shut it down himself, there's a problem. I was going to ask if there was a way to reopen the arena, but it seems we'd have to deal with the Maze Lord." "Oh, that's not a problem," the guide said with a smile, raising her index finger. The arena was opened by a constellation under the Maze Lord's command, using their power. Yu-Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The guide continued, an aura emanating from her. "Furthermore, the reason I called you here today is because I've found that constellation, along with all the other second-rate constellations." Do-Hai Yusi excitedly says, "Everything's falling into place today. I want to hear it all." The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined school at night. A boy with saw-blade teeth and a large lock on his chest appears, yelling, "You stupid bastards!" Known as the Keykeeper Star, a small figure with a giant key on his back, he clenches his fist on his lap. "Why are you just standing there doing nothing? At this rate, we'll all disappear." He mutters to himself in a panic. "Even if I die, I'll return with the name I earned up there. So, would it even matter?" He recalled the monsters that had appeared and continued. "It's because sometimes they come down here." The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, trembling as he bit his nails, whispering, "To wander for hundreds of years with only your name would be terrible. Don't they know?" Long ago, in the dark sky, there was only a light flickering in the tree. He recalled that without a body, all we feel is the hopelessness of drifting, circling a tree, with only our minds intact. And sometimes, for some reason, we see a floating fruit become a star fruit. This process repeated itself day after day, and the memories flood back, causing him to frown. "Back then, I wasn't a fruit, and right after becoming a star fruit, my body was taken, leaving me to drift around. After finally manifesting, I can come down here. But will I disappear?" The Keykeeper frowned in displeasure. If those two, Bai and Hook, had succeeded, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Night turned into day, and a few days later, on a remote island, the monster group gathered. Huck hesitated. "This is troublesome." Then he continued, "Bai and Hook are dead." Catfish and Dragon were shocked. "What?" The catfish whispers, "They're dead?" Suddenly stern, he says, "But they weren't weak." Hook, looking serious with his arms crossed, says, "Yeah, it seems there are still people in this modern age who can defeat us, and their deaths only make things more difficult." The vampire wondered, "Why?" Hugo asked them sternly, "Do you know how we exist?" The catfish pondered, and the vampire responded, "Isn't it thanks to the names we receive that we can manifest?" He replies, "That's right, but I'm asking how we maintain our existence." The catfish calmly replies, "By using magic to fill our fragile and breakable bodies, of course." "That's right," Huck continued. "If we were alone and did nothing, we could sustain ourselves with the magic we absorb. But with our plans requiring us to gather like this, there's obviously not enough magic to go around. That's why the Lord told us to gather on this island." He then seriously reveals the reason. A massive floating mana stone is buried here, shocking them all. The green-hooded demon said, "No wonder I could sense a massive amount of magic." His companion added, "So that's the reason." Hiding behind the goblin is the key holder, who looks at them in surprise. Another monster repeats, "A large floating magic stone?" The vampire frowned, "But what's the problem with that?" Hawk replies, "The problem is that mana stone." The catfish cries out, "Well, what?" Hookrock calmly explained that the mana stone would run out of mana in as little as 2 months. If we infuse it with mana, or simply leave it be, it will absorb mana from nature and replenish itself. But based on the Lord's orders, 2 months is an extremely short time. Hrog continued, explaining that their plan was to acquire another magic stone and place both on the island to help circulate magic. And Bui and Huki will take on that role. Recalling the excited faces of those 2 monsters, Hugo muttered, "They've been given such an important task?" The vampire replied, "Yes, I used telekinesis to find out." The vampire then asked, "Do you know where they went?" Hugo muttered, "I don't know." The catfish replied, "They went to the Association of Pledges." Rock slowly explains that tracing humans isn't easy, but they've paused for now. A company rumored to be working with the association discovered a large floating magic stone, causing a media frenzy. So they went to kill the association members and steal the stone, but they failed. Hearing that, the keykeeper's eyes widened in shock. Through the void, he saw Catfish ask, "So, what should we do now?" Rock replied, "For now, we'll have to halt all operations until we find the new mana stone's location." The key holder pondered this. Clicking his tongue, the keykeeper turned and darted away, leaving Hrok to stare in stunned silence. As he ran, he cursed, "You fools, you're all a bunch of fools." He didn't know how long he ran, but the sky seemed to be getting brighter. In a deserted room, the key holder muttered, "The mana stone is one thing, but what happened to Bee and Hui? If they were killed despite their strength, how can we avoid danger?" The key holder frowned in thought. His hand still gripping the strap, he muttered, "If we stay put, we'll run out of mana and disappear. Good thing I got out of there." Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupts beside the key holder, who looks warily in that direction. It's Do-hyuk, a faint smile on his face, sword in hand radiating immense power. Do-hyuk's eyes gleam with excitement as he looks at the key holder, who grits his teeth and stammers, "What is this? Who are you?" Do-hyuk casually asks, "You're the key holder, aren't you?" The key holder flinches, face paling, and turns to flee. Yu-hoi-wook stood still, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips as he looked at his prey. The key holder panicked, realizing it was that bastard. He's the one who defeated Bai and Huck. How else would he have found me? Thinking this, he was terrified, and resolved to escape. A voice whispered in his ear, "I only said one thing, and you're already running?" He blocked the key holder's path, who cried out in terror, "Spare me! I haven't killed anyone since becoming a constellation." The sword glinted beside the key holder's ear as he squeezed his eyes shut, awaiting death. Yu-hyuk calmly watched him, wondering what he was thinking. "He's even more boring than I thought. I only threatened him a little, and I haven't even put on my ring to check what kind of constellation he is." Do-hyuk thinks he only put the sword to his neck, and he's already trembling with tears welling up. Disappointed, Do-hyuk thinks he probably doesn't need to absorb him. Yu-hyun retracted his sword and asked, "You said you've never killed anyone?" No longer feeling the cold steel against his neck, the man cracked open his eyes and stammered. "Yes," he replied, continuing. "Since becoming a constellation, I've only used my power to open a door to the spiritual realm once." Surprised, Do-hyuk said softly, "All right, I won't kill you, so do me a favor." Wiping his eyes, the keykeeper asked what he wanted, and Yu-hyuk stated directly, "The door you created led to the arena, didn't it?" "You, the keyholder, are surprised?" Yu-hyuk asked with a threatening smile. Can you open it again?" The dark clouds above begin to dissipate beneath the ruined palace. The two discuss, and Yu-hyuk concludes, "So you're saying you can't open it on your own?" You hold the key, but hesitate to answer. "Yeah," he said softly. "You've probably noticed, but I don't have enough magic power right now." He replied, "Yes, it seems so." Staring at the ground, he continued, "With my meager magic, there's no way I can open the spiritual space gate of all the constellations and connect the virtual spaces. You hold the key," he explains further. "Thanks to the artifact, I have the mana of my true form, expanding my abilities and strengthening my body to complete it." Do-hyuk repeats the words, "artifact," asking if that means he can't do it now. The keykeeper responds, "Yes." Do-hyuk scratched his head, frowning in thought. Damn it. If that's the case, even if I absorb him and use his abilities along with the ring, it won't work, because the ring can only help me use the constellation's original powers. The keyholder bit his hand, furrowing his brow in thought Then his eyes lit up as he asked, "We've never met, so I don't know you well, but you must be strong, right?" Yu turned to answer, "Yes." The keyholder smiled and continued, "Then help me get something. Once everything is ready, I can open the arena." Yu immediately asks, "Take what?" He smiles and says, "An artifact that fell here with me." Cut to China, on a mountain peak at an ancient manor. A sigh. Yanlang rubbed her biceps, grinning. "It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs." Facing her were skeleton soldiers, armed with shields. With a sinister grin, Yanlang raises her powerful fist, smashing it into the skull of the skeleton before her, shattering its face instantly. Next, he exploded, taking others with him. Standing on the bone fragments, Yanlang grinned, thinking, "What is this?" With excitement in her eyes, she looked at her fist, realizing how much power she gained from the constellation contract. Looking at the skeletons on the ground, Yanlang exclaimed, "She only used a little bit of strength, and they were already shattered. Unbelievable." She smiled, thinking, "Just as Du Shu said." Suddenly, her face flushed. "If only he were here." The clouds shift, revealing the dazzling sun over the Valhalla training grounds nestled in the mountains. Inside the training room, Yanlang shouts with a bright smile, "I'm back!" As her voice fades, everyone turns to look at her, including Du Shu. Choyarin, Jun, and Osi stand on one side, while Adelia, and Rogan are on the other. Yanlang was surprised, huh? She looked at Du Shu and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many people? And what's with this strange atmosphere?" "Am I interrupting?" He chuckled. "No, your timing is perfect, but what took you so long?" Yanlang stammered, "Well, I had some family matters to attend to." Yu calmly replied, "I remember now, you became the head of the Ju family, didn't you?" Surprised, Yanlang asks, "How did you know?" He replies slowly, "I never miss any important information." She chuckled, scratching her head sheepishly. "It's a long story." Yanlang explained, "He told me to become the family head." Du He Wook asked with an indifferent expression, "Oh, you mean the White Lotus Society president?" She replied, "That's right." He continued, "But I'm curious, I thought you said you weren't interested in becoming the head of the family." Yanlang stammered, "Well, people change, you know." Suddenly, Yanlang's eyes sharpened as she turned to stare intently at Choi Arin, lost in thought. Choi Arin returned the cold stare, asking, "What's this?" With a twitch of her lips, she asked, "You want to fight?" Yanlang pondered, realizing she became the family head partly because of her. He didn't realize the family's constellation contract would make him this strong. Even without the full power of the constellation, he believed he could win. "Looks like you're just begging for a beating, aren't you?" Yu Hyo-wook interjected. "Both of you, stop it right now. This isn't the time to fight." Yanlang stammered, "I'm sorry." Choi Arin replies, "Fine." Du He-wook looked at Yanlang and asked, "Don't you have anything to do?" Yanlang replied, "No, I don't." She continued, "Since I just became the head of the family, my aunt takes care of everything, and I usually just focus on hunting monsters to raise the family's prestige." He smiles, hands in his pockets, and says, "Is that so?" Yanlang explained further, hands on his hips. "As for the documents and ledgers, my aunt will manage those for me as well." He says softly, "She's so good." Then Yanlang turns to Choi Arin and asks, "Hey, what are you so worried about?" Aaron turns away, saying, "It's nothing." He looks intently at Yanlang. "By the way, it's fortunate you're here. We need your help with something." Yanlang repeats, her ears turning red. "It's a good thing I'm here." With one hand in his pocket, Du Hyu-uk said seriously, "We're planning to conquer the labyrinths. Have you tried using your skills since contracting with the constellation?" Her hands falling to her sides, Yanlang replied seriously, "Not yet." Yu stroked his chin as he laid out his plan. "I was planning to split us into pairs, since there are so many labyrinths to clear. But with your current power, you could probably handle one on your own." He looked at the power radiating around Yanlang and said, "After signing the contract with the constellation, your magic power has increased a lot." "My magic has increased?" Yanlang wondered, staring at her hand. "I didn't really notice." He added, "The monsters in the labyrinth are weak against magic attacks, and magic is your strength. Besides, I'm having a headache with the labyrinths in China." "That's the perfect place for you," he said, pointing at Yanlang. "Get used to using your magic in battle." She quickly agreed. With arms crossed, Du Hyuk said seriously, "There won't be any chrysalises in the labyrinth, only labyrinth crystals. And there might even be relics inside," Yanlang wondered. "A relic?" He smiled. "That's right. Just take the relic and bring it back here." Her eyes burned with determination as she stared at her hands, lost in thought. "If Kim Do-hui teams up with someone, who will it be?" Her face flushes at the thought. Then, images of Choi Arin, June, and Adelia flashed through her mind. Embarrassed, Yan Lang shouted, "What am I even thinking?" The power surges and spikes erupt from her fist. Yan Lang hurtles toward the nearest skeleton, her punch shattering its face, the force sending others flying. An excited expression on her face, Yan Lang pants, her hands trembling. "All right, continue. Today I'll crush all of you." The skeletons were terrified. Then, deafening sounds echoed through the thin mountain rocks of the United States as Do Hyuk walked casually forward with a serious expression. With Yu Hyuk panting nearby and Rogan removing his sunglasses to look at an ancient yellow paper, Yu Hyuk asked Rogan, "Are we there yet?" Rogan replies, "Not yet." Yu Hui calmly says, "Even with coordinates, satellite images, and maps, it's still not as effective as the power of light, is it?" Rogan wondered, "Are you referring to the Underworld Master's power of light?" He continued, "Only a few special organizations know the exact location, so the detailed location isn't recorded." Rogan looked at him and said, "The public now believes the association is the only force that knows where that giant magic stone is, so this place is definitely a secret." Do Hyuk smiled and said, "I feel sorry for them. So they abandoned it and passed this difficult task on to me." Rogan retorts, "They're not regretting it. After all, it's just a reserve of magical power. With today's technology, they can create it themselves." Oh Hyuk listened to them in silence, while Do Hyuk Wook simply smiled and replied, "I understand. Thank you for the explanation." He recalled the Keeper of the Zodiac's words, "Please find the artifacts that fell with me." At that moment, Yu Hyuk asked, "Where is it now? Key of the celestial sphere?" He replied, "It's probably scattered throughout the labyrinths." The Zodiac Keykeeper continued, "Unlike me, the artifacts emit a strong magical scent, so you should be able to find them easily." Do Hyuk agreed, "You hold the star key?" Frowning, he hesitated. "Oh, and one more thing. Find the giant magic stone for me, too." He asks if it's not just a larger version of a regular mana stone, which floats when full of mana and explodes if mishandled. "The Keeper of the Astral Key?" he replied softly. "You're right." The Keeper of the Zodiac Keys chuckled. "Creating a gate in the illusory realm requires a massive amount of magic." His eyes flickered. "So much that it could obliterate me if I tried." The Keeper of the Celestial Key sadly says, "I'm so scared." Du Yuhuan looks at him pensively, then smiles, saying, "Don't worry." Du Hyuk recalled saying, "I'll find both of them for you." "Star Realm Key?" Looking back at him in surprise, he stammered, "Really? Thinking about it now, I don't know why I said that. Finding even one is this difficult." Rogan stopped and said, "We're here." Du Hyuk snapped out of it and looked ahead as Rogan hesitantly said, "We're here." All three stared ahead in astonishment as Rogan exclaimed, "What the hell?" Before them stood a colossal, moving stone giant. The giant monster's red eyes glanced back, and the three men stood frozen, staring back at it. The stone monster slowly stood upright, dust falling from its body as Rogan watched, unable to contain his awe. "What is that?" "A golem." Oh Hyuk questioned the others, but this golem seemed larger than normal. "And why is it here?" Before the question could be answered, the monster known as the golem began swinging its fists. The powerful punch lands, and the three quickly leap away. The three leap to safety, their faces etched with worry as Oyuk's eyes widen in surprise. The golem, having missed its punch, withdraws its hand from the earth, revealing a deep crater where its blow landed. Oyuk whispers that size isn't the only thing that golem has going for it, and Rogan, putting his glasses away, agrees. It certainly seems that way. The golem retracts its arm, gazing thoughtfully at its fist. The next moment, its fist swung out again, targeting the closest person, Rogan. Facing it, Rogan's body blazed with a powerful golden light as he furrowed his brow and said, "You stupid monster." He stood his ground against the golem, yelling a childish taunt. "Do you know who my father is?" A single fist and a golem collide, kicking up a cloud of dust as Du-Hyu shields his face, wondering what's going on. Was that the one punch? Cracks began to appear on the stone hand that met Rogan's tiny fist. In the next instant, the golem's left arm explodes into fragments. With its right arm destroyed, the giant monster crashes backward, shocking the two onlookers. Astonished, Oh Hyuk marveled inwardly. "That's insane." The stone monster lay motionless before him, prompting the thought. He punched the golem once, and its left arm exploded into pieces. Is this the power of destruction? Looking at the middle-aged man, Oh Hyuk thought, as expected of a contractor of the one and only Rogan. He subtly turned his head, reassuring himself, "Thank goodness he's on our side." But even more surprising, Rogan spoke of Do-Hoon with respect. What exactly is their relationship?
As Oh-hyuk glanced at Do-hyuk, he recalled the team assignments before entering the labyrinth. A drop of sweat trickled down his face. He thought he'd been sent to America, but he'd actually succeeded. Thanks to that, he was now witnessing the power of these living legends. Sehyu was beside himself with admiration when Rogan suddenly spoke. Something's not quite right. The motionless golem before him stirred his suspicion. I should have shattered it with that shockwave, but it's still in surprisingly good shape. It's probably just too big, so the force and shock from that blow weren't enough to break its core, Do-hyuk reassured him. Rogan replied, "Yeah, that's likely it." Just then, Yoo-hyuk suddenly lowered himself into a stance. He swung his sword, aiming for the golem's center mass. Bang! The sword struck the golem's chest. This surprises Do-hwi-wook. Seeing his sword stuck fast, he wonders, even Lai's edge can't pierce it. The seemingly unconscious golem suddenly snaps its eyes open, rising up to stare at the one who dares disturb it. Do-hyuk gasps in surprise as the golem's empty right side glows with golden light. The shattered pieces of stone begin to reassemble. This sight widened Do-hyuk's eyes as he watched the massive fist swing again, this time aimed at him. Do-hyuk quickly raises his Levitoin sword to block the blow, but the sheer force of the punch sends him flying backward. Do-hyuk plunged his sword into the ground, stopping himself from sliding back, and said, "Ah, I see." As the golem emits a powerful light, Do-hyuk calmly analyzes that the walking rock must have absorbed the huge, floating magic stone. The others look on in bewilderment. What? Huh? Standing in front of the two, Do-hyuk asked, "You need to place a magic resistance spell to block the existence of that pillar, right?" Rogan replied, "Yes, we had a contractor cast a spell on it." Do-hyuk continued, "But honestly, it will be extremely difficult to completely block the existence of that magic stone. His magical power makes it nearly impossible." Rogan, skeptical, countered, "But I don't sense any magical power at all." "That's because the contractors did their best to keep it hidden from people," Do-hyuk replied, leaving Rogan speechless. He lowered his eyes and continued, "But it's different from creatures made of magic." Looking at the ferocious monster before him, Do-hyuk asserted that it was able to get here because it could sense even the faintest traces of magic. Oh, Hyuk glanced at the golem, flustered, and said, "So when I found it digging in the dirt before..." Do-hyuk continued for him. "It was actually trying to absorb the excess magic and redirect it to the magic stone. That's why the number of other monsters around here has decreased sharply, it must have killed them all." With that, Do-hyuk thought to himself, even so, it's still surprising that it grew this big just by absorbing faint traces of magic. Then the huge magic stone floating there must contain a terrifying amount of high-quality magic. The young man then glared at the golem, annoyed. "If I'd known this would happen, I would have brought my disciples' skill." What a pain. He immediately reached out to Rogan, saying, "Hey Rogan, toss me that relic for a sec." Hearing this, the man quickly searched his coat and handed it over. Do-hyuk smirked, saying, "I'll show you a real home run." Within the English labyrinth, a vast stone cave emits a dim light, accompanied by a weary breath. Baekhae asks Han if she's okay, and the pale blonde girl hesitantly replies between ragged breaths, "Yes, I'm fine. It's just been a while since I've gone all out like that." The blonde girl is Adelia Venchik. Supporting herself on her knees, she struggled to catch her breath. "Usually the servants in the family take care of monsters like these, so I'm a little tired." Dr. Ket replied, "I understand. After all, she is the head of a great family." He reached up and touched the black cat mask, saying, "It's been a while since I fought monsters, so I broke a bit of a sweat." "Forgive me," he says, removing the black cat mask from his face. His handsome face was revealed as the black mask was removed, causing Adelia Venchik to blush in surprise. Brake let out a sigh of relief after removing his mask, but a commotion nearby made him turn his head. Adelia Venchik's stunned silence makes Brake suspicious, and he assumes she's upset that he took off his mask without permission. So he speaks up. "Oh, sorry, I'm a bit hot. I'll put my mask back on." But the girl quickly stopped him. No, wait," she asked, face flushed. "Is it okay if you take off your mask?" Breaker, still confused, replies, "It's okay. My responsibility is to hide my face as the black market's master, but I'm not the master here today." He gripped his staff and continued. "Besides, in a way we're all disciples here, right?" "I figured it'd be okay since we're technically in the same school," Adelia Vench stammered. "Ah, I understand now." She recalled the task Do-hyuk had assigned her. Actually, I felt conflicted when Do-hyuk told me to enter the maze, saying it was an extension of the combat training, but this moment erased all of that. Thinking that, she shyly touched her face and said to Black Cat, "Then from now on, can you show your face more often?"
His hand reaching for his mask paused at her words, a blush rising on his cheeks. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. At that moment, a yellow screen appeared, stating, "Can't you two hurry up?" Another dark blue screen chimed in as well. The furious ruler of the underworld said, "Shouldn't we carry out our master's orders instead of flirting?" Adelia Venchik's heart skipped a beat as she read the message on the yellow screen. Brake, seeing the angry message directed at him, hesitated and retorted, "When did I do that?" "All right." He awkwardly turns to his teammate and says, "I think we took a little too long of a break." Adelia Venchik blushed and agreed. "That's right." He put on his mask and said, "Let's go then." Adelia Venchik agreed, and the two continued to dash forward. Meanwhile, the giant golem tensed its arm, its entire body radiating malice, and threw another punch at the ground, barely missing Du-hyu. He leaped towards his teammates, a grave look on his face. "Listen up, Rogan." Du-hyu's call made him look up, alert. An earring of beads appears, and Du-hyu smirks, "This is how you use the one punch." The golem's powerful fists slowed as it sensed movement, the stone monster turning to face them before unleashing a swift punch towards Du-hyu. A resounding crash echoes as Shu stares in disbelief. Rogan was just as stunned. Du-hyuk's punch had sent the stone monster flying, leaving a dent in the space behind it. He clenched his fist, marveling at the man's shock behind him. The power of this fist was indeed overwhelming. "It's been a while since I threw a real punch." Rogan is stunned by the result. He couldn't help but wonder if that was the ultimate power, utterly destroying the golem and the mountain behind it. Was this the true strength of destruction? Before Rogan could ponder further, Yu-hyuk placed the bead in his hand, saying, "It's quite useful." Rogan quickly accepted it, replying, "The pleasure is all mine." Gazing at the prayer beads in his hand, Rogan wondered if he had yet to unlock his true potential. He quickly called out to the young man, who looked even younger than himself. Yu-hyuk responded with a questioning hum. Rogan straightened his back and said seriously, "If you plan to return, could you teach me that punch?" Yu-hyuk turned to stare at him for a moment, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. He flashed a grin, making the promise. "No problem. If we find another giant magic stone, I'll teach you," Yu-hyuk said, pointing forward. Rogan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Another one, huh? Of course, the Association's alliance also has one, so we just need to take it." Du-hyuk quickly responded, "Good. If all goes well, I'll return one." Rogan repeats hesitantly, "If things go smoothly?" Not dwelling on it, Rogan continued, "Understood. As I said before, I think we can replace it with an artificial storage system." Du-hyu smiled, pointing behind him, and said, "Okay, let's continue digging the hole that the golem dug before and find any magic stones. I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought along those who can sweat." Rogan and Osihu replied in turn, "Understood." A few days later, at a dilapidated house radiating purple light, a voice suddenly echoes. The keyholder can't help but gape at the sight before him. 3 magic stones, and Du-hyu, smirking, says, "I brought the treasures, and the giant floating magic stone." The keyholder can't help but ask, "You really brought them all? And all 3 stones?" Du-hyu casually states, "I brought 3, just in case." Remembering the former guardian handing him the stone, Du-hyu thinks to himself, "Right, 2 are Rogan's and 1 is thanks to Sosum. They said that stone is used to receive orders from Soimi or something?" The next second he spoke, handing the bag he'd been carrying to the boy in front of him. "Here are the treasures." "You're the key holder?" He hesitated. "Ah, that's right." Opening the bag, he couldn't help but marvel. Everything was there. He truly hadn't expected him to gather everything so quickly. "Okay, so this is enough to open the arena," Yu Heo-wook happily asks after hearing the boy's confirmation. "Is that so?" The keeper of the star key clutched the pouch in his hand, adding that the term arena was coined by the Lord of the Labyrinth. "Actually, it's just a large tomb. I'll prepare to open the door connecting the virtual realms. Thanks for bringing the spare magic stones. But looking at the amount of magic power each stone contains, I think 1 is enough." However, Yu Hyun refuted his words. "Don't worry about them. They have their uses. Key holder, are you questioning me?" Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Huh. There are other constellations who have descended to conquer at the Lord's command, aren't there?" That question made the key keeper jump. He quietly bowed his head in silence, and Yu Hee-seok casually continued, "If you're silent to show loyalty or something, don't bother. Do you think all I know is your location?" The keyholder's body begins to waver, and he hesitates. But Yu Hyuk cuts him off, saying he'll use that to deal with them, looking at the magic stone that continues to emit purple light. "The keyholder's constellation," he muttered, "and that giant, floating magic stone? Next, Yu Hyuk ordered, then hurry up and connect the arena to the illusionary realm. The key holder immediately responded. Ah, okay. Hearing the response, Do Hyuk turned to his people. The former guardian in the black robe immediately appeared and responded. Yes. Do Hyu began assigning tasks, ordering the other guardian to watch him until the gate opened and preparing Sosimi for a preliminary contract. The former guardian listened silently, then replied, Understood. Yu Hee-wook continued, but in a softer tone. If there's any sign he's contacting other constellations, eliminate him immediately. The former guardian responded, Understood. Wang Shui moves to another dark area, and a hand slams down on a table, angrily declaring, Damn it! The owner of that hand is Catfish. The table he struck shatters, startling those around him. The Catfish questioned in a low voice, When will we get out of here? If this continues, we'll die accomplishing nothing. Turning to Rock, he asks if there's any word from the master of the labyrinth. Rock, arms crossed, simply replies, No, not since we came down here. Visibly frustrated, the Catfish continued, Everyone else has died in vain. We can't let that happen to us. At this, the vampire spoke up, I agree with him. We can't just stand here and wait to die, can we? Receiving this agreement, Catfish continued to state his opinion. I think we should go out and kill a bunch of them right now. What do you think? HCK was silent for a moment when suddenly a strange voice rang out. I think your idea is incredibly stupid. Catfish turned around in shock, and even the vampire couldn't help but look back in surprise. Standing beside them was a boy who appeared out of nowhere. Do Hyuk casually rested his staff on his shoulder, watching the bewildered group. With eyes downcast, he calmly says, I've been standing here for 10 minutes, but you didn't even notice. Just kept rambling on. Do Hyuk looks up, his voice hardening. Don't worry about disappearing naturally, because I'm going to make you disappear quickly with my own hands. The Catfish frowned at the newcomer, asking with annoyance, Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? And the dragon beside him questioned, We didn't sense any magic. Is that why we didn't notice you? Seeing the man unfazed, the dragon continued to press. Who are you to speak so carelessly? Do you want to die before we deal with you? Suddenly, Do Hyu-wook speaks out of the blue. Sosimi's abilities are outstanding, but there's one problem. A faint light began to emanate from him as Yu Hee-wook declared, When I conceal myself, you can't sense any magic, so you blather on without knowing who you're talking to. The sword on his shoulder is now ready to strike. Yu Hee-wook says, You'll know when you're defeated. You lowlifes. These words left the three Catfish creatures speechless. The dragon and Hook were stunned for a moment. Then Rock suddenly screamed in panic and ducked as a blinding power shot forth. That power came from Yu Hui's sword, and with one swing, he decapitated several nearby foes. The Catfish monster was also close, but it ducked in time to survive. Having witnessed the man's brutal power, Huck, panting, declared, Though his appearance has changed, I recognize him. This is the god of war. The space suddenly fell silent, and they all startled, looking around. Emma Krong blankly said, Where did he go? I can't sense him anymore. Huck quickly replies, If the martial god said he was hiding, then he must be somewhere in this building. Having erased his presence, his words left the others frozen in fear. Then a gust of wind sliced a deep gash across an unlucky neck. The sword's light flashed, swiftly decapitating several more. Fear spread, and Huckrock, unable to contain himself, began to emanate magical power. He says, Damn it, that bastard's toying with us. Huckrock slams his hand on the ground, creating a purple, glowing circle. Then a square box began to form, and Catfish frantically asked, Where did you just go? He lowered his head and replied, I used my powers to create a shield around this house. The dragon merchant immediately retorted, What good is a shield against a god of war? That's like locking yourself in. Hook rubbed his wrist and replied, It has to work. Looking at the two corpses lying helplessly nearby, he nonchalantly said, You still don't understand why these two died? The god of war killed them. Hook continues to ramble on. Of course, even if we die, it's no big deal because only our bodies perish, and we'll still be reborn, but I won't be able to carry out the maze plan. The next moment, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, aimed straight at Hugok's face. But an arm quickly swung out, shattering the blade while he was still stunned. Then, Dragon Sue clenched his fist and asked, Are you okay? Hukrok jumped to safety and replied, I'm fine. He hasn't gone anywhere, he's just invisible. Hukrok continued to speculate with a slight smile. So even if he's hiding, the shield will still work. Surely you all can sense it, right? The god of war has weakened. This sudden conclusion startled the nearby creatures, and the Catfish agreed with Hukrok. That's right. He's in a new body, not his original form, so he must have been reborn or something. See, he hasn't regained his full power, the vampire added. And if he were as strong as before, I wouldn't even have the chance to say this. My head would have been gone by now. As the vampire spoke, a shadowy figure silently lunged forward, a sharp blade cleaving through the vampire's head, sending blood flying. As he swung his sword down, Yu He-wook's blurred figure suddenly frowned. His sword struck with full force, sending a spray of blackish-red liquid flying. The vampire he thought he'd killed reappears, mocking him. You've shown yourself again for my clone, martial god. The creatures once filled with anxiety now float above Do Yu He, laughing triumphantly as Rock reaches out, calling to his comrades. The time has come. Focus all your power on the exploding clone. They all concentrate their power, united in Hook Rock's conviction. He's weakened, so we can stop him. A massive explosion erupts. Hook Rock reassured everyone, I've created a shield, so let's blow this place to kingdom come. As the flames subsided, smoke billowed into the air. The devastation before him allowed Rock to lower his hands and breathe a sigh of relief. Well said, Horned One. That voice. It was like a messenger from hell, and it froze Huck in his tracks. Du Hugh, rising from behind, seized one of his horns, and instead of striking, cheerfully asked, You said stop, not kill, right? I'm impressed by your feeble little minds. You know you can't kill me, even weakened as I am. Hook Rock was incredibly uncomfortable as his horn was seized, and he ground his teeth in anger. At this point, Yu Hook was no longer playing around. He raised his sword high and said, As a reward, I will set you free. The blade plunged forward, and a brutal scene unfolded with a blurry shadow. Hook Rock's scream was cut short as a powerful force shattered the ground beneath him. His comrades floated in the air, stunned by the sight, until one of them finally spoke. Rock is dead, the dragon demon said in disbelief. He's clearly weaker than before. Or is it just my imagination? Dahuk pulls out his sword and stands up straight, exhaling as he says, Actually, it's true that I've gotten weaker. In the past, one blow would have wiped out all four of you. Sensing the impending danger, none of them dared to speak, as Yuhyuk casually wielded his sword and said, Besides, dealing with you one by one is a pain, so I'll just take care of you all at once. I've prepared something for you all. As he says this, a crack suddenly appears in the ceiling above. The vampire turned back, confused, muttering, What the hell? Why is it suddenly glowing up there? And as they saw what was causing the light, the vampire's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 magic stones slowly descended from the crack. Standing below, Do Yu Hui called out to the creatures, Isn't it amazing? Giant magic stones floated in the air as he spoke, the 2 stones slowly releasing their immense magical power. In the past, they were popular because they easily transferred mana, but I guess they're not used anymore. Seeing the group above silenced and unmoving, Yuhi Hyok spoke again in a mocking tone. Once it's full of mana and the internal flaw is triggered, it'll explode. At that, Catfish couldn't help but ask, Martial God, could it be that you... Instead of answering, Yuhyuk says, It's been too long, you bastards. What a pain. Goodbye. With that, he clenched his fist, and the magic stone obeyed, hurtling downwards. As it approached the group, it bypassed them and continued its descent, the magic stone slamming into the ground. In the next instant, the entire area erupts in a massive explosion, shaking the very fabric of space. Cut to a giant tree, perhaps thousands of years old, with a wooden door at its base. Inside, a globe pulsed with a fierce red light, and a figure lurked behind the doorway, the red-haired guide. She hesitated, observing the scene within as the reddish light gradually turned pitch black, recalling the wooden house in the forest. The guide and Yusu's hesitant voices echoed. To sum it up, aside from the key holder, everyone else is gathered on the island. At least, that's what I know. She leaned on the table, deep in thought, saying, I can't assess the situation down there in real time, but the location shouldn't be too different. Hearing this, Du Yu-hyuk stood up and said, Okay, I'll go. But the moment he turned, the guide reached out to stop him. Wait, she asked. Can you lend me the names you've absorbed? Doubtful, Yu-hyuk asked. Lend you the names I've absorbed? I absorbed them immediately to get stronger, so I'm not sure if there are any left, he said, searching the ring. Here, Yu Hui hands the ring to the guide. She reached out and took it, saying, Thank you, I believe there are still some left. Du Zhu responded, then asked a question. Good, but what are you planning to do? The girl across from him held the ring he'd given her, her whole body radiating a faint blue light. The light fades, and the guide opens her eyes, saying to Du Hyup, You intend to face all the constellations, don't you? Du Hyup replies, Yes, It would be troublesome if too many constellations suddenly disappeared, she said, returning the ring to Do-hyuk and placing a slender finger to her lips. The guide smiled faintly, explaining, I'll use the names I've absorbed to deceive the Maze Lord. Time and space shifted once more, returning to the fiery red sphere in the present. The guide gently approached the red sphere, then raised her hand and blew a breath, sending a thick cloud of black gas forward. More and more black gas poured from the guide, eventually swirling around and enveloping the red sphere. The guide breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Good. This will keep us from being monitored for a while, even if there will be signs after the constellation is caught. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling the guide. Who are you? The newcomer demanded, his sharp spear pointed at her throat. This boy is one of the Labyrinth Lord's subordinates, and he greets her while still holding his spear. I've never seen you before. What are you doing? The guide froze. She worried, thinking no way she'd been caught, and by someone so experienced. The guide raised her hands in surrender, saying, Calm down, I didn't do anything, see, nothing's changed. Her seemingly weak voice made him hesitate. The soldier didn't lower his spear but softened his tone. I don't know how you got here, but this isn't a place for just anyone. I must take you to the Maze Lord. Explain your identity and purpose to him, and he will decide your fate. The guide raised her hand to stop the spear, anxiously thinking that her actions would be limited if she met the Lord now. She glanced at the man and decided she had to escape this situation. The guide turned to him, pleading, Can't you just pretend you didn't see me? I'm just an insignificant star who wandered in here by chance. But no matter what she said, the man stood his ground. My duty is to guard this place and report any anomalies, so drop the charade and come with me. The guide offered a gentle smile. She bargained, All right, your loyalty is admirable, but why don't you put down the spear first? Hearing those words, the maze master's subordinate suddenly frowned, and he uncomfortably retorted, Loyalty? I have no such thing, he said angrily, slamming the butt of his spear into the ground. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he frowned and said to the guide, Don't make assumptions about me. I'm not doing this willingly. It's just an obligation since I was granted this title 300 years ago without any memories. The guide listened silently, thinking back 3 years, as the maze master's subordinate stared at the spear and continued. But the truth is, I'm not strong enough to refuse this mission, so I'm just holding on to it. But he stopped there, silently contradicting himself as he held onto his weapon. These words haunted his memory. The maze lord's subordinate then brushed aside his thoughts and ordered the girl before him, Don't mind it. Forget what I just said and follow me. At that moment, the guide calmly spoke. You're confused about yourself, aren't you? The boy was shocked. You read my mind. The guide calmly replied, Yes, I do have that talent. She reached out her hand, as if inviting him. Don't you want to know who you really are? The young man hesitantly asks. Who am I? The guide pressed on. You said you suddenly received this mission 300 years ago, right? I can introduce you to someone who knows your identity. Hearing this, the maze master's subordinate bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, silently watching the guide discuss the conditions. He couldn't tell Lord Qi about what happened today. The guide asked what he thought, but he remained silent, lost in thought. Days later, at the old warehouse, Yu Hui, Drate, and Adelia Venchik stared ahead as the keyholder's voice echoed, Finally. A brand new door appeared before them. The keyholder pointed to the door, saying it led to the arena, but Du Zhu replied skeptically, It just looks like a normal door. Will opening it really lead to the arena? Did the keyholder answer him? Not exactly. He reached out to the door and said, This door leads to another door that can open the arena. Du Hyuk asked suspiciously, It's a passage. The keyholder nodded, saying, I discovered during my research that there's no direct connection to the arena. Du Hyuk and the others were enraged, and Du Hyuk raised his fist, threatening to ask again. So, was everything we did pointless? The keyholder immediately waved his hands in denial. No, let me finish. He raised his hand solemnly, saying, There's still a space the Maze Lord calls the arena that hasn't disappeared, but its location isn't here. It's above. Yu Hyuk wondered. Up above, the keykeeper explained to him that it was simply the place where the Lord resided. Thinking of the models he had studied, the keykeeper said, Remember when I told you that the arena only spoke to the illusionary realm and the constellations? I believe I am also above, and the illusory realm of the constellations is above as well. This allows for a direct connection. But after descending, I and the constellations must use a passage to reach the Great Hall. He clutches the massive key in his hand, saying, But thanks to the items and the giant magic stone, I've enhanced my abilities. When we open the door to the passage, a door to the Grand Hall will also open in the star stream. Hearing this, Yu Su-hyuk casually waved his hand and said, Is that so? Very well, let's go. But the keyholder hesitated. That's right. Suppressing his hesitation, he said, "It's a twisted path of time and space, so there are many scattered monsters along the way. So, what I mean to say is..." Yu He-wook pursed his lips, waiting for him to finish, but after those disjointed words, he chuckled softly and told him, "Okay, I understand. You want me to escort you, right? I'll make the opening and go." Hearing what he wanted, the keyholder immediately perked up and replied, "Thank you." Dew Hicks turned to the two behind him, Adelia and Blackett, who responded in unison. "Yes," he instructed that if a door opens in the illusion realm, your constellations are not to enter. Adelia and Brackett bowed in response. "Understood." Yuheo then turned to the former guardian and said, "Tell Sosim as well." The original guardian. The masked man immediately knelt to receive his orders. With everything settled, Yu said, "You hold the key and open the door." He held up a key almost as big as himself and answered, "Yes." The key turns, the massive door opens, and the air rushes out. Yu looks around and sighs. "It looks terrifying in here." Then, Yu He-wook asked, "You have the key?" He replied listlessly, "Yes." With a flick of his handsome face, Dahyuk said, "Stay close if you want to live." Startled, the other replied, "Okay." With that, Do-hyuk began, "Let's go," and they both sprinted forward. As they stepped through the gate, two ferocious monsters charged toward them, one slamming its massive, hairy fist into the ground before Do-hyuk and the keyholder shattering the earth. Undaunted, Yu-hyuk smirked, raised his sword, and with a single stroke, cleaved the first two monsters in half, leaving the keyholder speechless with shock. "Stop gawking and follow me if you don't want to die," Yu-hyuk called out, snapping the keyholder back to reality. Ah, yes. Du-Yu slung his sword over his shoulder and continued on his journey, where he was met by a horde of monsters, all of whom were quickly dispatched with a few swift strokes of his blade. The severed pieces fall away, clearing a path for Do-hyuk, who smirks and says to the one behind him, "It's done. Let's go." The key holder quickly responds. Suddenly, Do He-wook's eyes widened in surprise as a new door appeared, adorned with motionless gears. Do He-wook hesitated. "That door." And the key holder immediately responded, "Yes, that's the door to the main hall." In that instant, the keyholder looked up in alarm as a hairy body fell from above. It's a massive creature, a grotesque combination of different animals standing between the door and the two newcomers. Its mouth, full of sharp fangs, opened wide, growling incessantly. Yu He-wook frowned, wondering, "What is this? I've never seen a monster like that before." The keykeeper clutches the large key to his chest. He said fearfully that the tunnel distorted space and time, causing it to mutate. But contrary to the other man's timidity, Yu-hyuk smirked. "I was worried my disciple's powers would collapse the tunnel, so I didn't prepare anything. But it seems destroying it would be interesting. Stand back." The monster gave him no time to speak and began to attack. The giant veined hand comes crashing down, but Yu-hyuk leaps away, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Raising his sword, he smirked, and the sharp blade slashed forward once more. The monster's left hand immediately gushed black blood, causing it to roar loudly as its severed arm regenerated and struck at Do-hyuk. He casually dodges, amused. "Not bad regeneration. I thought a few strikes would be enough to cut you to pieces." At that moment, Yushu's sword flared with a dark red aura. He says, "That's not enough." He suddenly turns serious, raising his sword overhead, once again aiming for the monster's arm. Blinding flashes of light erupted, and this time the monster's arm was sliced to pieces in a single strike, its mouth opening in a deafening roar. Taking the opportunity, Yu He-hyuk leaped into the air, his sword a blinding flash of light. It sliced through the monster's maw, and as Yu He-hyuk landed, the beast split in two, its massive corpse shaking the earth. The constellation keyholder, standing behind Do-hyuk, gritted his teeth. He defeated it so easily, and it was stronger than anything he'd faced. Looking at the man's back, he wondered if he was even stronger than the constellations. At that moment, Do-hyuk turned to him and said, "Hey, keyholder, it's your turn. Open it." Receiving the order, the keyholder couldn't help but become serious, quietly humming in response. He takes the large key and approaches the gate, infusing it with mana, causing it to erupt in green flames. The key is inserted, and the keykeeper turns it. He pursed his lips, sensing the door slowly changing, and then commanded it to open. In Moron's realm, Moj senses a disturbance and sees a door suddenly descend before him, as another appears before Luminous, ruler of the underworld. Another door suddenly falls from the sky in the realm of the warrior spirit constellation, Sosim, and in the realm of the Bache constellation, he strides toward the newly appeared gate. Quite elated, it's finally open. The scene shifts to another dimension. Do-hyuk's thoughts emerge alongside sensational headlines. Since returning from the tunnel, the world has fallen into chaos. My disciples and acquaintances knew the door had opened, so they weren't surprised. But the other constellations were astonished by the sudden opening of the hall. To prove them wrong, the constellations are now making a fuss. Do-hyuk grips his sword tightly, his mind racing. I tried to enter the illusion with the light sword afterward, but failed. For some reason, even when I managed to enter, the door vanished the moment I stepped inside. Kim Doksha blankly looked around, thinking of his disciples. While they used the door to enter the hall and gather in a single illusion, he couldn't even enter the illusion, let alone the hall. I even asked the keykeeper, recalling the dwarf's hesitant reply. Perhaps the hall won't accept him because it was created by the Maze Lord. He quickly makes a decision, but realizes he needs guidance to learn more. Looking at the red sword in his hand, Do-hyuk cursed inwardly. Thanks to that damn lord, the biggest obstacle of my life prevents me from even gathering with my disciples, and I don't even know who's inside the light sword. Do-hyuk stood still, continuing to ponder. Even someone as stoic as me can't meet all my disciples. The crimson sword began to emit thick plumes of matching energy, and he reminded himself that he had intended to enter the main hall to find the gateway to the constellation's illusion and see if he was one of his disciples. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Do-hyuk's mind. Wait, all the disciples can enter the main hall, right? Then, let's try a detour. With that thought, Do-hyuk smirked deviously as, in the grand hall, constellations bustled about. The teleportation gate opens and Moron with his cold mask steps in as a questioning voice draws his attention. You're late, kid. The voice belongs to Luminous. She continued. We're all here? Beside her, Sosimi spoke up timidly. Hello, Senior. And with that, Moron and Luminous began to argue relentlessly. Boy, is that how you talk to your elders? Are you crazy? Senior, my foot, you only became a disciple a few weeks before me. So what? You want to test the skills of the first disciple who only came before you by a few weeks? I challenge you. I'll cleave through space and reduce your height a bit. Hearing their master's name, both Moron and Luminous froze, and Moron spoke first, her words hesitant but reasonable. Drawn by the commotion, the other constellations glanced over, and Luminous chuckled in response to Moron. I agree. One of Do-hyuk's disciples then said, by order of the master, and the sneakers took a step forward. Moron casually added, should I just tear them all to shreds? Luminous, not arguing, happily agreed. A good idea. Going back a few days, Do-hyuk, with a serious face and arms crossed, asked, how is everything going? Sosim, is everything all right over there? Moron glanced towards the teleportation gate. The gate opens and a blinding light spreads everywhere, then suddenly slams shut. Then a voice echoes, I think it's stable now. But Moron, caught off guard, doesn't reply. Sosimi's image slowly becomes clearer through the hazy bones, and she sighs wearily before bowing respectfully. It's been a while, Senior. Moron replies, indeed, it has been a while. Meanwhile, Adelia receives a notification. She has arrived. She speaks to him, it seems she's arrived. He replies, yes, I know. Moron wondered how she found her way here. It should have been difficult to reach this place using only the gates. Sosimi explains, well, it wasn't that difficult. I concealed my presence, so I could easily move around the hall. Plus, I know everyone's magical scent. Moron blurts out in disbelief. Huh? Sosimi continued. Once the command reached a certain state, I had a feeling that all four brothers would turn into constellations, so I used the other members to search for them. I couldn't find them all, but I could find the relics of my predecessors. As he spoke, the sword and staff appeared. From then on, I memorized the magical scent and searched the great hall which led me here. So, Moron has grasped the situation. Do-hy then speaks up. So, Sosimi is in the illusory realm with Moron, right, Adelia? Lend me your sacred artifact, Adelia responds. Fine. She drew her sword and handed it to him. Do-hy accepts it and begins to use its power, his magic enveloping the sword. After a moment, everything remained the same, unchanged. What was he thinking as he stared at the sword? Why can't I enter the illusionary realm? He asked Moron. Are you refusing my request? Moron replied in confusion. No, never. Next to Adelia, a display screen reads, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Moron continued. Something's strange here, like something's preventing me from calling him. There wasn't a problem last time, was there? The screen displays a message. Some immense power is preventing contact. He wonders, is some great power trying to stop me? Do-hy spoke to Sosimi. Sosimi, you said you didn't know the scent of the others, right? She denies it, saying she believes they will become constellations, but she can't find them on her own. If they were active and influential within the constellation, I would surely find them, but it's as if they're hiding. So I don't know anything. I looked for holy relics similar to their weapons, but with no results. So did you check my light sword? A notification appears. War Demon. The light sword was once a very influential relic, but no one uses a long sword anymore, so I couldn't find anything. And even if I wanted to check now, I can't sense its magic. He replied, Understood. Yuhi Wook said, Even if we don't know who's hiding in the light sword, if there's a chance to find something new, we should check it out. It might be helpful. Sosumi hesitated. But Master, the Grand Hall has countless stargates leading to illusionary realms. How can we find the light sword's gate when we can't even sense its magic? Yu Heo Wook smiled confidently. There is a way. Defeat all the constellations in the hall. His unwavering gaze spoke with undeniable power. Then we can enter any gate we desire. You can all do this, right? Moron, Sosumi, and Luminous received their orders and acknowledged them in unison, the three of them now standing in the Starstream's assembly hall. Moron says, Let's take them all down. Luminous responds with excitement. Sounds great. As the two moved forward, a voice echoed, causing them to stop. Sosumi says, Wait, Senior. We need to let them know whose disciples we are first. She raises her hand and the ground shakes violently. From beneath the rubble, a building emerges, bearing a large sign, Martial God Sect. Luminous's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Oh my, you can do that even in the main hall? Ah, our memories with Master are flooding back. Sosumi says, Once, when I came to the Grand Hall, I tried to create a domain like I did in the virtual realm. I used magic in the same way, and it worked. That sign brings back memories. So, which constellation should we deal with first? Her slow, powerful tone piqued Luminous and Moron's curiosity. Sosumi said coldly, Since becoming a constellation, I've recorded all the constellations who dared to speak ill of Master, whether through contracts, direct confrontation, or in secret within the Great Hall. Even though the constellation's contract is gone, I still can't obtain the constellation itself. The other two watched her in silence. Moron smiles and nods in agreement. Yes, she's timid, but she's the only one who notices everything around her. With a deadly look, Luminous says, Then shall we destroy the first constellation? The other constellations are stunned by the sight before them, and they begin to murmur. Wait, do you see that? A constellation hesitantly asks. Yes, that's the martial god Wu, isn't it? Yeah, when did that building appear? One of them bursts out laughing. A martial god who died 3,000 years ago, why would they build something for him? Incomprehensible. Before he could finish, he was met with a devastating kick to the face. Moron slams him into the ground, with Luminous and Sosumi behind him. The three of them face the constellations as the battle begins. One of them frowned, saying, What? What are you doing? Wait, I know you, fanatics of the martial god sect, Luminous replied, filled with murderous intent. Come now, fanatics, that sounds awful. We're just his most devoted disciples. The power from her palm pierced through each of their heads, some screaming, others dying before they even knew what was happening. Sosumi complimented, That's a variation of space cutting, isn't it? Amazing. Luminous chuckled. How thoughtful. Sosumi dashed forward, a perfect zigzag slicing through the necks of the star spirits, too fast for them to react. Moron couldn't let them outdo her. She knelt, sword in hand, gripping it tightly as she plunged it into the earth. Luminous asked, Is that poison? Are you trying to kill us all? Moron says, Just look. The constellations writhed in agony before him, a chaotic scene of pain and suffering. Luminous wondered, So, you can choose your targets for poison attacks? Moron replied, That's right, but it's a little difficult, and look at the guy you just took down. Luminous glanced at Moron and continued, Their wounds are healing. It seems the constellations can't kill each other. Indeed, the wound from before is healing. Luminous says, It seems so. Moron suggests they could still break their spirits and instill fear, to which Luminous smirks. That's right. A barrage of attacks ensues, followed by countless screams, as a young man stares blankly at the scene before him. He wondered, What's going on? Are they disciples of Hun or something? Are they fighting other constellations? And is that the Choijin clan's guardian star? Sword King. A hand lands on his shoulder and a voice echoes. Guessing so, Sword King unexpectedly looks to his side. Isn't that the Asen Quan family's guardian star, Quan Wang? He says, It's been a long time since I've seen your true form, Sword King. The Sword King replied, Yes, it's been a while. It feels strange when you call me Blade King, Power King says helplessly. Well, what can you do? We've forgotten our names and only have these titles left. Sword King said, though he seemed a little embarrassed. The Fist King watches the battle unfold, wondering, Who are those stars causing such a ruckus over there? Sword King replied, "They are disciples of Hono. You don't know them? I guess not." "You've never met them, have you? Have you heard of the Martial God clan?" The Fist King replied, "Yes, I've heard of it. Isn't that the sect the Martial God supposedly founded?" The Sword King explains, "The Martial God you're talking about is Hono, and they are his disciples." The Fist King replied, "Ah, I see." He rubbed his chin and said, "I've certainly heard tales of the Martial God. They say he was the strongest of our time, single-handedly handling most disasters, and all his disciples are powerful as well. But this is the first time I've seen them in person." The Sword King realized something and said, "Oh, right, you were stuck in the countryside back then." "That's right." Sword King looked at the sword in his hand, reminiscing with a smile on his face. "The one who taught me the basics of swordsmanship was none other than the Martial God. Thanks to him, I created my own technique and traveled everywhere to prove myself. And that's how I met the fist-fighting fool from the countryside." Da Wang continued, "I was truly surprised. While I was traveling around teaching people how to protect themselves from monsters, you established a dojo and taught martial artists. And on top of that, you even taught them hand-to-hand combat, right?" The unexpected praise made the Fist King a little embarrassed, and he scratched his head, saying, "Come on, that's embarrassing." Suddenly, the Fist King frowned, his voice turning cold. "Come to think of it, we failed. When the Great Flood appeared, monsters poured out everywhere like madmen. All we managed to do was evacuate those under our command." The image of the two of them fighting fiercely is recalled. The Fist King's voice was filled with anger. "Somehow, we faced the endless waves, but in the end we were exhausted and died." The Sword King listened silently as the Fist King continued, "The martial arts we taught were meant to help people fight monsters and protect their lives. But since we both died, didn't we fail?" Sword King nodded. "I agree. That's why even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training, to create the perfect swordsmanship." Power King replied, "Me too. I discovered that after becoming constellations, we can become stronger." Furthermore, as he said this, his eyes changed and he smiled, watching the disciples of the god of martial arts fight, and uttered, "I'm interested in them." Sword King is shocked. "You're interested in them? Are you crazy?" The Fist King growled, "Not like that, idiot. I meant I want to fight them." The Sword King understands. "Ah, I misunderstood for a moment. Blade King warned that it's best not to get involved with them, as they're completely insane." But Power King ignored him, saying he was going and leaping up. He landed heavily, drawing their attention, and excitedly declared, "I've heard of you. You're disciples of the martial god, right?" He shouts, "Let's fight!" Luminous retorts indifferently, "What's with this hot-blooded idiot?" The moron replies, "I don't know." Sosumi chimes in. He's the Fist King, one of the constellations protecting the 5 great Korean families. Luminous asks, "So what?" Sosumi explains, "We've never clashed because he's not involved with us. But after becoming a star, he grew stronger and became the guardian of the Osan family, helping them take their place as one of the 5 great families." Luminous wondered, "We were going to suppress all the stars anyway. So why did you come here on your own?" The Fist King points and says, "As disciples of the martial god, I hear you're strong. After becoming a constellation, I haven't had many chances to fight strong opponents, so I thought this might be my chance." Luminous says, "Compared to our master, our skills aren't even dust on his fingernails." Sosumi, eyes filled with murderous intent, replies, "Exactly. The word strong can only be used to describe our master." The Fist King is surprised. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone get mad for being called strong." "So, will you fight me? Show me what the disciples of the god of war are capable of." His defiant attitude enraged Luminous, who frowned and said, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Before he could finish, Moron interjected, "Wait, I'll handle him." A sword materialized in his palm. Luminous was taken aback. "What?" Moron calmly states that he isn't one of the martial god sect's fanatics. He knows we're disciples of the master, so if we avoid him or half-heartedly deal with him, it'll tarnish the master's reputation. Of course, with master's teachings I'll win, but I'll show him something because I am his disciple. She radiated an intense power, a martial god's presence, leaving the King of Fists overwhelmed. "That's more like it." The two of them stared intently at each other. Luminous remarks that against a brute like him, they could have won with poison from afar, but she's too kind to take it seriously. Sosumi hesitantly says, "To be honest, I'm a little worried. I don't doubt her abilities, but we can't ignore the weight difference, and since I'm used to fighting unarmed, I should have stepped up." Luminous crossed his arms and replied, "Don't worry, I may not like her, but even without weapons, that kid is strong. Moron is in a fighting stance. This time she will fight barehanded." Her thick legs stomp the ground, sending pebbles flying as Moron opens the match with a punch aimed at the Boxing King. He thinks a fist after the stance is all it takes to break through. But with her small frame, even with the stance, her fist won't be strong enough. Moron's eyes lock on, and the Fist King thinks he can take the blow head-on since there's barely any magic infused in her technique. He braces himself, arms raised, to block Moron's punch, and it connects. The Fist King smirks, wondering what's up, when suddenly both hands slam into his face, and he yells, "Moron's attack is indeed powerful." Looking at that punch, it caused an explosion, and the Boxing King was blown away. He thought to himself that he'd been careless. It was clearly supposed to be a ranged attack, but the moment it hit him, it became a close-quarters strike. Instead of using the stepping leg for destruction, she shifted her power to the other, using not only her weight, but the earth itself to amplify her strength. Her martial arts intuition is insane, and Moron is as sturdy as a mountain. The Fist King smirks. That's more like it. I've grasped your strength, and I'll give it my all as well. He gathers his strength, aims precisely, and strikes. The ground explodes, engulfing the scene in a thick cloud of dust. Sosumi and Luminous shield their faces nearby as Sosumi analyzes. I think he's really a guardian star of one of the 5 great families. Even a single punch of his causes such an explosion. Luminous speaks. However, Master once said, the greater the technique, the greater the opening. Across from Moron, who had long been behind the Fist King, she raised her leg high, preparing to deliver the final blow. A powerful strike landed, and the Fist King, unable to brace himself, could only scream in agony. Before his vision faded completely, he thought, damn it, the back of my neck. Size doesn't matter to her small frame. She just needs to target vital points. Moron's strength was overwhelming. The kick sent the Boxing King crashing down, scattering rocks and debris. The King of Fists lies unconscious and riddled with wounds, sprawled on the ground as Luminous coldly remarks, as expected, he's nothing special. Moron landed and agreed. Indeed. Moron added, now that the nuisance is gone, let's move. Luminous agrees, saying that sounds good. While behind a gate, a figure silently observes everything. That man is Bache, and witnessing everything has him breaking out in a cold sweat. Bache fearfully closes the gate, hesitant to open it again, when Do Hyuk's voice suddenly echoes. Bache, how are my disciples? Startled, he stammered, I haven't checked yet. Enraged, Yuhei said, I had to ask you because I couldn't watch them myself. Do you have a death wish? Bachu's face darkened as he hesitated, hand trembling as he reached for the gate, the immense power behind it not lost on him. Had Hunno's disciples already begun their rampage? Would they see him as an enemy? The images stir Bache's heart as he recalls being forced to act as a supervisor of the Tower of Destruction. After all, it was still a crime, and not like before. I have no power now. Yu Hai Wook's voice echoed again. Aren't you going to check on them? Bache quickly replied, I'm on it. He gripped the gate's handle, slowly pushing the massive doors open, peering out to observe the scene. A battle so intense it astonished Bache. Do Hee Wook asked, So, how are they doing? Bache replied, They're as strong as ever. I can barely see the battle. It seems most of the constellations have already been defeated. Do Hee Wook responds, Oh, so they're doing pretty well then? Bache thinks, and if I'm not mistaken, they've gotten even stronger. I knew constellations could grow stronger through training, but these cases are incredibly rare. Suddenly, a voice calls out, It's Luminous. With a terrifying look, she says to Bache, Long time no see, you trash. Sosimi worries. It seems the second senior sister has... Moron says, Oh no, she's found Bamboo Leaf. He recalls his master's specific instructions not to engage Bamboo Leaf at this time. Does she know? Ba asked, feigning surprise. You know me? I've never met you before. Luminous replies, filled with murderous intent. Is that so? Mr. Bache, overseer of the Tower of Destruction, I remember clearly how you looked down on us from the top of the tower, as if we were nothing but ants, didn't you? Bache recalls the moment, stammering, Did I do that? As Luminous menacingly approaches. I'd love to deal with you like those stars behind me, but my master requires restraint, so just hide in your little room. With that, she kicked Bache hard. He was kicked back through the gate, his body slamming against the floor as he cried out. Luminous warned that they would remember this door and would certainly not enter. But if you dare to come out, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, she closes the portal. Bache, still shaken, sat motionless on the floor of a desolate island. Yushu uses telepathy to contact Bache, calling out, Bache, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Have you met my disciples? Suddenly hearing this, Yanlang asks why he summoned them to this island. Behind her were Choi Aran and Breakit, as Yanlang looked around and asked, And what happened here? The structures are destroyed and the ground is shattered. Did a war break out here or something? He replied, looking at the ruins before him. Yes, something like that, Du Hyuk said seriously. The reason I called you here is to teach you the next step, Aaron replied. The next step, he pointed, giving the order. Black Cat, I called you here for a different reason, so just observe. Black Cat acknowledged. Understood. He turned to the other two, continuing. You both have one thing in common. You've made a sacred contract and you're both keeping up with my training regimen. At this level, I think it's time to better utilize the power of the constellations, so I'm setting a goal. Choi Arin, you carry a sword from Wando, don't you? Let me see it, she replied. Okay, Arin hands her sword to Do-hyun. Here, take it, he said. All right. Holding the sword, Do-hyuk led them to a more open space with fewer trees. Du-hui closed his eyes, sensing the moment, and said, Seriousness isn't my style when wielding a sword, but a demonstration requires it. With that, he opened his eyes, took his stance, and power flowed from his hand into the sword, emitting a blinding light. Arin, blinded by the light, squinted, thinking this was her family's attribute, while Lei thought Yu Hyuk could do it with just a contract. He swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a decisive strike upon the mountain before him, cleaving it in two and sending its peak plummeting. As the mountaintop fell, the seawater below erupted in a massive spray. Du-hyu chuckled, noting it wasn't quite as smooth as Luminous's ability. But take that as your goal. The three witnesses were stunned by the sight. Break the mold, the entire mountain just collapsed. Has he gotten stronger since using that space slash? Yu Hui instructed. All right, calculate the necessary mana, the perfect timing with your constellation, and practice in that forest. Arin agreed. Turning to Yen Lang, he said, Yen Lang, you have a relic too, right? Let me see it. She agreed, handing him her ice gauntlet. He reaches out his hand and says, Thank you. He puts on the glove and asks, Your constellation's ice power is a little tricky to use, isn't it? Let's head to this building. Yan Lang replies. Okay. The two arrive at the foot of an abandoned building. Yan Lang wondered why the ground was so messy, asking if it was the scene of an explosion. He replies not to worry about it. Watch closely, he said, raising his fist. A powerful punch lands on the ground, and shards of ice rise up like thousands of sharp spears. Speechless, Yan Lang saw icicles here, icicles there. In an instant, the vast building was covered in a layer of ice. Du-hyuk said, This is your target. Yan Lang stared intently, seemingly deaf to his words. She thought, Forget creating a few ice cubes. He's covered the whole building in snow and ice. It's even snowing like winter. After a moment, she exclaims, It's amazing, Yu Hee-wook. He takes off his gloves and returns them to her. What's she so surprised about? This is her constellation's power after all. With enough practice, she could do the same in no time. She happily asks again. Really? He replies. It's fine, as long as you set your standards high. Du Hee-wook thought, okay, it's time to ask Black Cat about that. Meanwhile, Sosami looked up and said, I think I've found it, senior. The mage's virtual space. A horrifying scene unfolds before her. Ruined buildings and blood staining a vast area red. Everything before her is in ruins, desolate and devoid of life. Luminous asks, He found the illusionary domain? Moron wonders the same. Really? The three of them stared silently at the building. Luminous responds, Yes, he does have a penchant for red and black. Moron said, Even the scent of this illusionary domain is familiar, but we still need to confirm it. Then, we'll have to go through this wall. I think we're good. Let's go. They ducked low and proceeded deeper inside, Luminous growing weary, his breath quickening. Despite his fatigue, Luminous didn't forget to complain. If he knew they'd have to crawl, he would have just made a hole to begin with. But someone doesn't seem to mind at all. Moron glares and says, You want to die? Suddenly, Moron, who was in the lead, noticed something. They had passed through the narrow path into a room filled with piles of scrap, and in the center sat a muscular man radiating a terrifying aura. Sosami whispered, Senior, that red outfit, Moron replied. Yes, it's me. He turned and spoke. What's this? The disciples of Yu Shu have reunited. Luminous speaks up. Long time no see, Junior. What is this illusionary domain? Everything's red and black. He replies, Someone like you shouldn't be saying that, second senior sister. With that, he stood up. Luminous angrily retorted, What are you saying? The eyes of the one called Junior brother grew serious as he asked, How did you people get here? Didn't you all become constellations? Moron replied. The grand hall opened and we passed through it. He scratched his head, thinking, then said, The grand hall? Chief, it's been so long I don't want to see anyone. Moron was surprised, saying, I fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but after learning that Master had been reborn, I was overjoyed. Yet I couldn't find him for 3 years. Speaking of which, he angrily gritted his teeth. It's hard to find my master in the real world as a constellation, so I tried to find a way through the relic I was inhabiting. I commanded those who held me to find my master. But instead of listening, they became obsessed with my power. Moron says, "Perhaps it's because your will and power are too strong. You should have remained silent for a while." He continues, "But just as I began to hope because someone appeared who could withstand this power, he abandoned me in a basement. So I gave up and decided to rot in silence. Just go back." Moron calmly stated, "Then you'll be surprised to know the reason we've come." He looked at her, confused. Moron removed her mask, smiled slightly, and said, "We're here because our master ordered us to find you. The sacred relic is in Master's hands now," he uttered in disbelief. "What?" His body began to tremble. "So, has Master returned?" Moron replied. "Yes, that's right," Luminous said with concern, telling him to calm down. He collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Master!" then began to kowtow, banging his head hard against the floor. So Simi was perplexed. "So that's just the kind of guy he is?" Moron replied. "Yeah," she continued, "that's why Master calls him aberrant." He looked up, a large wound on his chin bleeding profusely, yet he felt no pain, only laughing maniacally as Moron glanced at Luminous, making a sarcastic remark. "I still don't understand why they didn't give you that nickname, Senior Disciple." Luminous tells him to be quiet. "What does this have to do with me?" Time slowly passed, and he finally stopped, blood dripping, panting. Moron asked, "Are you done?" He replied, "Yeah, that was refreshing. Thank you, Senior Sister. I'll clean up and prepare to see Master." He touched his forehead where he was injured as Moron said his goodbyes. "All right, we're off. See you later." Junior brother, the three turn and walk away. Elsewhere, beneath a high blue sky and drifting white clouds, Rogan's eyes widened in surprise within the Contractors Guild. "Here," Dushu said. "I told you, if things went smoothly, I'd return it." Behind him were Black Ket and a massive magic stone, which he handed back to Rogan. "Here." Rogan is impressed by the stone. He stares at it, puzzled. "Thank you. But this is twice the size of the one you received." He replies, "Well, what's done is done. I suggest you just take it." Duhoy smiles knowingly, thinking, as expected, he returned to the island from before. Break asked Du Hugh, "Did you call?" He replied, "Yeah, come with me." Du Hyuk realizes that if he's right, this island is hiding a massive magic stone, which explains why they're all overflowing with magical power. If these physical entities kept emitting magic like that, they should have vanished already. The forms of the vampires, catfish, and other creatures only deepened his suspicions, and yet they've all gathered here without fading away. He reaches out with his magic. There's only one explanation. Somewhere on this island, a massive magic stone must be floating, providing a steady flow of magic to the constellations here. An image of the magic stone surrounded by mana appears, surprising him. Du ordered Break It to move the mass of land radiating magical power. Black Cat acknowledges and reminds him not to forget. "Ah, be careful. You know what happens when a magic stone is mistreated, right?" Black Cat remembers now. That's right, it could explode. Back in the present, Rogan looks at the stone before him, thinking it's been moved safely and intact. How did he get it here? The system appears, and Drake Ket quickly reads the notification. Darok Ket is calling him Yu Hui. He turns. It seems the constellations have found his disciple. He smiles. "So it really was the one from Guangma Sword?" Black Cat responds, "That's right, he is your disciple." "Very well, don't tell me who it is just yet." "Since no other disciples use swords, I wanted to confirm it myself," she replied. "Understood, let's head back," Dhyok said to Rogan. "Rogan, we're off. Visit Valhalla if you want to learn how to throw a punch," he replied. "Yeah, thanks." Duhu and Break It stepped into the portal, and they both vanished. A light appears in a room. In the center of the Valhalla Academy is Break It's nameplate. The space gate appears, and the two step out. Duhu exhales wearily. Sensing something was amiss, Break It asked, "Who are you?" The man remained silent, his face grim, his eyes fixed sharply on the two of them. Duhu and Break It stared at the strange man before them, and Break It asked, "Who are you? This place isn't for strangers." He replied, "Forgive me, I should have introduced myself sooner." Just then, he continued, "My name is Franch Rot Mueller, Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization." His information was updated. "Fifth-rank contractor and Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization, Franch Rot Mueller," he continued. "Even the contractors of Europe await orders from the constellations, unlike the Academy. In England, the great families wield the most power, and the constellations that protect them are moving. According to my information, 9 great European families have allied with each other. They've amassed a force capable of rivaling even the United States or our association, led by my Rodmuller family, serving the constellation King of Knights. Therefore, we formed this organization, though the Venchik Knight family of England refused to join. Do-hyun and Breakit listened patiently. Then Breakit said, "I understand the origins of the alliance, but I don't understand why you're here." The man replied, "Ah, right. Well, I'm not just here about the alliance. I'm here to find a holy sword on the orders of a constellation." "A holy sword?" Daki wondered. Franch explains, "As I said, most of my family works for the Star of the Night King, so we're all used to offering him fine swords as tribute. With that duty, we collected swords from all over the world. Before that, I received a piece of intelligence that there was a sword." As he said this, his expression gradually became serious. It could make its user obsessed with killing. This is something no one wanted. The two of them seemed to realize it. He continued, saying the sword was now in the hands of the unrivaled Rogan. He recalled the past, how they trusted the American Contract Association and its #1 contractor. However, he disappointed us by carelessly handing the sword to another, which was then passed to the head of the Valhalla Academy, the master of the black market, Black Cat. Franch points at Breakit, his eyes radiating murderous intent, his voice filled with contempt. "I can't stand by while the sword is in the hands of someone like you, so I suggest you hand it over to us." "What about the Knights organization?" Breakit's rage was evident even behind his mask. "I've tried to be respectful, but it seems you've crossed the line." He approached Frunch face to face, his murderous aura just as intense, and with a smirk he said, "Old man, you've got the wrong guy. I'm the one holding the sword." Franch says, "So you're Juhayu. I've heard a lot about you. Your achievements are admirable. You've apprehended criminals and prevented disasters. And you played a key role in stopping the forest monster." He casually replies, hands in his pockets, "You really do know a lot. Were you following me?" Franch's voice suddenly changed. He trembled as he said, "Is South Korea so short on manpower?" Franch looked at him, puzzled. Franch was furious and tearful, exclaiming, "Why would they make a child do so much? This is a national tragedy. Now I understand why you had to resort to that cursed sword." He feigned sympathy, placing a hand on Do Huyuk's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, child. I'll help you from now on." Do Huyuk was so angry that the muscles in his face bulged. He thought he'd met his share of bastards, but this guy... He gritted his teeth, staring at the man before him, wondering if he should just kill him now. Should I keep my distance? Absolutely. Meanwhile, Franch painfully brushed away tears as Yu Hyuk pushed his hand away, stating bluntly, "Hey, old man, trying to weasel out of this? I haven't signed any contract with the Blue Sword yet, but it's mine, and if you want it, you'll have to defeat me." Franch hesitates, unable to strike a child, while outside, darkness envelops the silent surroundings. Inside, Do-hyuk and Franch were locked in a standoff, and Franch proposed, "Student, Do-hyuk, I will restrain myself and not use my sword. How about that?" His words clearly belittled him, but Do-hyuk confidently replied, "Don't regret that, because I won't hold back." He called out to Breakit, who responded, "What is it, Mr. Do-hyuk?" His voice and face grew increasingly menacing as he gathered his disciples. "Give that Night King a beating for me?" Breakit, seeing his expression, sweated and quickly replied, "Understood. Frant will make the first move." He drew the sword at his hip and approached. "I'll go easy on you. Don't fail too quickly." Holding his sword, Yu-hyuk replied, "I'll go easy on you too." Meanwhile, the doppelganger carries out his assigned task as Yu-hyuk grips his sword and coldly declares, "Because I won't forgive those who bother me." He raised his sword, not drawing it, but slamming the sheath against Franch's blade. "So strong," Franch exclaimed. Franch thinks, he's this strong with just a wand still in its sheath? Yu Hyuk, holding his sword in one hand, says, "Can you block this? Not bad for a commander." Franch thought the kid was arrogant. Enraged, he strikes, declaring, "I am Franch Rodmuller, Commander-in-Chief of the Knights." The stone cracks where his blade falls. He said, "You think the vanguard of a family would be this weak?" Realizing his formidable power, he began to use magic. Franch swiftly grips his sword and lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. He thinks to himself, "Sword intent? Quite the magical power you possess," he thought, a contemptuous smile forming on his face. Holding his sheathed sword, Yu Hui leaps forward, declaring, "Of all the people I've met, your sword slash creates a white streak." Yu Hui's imposing figure appears, explosions erupting behind him. He continued, "You are the most disgusting person." He moved quickly towards Franch. Du Hu looked down on him, disgusted. He talked so much about chivalry and saving the world, but when he was about to lose, he used a magic-infused attack on a worthless kid. With that, he swung his sword, striking Franch with immense force, as Du-Hu laughed, his body radiating magical power. With minimal effort, he sent Franch flying, his sword clattering away. Franch slams into the wall behind him, grimacing, "Damn, his magic sent me flying." He slumps down, his face a mask of disbelief at the young man's immense power. What was he thinking? Surprising. Now it's hard to get the sword back. Do I need to contact the constellation? Franch's screen flickers to life, and he stares in confusion as the words, "The King of N," flash, then vanish. That crazy bastard, the screen glitched. Franch can't contact the star, the King of Nights. His mouth hung open, pupils dilated, speechless with shock. The star reader sent a message to Franch Rottmuller, calling him a good-for-nothing. Upon seeing the message, he was stunned, speechless. Franch Rottmuller cautiously asked, "Respected star receiver, what do you mean?" Before he could get an answer, a voice cut in. "Looks like you found him." Franch Rottmuller looked up just in time to see Do Yu-Yuk's knee flying toward him, a powerful blow grazing his shoulder. He gasped softly as Yu He-wook slowly retracted his leg, revealing a deep crack where his knee had been. He chuckled. "Don't bother dodging. It's inevitable." Franot Muller froze, staring blankly at the damaged wall beside him. He thought to himself, he crushed the wall with a single kick. If that had hit me, I'd be done for. But Franot Muller suddenly wondered what he meant by finding him. Du-Hyuk casually slings his weapon over his shoulder and smirks. "Who knows? Usually I'd explain things in detail." The next moment, he strikes. "But I have nothing to say to someone like you. Yu-Hyuk's attack was far too sudden." Franch Rottmuller couldn't react in time and could only brace himself as he was thrown backward, his feet dragging heavily across the ground. Franch Rottmuller felt a sense of impending doom. He could barely block Dawn, let alone land a hit, and he wished he could borrow the constellation's power. His expression grew serious, but the constellation stopped responding to the message. He couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the constellation King of Nights trembled, whimpering as Quaden slammed his head into the ground, using all his might. To understand, we must rewind to when Luminous anxiously paced her room, biting her nails. She was lost in thought. Her master had ordered them to beat up the constellation known as the King of Nights. Could he be one of the ones we already beat down? Moron wondered. The King of Nights. She confirms it. Yes. Moron stated that he wasn't among those they had dealt with previously, causing Luminous to raise an eyebrow. You know that constellation? The other person nods. He is the guardian constellation of the Rottmuller family of Duke. According to what Moron knows of the King of Nights constellation, the wielder of the sword-shaped holy relic possesses loyal knights who have become his constellations, and commands them as subordinates. Hearing this, Luminous was surprised. It seems she knows him quite well, Moron stated. Though not directly involved, I've kept tabs on all the famous constellations in Europe. She muttered. Come to think of it, a guy named Franch under that constellation came by recently. He spoke of forming an alliance led by his constellation and asked me to join. Moron was now curious. But why are you telling me about him? Luminous responded succinctly, relaying her master's order. Strike the constellation known as the King of Nights multiple times. After gathering all the disciples, Moron asked no further questions, urging them to head to the Phantom Domain. Soon after, the two quickly met with Sosimi, once again summarizing the situation. After listening for a while, she understood the situation and nodded slightly. I understand. The three quickly gathered and set off to find the next person, this time eccentric. After listening for a while, he was stunned, exclaiming, What? Time continued to pass, shifting the scene to the Great Void, the holy land of nights. In a certain room, an angry shout erupts. I told you, I don't want to be in the same association as this guy. The bald man across from him bristled with displeasure. Me neither. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. He was met with harsh criticism. If you had delivered the weapons on time, my family would still be alive. The bald man roared for him to get lost, saying if Yust hadn't betrayed them, the weapons would have been delivered on time. Yust stands up abruptly, telling him to cut the nonsense and asking why he joined the alliance. The bald man slams the table in protest. Because I didn't know you were here. Another voice suddenly cuts in, stopping their bickering. Silence. You're in the presence of the king. Yust retorts without hesitation. King this, king that, you think we came here to play knight like you? Baldy agrees. Exactly. We're here to form an alliance, not to be your subordinates. Both fell silent, sensing the pressure emanating from the one presiding over them. The Star King of Night's eyes flashed, and he spoke coldly. You're being too loud. Just then, a deafening crash echoed as the ceiling behind him collapsed. The Night King star dazedly turned to see a powerful figure looming before him. The grotesque being lowered its head, its body radiating a thick, murderous aura, and slowly uttered, "You." His face was twisted with madness as he hissed through gritted teeth. "You trash, daring to defy my master." Those present stood up abruptly, tightening their grip on their swords. "Who are you?" That aura and attire. The man considered one possibility and was struck with disbelief. "Impossible!" Looking at him, she gasped out a name. Mad Demon Gate Butcher. No sooner were the words spoken than a massive hand clamped down on her face, and the monster, losing control, lunged forward, growling. He slams the girl's head against the nearby wall, the force shattering the concrete, and holds her there as she struggles, whimpering in pain. An unprovoked rage swelled within the monster, and he swung his arm with brutal force. In the next instant, all they could do was watch as the girl's body flew into the air. The monster turned, throwing her limp form into a corner with a sickening thud. Having finished, he stood panting. The Night King could only watch in silence as the monster unleashed his fury. Wiping saliva from his mouth, the monster turned and asked, "Are you the Night King?" The other man was silent for a long moment before hesitantly answering, "It is I." But before the Night King could finish, the aberration pounced on him. He landed a crushing blow, roaring, "Don't you know how to manage contractors?" The Star of Nights couldn't react as the aberration slammed his head into the table, its terrifying strength quickly destroying it. It shattered as the grotesque creature lunged toward the Knight Commander, unleashing a furious attack as he roared, "Doesn't your master teach you not to bite?" The monster's swift attack caught the Night Star off guard, grabbing his head and slamming him into the table. Meanwhile, Luminous and the others stood outside the great void as the Knight's sanctuary silently observed the situation. She exclaimed, "Incredible! Such a structure sitting in the middle of this vast space?" Moron paused to consider, then offered a guess. "When we came here to negotiate with the other constellations, this wasn't here. The one residing inside must have recruited and established an entire alliance." Sosumi chimed in. "I'm guessing this structure was built like how I created the God of War sect. It would take a lot of people to build something this size." She seemed impatient. "So, when do we go in?" "Right now, it's likely that only our junior disciple is inside," Luminous stated nonchalantly. "Ace is still too agitated. We should wait for things to calm down before going in." She muttered, biting her nails, feeling frustrated. "I didn't do anything to Master, yet I'm called a mad dog. That guy is sicker than I am." Moron found that ridiculous and suddenly stopped to listen for any movement. "It seems quieter now. Let's go in." With that, Moron led the group of three, landing swiftly at their target location. The monster senses their arrival and speaks. "Oh, you're here, senior sister." He's almost done talking. He put more strength into his arm, coldly questioning the Night King's pawn. "Why did you order the Mad Demon's sword to be seized?" The nearby knights were thrown into confusion. One of them muttered, "Is it true that he formed an alliance of zealots from the martial god religion?" These words reached Moron's ears. She instantly charges forward, leaving behind a few rats. The next moment, the knight barely has time to react before a sharp blade is at his throat. The knight beside him fared no better. Both were instantly subdued. Sosumi instantly appeared behind the two nearby men, sending shivers down their spines. She warns them, knowing they aren't knights, and threatens their lives if they interfere. The bald man and his companion pale, stammering a response. Obeying her from a nearby corner, the Night Star asked in confusion, "Wait, what do you mean by deprive? Weren't you here to crush our alliance?" Luminous didn't deny it. "That's partly true. But weren't you the one who ordered your contractor to find the sword?" The other party stammered, "Yes." The freak furrows his brow, and now he's trying to steal my red fang. How laughable. Why act like it was ever truly yours? What? The King of Knights is shocked. Red fang. So that's the name of the mad sword. But you say the Sea's order never issued such a command. Guidon leans in, face darkening, demanding to know what the contractor is planning. His eyes flashed with coldness, his tone laced with veiled threat. That man is asking for a death wish, provoking the God of War sect for that mad sword. Meanwhile, back with USU, a smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a powerful kick aimed directly at Franch Rottmuller's stomach. Unable to dodge, he takes a brutal hit, and Du-hyuk watches with satisfaction as his opponent crashes to the cold ground. Francho Muller hissed in pain, panic beginning to set in. Damn it, why isn't the king responding? These strange signs made him uneasy, especially the sudden curse right before the response was cut off. How could someone so dignified utter such vulgarities? Just then, the semi-transparent screen reappeared, and Franch Rottmuller exclaimed, "Oh, your majesty!" Displayed on the screen, the King Knight raged. When did I order a withdrawal? I wanted both sides to negotiate. A message flashed before Franchot Muller's eyes. Abandon the berserk sword and surrender. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? What about our knightly pride? Meanwhile, the freak continued to slam the Night Star's head against the table as a threat, hastily ordering, "Shut up, apologize to us, and surrender." Francho Muller, unable to resist, slammed his head into the ground and cried, "I apologize." Seeing this, Yu Hyo snorted, "What's this about? Is that an order from your constellation?" The knight remained face down, forced to admit defeat. "That's right." Du Hugh squatted down, staring intently at Frank Rott Muller, and said mockingly, "How humiliating. Surrendering just like that." He slowly stood up, saying, "Forget it. I wanted a fight, but now I'm bored. Get up." Frank Rott Muller scrambled to his feet, hesitating, and said, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, he utters something, but not before taking a hit. Stunned, Du Yu mutters, "If people like you keep causing trouble, it's going to be a real pain." Immediately, energy surged around his fist as Yu Hyuk chuckled. "You'll have to take one for the team." He helpfully added, "And after this, remember to deal with those on your side who are planning to cause trouble for me." Francho Muller recoiled in fear, waving his hands frantically. "I can discipline them." But Yu ignored his pleas, letting his fists do the talking. "I've had enough." In the next instant, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow to Frank Rott Muller, the pain searing through his spine. Frank Rott Muller gaped, his face ashen. He collapsed, hitting his head against the ground once more. Du Hyuki withdrew his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Black Cat," he said, and the other immediately replied, "I'm here." "Shanghai," he commanded. "Send that fool back where he came from. I'm going to inspect the Mad Demon sword." Black respectfully obeyed the order. Time continued to pass, and night fell upon a deserted forest. A sword is carefully displayed in the room, surrounded by intense energy, as Du Hyuk silently observes, a slight smile forming on his lips. "The flow of magic has returned, and now I know what it is." He slowly reached for the hilt, sensing what dwelled within the sword. Soon after, Do Hoi Wook smiled faintly and spoke softly. "It has been a long time, hasn't it?" The monster knelt before him, bowing deeply in reverence, its forehead bloodied, yet its face filled with elation. Master, it's been so long." Yu Heo Wook chuckled. "Do you still have that habit of banging your head on the ground? You're bleeding, wipe it off." The other obeyed. "Yes." After a moment, Yu Hyun stared at him, hesitant about where to begin. "Well then." He inwardly panicked, realizing this was a huge problem. It seemed the star hadn't remembered his real name. Yu Hyun hesitated, feeling awkward using the nickname, and wondered why he'd even called him Blockhead in the first place. Though he kinda was. But the aberrant noticed the awkwardness in his eyes. "Are you troubled by not wanting to call me by my nickname? Just call me Blockhead like before. It's okay." He eagerly suggests, "Or you could call me by my star name, like Butcher." Du Hee Wook sighs, saying he'll call him Dirthead, and tells him to get up. He suddenly became curious, asking why a sword was chosen as the sacred relic. "Didn't you always fight barehanded?" The eccentric smiles. "Ah, you're talking about Red Fang." He enthusiastically explains his reasoning. "You mainly fought with a sword in the first place, didn't you? So I want to choose Red Fang as a trophy in my life." Yu Hyu hadn't expected this, and after a few moments of silence, he smiled faintly. "I understand," he said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "If it can help me find a dried sword, then so be it. I'll use it when the time comes." Du Si Yu softly utters a sentence. "Thank you." Hearing those words, Oddity was moved to tears. "Master, I am the one who is eternally grateful." A hulking figure broke down, his broad back trembling with sobs, recalling a time over 3 million years ago when Oddity had stood before his previous incarnation, Yu Hyuk. Just like this. Back then, he had asked with concern, "Kid, what's wrong?" The frail Oddity, hair covering his face, spoke, "Please." He was covered in wounds, but his eyes burned with determination. "Please, teach me to fight, so that one day I can make those who bullied me regret it." Luminous peeked hesitantly from behind the door. "Master, food's ready. Dinner is served." The words caught in her throat as she frowned at the scene before her. "Begging and pleading Du Hishu, please teach me martial arts so I can avenge those who bullied me." Moran and Sosami emerged, curious as to why Luminous was standing there. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "We're ready to eat. Why haven't you called Master yet?" The other disciple stammered, "That kid went to see Master." Moran looked puzzled as Du Hyuk stood before them, arms crossed, sternly refusing.
I don't know what you're talking about. You want me to teach you martial arts?
That's impossible. Guidan points behind him, questioning. Then what about that sign? Isn't this a martial arts school? Du Hyuk sighed helplessly. The students had put up the sign without asking. He added, Of course, I'll open a real dojo later, but I can't take on any students right now. Guidan's eyes drooped, his face filled with disappointment. No way, what am I supposed to do? His fist trembled as he muttered, I've knocked on so many dojos' doors because I want to learn martial arts. Everyone turns away from me. Guidan blurted out, Only here did a master step forward. Du Hyuk scratched his head, looking awkward. Well, I haven't had any hunting or escort requests lately, so I've been pretty free. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy knelt down, begging him, his eyes squeezed shut, head tilted back, voice choked with emotion. Teach me martial arts. He mustered all his strength and slammed his head against the ground, pleading desperately, Please take me as your student, teach me. Du Hua was at a loss and could only say, Hey, so you've finally given up. All right, I'll teach you, just stop hitting your head. Hearing this, the freakish man beams. Really? Luminous muttered, biting her finger. If you ask your master and kowtow like that, he'll agree. Maybe I should try it too. Moron frowned at her. Are you crazy? Do Hyuk helplessly ruffled his hair. First a kid wanted to fight him to create a sword technique, and now another wants to learn martial arts? This isn't something he can teach in a day or two. He lowered his eyes and said softly, I can at least show him a little. Du Hyuk suddenly asked, Do you know where the guys who beat you up are? Embracing his forehead, Oddball blankly replied, Ah, yes. Upon hearing this, Du Hyuk immediately stretched his shoulders, a slight smirk forming on his lips, and led the way. Soon after, we cut to a secluded alley where several men are gathered, a bag in their possession as they talk amongst themselves. The buzzcut man lowers his eyes, carefully trying to open the bag in his hands. The next moment, a pile of glittering gold coins filled his vision, and his companions peered in for a look, the spiky-haired one marveling at the sound of the coins. The buzzcut guy chuckled, marveling at how much money that beggar kid had. The shaved-head guy reminisced, wondering what kind of bag the kid had, and what a lucky find it was. If he has that much money, he should share with those of us who can't afford to live the good life. The buzzcut guy chuckled. That kid's putting up quite a fight. Don't you think you guys are going a little overboard? The long-haired thug smirked, agreeing. Yeah. Lost in their chatter, they failed to notice Du Hyuk and Freak approaching. Du Hyuk inquired. Are those the guys? Guidan nodded in confirmation. Yes. The other man was suspicious. Is that what they're holding? The Freak answered. All my assets, the money I saved doing odd jobs. The commotion quickly draws the attention of the three thugs. The buzzcut one seems surprised. Isn't that the kid we beat up? Did he bring backup because he's mad about losing his money? Incensed, Guidan points and curses at the group. You cowards dare to steal my girl. Where's your shame? The buzzcut guy frowned, looking displeased. That little bastard. He tried to charge forward, but the long-haired guy stopped him. Wait a minute. He felt a sense of unease. That guy next to him looks familiar. In mere seconds, the long-haired man's eyes widened in shock. I remember now. He's pointing at Du Hyuk, saying he's the master of the martial god sect. The bald man muttered, adding, I've heard of them too. Isn't it around here? Du Hyuk silently listened to their remarks. Veins popping on his forehead, the sign was still up, but they weren't taking disciples, and the few they had were all women. What's more, they all looked strange, and were very young. The bald man sneered, saying they were rumored to be strong, but it was all just hearsay, as the buzzcut man took a fighting stance, raising an eyebrow in mockery. What's wrong? He doesn't seem that special, does he? He flippantly addresses Du Hyun. Hey, kid. Can't you tell how hard we have it just by looking at our clothes? We have to rob to survive. There was no remorse in his voice, so he asked for leniency for the growing children. That's the job of an adult, Du Hyuk replied with a smirk. That's if you were truly a decent child, he said casually. When I was young, I was incredibly poor, completely broke. Still, I managed to survive by doing all sorts of odd jobs, from running errands to farming, chopping wood, and even hunting. The more he spoke, the colder Du Hyuk's eyes became. But I've never taken advantage of anyone. Of course. I wanted to make money easily too. I wanted to take from others, but I feared all my struggles would be for nothing. Du Hyuk leaves them with a choice. Walk away now and leave the money or face the consequences one by one. The long-haired man retreated in fear, stammering, I want to back out. The buzzcut man frowned, pressing, What's going on? Before they could react, their comrade had already fled. Du Hyuk stretched and smirked. That kid's got a quick grasp of the situation. Guidan stares blankly at him, and Du Hyuk reminds him, Hey kid, keep your eyes peeled. He says, clenching his fist as powerful energy is unleashed. This is martial arts. The buzzcut thug, still stubborn, throws a preemptive punch, but it's easily stopped by Yu Hyuk's touch. The buzzcut thug was stunned, staring blankly at the man before him, and with a casual flick of his wrist, Do Hyuk sent him spinning. Not stopping there, he clenched his fist, readying the next blow, a punch straight to the buzzcut guy's gut, sending him screaming in agony. The buzzcut guy froze as he watched his comrade get knocked back, slamming into the wall. Before he could worry, Do Hyuk appeared behind him with a smile that sent shivers down his spine. Where do you think you're looking? Before he could react, Do Hyuk unleashed a powerful direct punch. The bald man felt Do Hyuk's punch tear through his back as the ground crumbled beneath his feet. His face went pale, cold sweat poured down, and the bald man cried out in agony as Do Hyuk landed a perfect finishing blow, sending him flying into the wall, kicking up dust everywhere. As the dust settled, the bald man lay battered amidst the rubble. Not far away, the buzzcut thug suffered a similar fate, falling unconscious. Do Hyuk smiled at the freak. It was just a small demonstration, but this was martial arts, a way to defeat opponents effectively with minimal effort. His eyes widened in awe as he exclaimed, "Amazing! So this is martial arts?" He muttered under his breath. "And you wield it with such ease." His next action stunned Do Hyuk as Freak knelt down and pleaded, "I no longer need revenge, but please, I beg you." He slammed his head to the ground, pleading, "Teach me martial arts. No, please. Take me as your disciple." Do Hyuk sighed in resignation, finally giving in. "I haven't even taught you properly, and you're already calling me master?" And in that moment, he declared to the oddity that he would be his disciple. Back in the present, Yu Hyuk closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to focus. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze intently fixed on the item below as the sword's magical flow enveloped his palm. He thought to himself, what a funny kid. Thinking back, Do Hyuk's lips curled slightly, surprised that he had chosen a sacred artifact as a sword just because he was using one. He tells himself that he's fine now that he has the devouring sword, and he'll put it to good use. Just then, Black Cat appears unexpectedly, surrounded by a faint aura. He reported, "Sir Do Hyuk, I've returned after escorting Franch back to Germany." Do Hyuk asked, "Good. Any problems?" Black Cat reported that there were no issues on the way, but upon arrival, the Zodiac Guardian seemed to have stripped him of his power. Du Yu, seemingly unsurprised, asked, "What about the hostile knights he commands?" Black Cat speculates that they will likely remain still. To Do Hyuk's confusion, he explains that their Night King, their master, is subservient to his disciples. He affirms that even if they were asked to work for him now, there would be no problem. Yujitai smiles in satisfaction. "Okay," he muses, "so only one disciple remains." Elsewhere, a minion of the Labyrinth Master quietly closes his eyes. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a serious expression on his face as he looked ahead. Another subordinate was also present in the room. The two respectfully bowed to the Maze Master behind the curtain as he inquired, "How are those we sent down faring?" The red-haired man immediately reported that half remained, but the number was dwindling. He believed their level had indeed increased, but the titles they sent were second-rate. Speaking of which, the red-haired man hesitated, adding that the returnees were all titles, while the white-haired man beside him remained silent. He suddenly recalls the guide saying, "Since we're in agreement, I'll let you in on something. I'm the one obscuring the Labyrinth Lord's vision." The white-haired man was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears. "What?" The other party spoke casually. "So, the Maze Lord can't see the maze right now?" she emphasized. "I'm sure he's seen it or heard about it from you," the black-haired man said after a moment of silence, "because there was once a constellation that reported on the labyrinth, but no longer." The guide shrugged, then quietly added, "It's because the constellation's name was sent down as an intermediary of disaster, right?" The white-haired man was stunned. How did she know that? I'll tell you later," she replied vaguely, avoiding a direct answer. "And the reason I covered his eyes is simple. According to what she knows, the appearance of the Tower of Destruction's second-in-command will be eliminated at the same time." The white-haired man frowned slightly. Eliminate them all at once? Would she send an elite squad of contractors to do that? His reaction makes the guide laugh. "What's this?" Did he misunderstand? The corners of her lips curled slightly as she raised a finger and said softly, "Only one person." Hearing this, the white-haired man's pupils contracted as he muttered, "What?" The guide slowly continued. "In short, that's why I don't want the simultaneous disappearance of titles to be exposed. Because if they all vanished at once without a clear reason, he'd send down a host of higher-ranking constellations. So, she concludes, she'll eliminate those hidden ones first." The other man nodded slightly as if understanding. He couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, why is she telling me all this?" The guide looked at him, chuckled softly, and slowly revealed, "There are 2 reasons." The first sentence alone made the white-haired man uneasy. "First, because you also harbor ill feelings toward the Lord of the Labyrinth," she continued, adding that the other reason was because someone who knows your identity is the person I mentioned earlier. The guide frankly stated that she told him early so he could continue to help with what he was doing in the future, because she felt they had become comrades. Hearing this, the white-haired man frowned, clearly annoyed, and swung his spear forward decisively. "Don't play games with me. This is different from what you said before, when you were going to deceive him." She waved her hand with a forced smile. All right, I won't bother you anymore." The guide quickly regained her composure, speaking softly. "But I have one last favor to ask." The flashback ends, returning to the present, where the labyrinth's master appears doubtful. "That's strange," he muttered. "If the constellations sent down are destroyed, shouldn't they revert to being titles?" "But I can't sense them." The red-haired man replied, bewildered. "Yes." The white-haired man lowered his eyes, recalling what the guide had said. "The Maze Lord must be confused as the titles cannot be retrieved. Since we're absorbing the constellation titles ourselves, please cover for us," she asked the white-haired man. He was silent for a long time, but finally made a decision and spoke immediately. "I think they might be lost." The Labyrinth Lord listened silently as the white-haired man explained, "Hasn't this happened a few times before?" He finally relented, nodding in agreement, as sometimes it takes time to return after getting lost on the way back from the labyrinth. "You're right. Though I could find them myself, they'll surely return here eventually. I worried for nothing." Immediately, the Maze Master commanded, "Very well, I will postpone the 3rd-tier deployment. You are dismissed." The 2 subordinates bowed, responding in unison, then exited the room and walked silently side by side down the corridor. The red-haired man spoke first, his face incredulous. "I'm surprised you suddenly voiced an opinion, considering how quiet you usually are." "What's so surprising? I was just answering Lord Maze's question," he explained. "Besides, managing titles is my job, so I'm just giving him information he doesn't know based on my experience." The redhead frowned, pressing him for more. "So, this is how you plan to interfere?" he retorted sarcastically. "Don't worry, I won't lose my title like you did." The redhead, bitter but unable to retort, gritted his teeth and drew his sword. "Bastard!" He was brushed aside as the other man casually walked past. "I'll check the resettlement district for errors. You should stop getting worked up and focus on your work." The red-haired man angrily shouted for him to stop, but the white-haired man ditched his companion, cautiously looked around, and stealthily entered a room. He slowly entered, approaching the crimson orb in the center of the room. The white-haired man silently observed the glowing points on the orb before him for a long time, then reached out and performed a series of operations on the keyboard full of ancient characters beside it. The next moment, the orb shook violently, its red light flashing, then dying out, the orb vanishing, replaced by something else. A massive tree suddenly stood before the white-haired man. The branches were laden with heavy fruit, each bearing a name, glowing with a faint blue light, and the white-haired man's eyes locked onto one fruit in particular. He pursed his lips, narrowed his eyes slightly, and focused intently, his thoughts unreadable, all the while gripping his spear tightly. Time passes, and we cut to a few days later in Hajim, where Yu Hyuk stares at the scene before him, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. "Although I said I'd help, I didn't expect you all to come at once." Duyuk faced the burning gazes of the 3 Break-It members, and a moment of silence passed between them before the sole contractor, Rogan, broke the heavy atmosphere. He stated seriously, "You promised to teach me one punch again, so I came." Standing next to him was the owner of the black market, Valhalla Black Ket. He explained, "I remember you saying you'd look over my space rend technique, so I came." The last was the vice head of the Vench family, Adelia Venchik. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke hesitantly. "I'm here for a similar reason. I saw you use your constellation's poison ability during the World Championship, so I came to ask for guidance. Follow me to the training room. Where are you leading the way?" The 3 followed closely behind, drawing curious glances from those present. Soon, shivering from the cold, looked puzzled, wondering just who Kim Yu-hyun really was. The 3 of them always speak politely to him, just like last time. With a sigh, Jae-hyuk admits he doesn't want to try to understand anymore. His gaze fixated on Do-hee-wook, muttering under his breath. But one thing was certain. He was overwhelmingly strong, stronger than anyone here. With conviction, Seohoi stated that soon after, Do-hee-wook led the 3 into the training room. They lined up in front of him, and Yu-hee-wook got straight to the point. "I won't say much today, so I'll focus on the essentials, but first," he points to the person in front of him. "Wouldn't it be easier for Black Cat to just take off his mask?" He must be sweating buckets under there. The opponent was a bit surprised, but agreed nonetheless. Very well. He reached up and removed his mask, as the two beside him watched Breakit's every move with curiosity. A strikingly handsome face is revealed, and he asks with a smile, "How's this?" Du Hao nodded slightly, impressed. "Just as I thought, annoyingly handsome." A stood beside Breakit, captivated, while Egan wondered, "Is there something on our faces?" The other party calmly replied, "We're not in the market, so it's fine. Besides, Adelia has already seen my face." Du Hao, puzzled by Adelia's behavior, asks, "What's wrong with you?" Adelia blushed, her eyes darting to the side as she stammered a response. "It's nothing," she thought, relieved that she had arrived. Du Hao began his assessment, starting with Breakit. "Your stamina is pretty good." The other guy was surprised. "Is that so? Still, I'm not as good as you." Before he could finish, Du Hao cut him off. "I've never seen you fight monsters firsthand, but we have worked together before." "Yes, I can tell just by the way you move," he remarks. "He'll easily keep up with me if he follows my training regimen." "You're being too generous." He thought to himself about how hard he worked to destroy the maze and eliminate potential dangers to help Du Hao after his rebirth. "It seems all those complaints I had to listen to were actually helpful. Your skills are fine, but you're just having trouble using them, right?" Breakit couldn't deny it and softly replied, "Yes, that's right." Du Hao stroked his chin, lost in thought. Luminous's constellation is one of ability, so it must have overlooked some details. I've done the same, so I can't really defend myself. And suggesting he use both martial arts and swordsmanship like Luminous is too difficult. Why not just choose one? Du Kyung considers Du Hyuk's suggestion, and after a moment of thought, decides on swordsmanship, as he often transforms his relic into a sword. Du Hyuk praises the choice, saying it's well-suited for space slash, and proposes a mock battle with wooden swords for observation. He turns to the next person, Adelia, whose problem is clearly stamina. Flustered, she stammered, "I've been so caught up with my duties as head of the household, so I've been quite busy." But Du Hui cut her off. "I knew you'd say that," he sternly reminded her. "As MJI's contractor, you must know how difficult poisoning is to execute. Du Hao knows that inducing paralysis in a certain area, or from a distance, is easier, but fatal poisoning usually requires direct contact." Adelia nodded slightly. "That's right." The other man inquired, "Have you ever dissolved an enemy from afar with poison?" Adelia hesitated. "No, I haven't." Du Hyuk has made his decision. "Good. Let's make that your goal. Physical training is essential to that process, so let's start there." What he said next surprised Adelia. It would take time, so he wanted her to follow a specific training regimen, and today they would assess her martial arts abilities. She repeated in disbelief, "Martial arts?" Du Hui analyzes the situation thoroughly. Does she think she can subdue an enemy right after awakening? Furthermore, you may know of its relic, as it specializes in daggers, and with its small stature, martial arts are essential. Moron seems surprised by this remark. The small Australian creature asks, "Have you ever learned martial arts?" Adelia honestly replied, "I have." She explained that one of the former Vench family heads had also learned how to use their abilities after the Crow Mask became their patron star. He entered the constellation's illusory realm and learned martial arts that helped him utilize poison, which Adelia says became the foundation of our family. I've heard the methods have changed a bit, but of course, I've studied them. At this, Yu Hyuk nodded slightly, as if understanding. I can imagine. He suddenly requested, "The two of you should fight." Adelia and Rogan stared in stunned silence. "Uh-huh." Adelia panicked, her face crumpled as if she were about to cry. "Mr. Yusu, you know who he is, right? My opponent is Rogan, the number one." Little did she know, her opponent calmly replied, "I know, don't worry." Du Yu explains that due to the difference in physical strength and stamina, Rogan cannot use mana, while Adelia is allowed 20%. Let the match begin. Knowing her protests were futile, Adelia swallowed her tears. "All right," Rogan couldn't help but wonder. "Mr. Du Hyuk, does this match have anything to do with my one-punch training?" Du Hyuk's lips curled slightly as he slowly replied, "Yes. After this match, he'll realize his own shortcomings." Yu Hyoek watched them enter battle, certain of it. Break is confused and curiously asks the person next to him, "Will Mr. Yu Hyo really be okay?" Even after adjusting the mana to suit their physiques, he's still a little anxious. Can Rogan and Adelia really fight on equal footing? Du Hyuk keenly senses something amiss. "What's this? Are you worried about her? Is there something between you and Adelia?" Her cheeks flushed red as she stammered a denial. "No, I was just asking." He didn't press the issue, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile, deciding to wait and see. Rogan clenched his fist, his eyes fixed on his opponent, while Adelia looked more tense. Her lips tightened into a thin line, and in the next moment, Rogan suddenly lunged forward, attempting a preemptive strike. He raised his hand, his eyes filled with malice, clearly intending to show no mercy, but Adelia had no intention of standing idly by. She reacted quickly, successfully blocking the attack. Not stopping there, Adelia immediately prepared a counterattack. A swift move is unleashed, catching Rogan off guard and sending him reeling backward. Witnessing this, Yushu's lips curled slightly, thinking it was just as expected, while Rogan, caught off guard, was suddenly flustered. Unexpectedly, he gazes deeply at Adelia, impressed by her martial arts skills. Rogan regains his composure, his body now firmly planted on the ground. His expression grew serious as he lowered his stance, focusing intently, preparing to counterattack. Rogan's soles slammed into the ground for momentum, unleashing terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, he'd teleported in front of Adelia, throwing her mind into chaos. He's too fast. I can't block this. Rogan throws a punch aimed directly at Adelia's stomach. Forced into a defensive position, Adelia could only parry, but the force of the blow sent her crashing into the wall, eliciting a pained cry. The wall. Before Adelia could steady herself, she looked up, her eyes widening in shock and horror. Rogan kept pace, leaping in front of Adelia, gritting his teeth as he threw a devastating punch. Adelia, caught off guard, paled as the punch hurtled towards her. But in that split second, she steeled herself, narrowed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Rogan thought he had the upper hand, but he unexpectedly ate a counterattack. Adelia raised her leg high, unleashing a powerful kick that sent Rogan flying into the air. Not stopping there, she suddenly turned, preparing a strike with one hand, and without hesitation, Adelia delivered a straight palm strike to Rogan's stomach. The heavy impact echoed, a sudden wave of pain washing over him, his face paling as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he hissed through clenched teeth. Rogan quickly retreated, widening the distance between himself and Adelia. Clutching his stomach in disbelief, Rogan was interrupted mid-struggle by Duhai. "Enough," he said with a smile, his words laced with meaning as he looked at Rogan. "You realize it now, don't you?" the other man asked, still bewildered. "What?" Duhuk decides to reveal the truth directly. "You've been acting this whole time, relying solely on your abilities." He relied on that ability and kept acting as Rogan, his blunt remarks leaving the other speechless. "Mana is adjusted for physical endurance, but you were overwhelmed in pure physical combat. But isn't he curious as to why he can't gain the upper hand against an Adelia in terms of strength?" Duhyuk asks, and Rogan, still confused, wonders if there's another reason. The answer he receives is confirmation. He suddenly asked, "You've been practicing martial arts, haven't you?" Rogan nodded slightly. "I learned it through communication with the constellations." Duhyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I had a feeling after seeing how you moved. To be honest, the second half of what you said froze Rogan in place. He lost because of his Starmaster martial arts," he exclaimed in a panic. "Let me tell you a story," Du Hui said slowly, with his eyes closed. "Long ago. About 300 years in the past, a crowd gathered around a single figure. Now, everyone, this isn't an opportunity that comes every day." He excitedly pointed behind him, saying, "If you look behind me, you'll see a large rock." Master Suho then performed a technique on it, saying, "You can test it yourselves. It's not fake. It's solid rock." The commotion quickly draws the attention of Yu He-wook and his disciples, as they hear the man exclaim triumphantly, "But you know what?" He holds up a round pill, grinning. With just one pill, created by the grace of Buddha. Without hesitation, Monk Hu-mang popped the pill into his mouth, then turned to stare intently at the large rock in front of him. Shi Hu-mang slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and muttered, "Amitabha." The next second, he opened his eyes wide and clenched his fist. Taking his stance, Master Ho-mang throws a light punch at the boulder, prompting a bewildered moron to ask, "What was that?" It didn't even look like he hit the rock. Yu didn't say anything, silently observing the situation, his eyes slightly narrowed. In his eyes, Tiger Master's punch only left a small dent in the rock, but moments later, cracks began to spread. The massive boulder had been reduced to rubble, yet Master Cobra remained unfazed, still in his stance. A moment later, he retracted his hand, grinning at the crowd. "What do you all think? I only gave it a light tap and this huge rock shattered." Taking the opportunity to advertise, Shu Hu-mang claims that with these pills, anyone can possess superhuman strength, eagerly inviting them to buy. These superhuman strength pills are only 10 coins each. The crowd instantly believed him, clamoring to buy them. "One for me and me too," Ho-mang laughs with glee. "Yes, thank you." Seeing this, Du He-wook couldn't help but sigh. "That guy, his ability has blossomed," Moron repeats in confusion. "Blossomed?" The other party explained, like your poison or Luminous's space-cutting power. She thought for a moment, finally understanding. I see. Do Hee Wook says that whether a person's ability shines depends on their talent. He lowers his eyes and mutters, someone without talent like me, who's only mastered a pathetic breathing technique, will never find the power within and just... According to Du Yu's observations, he believes some people shine effortlessly, like Suho, but he frowns, finding it distasteful to exploit such talent to deceive others. Time passes, and we cut to a secluded garden where Sihu stares intently at the money pouch in his hand, eyes gleaming. Tra, look at this. He chuckled to himself, wondering what was up with everyone today. The medicine is all gone, but I made a killing. Then a figure suddenly approaches. The Tiger Master looked helpless. Sorry, the medicine is all sold out, he added with a smile. There will be more next time. But the other person silently raised their hand, and Su Homang was stunned. The next moment, Yu Hui-uk flicked him hard on the forehead. Tiger Master's forehead flushed red. His head snapped back, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his forehead in disbelief. What was that? Why did you hit me? Du Siyu casually puts his hands in his pockets and says, Hey, why are you going around scamming ordinary people? He sneers, even chanting Amitabha. Don't you feel guilty towards Buddha? As a monk. Hearing this, Monk Homang suddenly stood up and retorted, Not really. His answer throws Du Hyuk for a loop. What? With a serious look, Master Homang honestly reveals that this is money to rebuild the temple. Time passes, and soon the sun begins to set. Elsewhere, an exorcising light blankets the towering mountains as the monk leads the way, carrying his scriptures, with Du Hyuk close behind. Breaking the silence, the monk asked curiously, Are those kids your disciples? Yu Huiuk replied indifferently. Not many people can tell just by looking, so how did you know? Master Hogo paused, turning to face him. So you must be Kim Huno, leader of the Martial God clan. He reveals that he's heard rumors about him, the leader of the Martial God clan taking in strange children as disciples. Hearing those last words, Du Hyuk frowned slightly. Strange children. The other man quickly continued. Sorry for the late introduction, my name is... But Yu Hyuk cut him off. Forget it, I don't need to know your name. He smirked. I decided to call you Tiger Master the moment you started scamming people. The other party lowered his eyes, retorting shyly. I said it was to rebuild the temple. Du Hyuk Wook shrugged and replied, That's why I left my disciple behind to check if it's true. He shared. Any other time I would have been too lazy to bother, but I've got nothing else to do these days. I figured I'd just pay everyone back if it was a lie, Yu Hyuk confessed honestly, but the monk didn't seem to mind. All right, we're almost there. As they continued on their way, Yu Hyuk couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired. You said rebuild, right? Master Tiger nodded in confirmation. That's right. He suddenly blurted out, Actually, I didn't become a monk willingly. Yu Hyuk was confused, asking what he meant. And so he began his story. When he was young, his parents were struggling and sold him into slavery, but a great high priest came to recruit monks, saw him, and saved him. Du Hyuk was surprised. A grand master saved him? How? Shihu Meng explained that the master bowed to the slave trader, offering the items he'd received that day, and sincerely begging for his release, a debt he would never forget. Luckily, because he was a famous master, the slave trader let me go. Yu Huan doesn't believe it. He just let you go? This is the first I've heard of those bastards letting someone go so easily. Tiger Fang didn't pay much attention, and with a slight smile said, He was an extraordinary man. His name was Grand Master Xuande. According to him, Grand Master Huyen Duke took him in to live at the temple he presided over, and so Tiger Fang grew up with everything he needed. He drifted into a memory of a small temple, where it was just him and Grand Master Xuande. What happened next was etched into Tiger Fang's mind. But a giant golem attacked the temple, his voice trailing off. In that sudden attack, he barely managed to evacuate me before falling to the golem's assault. The temple was destroyed, and I escaped with the Grand Master's prayer beads. Master Ho Mang shared, Only after time passed was I able to gather his remains and give him a proper cremation. He forced a smile. In the process, I discovered the Grand Master's relics, and an idea came to me. I wanted to rebuild the temple where we lived and a tower to house his relics. So, in short, that's why I've been accumulating capital, even though it's not very Buddhist of me. Du Hai Wook listened silently, then muttered softly, I see. He was suddenly curious. Then what about the golem attacking the temple? Shu Humang shook his head slightly. I don't know. It seemed to dig around the temple and then disappear. I didn't see it after that. Soon after, he stopped and excitedly said, All right, we're here. Du Yuk's eyes fell on the sign in front of him. Stone Needle Temple? The monk nodded in confirmation. That's right. Yu He-wook glanced around. What's this? It looks big and stable. The man next to him chuckled. I rebuilt the gate with my savings, but the inside is empty. He politely offered, You've come a long way. How about a cup of tea? Yu He-wook declined. No need. Hearing you're sincere is enough. I'll head back now. He kindly added, I understand your situation, but from now on earn money the honest way. I know I'm meddling, but... Before the traveler could finish, the tiger understood, scratching his head sheepishly and replying, I'll do my best, thank you. Just then, a sharp sound suddenly echoed, and Master Humang's eyes widened in shock as he frantically looked around, stammering. What is it? Yu Hyuk-woo asked with a calm smile. So that's the golem that destroyed the temple? Looking up, they saw a massive golem standing before them. A massive golem stood before them, radiating power, while Monk Ho-mang stared in terror and Du He-uk watched with interest. He narrowed his eyes, then chuckled, so that's the golem that destroyed the temple. They both had to look up to see the whole thing. Shu-humang looked it over, stammering, I think so, but it's much bigger than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the golem suddenly raised its fist and aimed it at them. A sweeping blow tore through the air, sending dust and debris flying, but Yu-Hyo effortlessly stopped the golem's attack with one hand. His other hand quickly formed a fist. He raised an eyebrow and smirked, still want to destroy the temple? In the next moment, Do-hyuk unhesitatingly delivered a powerful blow to the golem, shouting, You impudent thing! With a single punch, he sent the massive golem reeling backward, its heavy body crashing into the earth, leaving a deep crater. Master Mang couldn't believe his eyes, while Tram Cho was full of praise. Amazing. Is it down yet? Du He-xiao casually replies, Not a chance. He reveals that they must destroy its core, otherwise it won't be defeated. Someone beside him asked, You said it's bigger now? No wonder it looks so sturdy. Yu He-wook reveals that it grew larger by absorbing magical energy from the temple's magic stone. The Cobra Monk is bewildered. A magic stone? The opponent slowly analyzes. Judging by the temple's name, I think the head monk probably knew there was a large magic stone underground. From his deduction, it's unlikely that ordinary people would know this monster is powered by magic. It likely attacked because it sensed a strong source of magical energy. Scanning the golem, Du Hyuk added, It's also possible it absorbed a ton of magic during its attacks and grew to that size. The monk trembled, his voice catching in his throat. So if we don't finish it now, it'll come back? I worked so hard to restore this temple, Du Wichu said with a calm smile. Then we'll just have to finish it here. The serpent bearer is stunned as he looks at the hand on his shoulder. What? Yu Hyuk adjusts his stance. Now, raise your hand and get into a position where you can strike with all your might. Tiger Master was utterly bewildered, his lips trembling as he spoke. What is this? Du Huihyuk's voice echoes in his mind. Didn't you want to eliminate it yourself? That monster is the one who killed the master who raised you. Suhomang looked at him, hesitating to speak. I want to, but how? Do you remember the technique you used to crush rocks when selling medicine this morning? Use it. The other man seemed worried, but I've never used it on a monster before. He firmly grabs the cobra's wrist, correcting his posture. So, today, let's try to focus. The lion cobra obediently followed Du Hyo-wook's instructions, clenching his fist. He slowly instructed, and the martial artist followed each step, widening his stance and channeling all his mana. As soon as Yu Hyo finished speaking, a stream of pale golden energy flashed around the martial artist. The golem before them had risen, glaring menacingly at the two. It took a heavy step, winding up for a devastating punch. In this do-or-die moment, Du Hyuk suddenly gets excited, urging the Tiger Master, finish it. His eyes widened in terror, and she screamed to embolden him. Tiger Fist gritted his teeth, and Gin swung his fist with all his might. His fist collided with the golem's unyielding punch, pain shooting through his knuckles as he gritted his teeth, straining every muscle. The golem stood tall before the Tiger Master, glaring and growling, but in the next instant a crack appeared and rapidly spread. The giant golem was crushed to pieces, heavy rocks falling all around, as Tiger Master remained frozen in his attack stance. The solid stone cracked, revealing the red core within, and the Katablepa stared in disbelief at the collapsing rubble before it. Yu Hai doesn't hold back his praise. Destroying the core with a single blow? You've got talent. The other man chuckled sheepishly. Thank you. He knew full well that he could only do that because I had transferred my magic to him. Du Hyuk chuckled. I like that humility of yours. Tiger Fang lowered his eyes to his fist, muttering, If I could have done this sooner, maybe my brother would still be here. Those words reached Du Su-wook's ears, After a moment, he smiled and said, "Hey, kid, want to become my disciple?" Du Hai Hyuk's offer came as a surprise, immediately flustering Su Homang. Yes. Du Hui Wook casually invited, "I have many talented disciples like you. Join me, and I will nurture your abilities." A smile crept into Tiger Cub's eyes as he clenched his fist, muttering, "Disciple, But Shifu Mang's answer was unexpected. "I'm sorry, but can I say no?" He glanced back, sincerely stating, "I want to protect this temple, even after it's restored. I don't want to leave." Yu Hui didn't press the issue, smiling as he turned to leave. Worth it, I suppose. And so, time continued to pass, painting the nearby mountain in the colors of twilight. Du Hyuk recalls how he would occasionally visit Seokji to check on his progress as he independently developed his own martial arts, based on the punch he used to defeat the golem. In Du Hyuk's memory, the boy was striving to develop a martial art with the motto, "One strike, one kill." One of his disciples was so impressed with the martial art that they continued to exchange knowledge, and Yu Hui helped the boy perfect it. However, the attack was too linear, and he intended to correct it after the boy had completed it. Back to the present, Du Hu sighs with his arms crossed, but in the end, I didn't get the chance. Why not? Yu Hyuk, not intending to hide anything, revealed it was due to the Tower of Destruction. Brackett's suspicions were confirmed as Yu Hyuk smiled and continued. "This is a good opportunity after all, isn't it?" Pulling himself together, he continued instructing. "I'll point out what you need to correct, so pay close attention." Understood. Dongthan was able to respond. After that, Do Yuhuan meticulously taught each person. First, he discussed swordsmanship with Black Cat, then offered a series of thoughtful suggestions to the troubled Adelia. Yu Hyuk didn't neglect anyone, meticulously correcting Rogan's flaws as well. After a long struggle in the training room, Rogan stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Black Cat bowed beside him. Rogan excitedly shares, "I only came to relearn the first form, but I didn't expect you to look over all my martial arts skills." Yu Hyun chuckles. "I've always regretted not pointing out the flaws in that kid's martial arts before. Start moving more fluidly, and don't just follow a straight line," he kindly advised. "Black Cat, movement is essential for both Ilkwon and Space Slash, so don't just exert force outwards. Release your mana with speed and precision." His opponent nodded as if understanding completely. Du Heis looked at the remaining person. Adelia was out of breath, so he swallowed his words and chuckled awkwardly. "Let's assume you're physically ready first." Rogan and Breakit cheerfully bid them farewell. "All right, we'll be going now," Adelia managed to say. "I'll be going as well," Yuhi replied with a smile. "Okay." Night had fallen outside. Under the bright moonlight, he leisurely walked away, thinking that they would be able to deal with future disasters. He suddenly rummaged through his pockets, still worried. The problem was, those third-level beings could appear at any moment. Du Hyuk stared intently at the ring in his hand, thinking to himself that the guide might want a new ability. "I didn't absorb the second-tier beings I caught last time, but just then, Bachi contacted me unexpectedly." "Hun, oh Kim," Do Hoi Wook said, sounding doubtful. "What is it? Bachi?" He rambled on, telling me to tell my master's disciples that if they see him in the Great Void Cave, they shouldn't attack him. Yu He Wook frowned, urging him on. "Do you think you're in a position to make demands? Why are you suddenly saying this?" "Speak," Yuhizo stated. "If I find your reasons valid, I might consider it." After a moment of silence, Bachi finally made up his mind. "Okay, I'll tell you." He then blurted out something cryptic about them. "The Tower of Destruction. They're in the Great Void Cave," Bachi announced urgently. With urgency, Bachi exclaimed, "The Tower of Destruction. They're inside the Grand Hall." Yu Hao frowned, clearly confused. "What? Explain yourself clearly." Composing himself, he slowly recounted, "When I scouted the main hall, I hid as the master's disciples forced the constellations to kneel. The things seemed quieter lately, so I went to check on the situation again." The scene surprised Bachi, but there were hardly any constellations inside. "I thought they might have returned to their star domain or gathered somewhere else," Du Hee Wook interjected, repeating, "Gathered?" The other party confirmed that there were ruins and buildings under construction, so they might be gathering there, speculating that the recent chaos had caused them to act this way. And, as I was observing the surroundings, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Bachi. He froze as the cloaked figure greeted Bachi with a warm smile. Hearing this, Yu Hee Wook frowned, muttering, "Someone from the 4th floor?" Bachi confirms with a nod. "Yes, his alias is the anonymous strategist." Yu Hoi Ook pondered, "I've never heard of him." The other party replied that it made sense. True to his name, he schemes and acts from the shadows, and your disciple took him down, which is why you don't know him. Bachi's voice suddenly tensed. He told me himself that he now manages the constellations in the Tower of Destruction. Hearing this, Do-hyuk was even more puzzled, but he said he was from the 4th floor, so how could he lead them? Baji recounted honestly, saying this was unavoidable. Do you remember the tower's characteristics? Yu-hyuk carefully reiterated, yes, the higher you go, the stronger the beings that reside there, right? He received a confirming response. Yes. According to Bachi, the Tower of Destruction has 6 floors in total. The 1st floor has powerful monsters, while those on the 2nd are strong enough to have names. He recounted that the 3rd floor was for beings with distinct names, and from the 4th floor onward were those with great names. The 5th floor was home to the 4 heavenly kings, handpicked by the Labyrinth Lord himself. In the next sentence, Bachi's tone became even more serious. And the 6th floor was where you used to be, as the Tower Master. He recounts his conversation with the strategist, who said he's now the leader since both she and the 4 heavenly kings are gone. As Yujitai continues onward, silently conversing with Bachi in his mind. Was he the only one you met at the Tower of Destruction? He pressed. I've got it, Yuhio suddenly says. His demeanor caused Bachi great anxiety, prompting her to ask, why is that? Bachi confesses, yes, that's right. The other party continued to ask how many beings he was managing in the Tower of Destruction, but Bachi froze, unable to give a coherent answer. This sent him into a frenzy, and he finally confessed, I don't know. Hearing this, Yu Huihyuk was stunned. Bachi continued, saying that when the strategist saw him, he immediately asked him to lead them once more. At this point, he suddenly panicked, thinking they still believed I had my old powers. If they knew I was gone, who knows what would happen to me. Bachi paused, swallowed hard, and continued. So I told him he was lost in his memories, striking a cool pose, and indifferently said it wasn't the right time before running away. Just mentioning that experience made Bachi's breathing erratic, and he tensely called out Kim Hun's name. With no response, Bachi grew anxious and reconnected, and the next second, Do Hee-wook's furious roar echoed in Kim Hun's ears. You useless piece of trash, he berated, silencing Bachi. If you've lost your power, the least you could do is bring me information. You're the Tower Master, acting like this? You're worthless. You know how obsessed I am with that tower. I need to know how many constellations are down there to plan accordingly. Yu Hyuk, visibly annoyed, throws the bag in his hand to the ground, his voice low. You've been pushing me for a while now. So how about we take a trip to the Wisdom Realm? But she was taken aback, stammering, Why? Yu Hyo's next words made him pale. It had been a long time since someone had knocked him senseless. But she frantically tries to stop him. You can't. You need the permission of the constellations to enter. Dushu retorts, Then I'll just ask my disciple. His opponent was immediately speechless, and he took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Let's get this straight. Aside from the guys on the 5th floor, the other constellations are still active, right? But she meekly replies, Yes. Do-hyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully. The guide hadn't said much, but he did mention the destroyers descending. He muttered, I'll confirm later, but from the 2nd floor up, they've probably become constellations. Suddenly remembering something, he sat up. Wait, he said those with names are descending. But she added, So you're saying that when those with names descend, they'll be completely reborn, no longer bound by the limitations of constellations? They could directly influence the real world. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Wait, could we eliminate those constellations before they descend? With that in mind, Yu Hyuk immediately sought advice from Bachi. Bachi, what would happen if we destroyed the sacred object containing the constellation? The other hesitated. I'm not sure. I only woke up inside the sacred sword, so I don't know anything. Yu-hyun-wook then spoke, his tone laced with veiled threat. Is that so? Then how about I break the sword to test it out? I have another sword anyway. Bachi flinched, blurting out, Calm down. We can just ask other spirits. Do Hee-wook ruffled his hair in frustration, clicking his tongue in annoyance at Bachi's uselessness and ignorance. A thought suddenly occurred to him. But she was indeed strange. Do Hee-wook considered it all again. The other constellations had lost their names, but he knew Bachi's very well. He also knew that changing perceptions could unlock one's full power in the mental world, yet he remained powerless. A possibility crossed his mind. What if Bachi was just his name, and his weakness stemmed from being bound to it? But Do Hee-wook quickly dismissed the thought. I shouldn't make assumptions. He could be deceiving me, and I won't know for sure until the truth is revealed. After sorting through his thoughts, he spoke, Hey Bachi, I have a job for you. What's with that worried look? A smirk crept across Do Yu-hoi's face as he calmly requested, Pretend to be the Tower Master again. Stay in the management hall with the others and find out how many people are there. He carefully instructed Ba Chi, who anxiously repeated the request. But why wouldn't he explain further? He simply instructed him to pretend he still had his powers, control them so they don't cause trouble, and inform him of any updates. Yu Haiwook's threatening voice echoed in Ba Chi's ears, sending shivers down his spine. Refuse, and I'll shatter your sacred relic and make you suffer the same fate as the starfish. Ba Chi had no choice but to obey, tearfully agreeing, All right, I'll do as you say. Du Hyuk offered a perfunctory compliment. Smart choice. He thought to himself, Min will leave the hall to Ba Chi, and tomorrow I'll ask my disciple about the sacred object. Time passes swiftly, and we cut to the next day, as warm sunlight bathes the imposing building. Footsteps approached the director's office door, growing ever louder. Du Hyuk paused at the door, raising his fist to knock. But Break Cash, hearing the knock, peeked out and quickly said, Wait, can you hold on a moment? The man before him stood up, leaving only the words, I hope you'll reconsider? Break nodded slightly. Okay. The other man strode to the door, meeting Du Hyuk's gaze outside. Sang Cheon's eyes locked onto Du Hyuk, who calmly returned the look. Du Hyun politely nodded. Hello, it's been a while, instructor. Sang Cheon responded coldly. Kim Du-hee, you've become quite famous. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Lee Sang Cheon, the head combat instructor. He throws out a sarcastic remark, then turns and leaves without another word. Well, I'm off. Du-hoo was curious. Was that Coach Lee Sang-cheon just now? Did you two have something to discuss? Black hesitated, unsure of where to begin. Soon after, he confessed, we talked about him wanting to resign as coach of Vala. Black C's answer shocked Du-yu. Lee Sang-gon, isn't he one of the best instructors? Black C nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. He said he'd only discussed it with me. He hasn't told anyone else yet, but he plans to stay until the end of the year and then retire. Doubtful, Yu muttered. That's not a discussion. That's an announcement. After Breakit finished recounting, he immediately changed the subject. Then, what brings you here today? Yu Hyuk suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. I have a question for Luminous. He wondered what would happen to the constellation inside a destroyed relic. Luminous listened intently to Do Hyuk, then quickly assured him that the constellation would likely be fine. To Du Hoi's confusion, Luminous explains, the holy relic's spirit will disappear, becoming an ordinary object. As for the constellations, they'll simply be expelled and left to wander. Du Hui keenly picked up on the keyword wandering, and Luminous confirmed, yes, like ghosts, you could say. As far as she knows, any item imbued with magic has the potential to become a sacred relic, and the wandering constellations are drawn to familiar magic or items they once used, which become sacred relics. Luminous sighed. Luckily, our old weapons were maintained, so they can rest there easily. So that's how it works? I never would have guessed. Luminous looked puzzled. Unexpecting in what way? The other party chuckled, replying softly, I didn't expect you to know. I was just asking. She giggled gleefully at that. I see. Luminous recounts, the first thing I did after becoming a constellation was recreate the environment where I lived with my master. Her voice was filled with excitement, darkness, a violet hue and gloom, as if a monster would appear at any moment. The desolate scene was exactly as she remembered. Yuha felt a bit speechless, muttering, It feels darker than me because of it. Luminous recalled the past when her first contractor saw it and asked, Lord Constellation, can I make this place meaningful? She still remembers everything about him. He was a merchant who realized it could link spaces from subspace, so he opened a shop there. Over time, he brought people in and built a market. The more Luminous spoke, the more pleased she sounded. Seeing its potential, she turned it into an underground black market. Merchants and customers began wearing masks to conceal their identities, and the market was born. As the age of constellations began, the market focused more on relics. We tracked constellations bonding with and possessing the artifacts. That's how we learned of it. Luminous recounted everything in detail. The Lord of Shadows said, That's how I know about this. Du Yu nodded in understanding as Luminous suddenly covered her face and exclaimed, Master, I'm so touched. Before Yu Hu could understand, she was already fawning, covering her face and giggling. You came to me first, so that means I'm your favorite disciple, right? He bluntly replied, You weren't even the first. Luminous froze and stammered a reply. Yes. Du Hyuk then recounts that ever since meeting Sim, the guardian spirits have been concealing their presence and following him. He asked Sim about it first, but she didn't know. He explains that he came to Luminous because he figured Nimni wouldn't know either. Hearing this, she broke down, hanging her head. I see. She suddenly blurts out a crazy question. Can I kill my junior disciple? Du Hyuk was speechless. You think I'd tell you? Didn't you say constellations can't kill each other? He frowned, realizing that meant they couldn't kill the Tower of Destruction bastards either, as long as they were constellations. How frustrating. Yu-Hyo woke up in a bad mood, wondering, should I find out the location of their sacred object anyway? I don't even know what determines where they manifest. Black HH asked tentatively. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Do-hyuk shook his head slightly. No, that's all, never mind. He rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering something. Wait, there's one more thing. He paused for a moment. Yes, Yu-Hyun confirmed once more. You're saying Instructor Lee wants to quit? The other party nodded. Yes, that's right. The next moment, he made a decision that shocked Black Cat. I'll talk to him. Do-hyuk frowned, expressing his regret. It's a shame to lose him. Time continued to pass, and soon it was late afternoon, with sunlight casting shadows on the building below. This is the senior lecturer on Valhalla Labyrinth monsters. Lilia saw something, and her steps faltered slightly. Lilia's eyes lock onto Do-hyuk's figure ahead, instantly activating her fangirl mode. She hadn't seen Do-hyuk since he transferred to the special class. Is this fate? Lia sighed inwardly, realizing Min was also struggling with his thesis. Seeing Do-hyuk approach Sang Cheon, Lia froze for a moment, then quickly hid in a corner to eavesdrop. What's going on? The professor and Do-hyuk look so serious. Meanwhile, Sang-chan frowned, his face etched with impatience. What is it? Kim Do-hyuk, do you also have business with me? Do-hyuk calmly replies. Yes, if possible, I'd like to speak with you privately. The other party wearily closed his eyes, finally agreeing. A consultation? Fine, since you suggested it. I'm off the clock, so let's go to a cafe instead of the office. Do-hyuk, of course, agreed. Okay. Lia follows them, thinking to herself that she normally wouldn't pry, but she's too curious because of Do-hyuk. Following their backs from a distance, she secretly resolves to tail them, cutting to a nearby cafe, its decor a blend of classic and modern. Do-hyuk and Sang Cheon casually found an empty table and sat facing each other. Sang Cheon, unhurried, slowly picked up his cup and took a leisurely sip of coffee. In the seat right behind him, a hooded figure wearing glasses was silently watching. Lilia pretended to drink her coffee, her heart pounding with anticipation. Across from him, Sang Cheon set down his cup and cut to the chase. So, what did you want to talk about? Fixing his gaze, Do-hyuk spoke slowly. There's something I'm curious about. His next words caused Lilia, who was eavesdropping, to choke and spit out her coffee. I heard you're about to retire. Her movements were attracting too much attention, and both Du Huiju and Sang Cheon turned to look. Lilia avoided their gaze, her mind in turmoil. This can't be happening. Sang Cheonan is resigning. He frowned and sighed, looking away from the back seat. It seems the new chairman can't keep his mouth shut. That's right. He didn't hide it, stating bluntly that the first time he felt helpless as an instructor was because of you. Hearing this, Yu Soo-hyuk was taken aback. Huh? He slowly explained that he was proud to teach at Vala, recounting how he was a hunter, the strongest in Korea. I turned our Silver Lily Guild into a top-tier organization. Sang Cheon's voice trailed off. But no matter how strong we were, the monsters never stopped coming. There were too few contractors and even fewer hunters. Then, Chairman Sim Do-kun invited me to join the academy as a hunter training instructor. He recounted that I asked him about his plans for the void of constellations when contractors had the advantage. He said it wouldn't be a problem because he had collected many relics as a hunter. Sang-chan took another sip of coffee, sighing softly. So I accepted the offer to become a professor. He drifted into reminiscence. Over time, my students became hunters, clearing dungeons and monsters across the world. With each success, I felt I was on the right path. Sang-chan slammed his coffee cup on the table, a self-deprecating laugh escaping him, but no more. He looked the other person in the eye with a serious expression. Do you know what the trend is these days? Sang-chan answers his own question, saying they're simply following Kim Do-hyuk to get into the special class. A fact that leaves Do-hyuk stunned. What? The man lowered his eyes and continued. The special class has benefits like skipping regular classes, and the kids who once aimed to become hunters have become lazy. He affirms that the special class is now full of followers, even the Shu family heir is there. Ah, Sang-chan muttered. Yes, they must have put in the effort, but each one comes from a top family with a guardian star. He also said that the students are now obsessed with S-rank contracts and are trying to get into the special class by sticking to you. Sang-chan's face betrayed his dissatisfaction as he expressed, It makes me feel like my role as a professor is unnecessary. Ever since you arrived, it feels like the academy revolves around you. Sang-chan paused, narrowing his eyes at Do-hyuk with suspicion. I can't even figure out your background. Just who are you? His eyes flashed with coldness as he questioned in a low voice. Did you secretly make a pact with an S-class constellation? Kim Do-hyuk shrugged, answering casually. Professor, if you're so curious. He paused, looked the man in the eye, and offered, Why don't we spar? Sang Cheon was taken aback by Do-hyuk's sudden proposal. What? A smirk crept across Do-hyuk's face. You'll find out if I'm a contractor or not. His attitude annoyed Sang Cheon, who coldly questioned, Are you provoking a trainer? Kim Do-hyuk narrowed his eyes slightly. Normally, I wouldn't bother with such taunts, but I accept your challenge. Sang-chan's response stunned Lilia, who was sitting nearby. Sang-chan makes his intentions clear. I want to know what kind of person you are before I leave. Do-hyuk, seemingly waiting for this, smirks and replies, Excellent, let's head to the training room then. And with that, the two quickly strode away, leaving Lai to watch them go. She couldn't believe her ears. The coach and Do-hyuk were about to spar. Meanwhile, at the academy, the sun sets behind the classrooms as Breaket stands silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. He looked outside, silent for a long time, lost in thought. Returning to Breaket and Do-hoo's earlier conversation, he was taken aback by the other's proposal. I'll talk to him. Do-hoo muttered, eyes downcast. It would be humiliating to lose to him. He suddenly blurts out, Actually, I was thinking of dropping out too. Breaket is shocked to hear this. Huh? Really? Do-hyuk confessed that he enrolled because he received a prophecy about the resurrection of the Tower of Destruction. For some reason, it knew the exact location of my heavenly sword, even pinpointing the Valhalla chamber of the constellation. After that, it led me to Limnan. Breaket fell into thought. Van La manages the labyrinth, he said with a nod. After that incident, the announcements about Van stopped appearing, meaning I had nothing left to do here. Do-hyuk added, Besides, I also have a new disciple, and you and Luminous have become directors. Life and training have been easy lately, so I stayed. Break nodded, understanding. Do-hui reveals that since he decided to stay, he's been looking into the instructors, prompting B to immediately question him. Why? If you want, I can get you their files. The other man shook his head, saying that was just information on paper, and that he'd searched through an investigation team that the Sosim's former protector knew. He says most of them are honest and hardworking, though a few have complicated pasts. According to Do-hu, Coach Lai Sang-cheon is known to be very strong, and Baek-ket agrees. He said that he single-handedly built the worst guild in Korea into the top guild, and other hunters and contractors call him a legend. Do-hyuk quickly followed up. I heard he made a contract with a constellation below rank A, right? I'm not so sure, Daegek replied hesitantly. Is that so? Do-hyuk's lips curled slightly. He emphasized that not to mention his opposition to today's contractors' dependence on their constellations. He was a good man, unlike most contractors these days. Do-hyuk's voice suddenly filled with regret as he spoke. But it seems he's accepted the current selection standards based on the power of constellations and has been forced to comply. Blackhet listened intently, nodding in response. I understand. Unexpectedly, Dukes reveals some information, though he seems to disapprove of some of Valhalla's activities lately, causing Blackhet to pause, startled. You already knew that, didn't you? Do-he replies nonchalantly, I already told you. I managed to dig up some information. I hacked into the Academy's internal mail server. Breaket, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in shock, You hacked the internal mail server. Undaunted, he calmly continued, You'd know if you checked the director's inbox first. He sent an email complaining about the Academy's management system. Blackhet trailed off, quietly admitting, I know. From what he's gathered, Van operates on donations from noble families. In return, the children of donors are guaranteed admission to better dorms. The previous director agreed and established principles around it, and recent events have given him a headache as well. But this year, he sent an angry email about students being admitted due to donations. Sang-chan knew Jin was causing trouble, saying Adelia tried to cover it up by sending money and even arranging a consultation with me. Speaking of which, Do-hu sighed helplessly. During the investigation, I also found something else. Rocklin, the awakened one who claimed to be an exchange student recruited into Valhalla. Turns out that was a lie. He bought his way in with donations after being expelled from an academy in England. The exchange student story was just a facade. Do-hyuk immediately deduced a possibility. Lee Sang-chan must be realizing the truth and feeling helpless against reality. He probably feels Valhalla has become a student's playground and wants to leave even more. Do-hu-uk comes to a conclusion. He pauses for a moment, then suddenly blurts out that he might just approve his request. Yu-hyuk analyzes meticulously, perhaps realizing that even if I don't cause trouble, the situation is all too familiar to him after seeing me become director and witnessing the events around me. With that, he lowered his eyes and confessed, Frankly, I don't care if people make a fuss or get fired because of me, but losing the lysergic acid will be a major disadvantage. May I ask why? He replied calmly. Simply put, I find it wasteful. He stared intently at his palm, muttering, after being reborn and learning about the tower's return, I reevaluated my past mistakes. Immediately after, Do Yu-hui clenched his fist. First, I lacked power. Second, the hunters were of too low a rank. Hearing this, Bekgak asked with doubt, Low rank? Yu Hyo-wook then pointed out, a lack of power is unavoidable. I had a bad start and no talent. Without a major event, I can't grow stronger. He states, with a serious expression, that the second mistake was a lack of time. Do Hyuk recalls the old days. I built a martial arts school with my disciples. I didn't recruit members, but I intended to add more when my disciples reached a certain level. He concluded decisively, but I couldn't do it. Bekgak hesitated. Because of the Tower of Destruction. His counterpart slowly recounts how he and his disciples tried to deal with the Tower of Destruction, but they couldn't stop the monsters and geniuses from pouring out. What transpired then is deeply etched in Dushu's mind. The surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to stop the chaos, but the devastation was so great that the era became known as the Age of Destruction. His voice lowered, admitting they didn't have enough powerful hunters, which is why they couldn't stop it. Break tries to change the subject. What about now? Do Hyuk falls into thought, then bluntly observes that there are more hunters overall. Hunter trainees are also scattered all over the world. Compared to the past, the weakest hunters have become stronger, but the strongest have become weaker. Hunters used to train to improve their magic and strength, but now it all depends on constellations. After a moment of thought, Yu Hyuk realizes that more hunters will help them prepare for the next destruction scenario. However, there's a limit to the number of hunters we can support, which is why we must retain skilled trainers to raise the standards of future hunters. Break recalls the entire conversation, that voice still ringing in his ears. Just remember that I will use force if necessary. Break thinks to himself, the last sentence makes me a little worried, but I'm also quite surprised. He couldn't help but feel moved. He thought the boy was oblivious, but it turns out he has his own thoughts. Break Ket realized this meant he was serious about stopping the Tower of Destruction. Meanwhile, shadows creep across a fortified building. Inside the training room, Sang-chan has chosen a wooden sword, his face set as he faces his opponent. Du Hyuk-woo calmly met his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips as a crowd gathered at the door, Chenju leading the way to peek into the training room. Soon exclaims in shock, What? Why is instructor Lai Sang-cheon sparring with Kim Do-hyuk? Yan Lang stood beside him, grumbling in annoyance. The window's too small. Who's that old man? Aaron quietly introduces. He's Vanla's top trainer. Hearing this, the opponent was stunned. Was he the strongest professor? Zhe-hu chuckled in confirmation. Yes, and in the training room the atmosphere grew tense. Sang-chan narrowed his eyes, muttering, It's been a while since I've fought a human. Du-hyu remained unfazed, staring directly into his opponent's eyes. In the next instant, a fleeting shadow zipped past, but he was quick to follow its movements. Sang-chan suddenly lunged forward with a preemptive strike, but Du-hyu still manages to block his sword with ease. Meanwhile, his eyes were fixed on the dark figure in the distance, but as if sensing something, Du-hyuk suddenly turned his head. Suddenly, Sang-cheon lunged forward, sword in hand, attacking him. Fortunately, Do-hyuk raised his weapon to block, the blade leaving a deep gash, and he quickly retreated to defend. Sang-cheon grips his sword tightly, moving it slightly before lunging forward to attack Du-hyuk. Seeing Sang-cheon, he smirks, thinking, He's fast. Did he make a pact with the Swift Star? The old man completely disappeared from Yu-hu's sight, reappearing behind him, sword aimed straight at his back. But with quick wit, Du-hyuk spun his blade, landing a direct hit on Sang-cheon's arm before he could react, forcing him to his knees. In the distance, through the glass by the entrance, the group sees Sang-cheon, their faces etched with fear and confusion. What just happened? The trainer suddenly vanished, then reappeared, collapsing at Kim Chu-hyuk's feet. Sweat pouring down her face, Yan Lang seems to have realized something. That coach's speed is incredible. I can still picture Sang-cheon attacking Du-hu from two directions. He charged at Kim Do-hyu, changing direction twice by kicking off the ground, as Yan Ling explained the reason to the others. Perhaps he did that because he knew a direct attack on Kim Do-hyu would be ineffective. Kim Do-hyu seemed to anticipate this, and swung his sword behind him. After Leah put on her hat, she looked up with certainty, but Coach Lee Sang-cheon hasn't fought at full speed yet. At that moment, he deliberately held back his blade before it struck Kim Do-hyu. As soon as she said that, all eyes turned to her, confusing Leah. Huh? The three look at each other, confused by the newcomer. Who is that? One of them speaks up. Coach Lilia, you've got the wrong person. Back inside the room, Jung Cheon, hand on his hip, admired Do Hyuk. It was extraordinary that he could react at that speed. Facing him, sword over his shoulder, he chuckled respectfully. It's all thanks to you, coach. You stopped because you were afraid I'd die if you hit my head, right? With utmost seriousness, Do Hyuk tells Sang Cheon, you don't need to hold back at all. Just come at me like you don't care what happens to me. After a moment's thought, Sang Cheon has an answer for Do Hyuk. Are you telling me to ignore my responsibility to protect my student? You said you wanted to know what kind of person I am, right? Then please consider this a sparring match between two people, rather than a trainer and a student. Do Hyuk's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint appearing within them. Then you'll understand what kind of person I am? He helps him up from the ground, hesitating as he asks, a sparring match between us? Moments later, Jiang Cheonan sheathed his sword, accepting the offer and lunged forward, aiming for Yu Hyuk's chest. He quickly uses his sword to block Sang Cheon's dangerous attack. This blow is a little too fast to parry, so I'll focus on deflecting it. Not stopping there, he retracts his sword faster than lightning, then unleashes a flurry of strikes upon Ju Hyuk's blade. Seeing his sword about to break, he worries, thinking it was just one blow, not a series of attacks. This isn't good. Do Hyuk's sword showed a larger crack with each blow, and before he could finish the thought, his weapon shattered completely, beyond repair. Sang Cheon retreated, gazing at Do Hyuk, whose weapon was now broken. His sword was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes a flurry of sword strikes. What are those blue slashes? Suddenly wounded, Sang Cheon pauses, clutching his side, realizing he can't continue his assault. But with so much sword energy, his eyes widen as if seeing something unexpected. In the smoke, a figure stands opposite Sang Cheon. It's none other than Do Hyuk. He's unharmed. Observing Do Hyuk, he's surprised and inwardly praises him for not having a single wound. Even though he's a swordsman, how can he possess such intense sword energy? As the smoke clears, he blows on his hand, which is strained. Did he use a constellation's power to deflect the attack? Yu Jong-yuk then looked at Sangun and said, I hate explaining things, but you can't do this. From afar, he slowly approaches Sangan, revealing something few know about him. I haven't formed a contract with any constellation yet. It was all my mana that deflected your sword intent. He held up his scratched hand, pointing to it as he said, if the sword energy isn't too strong, I can deflect it by focusing a large amount of mana into my hand blade. Didn't you teach your students this? Sanan's eyes widened, shocked by what he had just learned. I've never taught them that. I've never even heard of it. In a vast space, they faced each other, his voice echoing all around. Not even in the foreign textbooks I studied to teach. I understand. Fist clenched, he directs his power forward. Du-hyu tells Sang Cheon that these skills were originally created for human combat. So it's understandable. Learning skills to fight monsters is now more valuable than learning skills to fight humans. Before he could finish, the old man clutched his waist in frustration and retorted, What are you even saying? That kid became the standard centuries ago. Labyrinths appeared in every nation. Monsters roamed within, and countries united to research how to defeat them before the age of destruction. Rumor had it that monsters appeared everywhere, but now most breed near the labyrinth, so the nations restrict the labyrinth. So the academy students only focus on training to fight monsters. Sparring is only for demonstrating mana application and physical ability. Students don't learn special skills to knock people unconscious. Only government enforcers or villains learn those skills. Even the police and military don't know them. Suddenly, after suppressing his emotions for too long, Sangchon's expression turned angry. He roared, Just what are you? Kim Du-hyuk, that startles Du-hyuk. There's no reason to increase the number of people who know his real identity. Regaining his composure, he smiles and challenges him. If you want to know, you'll have to beat me. His words caused the man to frown in displeasure, his eyes filled with anger. Very well. Sang Cheon gripped his sword, kneeling into a defensive stance. As an elder, I'm ashamed, but I'll show you. Sang Cheon emitted a green mist, splitting into 3 figures, his most powerful attack. But Du Hyuk simply raised a hand, his expression calm and unafraid. Should I be afraid? You're the one attacking this time. With a clenched fist, Du Hyuk flew down toward Sang Cheon, who gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and unleashed a green light. And so, a series of pure light streams accompanied by Sang Cheon's doppelgangers came rushing in. A moment later, his expression changed drastically, as if he realized something. How strange. And I'm attacking him relentlessly at close range, but it doesn't feel like my attacks are landing. But there's a third sense. Sang Cheon quickly turns around. Don't tell me he's behind me. Just as he suspected, Du Hyuk was standing right behind Sang Cheon, a smile of approval on his face. You catch on quick, I don't want to waste any time, so... Then he lunges forward to attack the stunned Sang Cheon. It's your turn. Wielding his weapon, Sang Cheon analyzes him, realizing his attacks are slow enough to counter. He barely dodges, but a sharp pain radiates from his side, causing Sang Cheon to grit his teeth. The spot where he hit me earlier. No sooner had he thought it than Du Hyuk was already beside him. Suddenly, his expression changes drastically as he throws a powerful punch, piercing through Sang Cheon, who cries out in agony. In mere seconds, Sang Cheonan was flat on his back, Du Hyuk looming over him. Moments later, Sang Cheonan found himself in a different place, lying unconscious on a chair, his eyes beginning to stir. Just waking up, he clutched his stomach and sat up, startled by a concerned voice beside him. How are you feeling? It's Du Hoi-wook. His face was full of worry as he looked at him, Du Hoi-wook holding back. Sang Cheon quickly looked around the room and asked, Where is this? The waiting room next to the training room. Du Hyun looked at him, not hiding anything, and recounted, I was going to take you to the hospital if the injury was more serious, but you seem fine. You must have used mana to defend yourself, right? Sang Cheon's next words left Du Hyuk speechless. You weren't using your full strength, were you? I can see it. Sitting in the chair, clutching his stomach, he hesitated. Looks like I caused a bit of a ruckus. An instructor like me losing to a student even when going all out. Sang Cheon looked at Du Hyuk, revealing his next intention. Perhaps it was time for him to step down. As he spoke, he stammered, his eyes fixed on Sang Cheon across from him. I hope you won't give up, Du Hyuk hastily explained, his voice full of regret. I'm truly sorry for disrupting the school's atmosphere. I didn't realize the special class's existence would affect the students so much. Sitting in his chair, Do Hee-wook raised his hand to Cheon, stating his opinion. Though he still skipped regular classes, he couldn't slack off in the special class, to which the man nodded in agreement. Those are my thoughts exactly, as images of Do Hee-wook and his friends training intensely flashed through his mind. On the way to the training room, I glanced at the training area and saw a special class student. They're undergoing some incredibly harsh training that most other students wouldn't even attempt, Sang Cheon surmised. Fourth brother set up the training schedule? It seems they're all doing different exercises. Du Hyuk nodded in agreement. That's right. Du Hyuk explained their goals, as their physiques and fighting styles differed. So we're just trying to cover our weaknesses and enhance our strengths, more or less. Hearing this, Sang Cheon could only lower his head as the old man praised him. Wow, you're a better teacher than I am. Sang Cheon looked at Du Hoi-wook and voiced his question. Then why not continue with special classes like that? Why don't you want me to resign? He didn't hide it, honestly telling him what was in his heart, because he wasn't good at teaching normal groups of students. And no matter how good of a teacher you are, you're still just a student, not a professor. The school won't value that. On the contrary, I think it would be a great loss if you resigned. Du Hoi-wook's words made Sang Cheon's tone falter. You're making me blush. He looked Sang Cheon in the eye and spoke with conviction. If you resign because of me, I'll drop out and disband the special class. Seeing his stubborn student, his eyes narrowed in annoyance. Kim Do-hyuk, even if the school atmosphere changes because of you, it doesn't mean they want you to leave. And you even intend to disband the special class, even though you were the one who created it. So what was your purpose in the first place? Then Du Hyuk leaned in, tilting his head towards Sang Cheon. As a loser, you seem to be asking a lot of questions. Since you're silent, I'll explain. I'm just kidding. Since I asked you to stay, I'll give you some information. Getting back to the point, Yu reveals the special class is a type of special forces unit, a name that Sang-che finds puzzling. He doesn't stop there, as he begins to remind him of an old story. Do you remember the disaster from a few months ago? Sang Cheonan looked at him and nodded, recalling the event. Of course, it's not something that usually happens in Korea, but it was resolved quickly and didn't make big news. Do-hyun's eyes widened as he continued. What's strange is that even the follow-up reports disappeared. All related information vanished as well. The special class and I took care of it. Across from him, Sang Cheon looked surprised. What? The special class? Do-hyuk nodded in response. Yes. He begins to recount how he solved the problem for Sang-cheon. We arrived on the scene faster than anyone, prevented damage, and dealt with monster-related incidents. Of course, there was an official team involved that time, but that's still the direction the special class is heading. Do-hyuk's eyes were serious and his voice dropped an octave. I haven't told anyone else about this. Sang Cheon was stunned by Do-hyuk's words, his mouth agape in bewilderment. I'm only telling you this. Head coach. He frowned, looking down as he hesitantly asked about his assumption. So you're creating your own organization out of the students. He agreed with that point of view. Yes, you could say that. Upon hearing Du Hui's words, he touched his forehead in dismay. A group of students dealing with monsters and dungeons? As if remembering something, Sang Cheon looked at him with a question. The guilds, hunters, and the government handle those matters. Students like you don't need to get involved in such things. He just smirked and retorted, his voice dripping with mockery. Do you know how long it took them to arrive on the scene? Du Hui's words left Sang Che speechless for a few seconds. 30 minutes, he said, leaning forward with his hands on his knees. During that time, the special class evacuated citizens, eliminated monsters, and collapsed the dungeon themselves. By the time they arrived, everything was already taken care of. Understanding Sang Cheon's worries, Du Hu spoke up immediately, adding that the class members were stronger than adult contractors, so he didn't need to worry about them getting hurt. Looking at him, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. But thinking of the future, I believe you'll be a great help. Making Sang Cheon confused, he asks, why do you think so? Du Huihuk speaks of shadows, of future disasters, and asks Sang Cheon to be ready when that time comes. Neither the special class nor I can handle everything alone. We need more hunters. Du Huihuk's face was now more serious than ever, so he needed him to stay. Before disaster strikes, we need as many capable hunters as possible. And in Korea, you and Van Von are the only ones who can guide them. With that, Du Huihuk leaned back in his chair and smiled. That's all I can say. Oh, and a vision of Laya in tears. Guide Lai will also ask you not to resign. Sang-un was utterly astonished. How did she know I was going to resign? As if remembering something, he crossed his arms, sat back in his chair, and looked up at him. But that's right. I personally recruited Lilia as a guide. Du Huihuk nodded. He understood. His eyes gazing into the distance, he made his decision. All right, I'll stay. Sang-shi pointed at Du Huihuk and declared that he wouldn't need to leave or disband the special class. He boldly offered his assessment of him. I don't know exactly what kind of person you are, but I'm sure you're preparing for something big. Seeing Du Huihuk's confusion, Sang Cheon quickly added, even without constellations, you're stronger than me. If you created the special class, I think they'd be hurt. He also warned me, if you face something too dangerous, don't fight it. Wait for the constellations to arrive. Hearing this, Du Huihuk lowered his head and replied, I understand. Then, remembering something, he turned to the man resting his chin on his hand and asked, but what should we do about the instability the special class is causing? Sang Cheon winks, suggesting, I have an idea. He then jolted upright, clutching the wound that still ached from before. It would be great if you could help me bring it to life. Huh? Yes. Standing by the window, shielded from the sun, Sang Cheon bids farewell to Du Huihuk. Well, I'll be off then. See you next time. Yes. He smiled as the door slammed shut, and with Sang Cheon gone, Du Huihuk closed his eyes, contemplating how he'd come to rely on someone else's help. A few seconds later, he opened his gentle eyes and looked down. If only there had been more kind people like him 300 years ago. Life would have been easier. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Han, a familiar voice that made Du Huihuk curious. What's wrong, Bachi? Did you just get back from the cave? Trembling, Bachi answered his question. Yes, I went there as you said and acted as if I was becoming the leader. But Du Huihuk's words made him grit his teeth, his face covered in scratches. The master didn't tell his disciples that I was only pretending to be the leader of the final tower. Did he forget to tell his disciples? But she recalls Sosumi and Moron bullying him. My master's disciples saw my appointment as tower leader and came to attack me. Unfortunately, one of them used stealth magic to attack me without being detected by the others in the tower. But when I explained, they stopped fighting. Hearing this, Du Huihuk smiled with relief. Then it's all right. So why are you complaining? As if puzzled, he asked, wait, the disciples are in the cave? Who are they? Leaning against a gate, but she recounts that they wore masks, and he quickly deduced that one was rather foolish, and the other timid. Back in his seat, Yushu crossed his arms, looking puzzled. But why were they in there? I didn't send them, he says, cradling his aching cheek. Really, I thought you secretly ordered them to go. But Chi's words leave Yu-Hee stunned. What? Sasami and Moron are there, but what are they doing? Sunlight shines on the gate's nameplate. The masked girls stand before that place, rebuilding the Gate God Academy within the cave. Emerging from the gate, Strategist looks at Bachi, bows his head, and smiles. Tower Lord, you've returned. It must be time. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and replied, well, of course. I've returned because after thinking it over, I realized it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Bachi remembered something, his face drenched in sweat as he stammered, his eyes looking at the board in front of the gate as he questioned the strategist. What's that? Oh, look at the writing on the board. Bachi is reading the martial god? Made him hesitate for a few seconds. Oh, I'll tell you after we get somewhere else. The two quickly moved toward the suspended doors, followed by a hooded figure observing them. Moron looked into the distance, wondering, "That's Bachi, right?" Sosumi, supporting her, nodded. "That's right." Moron's voice echoed as she continued to ask, "But who is the constellation beside him?" Sosumi lowered her head to explain. "It seems he's a constellation from the Tower of Destruction." Moron's eyes remained fixed on the two figures in the distance. Is that why he seems so familiar, and yet so different? She recalls the chaotic battles between constellations of the past. They weren't among those who had submitted to us. Sosumi nodded in agreement. That's right. Turning to Moron, she surmised that they must have realized the situation beforehand and fled. Moron gazed into the distance, a simple yes escaping her lips. Her eyes widened as she suggested, "Let's hide and follow them. We'll find their hideout." A ruined city with smoke rising from all directions. The strategist beside Bachi happily gestures. "This should be the place." A large boulder stands before a doorway leading inside. "Let's head inside now." Bachi wondered about this strange place. "What is this place?" Without further ado, he urged Bachi onward. "You'll understand once you enter." Gripping the doorknob, they opened it to reveal a vast space before Bachi, but upon seeing something, he gasped in astonishment. A massive purple tower loomed before them, and Bachi stammered, questioning the strategist beside him about it. "The Tower of Destruction?" he echoed, nodding. "That's right," the strategist proudly told Bachi, gazing at the towering structure. "So they can create structures in the main hall, like in the spirit world. That's why my comrades and I built the Tower of Destruction and hid it here." The two quickly ventured deep inside the Tower of Destruction, its floorboards incomplete, but still providing a solid foundation. "Yes, something just occurred to me." Bachi turns to him, asking, "So what were you about to tell me?" The question silences the strategist, whose face is now slick with sweat. "Is that the martial god sect I know?" He stammered for a long moment. "Yes." Looking at the tower, he said, "Strategist, tell Bachi the truth. I realized as soon as I became a constellation that the god of war had established a sect and accepted disciples. Now those disciples are trying to revive that sect after becoming constellations." His words left him in silence as the strategist's voice grew irritated. "They haven't publicly recruited disciples yet, but they've already begun their operations." He glared at Bachi, explaining that they had been wiping out constellations in the area, prompting him to fall into a contemplative silence. That must have been the day one of those disciples sealed him in the spirit realm. Not wanting to waste time, he continued to tell him what happened on the way back, the day everyone in the Tower of Destruction fled. There weren't many people to begin with, but now the tower is almost empty, and Bachi finally understands. So that's what happened. As if remembering something, he called out his name, startling the strategist. "Yes, sir." Bachi asks the strategist for help, wanting to know their numbers and the locations of all constellations in the Tower of Destruction before reclaiming his position. Starting with the constellations in the Great Hall, he finished, his face already slick with nervous sweat. Indeed, he was immediately assessing available forces. To not delay the mission, the strategist quickly departs. "Yes, I'll get right on it." As Bachi departs alone, he reminds him of some constellations within the tower. "You can go meet them." He listened, nodding. "Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind." With his instructions given, the strategist uses his teleportation ability, and with that, I'm off. In an instant, he vanished from Bachi's sight, leaving him alone to observe the ruined tower, some constellations still lingering within. "Yes." Bachi raises his hands, his palms glowing with purple energy. "Luckily, I can still sense a trace of magic." As if realizing something, Bachi lowered his head, his expression changing drastically. "Indeed, almost all of it is dark magic, and I sense two familiar sources within it." He then stares at the destroyed tower, surmising, "They resemble Kim Huno's magical power." A voice echoed from the distance, startling Bachi. "I wonder what you're doing here. Trying to revive the Tower of Destruction?" Moron landed a punch as Bachi turned around. A punch so powerful, Bachi's face swelled in seconds. Ugh. Huddled by the door, hand on his cheek, he resentfully recounted the whole story to Do Hewook. That's what happened. Sitting in his chair, he asked, "Didn't my disciple tell you anything about the divine martial arts?" But Bachi quickly denied it. "They were too busy beating me, so I didn't ask." "Well, I'll ask them later, but getting back to the important thing, what did you sense? Did you sense a familiar magical energy in the Tower of Destruction at that time?" Bachi pondered, stroking his chin. "Yes. Earlier this semester, I fought two people whose power Bachi sensed, as he told Ju Hyu, Deezer Venchik and Choi Aran's brother, Choi Jinyan. I sensed their magical power back then." That familiar name immediately rang a bell. "Yeah, I remember now." They were incredibly evil back then, Bachi interjects, but somehow they formed a contract, which is strange. The image of the ruined tower and the two violet gold flames near its peak, their magic is present on the third floor, meaning they'll likely appear in the next invasion. Bachi's words aligned with his own thoughts, it seemed. Having enough information, Yu Huan smiled and thanked him for the intel. Keep following their trail. Did my words make Bachi scream again? That afternoon, the sunset sky was exceptionally beautiful as Sosimi sat in a chair in the spirit realm of the war demon, his hand resting on his mask. Oh, well, it's Munchenwu. Meanwhile, a purple screen appears before Du He Wook, visibly exciting him. Yes, it's me. The war devil says, yes, it's you. It's me. She's trying to remove the heavy mask from her head. Why? Huh. Her voice echoed at the entrance of Sosim's place, as she was dealing with the constellations inside the hall. I got too excited, and all the older sisters liked it. Hearing her words, Do Hui Wook's face broke out in a sweat. Of course it did. Sosimi, sensing something amiss, asks who it could be. Bachi? Should I just kill him? This made Do He Wook rush to stop her. Forget it. You can't just go around killing people. Realizing her mistake, she clasped her hands together and earnestly begged him. Master, I apologize for building it without telling you. I'll go destroy it in the main hall, but Du Hai Wook immediately stops me. No, leave it as it is. Sosimi was bewildered by his words. Does she not understand his intentions? With a smirk, Du He Wook stands before the gate, bearing the sign of the Divine Martial Sect. I'm thinking the same thing you are. To revive the Divine Martial Arts School, back to its former glory at Du Yu's school. A man rushed in from outside, asking Sang Chan, Coach, are you sure about this? Coach Von Hala, head trainer of Class 1, Akim Ligon, I'm not sure this will work, he said with a sigh. I don't think there's a better way. Sangche asked Kim Ligon as they walked down the hallway. Have you ever seen special training before? This left him quite perplexed. No, I haven't. Hearing this, he chuckled and gestured to him. Then observe in silence. What? Taeyong grips the door of a room tightly. Observe closely the true skill of the special class. Sang Cheonan twisted the doorknob and flung the door open. Kim Yuuk, are you ready? Du Hayok nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Yes. Your group is standing opposite us and you two have confirmed that we're ready. The morning sky is clear as light shines on the academy gates where students gather on the sports field. One student looks on, pouring out his heart to another. It's been a while since I've been back to the arena. I haven't been here since the competition. The other student lamented similarly. I agree. Why did the instructor tell us to gather here? Sang Che emerged, gesturing for everyone to follow him. Behind him, the special group. Du Hai Wook's group would have a special session today. He looked up at the regular students on the field. The reason I called you all here is to give you a taste of the special class. Sang Cheon's face fell slightly as he looked down at the ground. Most of you have asked me about joining the special class, he said, turning to look at the man behind him. So, today, I've gathered the special class students here to show you their daily routine. Ha Zhong's voice lowered. Those who can keep up today will be transferred to the special class. The students below stirred with excitement. Seeing that things were settled, Zhang Cheon looked at Du Hyuk and passed on the task. Now, Kim Du Hyuk, I'm leaving the rest to you. Yes, sir. He looked at the group and commanded. Okay. Everyone change into your training gear. Everyone in there is pretty confused. Training gear? Du Hyuk's face breaks into a scheming smile, his eyes burning red. Because the first thing we're going to do is sprint. His group begins warming up with the other trainees. Seeing that the time had come, Du Hyuk gave the order. Warm-ups are done. Let's begin. The group began their training with a 20-kilometer sprint, followed by weighted lifts and 3 sets of 100 punches on the heavy bag. Then, they worked together to push a giant wheel forward and flipped tires for 2 sets of 20 reps each. After a long workout, Du Hyuk wiped his sweaty face. Okay, that's a good warm-up. He turned to the rest of the students and gave the order. All right, it's time for martial arts and sparring training. Sang Cheon approaches him from afar. Kim Du-hyuk, you can stop now. These words left Du Hyuk stunned. We're not finished yet. Sang Cheon closed his eyes and said to Du Hyuk, well, there's no need to continue. Sang Cheon then looked ahead to see the training grounds completely empty. Everyone had run away. An indescribable sadness washed over his face. I doubt anyone will want to join the special class for a while. Seeing his efforts, Sang Cheon turned to Du Hui-hyol and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Kim Du-hyuk. You eased the tension between the students. He looked at him and his friends, smiling faintly. It was nothing. We just showed them our daily training regimen. That's all.
Duhai confessed something else to Sangchon. Actually, we held back a little because we didn't have time to prepare for the outdoor team activity. Your words surprise him. You held back? Sangche's eyes closed, his voice full of praise. You always exceed my expectations. Well, as it's getting late, Sangche prepares to say goodbye and leave. Special class, I look forward to your future achievements. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do what I can. Thank you, sir. The golden rays of sunset illuminate a corner of the academy. I'm off, don't push yourself too hard. Yes, master. Elsewhere, smoke fills the air as Sosumi stands before the familiar gates of the Great Hall. She stood there silently, gazing at the gate for a long moment, when a voice calling her name startled Sosumi, her eyes widening. Senior sister. From behind her, Moron approaches with his hands clasped behind his back. Why did you call me? You've been unusually active lately, living up to your moniker. Seeing her, Sosumi was flustered. Oh, senior sister. Overwhelmed, Moron barrages her with questions. But you see, why did you call me here? Did Master tell you to cause trouble at the branch, or even destroy the Martial God Clan building? Another question makes Sosumi break out in a sweat. No. She lowered her head, hesitated, and then confessed to Moron. Master told us to restore the Divine Martial Sect. Upon hearing this, Moron's eyes betrayed his utter panic. What? As she questioned Sosumi, she removed her mask, asking why he would tell her and not her. Tears of frustration streamed down Moron's face as she blamed Sosumi. Why did he tell you first? What did you do? You wench, please calm down, senior. Sosumi's words softened Moron's mood. Master also told me to call for you too. Sosumi recounts Yuhao's words and image. Master wishes to restore the Divine Martial Sect, but not as a martial arts school. He says it will play a key role in the Constellation Alliance following the martial god. Hearing this, Moron looked at her, puzzled. An alliance of constellations? Sosumi nodded in agreement. That's right. She lowered her head, telling Moron more. As you know, the Tower of Destruction and the constellations reside within the Grand Hall. As they faced each other, Sosumi reiterated his goal. The master wanted to monitor their every move from now on. Even inside the Great Hall, Moron guessed, wasn't that why Bak Chi was sent to watch them? Sosumi nods at her reasoning. That's right, but Bak Chi hasn't been able to investigate everything. No sooner were the words out of her mouth than Moron cursed, that useless bastard. To keep Moron in the loop, Sosumi explained what Du Hiu needed to do. The master wants to know who's on our side and who isn't, so you can prepare by forming an alliance. A knight in iron armor, according to her. Apparently, he came up with the idea after speaking with the Night King of the hosted knights we defeated before, leaving Moron slightly confused. Ah, that guy, Sosumi said, smoke swirling around her. However, you also warned us about something to watch out for in the alliance, Moron wondered. What was it? The image of Do Yuhi and words from the past appear. It's fine to use power to attract the attention of constellations, but we can't build an alliance based on that. We need truly loyal believers. Looking at the silent Moron, Sosumi continued. That's why Master chose you and I to recruit allies. Images of mentally unstable people flooded Moron's memory, causing him to sigh and hang his head. That makes sense, though I shouldn't be the one to say it. But the second and fourth would jump straight into fatherly abuse. Not wanting to waste any time, she puts her mask back on and orders, All right, let's go. Junior sister, yes. As they walked, they chatted animatedly about the problem at hand. How should they approach the alliance? Moron suggested they just barge in and intimidate them, but Sosumi immediately objected. That won't work, senior. At night, beneath a giant tree under a sky full of stars, lies a gateway. Beyond the red veil, the labyrinth's master sits, hand on chin, eyes shining with thought. Strange, it's been some time since the second floor's list was released, yet there's still no news. The maze master's eyes widened, brighter than flashlights. Even the sword's report was silent. Shouldn't there be some activity, even on the second floor? He opens his palm and a series of red orbs move around. They're a little late. Though it's still a bit early, the maze master looks at the orbs and ponders some ideas. Should he announce a few names on the third floor first? Moron and Sosumi arrived at a new location, a massive crater where Moron spotted something and urged Sosumi to look up. Senior, look up there. Yeah. Above them, a dark red circle swirled, and from it, fiery red orbs emerged, flying away before their eyes. Sosumi watched in bewilderment. Senior, what is that light? Moron knew and explained it to her. The source of magic I'm sensing feels familiar. Moron realized something else was amiss. Wait, that crimson mass is headed towards the stone containing the Tower of Destruction. Its trajectory stuns Sosumi. That's where the Apocalypse Tower was rebuilt. Moron continued. I have a bad feeling about this. It seems the third-level dweller has found his name. Her words left Sosimi bewildered. What? Looking at the distant rock, Moron said, The energy I sense is identical to the demonic energy on the third floor of the false tower of Zenith, and the direction is the same. Though not certain, like the second floor's entity, he's likely to descend into the modern world. Not wanting to waste any time, she rushes forward, ordering Sosimi, Inform our master first, I'll pursue them. She immediately obeyed. Yes. Back at the academy where Du Xiu studies, Yanlang raises a clenched fist, poised to strike. She throws a powerful punch, one that leaves her breathless from the effort. The one training and taking the blow is none other than Do Hyuk. Holding the punching pad, he compliments Yanlang. Not bad. It's gotten quite a bit heavier. She clenched her fist, a hint of doubt in her voice. Really heavier? Doesn't look like it's taken much damage. Du Hyuk suggests taking a closer look at the floor, where his shoe has shifted ever so slightly. It slid about 3 centimeters. See? His words only fueled her anger, having almost no effect. Yanlang turned and stormed off, frustrated by Du Hyuk's attitude, as he watched her go with a thoughtful smile. The training is finally paying off. Everyone is noticeably stronger. Even Ook and Yu Soyeon are steadily improving, bringing a satisfied smile to Du Hyuk's face. Yes, this is the joy of teaching disciples. After the former guardian appeared, the cult leader opened his mouth, relaying information to Du Woo-hee from the purple screen before him. Tu Hui is urgently searching for him, the message spelled out clearly. Tu Hai reports that someone from the tower's third level has descended. Du Haiyu is taken aback. The third floor. They've arrived. Sosimi nodded, reporting through the purple screen. Yes, that's right. Du Hee-wook suddenly fell into a pensive state. I didn't hear the guide say anything. What's going on? I can handle a third-floor thug, but I'm not prepared for this. He wondered aloud, is it the entire third floor? Sosimi nervously explains, No, that's not it. Only about 2 of them. I saw a hole appear in the great void, and about 2 streams of essence, as they're called, descended, and headed straight for the false apocalypse tower. So they haven't fully arrived yet? Hearing this, she hesitated and echoed his thoughts. It seems so. To be safe, the great matriarch has already inspected the false apocalypse tower. Yu Hee-wook's face was grave. If we know where they'll descend, at least we can prepare a little. All I know is there are 2 of them, and neither has fully descended yet, he said, his eyes scanning the area before realization dawned. Wait, the third floor? But she crossed her arms, sensing his question, and quickly replied, Yes, it's definitely the same energy I felt from the third floor. His words caused Jae-hyo to stare blankly into the distance. If that's the case, they must be the constellations behind Venchik and Choi Jin-gun. Even so, they belong to 2 different factions. Desera is part of the first-rate sect, and Choi Jin-gun was supposedly part of the Ilsen Assembly. But if I remember correctly, both organizations were completely destroyed. As if remembering something, Yu crossed her arms around her, and Sosim hurriedly asked, Yes, Master, your question echoes. Do you know of the 2 evil organizations, the First Advanced Society and the First Stream Sect? She asks, recalling a memory. She nodded, replying, Yes, I know they're the ones who tried to harm you. Sosimi's voice came from the purple information panel. Yu-Gi-Oh and I wiped them out. Yu Haeon continued, so, in the end, it was you. The one descending now appears to be a constellation belonging to one of those groups. Sosimi was shocked to hear him say that. What? She said, drenched in sweat. We should have killed the leader too. I'm sorry. If someone were to descend, they would most likely enter the body of this side's leader? Du-hook pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He hurriedly asked Sosimi, Do you know anyone who has recently received a blessing from them? Standing in the corner, she clasped her hands together as she answered, Yes, we didn't kill all the blessed ones, just kept them under surveillance. As she finished speaking, Du-hyuk rested her chin in her hand and looked ahead. Very well, let's move out, he commands the special team. Everyone, prepare to move out. This is a real fight. The team responds with enthusiasm. All right, back to a place filled with dust and smoke. Moron dashes forward like a storm, hurtling towards the stone that houses the tower. Without hesitation, Moron kicked the door open and took a quick glance inside. Before Moron stood a radiant violet tower of destruction, and she gazed up at its peak with a hint of trepidation. 2 immense energies emanate from the third floor as Moron summons a dagger. As expected, that energy is too intense. It only appears right before a constellation descends. She quickly plunges the sword down, creating a blue fissure in the ground. It stretched all the way to the entrance of the Tower of Destruction, reaching its very edge. Suddenly, smoke erupted like a raging fire, and rocks flew into the air as Moron stood panting, sword in hand. Huh, a voice echoes, startling her. It's futile.
A dragon has appeared before the Tower of Destruction. We have received our titles and are preparing to descend. We are no longer on the same level as a nameless one like you. It bares its sharp teeth and claws at Moron, saying even your full-force poison can't harm us. How flattering of you, zealous follower of the silent sect. She swiftly draws her blade from the ground and rises. I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. Moron frowned, saying something to the dragon. All I was trying to do was buy time. Before you could descend upon the modern world and corrupt it, she bared her sharp teeth. What? Atop the tower, a dark purple smoke materialized before her eyes. Watching the smoke, Moron thinks, I've stalled long enough. The rest is up to you. Master, back in another place, the ruined building is filled with purple smoke, and Rogan, who reveals his sharp, terrifying teeth and claws. Hey! Rogan raises his head, letting out a savage laugh. Ha 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 ha! I have finally descended. Rogan roared his own name, not as the all-destroying dragon god, but simply as the Dragon Slayer. A voice rings out, silencing his laughter. Yes, welcome. No one else. Doohyuk had been waiting for Rogan, and now he strikes, sending him flying once more. He delivers a powerful blow. He didn't even have time to prepare. Doohyuk raises a leg and launches forward, delivering a kick straight to Rogan's face. He sent Rogan flying back, crashing into the statue, leaving him battered and gasping in pain. Seeing Rogan's state, Doohyuk smiled, quite satisfied. Not bad at all. I was aiming for your neck, but you didn't notice the person behind you. He immediately set up a barrier. What is he doing? Leave this place. Startled, she quickly departs. Looking at Rogan, he wondered why Cole was here. From the ground, he stretched, explaining that the body's original owner lured her here to rob her. Looking at Yu-Hio, Rogan recounted some other things, leaving him dumbfounded. All he did with my blessing was seduce women and steal from them. Pathetic. As soon as he finished speaking, a savage grin spread across his face. What we dragons of destruction desire is slaughter. Rogan grinned, his teeth lengthening into sharp fangs, but he was just a pawn, lacking the true courage for such a thing. Seeing his fangs, Yu-Hyuk chuckled with amusement. Oh, really? His broken tooth has grown back. Is he no longer human, but a true avatar of a constellation? Meanwhile, a purple mist emanates from Rogan's arm. You've surprised me a little. A sharp claw formed from the smoke then appeared. To think you'd fight me with that weak post-awakening body. Without another word, the god of war lunged straight at Do Yu-Hui. Seeing this, he smirked, clenching his fist. What the hell is this crap? With a swift punch aimed at Rogan's arm, it was instantly crushed, vanishing completely. Rogan screamed at the sight, and Do Hee-wook quickly retracted his fist, asking, You saw it when you put it in Choi Jin-jin's body, didn't you? Weren't you scared and running away? Rogan clutched his missing arm, annoyed as he explained. It seems the body reacts this way when it receives magic, as a new muscular arm appears on him. But then I reconsidered. Your magic power is far less than I thought. Rogan grinned, revealing a large arm and clawed hand. Compared to you from 300 years ago, Yu-Hyuk's foot descends upon him. Oh, really? He unleashes a powerful kick. This time, Rogan raised both hands to block Yu-Hyuk's kick, but the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Indeed, in mere seconds, the ground around Rogan crumbled and collapsed, leaving him speechless with shock. No way, he's different than before. From above, huge rocks begin to fall to the ground again. With a hand on his hip, Do-Hyuk watched the stones crash down amidst the rising smoke. Once again, Rogan lay defeated on the ground. Your magic is far greater than before. What have you done? Not to mention the magical power I sense from you is even greater than what I felt 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction. With a confident look, he steadies his clenched fist. Of course. The image of the Tower of Destruction looms in his mind. Back then, my magic was restricted, meaning my disciples and I never showed you our true magical power. From the ground, Rogan clutched his stomach in disbelief. What? That's impossible. Du-Yu didn't want to explain further and ignored him. Believe it or not, he held out a glittering ring. Anyway, today's the last day, so he puts it on a finger in front of Rogan. You can act. He raises his arm, summoning the purple smoke once more. Stop lying. How could a constellation possibly have a final day? He unleashes a vortex of purple energy, a devastating attack that shatters stone. But Du-Hyuk narrowly dodges it. He summons a small sword from his hand. It's lasted longer than I expected. Is it because you're from the 3rd floor? With a single strike, Du-Hyuk shattered the earth below, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, until something stole the light from his eyes and erased his grin. Rogan looked up to see the purple smoke behind him take the form of a dragon, and with a slight bow he roared. A stream of purple smoke appeared beside her, rushing towards Do-Hyuk like a small tornado. In mere seconds, the abandoned house exploded in a cataclysmic roar, and Rogan, weakened, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He panted, a look of satisfaction plastered across his face, reveling in his own power. Amazing, the full force of my roar. As the dust settles, Yu Hyuk stands opposite him, sword in hand, struck by the man's simple swing. He slung the sword over his shoulder, looking at Rogan. A simple swing? It was infused with a ton of magic. He cursed, panting heavily. You crazy bastard, but I'm glad to hear it. His eyes turned a dark purple as he spoke. I haven't told the Destruction Tower people about your regression yet. Du-hyuk was confused and looked up, puzzled. Huh? What good would that do? A satisfied smile spreads across Rogan's face as he explains that the destroyers will despair when they see him again. The thought alone makes him laugh. With his sword over his shoulder, Yu Heo-wook voiced his thoughts. What a creep. I don't think that'll make them despair, leaving Rogan puzzled. What? His hand tightens on the blue sword as he stares ahead. If you die by my hand, you'll never return to your moniker. With the task complete, Yu Hyuk gazed into the distance, wondering, all right, this is done. But what about the others? Under a sky full of shimmering stars, a lion looks ahead, puzzled. Who are you? The constellation of the blade behind, Black Mother? With a smug grin, it was none other than Yu Hui's remaining companions, challenging the Black Tide. We're here to kick your ass. In the dead of night, the four stood against the Black Tide in the deep forest, who scoffed at their challenge. You want to fight me? It seems you've forgotten the situation you're in. Black Tide raises his arm, a red aura appearing. I'm far stronger than your pathetic contractors. I am Hak Trieu, and with that, he slams his fist into the ground, shattering the earth. Yanlang watched, confused by Black Tide's actions. Why would he strike the ground? Is he crazy? Suddenly, she understands something and shouts with wide eyes. Everyone, run! Sharp blades are erupting from the ground. Luckily, they reacted quickly and retreated, while Soyeon broke out in a cold sweat at the horrifying sight. Blades erupt from the ground. Is this his power? Aaron watched, recalling Du-hyuk's warning that his title was the Blade of the Strategist. Se looks down, equally worried. His power is just like his title. This is going to be difficult. Not willing to give up, Aaron shouts, boosting the group's morale. We just need to break them all, and with that, she clenches her fist, shattering all of Black Tide's swords, leaving him stunned. Hukcho observed Yanlang's every move, thinking, she's shattering the blades with magic combined with shock waves. She's incredibly strong. Realizing his initial approach was insufficient, Black Tide stomped on the ground. Those paltry blades were clearly not enough. From the earth, a series of swords rose in perfect alignment. A sword grazes Yanlang's face. She narrowly avoids a blow that would have been fatal. He gently rotated his hand, then swung his arm back, causing the swords to bend in his direction. The sharp blade is bent, aimed straight at Yanlang. Everyone dodges. From behind, Aaron rushes in with a sword. She slashes fiercely at his blades, then lands a strike across Black Tide's chest, sending him reeling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Suk gripped a golden flame, and Yen La, a blue one, as they both punched Black Tide in the face. The two punches completely knock him to the ground. Black Tide lies sprawled on the rubble, when suddenly he opens his eyes wide, looking at something. From above, Soy-on rushes in with a sword. Without hesitation, she strikes him down. A single strike splits the Black Tide in two, surrounded by purple smoke. Seeing the deed done, she sighs wearily, looking at the glowing sword before the thick smoke. Suddenly, from the Black Tide of smoke, "Is that all you've got?" The sword won't budge, leaving Soy-on bewildered. How could my sword energy, combined with magic, still... The Dark Tide's blade begins to bend to his will, and with the speed of the wind, it grazes her face, leaving a shallow cut on Yu Soyeon Aseka. The wound gushes blood, causing her to wince in pain. Alarming, say. Yu Soyeon is hurt, and Aaron and the others follow, worried about her. Are you okay? She asks, wiping away the blood to reassure them. Yeah, it just grazed me. She looks ahead, a sense of unease washing over her. Are starseed reincarnates really this strong? Kim Do-ik warned us. But he's still too powerful. Deep in the forest, the four faced the Black Tide, unaware of the observer watching from above. Black Cat silently observes from above, wondering if they're still holding up since Do Hai-wook's appearance. Seeing this, he nods. Ah, Sir Yuk. Together, they watch them face the Black Tide. They're doing better than I thought. They're holding their own, and he's already injured. Yes, just as expected. But looking at Soon's back, Break Ket felt sorry for him. His opponent was a constellation, so the fight was extremely intense. Soon was even scratched, Yu Heo-seok reminded him. That's why I told you to observe them and help out if needed. You're standing there with your arms crossed, but I don't think this is the right time to fight him. Really? Yu Suhyuk's eyes burned a fierce red. If the constellations from the third floor had descended a little later, dealing with them would have been easier. Perhaps we have no other choice. The wound on Black Tide's body shifts, beginning to heal and disappear completely. I've played with you long enough. Seeing him, Aaron couldn't help but worry. His wounds had healed. Was her one-sword technique too weak? His wounds now healed, he smirks with satisfaction. You will make a name for me, though I do hate killing children. Behind Black Tide, a series of swords burst forth, promising to tear her to shreds. Meanwhile, Yanlang raises her fist and slams it into the ground, creating a wall of ice to block his swords. Seeing this, Black Tide smirked in annoyance. You're blocking my swords with ice? How annoying. It reminds me of someone. His eyes filled with resentment, but that guy was tougher. Meanwhile, the ice wall looks like it's about to break, and those behind it are biting their nails, looking worried. Damn it, this is only a temporary fix because it's too weak. If I knew this would happen, I would have practiced defense too. Looking back at the others, she urgently asks, the ice wall will break soon. Does anyone have a plan? Aaron recalls the earlier moment and tells Soon, Bubblebox and I will try to cut the blades. She continued, Miros and Moose will follow up with a powerful blow. Suk pointed to his chest. So I'm Moose now? Yanlang urgently reminded everyone again that the ice wall would break in 3 seconds. The wall began to crack more intensely than before, and after 3 seconds, it shattered before the Black Tide's sword. He stood there, a pleased smile on his face, oblivious to Soyeon and Arin flanking him with their swords. Together, they unleash a flurry of blows upon the Black Tide, each strike causing him pain and discomfort. Their sword energy is corroding mine. I must neutralize it with my own and create even more. A stream of crimson smoke quickly surrounds the Black Tide. Yes, the moment has come, someone shouts. At that moment, Suk clenched his fist and charged forward with Yanlang, throwing a merciless punch. Directly into Hukryong's stomach without hesitation. The force of the blow causes him to scream in agony. With a grunt, the punch sends him flying, crashing to the ground. Next, it's Yelan's turn. She grits her teeth and rushes forward, raising her leg high to strike Haichao's face without hesitation. Her kick trails a cloud of green smoke from above, descending to its doom. In mere seconds, a wall of ice forms before Yanlang's feet.